more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost 4-2 to the Pirates last night, dropping the series. They've now lost 3 series in a row. Zach Gallen got through 6 innings, but had some trouble in the 5th, and the offense has just gone cold. 2 total runs in their last 2 games, and they will look for answers as the New York Mets come to town. Starting tonight, first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Carson Beck had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he's excited to get in the building and get to work.
In the building, I started meeting with the coaches and going over the playbook and, learn the guys around me, build relationships, start to connect with them, be myself, and then just go play ball.
For more on Beck and the Cardinals rookie class, be sure to head on over to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distribution. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Morata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. You have made it to the end of another long week. Congratulations. Round of applause for everybody in the listening audience.
Woohoo!
And if you're on your way to work this early on a Friday, you've got a great work ethic, or you've got a lot of bills to pay, or you are not in your dream job as of just yet.
Or you have a boss that requires you to be in the office early.
Well, that too. That would apply to us. Okay, so in all my years covering the Arizona Cardinals, I've heard a lot of criticisms about the Cardinals, from management to coaching to this to that to frugality. I heard a new complaint about the Arizona Cardinals I never heard before.
I'm curious to hear what this is, because I thought I had heard them all too.
Yeah, so after the rookies kind of went through their press availability yesterday, they are all wearing red golf polos. One media person said, I am beyond agitated that the Cardinal logo is inverted and facing the wrong way on the polo shirt. Because when they're sitting against the backdrop, the bird is looking left to right. That's generally the way the bird is positioned, left to right.
Yes.
The beak to the right. The golf shirts they're wearing, it's inverted.
Really?
Take a look.
And on the left side.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's a trivia question for you. Can you name the only NFL team that has a logo that faces that direction normally as it's presented? The Philadelphia Eagles.
Just because I saw that same trivia.
And they pointed that way because the back end of the eagle head actually forms an E, and if they did it the other way, presented it the other way, it would be backward. Yeah.
Okay. It'd be a 3. Yeah. Did it bother you, Sammy? You wear golf shirts a lot?
So it did, just because of the side the logo was on. I like my logos on the other side. And
right?
That's maybe just a pet peeve of just shirts of mine. But it was very, I don't know, what's the word? Visually weird looking at the Cardinal in the background going this way and on Carson Beck's shirt going
the other way.
I didn't even notice it. And I normally notice stuff like that.
It's one of those things.
Have you seen it? You're checking it out?
I'm trying to pull up the video now.
It's one of those
things. Just do a Google search in Carson Beck. You'll see the image come up. But all the guys.
Where in life, where the things don't bother you until someone points it out. And that's
exactly.
One of those things.
Exactly. It didn't even visually, it didn't occur to you. But it occurred to a media member who said, I will never be the same after seeing this. Yeah. It's what happens when you're in last place. People pick nits.
Yes.
That's what they do.
It also happens when you have a bird mascot. You can present it either way.
That's true.
How about straight on, though? Just the beak like
that
this.
That would be wild, wouldn't it? Just like a little tuft of feather at the top, indicating the bird's very ornery and aggravated.
One way to take care of the problem, I suppose. But yeah, now I'm not going to be able to see anything else.
See? There you go.
There you go. That's the way it works. All right, happy Friday, everybody. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another quiet offensive performance led to a 4-2 Diamondbacks loss to the Pirates at Chase Field yesterday afternoon. Corbin Carroll jacked a solo home run off of Mitch Keller in the third inning to give Arizona a 2-1 lead, but they could not keep it. Pittsburgh answered with 2 runs in the 5th off of Zach Gallen. Thanks to RBI singles from Ryan O'Hearn and Spencer Horwitz, Joey Bart connected on a solo shot to close the scoring. D-backs managed just 7 hits and 2 runs over the last 2 games of their series with the Pirates, and they've now lost 3 straight series. D-backs roll right into a 3-game set with the last-place New York Mets at Chase Field starting tonight. Torey Lovullo will send Ryan Nelson to the mound against Nolan McLean in the opener. Saturday's game will pit Merrill Kelly against Clay Holmes, and Mother's Day finale Sunday afternoon will feature Eduardo Rodriguez against David Peterson in a battle of lefties. Tonight's game gets underway at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starting at 6 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was back, the opening game of that series, Bick, was a good performance all the way around.
Yeah.
And the last 2 games, the Diamondbacks went right back into tough watch category.
Yeah.
It was a really frustrating game.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Reports out of Pittsburgh say the quarterback Aaron Rodgers visiting with the Steelers this weekend, and the 42-year-old is likely to play for the team for his second season in 2026. Steelers, of course, applied the seldom-used UFA tag on Rodgers last week, ensuring that they would receive a compensatory draft pick should Rodgers play for another team this year. And that led to plenty of discussion and speculation about a connection between Rodgers and the Arizona Cardinals, partly fueled by Arizona wide receiver Kendrick Bourne tweeting that the team was waiting for him. Rodgers threw for over 3,300 yards, 24 touchdowns last year while guiding the Steelers to a 10-win season and an AFC North title a year ago. So it looks like that might be wrapped up by the time we hit the airwaves on Monday. But it is Aaron Rodgers.
So you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
2-day rookie minicamp for the Cardinals runs today and tomorrow at the team's Dignity Health Training Center in Tempe. 3 Cardinals rookies held press conferences on Thursday, including third-round pick Carson Beck, the quarterback out of Miami, who also joined Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports and discussed how much he developed in his final season at Miami, where he led the Hurricanes to a national championship game appearance. You can catch that entire interview on the new ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals did sign 3 of their picks on Thursday. 5th-round pick Reggie Virgil, 6th-round pick Carson Shire, and 7th-round pick Jaden Williams, all inking their rookie deals. By the way, Carson Shire will join us today at 7:15 before those mini-camp workouts start. NBA playoffs on Thursday. Detroit topped Cleveland 107-97 behind Cade Cunningham's 25 points and 10 assists. Donovan Mitchell had 31 in the loss for the Cavs, and James Harden's nightmare series continued. 10 points, 3 of 13 shooting, 4 turnovers. Eesh.
Yeah.
Not going well for James.
Talk about a tough watch.
Yeah. Pistons lead 2-0 in that series, as do the Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat the Lakers 125-107. Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander each had 22 for OKC. They are now 6-0 this postseason. Also, tough watch category for a number of reasons that we'll get into today. Tonight on the NBA postseason schedule, Game 3, Knicks-Sixers, that series shifting to Philadelphia with New York holding a 2-0 lead. That game tips at 4 o'clock on Prime. Then it's Game 3 between the T-Wolves and the Spurs in Minneapolis. 1-1 is where that series stands. Tip-off 6:30. That's also on Prime. NBA holding their draft lottery Sunday in Chicago. Of course, the Suns do not own a first-round pick. Won't have anyone else's this year, so they will not be a part of the proceedings. But the Washington Wizards, Indiana Pacers, and Brooklyn Nets all have the best chance of securing the number 1 overall selection in a draft widely regarded as a strong one by experts. The drawing will go down at noon Sunday on ABC and ESPN. Phoenix Mercury open their 30th season tomorrow afternoon in Sin City against the Las Vegas Aces in a rematch of last summer's WNBA Finals. Tip-off 12:30. That game's on ABC or Disney+. And the Mercury also in San Francisco Sunday to visit the Valkyries at 5:30. And the NCAA made it official. They announced Thursday that the men's and women's basketball tournaments are both expanding to include 76 teams starting in 2026 after heavy demand from absolutely nobody.
It's amazing how quickly they can get things done, too, when it's to make more money.
Yeah.
How about it? This is an organization and an entity that moves at a glacier's pace.
Takes 3 years to do investigations and stuff, but...
Right. But if it's more money...
This was brought up last week, and it's already happening next year.
Yep.
I think they're still investigating the Herm Edwards stuff, aren't they?
It's
Sean Miller.
Gross. What a scam. What a scam college athletics is.
Oh, boy. And we'll continue to watch it. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, May 8th. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers not coming to Arizona. So what will the Cardinals do now at quarterback? We'll discuss to kick things off on this Friday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Marotta. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you have spent a lifetime grinding and working and providing, you deserve a little peace of mind, especially when it comes to your retirement. That's why if you're feeling a bit uneasy about retirement, I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion of what you got going on, because remember, it's never too early to plan for retirement, and it's never too late to call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They understand the importance of comprehensive strategies, of tactical investments, tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance, and as an independent firm, Trajan Wealth, not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. They have got the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. They build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets, and it all begins with relationships. Remember, Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room going into camp? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Times. Welcome to 1975, Austin Powers and Faja. Excuse me while I change. The holler boogie has made me sweaty. Yeah, sweaty. You see, Mr. Powers, I love gold.
The only reason I'm bummed that this is coming to an end, I thought maybe we would have a football season where we would have an excuse to play more Austin
Hackett's
Powers.
still on the team.
Nathaniel Hackett's not going anywhere.
That's true.
He's the one who really loves it.
And you know what? Do we really need permission to play more Goldmember on this show? I don't think so.
No.
Yes, but it does look like the whatever it was it a flirtation? Was it a discussion? Was it anything? It doesn't matter now because it looks like Aaron Rodgers heading to Pittsburgh this weekend to visit with the Steelers. Mm-hmm. The wording on the reporting is very interesting, too. Everybody's being very careful. Nothing is imminent. Nothing's been signed yet. He's just visiting, but he is headed to Pittsburgh this weekend.
Yeah, and so I think the question becomes now, is this now just all about money? Is the delay, has all the flirtation with the Cardinals, was it real? Was it contrived? Were the Cardinals helping Aaron Rodgers? Was Aaron Rodgers using the Cardinals? A lot of questions for me, but like I said yesterday, I think this is the best possible outcome for Arizona. As much as that shiny object appealed to some people, you don't have to look back in the rearview mirror to see Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it is true.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shiny object that sucked the soul out of a room.
And Kevin Durant was way better at that point in his career than Rodgers is right now, too. So
would agree.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that.
It's just never made sense to me.
I mean, your assessment earlier this week about where Aaron Rodgers is kind of in the ranking or the pecking order of current NFL starting quarterbacks, I think you were right around 24.
24?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
It's probably higher than what the Cardinals starting quarterback will be ranked at the end of this year, but they need to have a direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this whatever it was, whatever word you want to attach to what this was, kind of put a little stunt on it, a little pause on what their direction should be. Aaron Rodgers comes in here, you're probably winning a couple more games than you would have. And what does that do for your draft status next year? Let me just get this out there too. I hate that I have to talk about the Cardinals draft position in 2027 on May 8th.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But it also is something that you have to keep in mind if you're the organization.
There's a reality that's attached to this, and it's an unfortunate reality that in year 4 of a rebuild, the Cardinals are no closer to competing than they were in year 1. And those are just the facts. Now, they might be capable of taking a big leap in class next year if they get a lot of contributions from people that heretofore have not contributed. If they get Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan blowing up people on the defensive line, if that happens, things will work out. If Marvin Harrison Jr. finds some dog in him and becomes that kind of guy, then you'd have a couple of great wideouts.
If Jeremiah Love instantly becomes a star.
If Jeremiah Love instantly blows up the NFL, which is very possible. There are things that could happen that would allow the Cardinals to jump up in class. But Aaron Rodgers, at this point in time in his career, he brings you a lot of experience. As I've said before, the dichotomy is with Aaron Rodgers, as much as he feuds with and fights with media, as much as the condescension appears to go both ways between the media and Aaron Rodgers, teammates love him. In between the walls of a football facility, he's that kind of guy. Yeah. But what's he going to do for you? He's not the deep ball threat. He's not nearly as aggressive as he used to be. He's a glorified game manager whom even in the last couple of years in Green Bay, when they were winning 13 regular season games, they flamed out in the playoffs. And people watched those playoff games, and it looked to them like Aaron Rodgers was not looking to make big plays. He was always looking to make the easier, less complicated, less risky kind of throws. Now, maybe it's by design, maybe it's not, but my point is this is not that same dangerous player that we saw twice in the playoffs, that Kurt Warner had to deal with and that Carson Palmer had to deal with. That dude was the man. But that dude ain't that dude anymore.
No, and something that you said, too, and going back to some of the cuts that we played and unearthed from the 2023 edition of Hard Knocks when Aaron Rodgers was with the Jets, biggest takeaway was obviously the connection with Nathaniel Hackett. The second biggest takeaway is exactly what you just said. He does rub people the wrong way, but his teammates do love him.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about him in glowing terms. And I don't, the Kevin Durant example came up. Nobody talks bad about Kevin Durant. They might have reason to, especially in Houston after they were, raked over the coals anonymously on social media. But nobody says anything bad. Oh, he's one of the all-time greats. But he has an effect on teams, and it's not a positive effect. Aaron Rodgers' effect on teams still appears to be positive. But now, look, just because he's not coming to Arizona doesn't settle the Cardinals' quarterback situation either, because they still have a quarterback holding out, which I don't know if you got wind of a lot of the national perspective on this. This was Wake Up Barstool talking about the Jacoby Brissett situation.
Is Jacoby Brissett holding out?
That's the word on the street, right? That's
if Jacoby Brissett's holding it, shut up, dude. Like, you do not deserve a starting spot in this league. There is no way you should be on your hands and knees thanking the football gods you have an opportunity to start. He's been in the league 10, 12 years. He never started. Like, any team that starts Jacoby Brissett, the destination is just, all right, let's see what type of good pick we get next year. It's never a competitive thing. If he should just take whatever that number they offer him and sign it immediately.
Dude, he's putting his body on the line. Let him hold out. Let him have his fun.
Who is that, by the way? Is there a name to that guy?
It's not labeled.
I believe it's Stephen Che.
Okay, that's highly disrespectful, in my opinion. Kurt Warner says Jacoby Brissett is good enough to be an NFL starter in the league. I think I'll believe Kurt rather than dude from Barstool.
He also is an NFL starter. Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing. And I understand Jacoby's part of it.
Totally.
It's like, how could I be making less money than your low-paid backup quarterback that you just signed? On the other hand, he doesn't have a lot of leverage because they have Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck. and he didn't win a lot of games. It's a very tricky situation, but you understand his part about, like, come on, guys, I'm going to be the starting quarterback for an NFL team, and you're paying me.
Well,
and the situation has changed since he signed his contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, listen, I don't think anybody expected Jacoby Brissett to start 12 games last year.
No.
And the amount of, and not just his productivity, but just his willingness to get hit and take hits. You've got to give him more than a $1.5 million in guaranteed money. I believe on some level, Jacoby Brissett is he's perfectly fine to be asking what he's asking for, depending on what he's asking for. I think in any reasonable, fair world, an adjustment should be made for him if the Cardinals want him to be the starting quarterback in Week 1. Maybe they don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Is $20 million too rich?
For me, yes.
I agree with that.
If you're going to go and transition to Carson Beck, and if Carson Beck doesn't work, you're going to draft another guy next year, there is no point in mixing up your messages. There's no point in mixing up and muddling up your strategy. You got to pick a lane and get in it. And if this football season is about getting Carson Beck to the point where he's ready to step on a football field and to start a game for you, you don't need Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I agree.
And this is coming from the guy that's defended Jacoby Brissett at every juncture, because I think it's very easy for fans to just unload on him despite what we've seen with our own eyes. Yeah. And I don't know why that is, but I got some guesses.
Want free Sonic and some D-back swag? Text Smasher to 620-620 to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. Coming up next, like a pirate's treasure, the D-backs offense versus Pittsburgh was sunk. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Fish, chips, couple tea, London.
You could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Still don't know why they just didn't have Jarrett do his English accent on these promos. If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, got to be honest with you, it's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, the next best thing for people in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about your situation. They don't grill you about how you got in it. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually when Y-Refi does its best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today and take that control back with Y-Refi. Give them a call, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi,
It's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
It's Desert Wind Harley-Davidson's Triple Zero event. 0 cash down, 0 interest, and 0 payments until fall on any new Harley this week only. Desert Wind Harley has the largest Harley inventory in the state with hundreds of bikes in stock. Desert Wind Harley has secured financing terms that can save you thousands on interest. No cash down, no payments, no interest until fall. Annual percentage rates such as 2.99% and no payments till September on any new Harley. At Desert Wind Harley's Triple Zero event. Now through Sunday. No payments for 7 months, no interest for 90 days with approved credit.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The ups and downs of the Arizona Diamondbacks continued last night. Zach Gallen was cruising along until the 5th inning, where he gave up 2 runs with 2 outs, and that was all the Pirates needed as the Diamondbacks' bats went quiet again last night. The 4-2 Pirates win means the Snakes have now lost 3 straight series and will look to get back on track as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch from Ryan Nelson will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals avoided the Aaron Rodgers experience and introduced 3 more of their rookies to the media, including quarterback Carson Beck. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com today. Both the Pistons and the Thunder took care of their business last night as they both went up 2-0 on the Lakers and the Cavs, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
A third straight series loss for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Going back to last week, Chris Garagiola on the final call on the D-backs radio network. A game the D-backs led 2-1 early, but couldn't capitalize. Can't get the offense going. That might be the most frustrating part of this whole series for the Diamondbacks. After that opener, it took a while for the offense to get rolling. They end up with a 9-0 win. But over the last 2 days, you could chalk it up to Paul Skeens on the Wednesday game, Bick. But yesterday, just not able to get the offense going at all. And people are starting to really stare pretty hard at the top of the order in Geraldo Perdomo, Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll.
Yeah,
none of
as
which
they should.
None of which is producing at the level that they should be producing at this point.
Yeah, no, listen, so I think coming into this Pirates series, we prefaced it all by saying that for the first time this season, feels like real adversity has kind of hit the baseball team. After the series they went through on the road and what happened to them in Wrigley over the weekend and the 2 shellackings they got in Milwaukee previously to that, it felt like this baseball team was in a bit of trouble. And we thought, okay, good. Come out with a statement game. Let everybody know you're ready to attack the month of May and these lesser opponents in a reassuring way. And they did that. But the last 2 games, Paul Skeens is Paul Skeens. You can say we got skeened and people would go, it's all right. You won't be the last. But yesterday sort of amplified this growing problem with this lineup, and Torey Lovullo was very, very honest about this team and how they're letting their strike zone just expand in ridiculous dimensions, and how their chase rate, that's a new one, the chase rate, how bad their chase rate is in terms of what they're doing. What he's trying to say is the team's trying too hard, that they're not being disciplined at the plate, that they're not locking in on a small quadrant of the strike zone where they can barrel up. They're chasing. So are they doing it out of desperation? Are they doing it out of a lack of focus? I go back. I don't know. I'm sure it's more the pressing route, but at the same time, this is a baseball team that Torey Lovullo had to scream, "Wake up!" like I do with Jarrett frequently.
Stop rubbing your eyes, Jarrett.
Diamondbacks hitters.
Here was Torey Lovullo after the game yesterday talking about the issues on offense and how to address them.
Once again, I think this was mostly an offensive issue that I'm going to kind of talk about and target. This game is hard for sure. It's hard to hit, it's hard to pitch, hard to catch, hard to do everything, but we're making it way harder than we should be. Offensively, we believe in linking up 1 through 9. Everybody 1 through 9, 1 through 13 carrying the workload. Not one person's going to shoulder anything. We got to get back to our basics and some of the things that we really, really believe in, and that is digging in, especially with 2 strikes, not giving in through the course of the at-bat, handing it off, swinging at strikes, first of all. And then once you do get to the 2-strike situation, being able to get back in counts, create count leverage, and just being up there.
Didn't he just say SOBs?
I didn't cut that one.
Okay, I think he said SOBs.
Why would that get bleeped?
Well, look, we got sensitive ears on this show.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
Remember though when he does. Remember when he would just spell out the curse word completely?
That
You'd
was
be like,
a
that
Torey
doesn't
thing
make it
for a
better,
while.
Torey.
Yeah, that was he didn't do it.
But on
there.
that one, that was
Listen, I think Torey Lovullo has been very obviously upfront, more aggressive with these players in the last week or so. The news of summoning the 5 starters to his office, as Steve Berthiaume had pointed out, that's a rare thing for Torey to do. Screaming at him to wake up in the dugout, being very honest with the media. It's a more forceful hand that Torey Lovullo has taken, which is good, but you might be 1 or 2 more lost series away from the pitchfork and torch mob calling for a new manager.
Yeah, and look, that mob's had a lot of exercise over the last few years.
Yeah. Well, at some point in time, there's something to be said, and again, I'm not advocating firing Torey, but we do know that Steve Kerr's dealing with it in Golden State right now. You're in one place for 10+ years. At some point in time, your voice is it's like hearing "Build Me Up, Buttercup"
every day.
I
It's
heard that
music.
one yesterday.
Did you?
I wanted to take video of it and send it to you, but you whip your phone out in a public bathroom.
I did that the last time, and
Right.
I was actually filming it, and somebody walked in and was like, "What are you doing?
Oh my goodness!
Leave me alone! I'm doing a bit."
Yeah.
You bring up the Steve Kerr example, Bick. You're exactly right. The difference is Steve Kerr won 4 titles with the Golden State Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's exactly why you're seeing and experiencing, and I think the players are experiencing a little bit of a different approach from Torey Lovullo this year. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He knows everything's got a shelf life.
Exactly.
Including his style of managing, especially when you're going to win 82 to 85 games every year. It's time to get some stuff done. And look, the meeting on the road to meet your or after the Chicago series to meet with your starting rotation, that paid dividends. But the fact of the matter is, the Pittsburgh Pirates scored 5 runs in 3 games and took a series from you.
That's brutal.
That's not
absolutely
good enough.
brutal. No, it's not. No, it's really, really not.
Baseball seasons are very long, but they also go by very fast. Like, we're nearly a quarter of the way through the season now, and they're hanging around 500 and going in the wrong direction. And if there's ever, I don't know how hot his seat could literally get. Not literally. How hot his seat could get with the actual organization. But if things keep trending down, you got to feel like Torrey's feeling pressure, right?
Yes.
Not just from fans.
I assure you, if the Diamondbacks lose this series this weekend against the Mets, in our YouTube chat, in our X, there will be the floodgate of, why is Torrey still here?
Yeah,
it's just
we're
how it works.
we're right on the precipice of him being under a lot of duress, and again, it all depends what Ken Kendrick thinks. He's been very, very patient. I think he's been very prudent in keeping a very good management team together, but at the same time, this baseball team it's got a sleepy side to its personality, and we've seen that over the last few years. And I don't know who or what it stems from, but it's something that isn't that far from becoming a big-time issue. Here's the other thing that's not far away from becoming a big-time issue. What happens when Carlos Santana comes off the injured list? Already you've got a log jam in terms of when can you get Adrian Del Castillo at bats. He's been very good at times from the left-handed side of the plate. Yeah. But you've got James McCann and you got Gabby Marino in front of him there. You've got Drip playing first base. And so then what are you going to do with Jose Fernandez? How do you serve these young players when you're trying to integrate these older players at a time now when the season's getting a little wobbly?
Well, I do think they respect Carlos Santana, and he commands that respect with the career that he's had. And he deserves an opportunity to come back and contribute something offensively. Mm-hmm. But I would imagine for a team that is so built so tenuously offensively, it's a short leash. You got to produce.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good defensively, but their defense has not been terrible at first base. They need somebody to get really hot, and Vargas has cooled off, even though he had a couple hits yesterday. Ketel Marte for one hit. Was it one?
Yeah.
Ketel Marte, it's bad luck. He's hitting the snot out of the ball. He didn't hit the snot out of the ball yesterday. And I'm kind of tired of hearing about how hard he's hitting the ball.
Yeah.
That doesn't put runs on the board.
Don't stop hitting the ball to defenders.
Well, you don't really have control over like that, Jarrett.
You do if you hit it
a
over
little
the fence.
Well, that is true. That is the solution. Hit over his head. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, it's
not good, and it's the issues. As Steve Berthiaume said, the two issues that had been plaguing this baseball team were supposed to be the strengths of this baseball team. Mm-hmm. Now the starting pitching hopefully has gotten rectified, but the top three at the top of the order, they need to start performing like big-time stars.
Yeah, just a couple more weeks. After all of the come-to-Jesus meetings happen with all the different player groups, they'll be fine. You just have to get those out of the way first.
Yeah, right.
The Mets in town, and they are not going in the right direction either, but big series for the Diamondbacks.
Don't be the team that turns the season around for the Mets.
No, don't be that team. Coming up next, the Thunder, steamrolling to another championship, but all anyone wants to talk about is officiating. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You are rookie.
Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too. Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class? Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi here, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. And save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
My interactions with the officials are between me and them. Yeah, I had plenty to say to them, but I'm going to keep it there. And I thought our team did a really good job of staying present and just focusing on the next controllable. And we just played it possession by possession.
Yeah, I mean, I sarcastically said the other day they were the most disruptive team without fouling. I mean, they have a few guys that foul on every possession, and all the good defenses do. You know, SGA gets like a touch foul, I guess, on the drive. There was a stretch where 4 straight possessions, our guys got absolutely clobbered trying to make an entry pass to Jackson, and Jalen Williams is grabbing his jersey with both arms. That's a turn. Like, they're hard enough to play. They're hard enough to play. You've got to be able to just call it if they foul, and they do foul.
That's both coaches. Mark Daigneault of Oklahoma City, J.J. Redick of the Lakers after OKC's win in Game 2 of their series last night. But both coaches, a winning coach, a losing coach, completely frustrated with the way things were officiated. And it's not just them. It's the players as well. LeBron, J.J. Redick went on to say, hey, look, LeBron doesn't get any calls.
Well, he gets clobbered on that one, with Jalen Williams coming over trying to block the shot when he spun baseline on Dort. That was in that stretch as well. LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. You know, there's, again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or this series. He gets fouled a lot. That doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called. So
look, if I'm Adam Silver this morning, first of all, I'm probably
in a sarcophagus
somewhere where it's dark.
Yeah,
because the light is out.
I hear that.
But secondly, I'm real worried about what's transpired so far in this postseason. because the amount of embellishment going on by NBA players on nearly every possession, and you know me, I've stood up for the NBA when people, it's unwatchable, it's fixed. Well, if it's fixed, why are you watching it? I'm getting to the point where it's really hard for me to watch, and I am an NBA lifer, and I'm a defender of the product, but my goodness, it is a rough go.
Do you blame the players or the refs or both?
Everybody.
Listen, I think what we're watching right now, I think this issue of NBA officiating and foul baiting and flopping, it has reached critical mass. We are at a point now where the NBA has got to do something about this the second the postseason is over. First of all, if the Oklahoma City Thunder win a championship, nobody's going to appreciate their greatness. They're going to go right back to this issue.
Yes.
It's embarrassing to see Austin Reeves bring his teammates on and excoriate the refs after the game was over, when during the game, Austin Reeves was foul hunting as much as anybody. This is the thing that drives me nuts about NBA players. You can claim that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has gotten so crafty and so diabolical with what he does that he's not good for the game. I'll listen to that to a little bit. But NBA players are reaping what they sow, because there's any number of guys on every team who foul hunt and foul bait relentlessly. And as I've said repeatedly, you are hypocritical if you are screaming at the refs nonstop to make these calls accurate when you're engaged in the deception.
I agree, and that's why I think this is at a critical
It's gotta
mass,
happen.
is because at the top of the heap is SGA, like it or not. He is a great player. He's also unbelievable at embellishing and tweaking his game to manipulate the officiating. And if he's getting away with it, all it does is set the example for lesser players to try to do the same, because it is frustrating. And you hear about players that have individual whistles. When J.J. Redick is saying the all-time leading scorer and most famous player ever has the worst whistle of all time, it is something to pay attention to. And
okay, let's just stop right there, because that is patently absurd. Now it looked accurate last night.
Yes,
there were many times when LeBron was literally getting hacked, and he didn't embellish and he didn't get the calls when the other guys were doing the thing on the other side of the court and getting the calls. So I understand the frustration of last night. But the Lakers are the most free throw shootingest team you're going to find in the league.
Yes.
And LeBron, for years, it was always people complaining about the whistle he did get.
Yeah. And there is something to it in the same way that Shaq was very hard to officiate because he was so big and they were so physical with him. But LeBron, because he embellishes too for somebody of that size.
Yes, but could you imagine if Shaq played in this era and was embellishing at that size? It would be impossible. He would be on the free throw line all the time.
But on the one hand, though, like, how do you blame somebody like SGA or even Luka or Harden or any of these guys that are famous for it when they're getting the calls? And this is a way for them to score easy points.
Yes.
Does the reffing, does the officiating have to be better? Does something have to be told to these players to stop doing this? I don't know. How do you fix it?
Look, I was watching a cut up of SGA not necessarily getting the whistle that he's been accustomed to, certainly. And the sheer optics of it, I mean, the player looks ridiculous when they're foul hunting and don't get the call.
Yes.
We've seen that with Devin Booker.
Listen, yes, we have. But Devin Booker, we saw it last night with Austin Reeves.
Yes.
We saw it in game one with SGA. That, to me, is part of the solution. If you, as the referee now, train your eyes to make guys finish through the contact and not let him get those foul calls, those players are going to end up looking stupid, because they're going to be throwing up wild shots based off marginal contact and getting zero results from it.
So,
and then here's the other thing, what's really also an element of this: the exchange between LeBron and Alex Caruso last night was pretty hardcore. The tempers on the court because of all of this, it's getting to a dangerous level. Because there's a lot of charlatans out there who aren't playing basketball. They're playing some bastardized version of it.
Yeah, I agree.
When did this all change? Because everybody likes to show highlights from the 80s and early 90s and how almost the exact opposite. Too physical. It was ridiculous. When did this change? Was it those late 90s, early 2000s Spurs teams?
No.
Is it just a slow evolution?
Go back. I can't pinpoint when it started, but
because everyone always parts Parker and Ginobili on the Spurs.
Watch any basketball game in these playoffs the rest of the way, and just count how many times players shoot the ball and fall down. You then go back on YouTube. You can find complete games from any decade on YouTube: 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
Except
whatever.
for the Wilt 100-point game. That's the only one.
That's the only one that doesn't exist. We don't know if it happened.
Yeah.
It might have happened on the moon or on a soundstage.
Right.
We're not sure. But you don't see that.
No, you do not. You do not see that. It's maddening. I don't think there's a straight line evolution of it. I think this modern version you could probably trace back to James Harden at the very start of it and see where it's kind of permutated.
I think I was going to bring up his name too, but I think he started manipulating the officials in terms of, what was a travel? Because remember, the step back three wasn't a thing 20 years ago. And people saw it for the first time and went, wait, that can't be illegal. But James Harden took it upon himself to, hey, this is a tool I can use. I can score this way. And I think that's where it started, and it's just, it's gone to every level of just trying to get a whistle on a foul.
Listen, Chet Holmgren in the span of 2 months has gone from a guy that I once liked and respected to a player I cannot stand.
That dive he took last night was
disgusting.
Absolutely embarrassing.
Disgusting. DeAndre Ayton didn't get near his chin, and he acted like he took a haymaker from Joe Frazier.
Do they? And it was officiated wrong in real time. They look at it, but do these players not realize there's instant replay?
Thank you.
That's another way they look absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, they
when you
do.
foul hunt and you don't get the call, you look stupid.
Yeah, listen.
When you hit the deck like you just got shot and nobody came within 4 feet of you, you look stupid.
When two dudes like you and me who love basketball the way you and I do, when we're this angry at the game, the association's got some issues.
Yes.
You don't foul bait, do you, Sammy?
Oh, that's a good question.
So this is a great question. I don't, because I don't spend a ton of time in the key. But
you can shoot a three and fall down.
Exactly. I don't do that.
You don't
it's a reckless closeout.
You don't put your backside on the floor every time you shoot the ball, do you, Sammy?
No. And when it happens, and I like to be respectful with the refs, and so when I end up on the ground, I'll go up to them and I'll say, "There's a reason I'm on the ground, and it wasn't because I'm just falling down."
Yeah.
Oh, what do they say to you?
Say, fall less.
But people applauded the NBA, and I don't know exactly when they did this either, when they instituted non-unsportsmanlike technical fouls for flopping.
How often do you see that, though?
You never. I can remember one happening all Suns season, and it happened to the Suns, and it was in the postseason. And it was a reversal of a call that went in the Suns' favor at first. Yeah. Then they reviewed it and said, oh, he flopped. Make them unsportsmanlike technicals.
I'm down with that. That they're going to have to get very aggressive with how they police this. The NBA cannot go any longer with this kind of madness on a basketball court. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, if they win a championship, this is going to be an unfortunate corollary. It's not going to be about the greatness of that player or that team or that roster construction. It's going to be how they're damaging and how they've damaged the sport of basketball.
They're not going to be treated like Steph Curry's Warriors or whatever.
But I've seen more of a turn in the perception on a single player with SGA over the course of one season than I think ever before. He was a guy, either casual fans were like, yeah, I guess he's pretty good. We don't watch Oklahoma City that much. Now he's a champion. He's one of the most disliked players globally now because of all this crap. Maybe it's just the critics are louder than the fans.
Yeah.
And that's probably an element of it. But his stock is not going up in the eyes of basketball fans. I can tell you that much.
Oh, heck no.
Coming up next as we roll into the 7 o'clock hour, Cardinals introduced Carson Beck yesterday.
What is up?
We'll let you hear what he said next. Yeah,
Carson freaking Beck.
Love that guy.
What is up?
It is Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st.
Toyota, let's go places. Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost 4-2 to the Pirates last night, dropping the series. They've now lost 3 straight series, and Zach Gallen got through 6 innings but had some trouble in the 5th, and the offense has just gone cold. 2 total runs in their last 2 games, and they will look for answers as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Carson Beck had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he's excited to get in the building and get to work.
Get in the building. I started meeting with the coaches and going over the playbook and, learn the guys around me, build relationships, start to connect with them, be myself, and then just go play ball.
For more on Beck and the Cardinals rookie class, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details are at talkingstickresort.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does Carson Beck need to show in the preseason and training camp in order to start week 1? We'll be talking Cardinals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think something that, again, I've been a part of in the past with being in the Georgia offense with Coach Bobo and then Coach Dawson at Miami is there's a lot of, peer progressions and you're reading across the field and it's not just pick a side, right? Obviously you have every single different, play action and pure progression and full field read across the board, all these different reads and progressions that you can make. But, I think that's something that I've been really comfortable with throughout my college career and is something that obviously gets translated at this level as well.
Carson Beck.
What is up?
What is up? He met with the media yesterday. His rookie minicamp gets started today out in Tempe for the Arizona Cardinals for Carson Beck and the rest of the drafted and undrafted rookie class of the Arizona Cardinals. There he's talking about how this playbook plays into his strengths. He did the press conference. He was on with Burns and Gambo, covered a lot of ground. Look, the Aaron Rodgers situation is over, as we illustrated earlier in the show. There was some level of interest for the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. I think that's been proven. I think there's some level of interest with those on the Cardinals, as Kendrick Bourne proved from his tweet. But time to move on. And I think your goal, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, is to – it's up to Carson Beck as well. But you got to find out quickly what you have in this guy. He's going to be 25 years old. He is old for a rookie quarterback. You invested a third-round pick. Mm-hmm. He could be the guy. But it's not going to happen if he's on the bench, and they got to find this out. And this is where the fun starts to me.
Well, yeah, this is where the fun starts because Mike LaFleur has been on the job how long now? Since early February, and we have no idea what his offense looks like.
Nope.
And that changes today. That changes now when football players are actually prepping and running plays that are in a playbook that Carson Beck said yesterday is pretty big.
Yeah.
So they've put together a lot. And a lot for a young quarterback, I would assume, to process. But I really hope that this is a collaboration that works because if Carson Beck is going to become that guy in Arizona, it won't just be because of Carson Beck. It will be because of Mike LaFleur and whether or not he can scheme up an offense that not only is at the cutting edge of what the NFL is doing, but is something that fits Carson Beck to a T. Now, during the press conference yesterday, Carson Beck talked about what his early impressions are of this offense, and he basically said there's a lot of progressions and a lot of reads that have to be made after the ball has been snapped. And that's the only way you get cutting edge in the NFL, folks. You have got to be able to see the field, then react to what you got.
Yes.
So the quarterbacks who are making their decision before the snap based on what they think they see might work for a while. It's not going to get you to a Super Bowl, in my opinion. So can he do that at this level? This is where his experience comes in. And the hope is that the difference between Ty Simpson and Carson Beck will be that Ty Simpson isn't ready to even begin this journey because of his limited experience in college. Carson Beck, whether he makes it or not, he's ready to begin that journey. He's ready to give it a shot.
And the other big difference is there's no pressure on Ty Simpson to be ready for the battles of the NFL.
Well, that is true.
He's got the luxury of sitting back behind the reigning MVP.
Sure does.
Here was Carson Beck on that subject you just brought up, the pure progression offense, and why he prefers that as a quarterback.
I think it just always gives you answers based off of what the defense is doing. And obviously in today's day and age, defenses are getting better and better and disguising things. And obviously, there's athletes all over the field, right? The margins get smaller and smaller, and especially at this level, what it takes to win a football game, right? Again, to have as many options available on each and every play to give you the highest percentage of success and to move the ball down the field is always important. And again, that's kind of where the baseline starts of it.
Yeah, after the draft happened, I went back and I watched a lot of Carson Beck's sit down with the Gruden quarterback camp. And it's interesting. If you can stomach John Gruden for a long period of time, it's an interesting watch because the guy's always turned on and he's such a character. And it's very heavy X's and O's, but it was impressive. And one of the questions that John Gruden asked him was, "Hey, why didn't you come back? Or why didn't you go out after your first year at Georgia?" And he had an answer about, "I wanted to win a national championship as the starting quarterback." And he got close a couple times. He also got hurt. His plans got really wrecked on when he was going to enter the draft. So he ends up at Miami. And he talked about that with Burns and Gambo yesterday. The transfer from Georgia to Miami after nearly going in the draft that last year at Georgia. Is he the same quarterback who almost entered that draft in 2025?
Oh my gosh, not even the same. Not even the same at all. From a quarterback perspective, from a human perspective of who I am, my values, my beliefs, of the lessons I've learned from the experience I've been through on the field, off the field. I'm in a much better position, coming out now in this situation than compared to a situation if I would have come out after my first year starting, right? Again, all those games and all the experiences on and off the field that I've been able to go through have ultimately molded me into the person and quarterback that I am today. So again, I'm not even the same person, and just a trillion times better.
Yeah, and I will say this, for him to go to a different school for his final year of college, yes, good program, lots of talent, but for him to help them get to a national championship game was pretty impressive. And if you go back to the Fiesta Bowl here in Glendale, when he scored that winning touchdown against Ole Miss in a crucial clutch situation, and he didn't do it with his arm, he did it with his legs, that showed me a lot. Now, it didn't work out in the national championship game, but I think Indiana was the superior team. It's reassuring to hear Carson Beck talk about how much he's changed as a quarterback in a short amount of time.
Yeah, again, they're just words. That's and this is the time of year where you get a lot of it, where everyone's in the best shape they've ever been in, where everyone is super ready to do and be everything that they think they're going to be. You got to temper that, but the hope is the skill set that Carson Beck brings is going to be applicable to the National Football League. On Burns and Gambo, he also had a very funny thing. They asked him, what happened to that Lamborghini that got stolen?
Yeah, here he was on that.
Okay, well, I actually don't have it anymore, but because it got stolen, which sucks. But this go look it up if you want some extra information. This happened about a year ago, sadly. But it was a Lamborghini. I had a Lamborghini, and my house was broken into and it got stolen. So that was pretty fun.
Yeah, that's not good.
Okay, so I ran into somebody at the gym recently who was a little offended. What is a young kid doing with a Lamborghini? Why does that perception out there? If a young kid splurges for something like that, why do some people look at that as a character defect?
Because
especially in the age of NIL.
Yeah, because we're programmed to think, college kids, they can't afford to eat. That's what we were taught for so many years.
Yeah.
He's a multimillionaire.
So. Yeah. His priorities must not be in the right place.
I can tell
What's he doing? Flashing and flexing with a Lambo.
Well, doesn't have it anymore. They did find the guy, I guess, though. Just about a month ago, they found the person who stole it.
Really?
Yeah. I just sent you that thing. But
I can tell you, I'm sure he had insurance, right? I mean, how bad could it have sucked?
I don't know. But I could tell you when I was at U of A, Richard Jefferson and Luke Walton were driving around in a Bentley for some reason. I don't know what happened there. Maybe
was that in the NIL era? I'm not sure it was.
Back in the days,
I'd have to check on when that actually started.
Tim Ring can probably back me up on this. Back in the days at DePaul, Mark Aguirre was driving a very fancy car, and people were like, huh? What?
Just taking it
you
for
went
a
to
spin.
public high school in Chicago, homie. Where did that come from?
Coming up next, we will talk to another Cardinals rookie named Carson Shire. Linebacker out of Iowa will join Bickley and Murata Mornings next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at MoMoneyPawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room going into camp? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Yeah, don't forget, the NFL regular season schedule will be released soon. Cardinals single game tickets will be available that same day. Download the Cardinals app and click Tickets for more information. It's also the beginning of rookie minicamp today out at the team's training facility in Tempe. And we're joined by a member of that rookie class, 6th-round pick out of Iowa, linebacker Carson Shire, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Carson, good morning. Thanks for joining us. And
thanks for having me.
Welcome to the Valley.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
I'm always curious about, the draft day experience, the draft weekend experience. You go on day 3, round 6. How are you spending your time on draft weekend getting ready for a life-changing moment like that?
Yeah, so I was just back home in Iowa Falls, and just hanging out with my family and friends and just waiting for that call. It's always been a dream of mine, and, I was really, really excited when I saw Cardinals call me, and just thankful for this opportunity.
All right, Carson, I did not know that you were an excellent basketball player growing up in Iowa Falls. In fact, you had a scholarship offer to Drake. How did you go from a standout mid-major basketball prospect to a linebacker drafted by the Cardinals in the 6th round?
Yeah, I've been playing multiple sports all throughout my whole life, and started playing football and basketball when I was in 3rd grade, and I've always loved football and just had those instincts to get out there and go fly around on the field. So I think just putting it all together and being able to grow through high school and get the opportunity to go to Iowa just continue to help me develop and get to this next level.
I heard in your press conference yesterday you talked about this being a childhood dream come to life for you. You always wanted to play in the NFL. Dreams are one thing, reality is another. When you started really feeling like you had a chance to play in the NFL, when did that occur to you, Carson?
Yeah, I think when I got to Iowa, early on, I got a chance to get out there on special teams and compete and show what I can do. So, yeah, just continuing to grow and learn from all my coaches at Iowa, and they did a great job helping me develop, and then just continue to go out there and make plays and just grow into the player I am and get to the next level.
All right, your breakout performance on senior day at Iowa was something else. 10 tackles, a sack, 3 tackles for a loss. Emotionally, what did that mean to you? What did that do for you, being a player that really kind of worked his way up the ladder, had to do a lot of the dirty stuff prior to that, to put forth a performance like that in such a big moment against such a good team? What did that do for you?
Yeah, just growing up in Iowa and being an Iowa fan is really a dream to go there as well. So just being able to, grow up there, stay there all 5 years, and play in Kinnick is a really special place to play. And, just knowing it was my last game out there and just taking full advantage of it.
Carson Shire, Cardinals rookie linebacker, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned 5 years at Iowa. That doesn't happen in college sports anymore. You are the rarity to stay at one school, wait your turn behind some really good players. What is it? What's your perspective on what's happening in college athletics now with all the transfers and movement going on? Because it's become harder to be a fan because of that too.
Yeah, I think Iowa is just a different kind of program. The coaches have been there for so many years, and they do a wonderful job of coaching and developing you. And I think that's just the difference in the culture there. Than just Iowa just treats it different and treats it more professional. And I think they really prepare you as a player and make you develop and get you ready for the next level.
All right, in terms of measurables, you've been described as having elite speed for your position at linebacker, and I read one analyst say that they loved your downhill appetite. What does downhill appetite mean? Does that mean you like to use your speed and just mess people up?
Yeah, no. Just trying to shoot the gaps, make a play, and just play with violence, and just always being around the ball and flying around and just trying to make a play for the team.
Talking with Carson Shire, Cardinals rookie linebacker here on Arizona Sports. You are Iowa through and through. Iowa Falls is your hometown. You played 5 years at Iowa. What is the best non-football thing about your home state, Carson?
I think just the mentality you have coming out of Iowa. You know, it's really hard work there, and you know, you just growing up, not the biggest town, and just coming on with an underdog mentality, and just always having that mindset and the way you do things and how you work, and just always putting your best foot forward.
I have an older sister whose family lived in West Des Moines, so I went to visit once, and my favorite thing about Iowa was loose meat sandwiches.
Maid-Rights.
Maid-Rights.
They're legendary
What's
in
your
Iowa.
take on Maid-Rights, Carson?
Oh, those are fantastic. Yeah.
With cheese or without?
I'll take it with cheese. Yeah.
Good man.
All right, so give us your initial goals. You started off at Iowa being a special teams force. Do you expect to do that as a rookie with the Cardinals? What do you think of the linebackers room? What do you think of this opportunity that's right in front of you?
Yeah, you know, I'm really grateful to get this opportunity and come in here and just trying to meet the veteran guys and get to know everyone on the team, and as well as learn from all the great coaches we have here, and just really excited to get out there on the field today and show what I can do.
Yeah, I asked you about the draft weekend experience. Since that time, getting ready for this moment, coming in, signing your contract, getting ready for rookie minicamp. What has this 2 weeks been like for you?
Yeah, so I've been back in Iowa City training with our strength staff back at Iowa, and they do a great job of preparing us, and I think they're some of the best strength staff in the country. So just following their program and being around my former teammates has just been great to have their support and just lean on them to continue to prepare and get ready for this opportunity.
I saw an amazing stat that you played over 570 special team snaps at Iowa. That is crazy experience on special teams. What does it take to be a really good special teams player?
Yeah, playing special teams, you might not be out there all the snaps, but when you are, you got to take advantage of it. So, you got to put in your full effort and, just have that mindset of, you're going to win your one-on-one battle and, take advantage of those opportunities and try to make a big play for the team.
Now, my partner asked you about your basketball career back in high school. You put up some numbers there. You also put up numbers in high school as a running back, like 4 digits, 1,000-yard seasons. Do you miss that part of the game at all? You ever get the urge to carry the ball again, Carson?
Yeah, no, that was definitely a fun part of the game, getting to touch the ball a little bit more, get a few touchdowns. But, yeah, I also love the defensive side of the ball and going to hit the running backs and try to make them plays. So,
does that experience as a running back, how much does that help you on the other side in defending running backs, defending the running game, just that knowledge of how it all works offensively? How does that help you defensively?
Yeah, absolutely, because, knowing the footwork of the running backs and then as well as, different types of schemes they have and, kind of as a linebacker, you kind of got to match the running back and just being able to see that and know what's going through the running back's head definitely helps me, get into a position to make more plays.
Yep. Well, Carson, thanks so much for the time. Again, congratulations on being an Arizona Cardinal. Best of luck in rookie minicamp.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Carson Shire. 6th-round pick out of Iowa, linebacker of the Cardinals, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. And again, the NFL schedule is coming out. Regular season, it will be released soon. Cardinals single-game tickets will be available that same day the schedule comes out. So download the Cardinals app, click Tickets for more information.
So real quick, what does downhill appetite mean to Jared Carlin? If in football it means a guy that can run really fast and blow you to smithereens, what does downhill appetite mean to you?
Well, it's when I walk in the front door of a buffet, and I start eyeballing it, and I see my target, and I
quicken your pace.
Quicken my pace, especially if the key is when you catch them coming out of the kitchen with a fresh tray to put in the hot stuff.
Great point.
That's when you want to either get up from your seat or that's when you want to head right toward it.
Right, exactly. So you kind of be like one of those lizards with eyes that go in opposite directions. So you're eating here and you're watching the kitchen.
Exactly. Perfect. Right. It's like when you're at a wedding and the people come around with the past hors d'oeuvres. You want to stand by the kitchen.
Yeah. Jared has elite peripheral hors d'oeuvre vision. I would guess. Thanks again to Carson Shire for joining us. Sammy's going to reboot us. Big stories on this Friday morning next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, our Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
With each start that it doesn't happen, are we worried that he's getting into Brandon Pfaadt land?
Oh, you went there.
It just feels like such a familiar tale from a year ago where our expectations were here and we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and it never happened. I feel like Ryan Nelson's done way more leading up to this moment to earn more trust than that, but that doesn't change the fact that we all kind of had expectations that Ryan Nelson was poised to become the number 2 or 3 starter in this rotation, and that just has not happened yet.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But it's so much more, natural gas is, than an essential home ingredient. It also supports economic development and growth in the community. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps support a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul. It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The ups and downs of the Arizona Diamondbacks continued last night. Zach Gallen was cruising along till the 5th inning, where he gave up 2 runs with 2 outs, and it was all the Pirates needed as the Diamondbacks' bats were quiet again last night. The 4-2 Pirates win means the Snakes have now lost 3 straight series and will look to get back on track as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch from Ryan Nelson will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals avoided the Aaron Rodgers experience and introduced 3 more of their rookies to the media, including quarterback Carson Beck. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com today. And both the Pistons and the Thunder took care of their business last night as they both went up 2-0 over the Lakers and the Cavs. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning and happy Friday. It is the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories in sports. And let's start with something that isn't going to happen. Aaron Rodgers is more than likely not going to be an Arizona Cardinal. Do you guys both agree that's a bullet dodged?
I do, yes. I think that it would have been a shiny object that would have created a lot of artificial excitement and maybe sold some tickets, but I think it would have been a dead-end journey. I really do.
I agree, and I think it's weird, though, because bullet dodged, I think it would have led to better quarterback play than the Cardinals will ultimately get this year, but at what end? And what does it do to the future path of this franchise? So, they did their diligence. They made their calls. Time to move on.
Yes, and
it's also probably worse to go 6-11 than it would be to go 3-14.
Absolutely. In a lot of ways, yes.
So does that mean, or in your eyes, Jacoby Brissett is going to start week 1? Or do you still think that's in flux?
I definitely think that's in flux.
I think that's in flux as well.
Okay.
We may not get any clarity on that until a month from now, first week in June, when it's mandatory.
Mandatory OTAs.
Because it's not like the Cardinals are volunteering any of this information.
Yep. All right, let's move to the NBA. The playoffs are still underway, round 2. Who's got the most to gain from a finals or title winning run? What player has the most to gain?
Exactly.
That's my pick.
Exactly.
I wish I had a title.
I think Victor Wembanyama.
Okay.
If the Spurs take out the Thunder, he will be the guy now, the official guy.
Yeah.
I think Anthony Edwards, if he gets to the NBA Finals, it'll be kind of his first Jordan moment.
The answer is LeBron, but that's not a realistic thing.
I don't think it's realistic,
yeah.
no.
I don't think that's realistic. Look, you can make a strong case for SGA.
Yeah?
Who's the reigning MVP. He's a reigning champion. He's right up there in the scoring leader category again. His reputation has taken a little bit of a shot this postseason, no doubt about it. He'd have a lot to gain by this, but becoming a 2-time champion, I heard a discussion recently about the difference between 2-time champions and 1-time champions, and there's certainly there's a big boost in somebody's profile, somebody's resume when you have 2-time next to the champion category. So I think he's up there too.
Could be 2-time finals winner back-to-back, back-to-back finals MVP, and back-to-back MVP of the league. All right, something that's happening this weekend, the NBA lottery is on Sunday. Now, the Suns don't have any lottery balls, but if you were to think, that the NBA does indeed fix these lotteries, who would win this year's lottery? What team would see a benefit from a big jump?
I mean, which team wouldn't?
Well,
I'm not sure I understand the question.
He's saying if the NBA is in fact rigged, who would they rig it for this year?
Oh.
The Warriors?
OKC?
Maybe. I can't see them bending over for OKC.
No.
It might happen. They have a minuscule chance of landing a top 4 pick of the overall pick, but in this draft, with them even having a lottery pick, I've seen a lot of projections like they're most statistically probable to get the number 12 pick.
Yeah.
They'll end up with somebody like Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who's a great player.
Maybe they'd fix it for the Bulls.
Bulls.
I thought about Utah
Bulls.
because Debanza coming out, played at BYU.
But they've been the tanking. They've been the
poster children for tanking forever.
And it's funny with the Jazz. The Jazz in the history of the lottery since they've been in, they've never made a jump up from their expected odds. They've either stayed the same or gone back. And so I have a little Sammy Lee trivia for you guys this morning. So the NBA lottery and draft started in, not the lottery. The NBA draft started in 1947. What NBA team has had the most number 1 overall picks?
Ooh.
Happened 6 times.
Cleveland Cavaliers?
That's a good guess. Cavaliers, maybe the Wizards.
Wow, both of them 6 times.
Wow,
Congrats.
you got both of them.
Nice.
You got them both.
Cavs and Wizards.
Get out, everybody.
Good
Have
night,
a great
everybody.
weekend.
We're
It's
done.
Bickley and Barada morning.
We're done.
Yes, and also, you guys might know this. I didn't know this even ever existed. Why on God's green earth did the NBA draft used to have so many rounds?
Because it was awesome. I used to. They had 12-player rosters, but they had like a 10-round draft.
Yes.
It didn't make any sense.
I was
but
scrolling-
I'm old enough to remember those days.
Okay, I was scrolling through, and I was like,
I think
why are there so many players?
All the sports, right, used to have more. Like the NFL used to have more rounds.
A lot more rounds.
Baseball used to have more.
used to go
It's like
50
100
rounds. Yeah.
All right, I have 2 more things I want to get in. With the Diamondbacks, real quick, are you more worried about the top of this lineup and their issues, or are you more optimistic that the team has kept their head above water without them performing?
Ooh. Oh, that's, listen, I think that without knowing any of the details, I think I would have probably accepted where they're at right now at the start of the season, given the quality of the teams they're facing. But the way the team looks offensively right now, I'm a little bit uneasy about this. So, yeah, I'm not feeling great.
Yeah, I am more concerned than I am pleased with them keeping around 500 because the overall, and I'm not throwing him under the bus by saying this, but Brandon Webb said it on the postgame yesterday. Those guys will figure it out. They just need to do it soon. Well, if everybody believes they're going to do it, they need to do it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what was the theme going into this year? Urgency. Going to have more urgency in the way we operate in spring training to get ready for it. You've already questioned the ramping up process for starting pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
It took 30-plus games for them really, it seems, to get everybody stretched out in the rotation.
Yep.
And now the 3 guys that are supposed to power your offense, it's May 8th, and they haven't gotten going. It's time. I'm very concerned about this team.
Yep. And lastly, have you guys seen what Fox 1 and Indeed have partnered to do for the World Cup? So they've created a job called the Chief World Cup Watcher. They're hiring someone to sit in a plexiglass studio, watch every minute of the World Cup. That's 104 matches over 39 days, and it's in the center of Times Square. Is that something you guys could do?
So this is going to be one person.
One person is hired to watch every minute of the World Cup in a plexiglass studio.
Plexiglass.
In the center of Times Square.
Plexiglass.
Plexiglass.
Plexi.
Plexi.
I don't know.
We found
Listen,
another one.
that's a lot of soccer, man. That's a lot of football.
And the amount of people you're kind of like a zoo animal.
Yeah, you've exactly what you are.
Yeah, especially there. Yeah.
Imagine how much urine that's going to be covered in.
Well, there is a bathroom.
No, I'm just on the outside.
Not the person who gets hired
I'm talking about the other,
from everybody else, all those other animals in Times
It's just like
Square.
David Blaine style
Yeah, exactly. That does not interest me.
What if I told you it was $50,000?
It's not life-changing money or anything.
No, it's not.
Well, how many hours is this endeavor, does it say?
It's 39 days. Again, and the World
39
Cup.
days for $50,000.
They based it out the salary.
You guys
of
could
it.
take a pay cut. Come on, you would do it, right?
I think, again, I do like soccer, and there's more details of it, but It sounded really interesting when I was reading all through it, and I was like, I wonder if these guys would be interested.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a sport I would do that for.
I don't think you'd want to be stuck in any
definitely
one
not
place
soccer.
for 39 days,
no,
right?
No. Maybe if I was younger, but no, not now.
Okay. Interesting. So we'll see who that Chief World Cup watcher is.
All right,
I'll
stay
keep
on
you guys
that story.
posted.
I'm curious to see what that looks like.
So there you guys go. Happy Friday.
All right, man.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll hit some NFL hash marks on this Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Let's say the Cardinals won 6 games with Jacoby Brissett, and you're picking 10th. I mean, you should still be able to get a good quarterback in next year's draft at 10, at least the way it's projecting right now. But if you won 6 with Carson Beck, then you're in a lot more like, okay, this rookie came in and we won 6 games. Do we need to take a quarterback with the 10th pick
And see, once again, so much of that answer would be predicated on how did he play in those 6 wins.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the sun can do a lot of damage to your windows. If you've been in your home about 15 years, chances are your windows are starting to get a bit wobbly, and this is the time of year when those windows are going to cost you a lot of money when we're right on the precipice of the long, scorching hot Arizona summer. This is why I highly recommend you give my friends at Advanced Window Products a look. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company with nearly 40 years of local experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and whether you need windows, sliding doors, even pet doors, Advanced Window Products can upgrade your entire home with one trusted company. One of the best things about Advanced Window Products is you get the factory direct advantage. They've got their own factory right here in Arizona, which makes a huge difference. Most window companies are just resellers. Advanced Window Products build your windows right here in Arizona, so you get higher quality, better fit, better pricing, and all of these windows are created specifically for the dimension of your home. They're not retrofitted on site. That makes a huge difference, and their installers are fantastic. They're full-time employees. They've all been vetted. They're not random subcontractors. This is why clients and customers consistently rate them incredibly high in terms of the installation process. They replaced all of my windows. Couldn't be happier with the finished product or the process itself. Great special going on right now at Advanced Window Products. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what's happening this month at Liberty GMC?
What's up, Dave? The Memorial Day Save-a-thon is here, and with big savings across our lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month, or a 2026 Canyon for $379 a month. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily with lease options starting as low as $699 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Make your next round unforgettable at Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape, featuring pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. Play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. With stunning vistas and impeccable conditions, both courses are a must-play and among the best in-season values in the Valley. Experience Phoenix's most memorable finishes at Verado Golf Club. Tee times fill fast, so book your round today at veradogolfclub.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Kyler Murray, of course, has moved on. No longer a member of the Arizona Cardinals. Man, we've had a lot of talk about the Arizona Cardinals quarterback room, and this is the first time all week Kyler Murray's name has come up. Did you see he's going to be able to wear number 1 with Minnesota again? He's keeping his uniform number.
Okay. Who had it? Who had it previously?
Somebody had it who just signed with Vegas.
Okay.
Jalen Naylor had it,
all right.
and he moved on to Vegas.
Okay.
Real quick, apropos of nothing, but I do wonder about stuff like this. If you were a quarterback, what number would you want? What's the best number for a quarterback? Because you know my theory
is
about
number 1, right?
No, not.
You're the number 1 player.
I think it takes a special kind of person to be able to pull off number 1.
I agree with
or
that.
to even want number 1.
But don't you think all these guys, if you are a quarterback, you also have that mindset?
A lot do.
You think you are a special person?
Sure. For me,
but if you are, you don't have to wear that as your number.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's you know what I mean. If you're great, you don't have to say so.
Yeah, the truly great don't have to tell people how great you are.
Yeah, people already know it comes off of you. So for me, I've always been a big fan of single digits as a quarterback.
Yes.
I think 3 looked great on Carson Palmer. I thought 9 looked great on Jim McMahon. I thought 7 looked good on Matt Leinart. I think any of the single digits are good. You wouldn't
what about
want
6, though?
You wouldn't want to be number 2.
No.
Do you know what I mean? You just wouldn't.
Look out for number 1.
Boy, I tell you.
Well, what's the joke?
Yeah. Look out for number 1, but don't step in number 2.
There you go. Number 6 is not a popular number for quarterbacks.
I like it.
7 for me if it was single digit, but I think 12 looks great on a quarterback.
Well, that's a traditional one.
I am so
or
not at all.
Yeah, I
don't know anything about numbers.
Again, it's a very superfluous thing to be too. I really don't.
I know 99 was Wayne Gretzky and 23 was
Michael Jordan,
LeBron James, and that's pretty much the only.
Yeah, you're funny. You're pretty funny, Jared. You're pretty funny.
What about the BYU quarterback? What number does he wear?
47. Yeah, Bear Bachmeier should be illegal. He should be thrown in jail immediately.
That jersey should be tossed in the garbage.
But Kyler Murray's getting a new weapon to throw to as well. The Vikings signed a longtime 49ers wide receiver, Juwan Jennings, to a deal. And look, the 49ers are changing, obviously, the look of and the feel of their wide receiver room. Brandon Ayuk is still property, and the 49ers are still kind of waving him out. Hey, anybody want him? Call, make an offer. Mm-hmm. But they brought in Mike Evans. They're raving about Mike Evans' presence so far as an alpha receiver. But Jennings he was really productive, but was kind of a headache in his time in San Francisco, too. So now he's moving on to Minnesota. I think that's actually a pretty good signing for the Vikings.
Okay, so listen, the Kyler Murray story is going to be very, very intriguing, I think, for everybody in Arizona because this is a brand new fan base. This is a heritage franchise with a lot of famous players. Randy Moss recently commented on Kyler Murray, talked about how he was once the future of the Cardinals, but the Cardinals basically threw him away. He's got some weapons now. Obviously, Justin Jefferson is if not the premier wide receiver in football, he's one of. And now you've got Juwan Jennings. You've got good running backs. You've got a great defense. Everything Kyler Murray could ever hope for, right down to a great play-calling head coach, is right there in his lap.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, that question will get answered. Is Kyler Murray capable of taking that jump?
So should Cardinals fans be able to handle it if he looks really good this year with the Vikings?
No.
Well, listen.
If he makes that jump.
Look, just play it out. If Kyler Murray comes out smoking hot, you're going to have all of his stands and all of his fans, see, I told you so. Why'd you run that guy out of town, Bickley? And if he doesn't play well, it's going to be just the opposite. He became a very, very polarizing figure here.
You're right about the behavior of the potential behavior of the stands. They'll definitely do that. But even the anti-Kyler people will just internalize that and say, Cardinals can't do anything right.
Yeah.
Which, look, I don't think that jump is coming. I think you're going to see exactly what we've seen from Kyler Murray. I think you're going to see flashes and overall a run-of-the-mill, average, middle-of-the-road starting quarterback.
The 15th best quarterback in the NFL.
So what I'm curious about is now that Kyler has had a big chunk of experience as an awkward, kind of petulant, maybe an entitled young player to a guy that grew on the job but still was kind of awkward with the interpersonal, right? He doesn't have that connective kind of personality. He's not that pollinator kind of guy that quarterbacks need to be. If he has realized this, he's got the great opportunity now to walk into that locker room in Minnesota and be somebody he's never been before, and to be much more friendly and much more open and talk to everybody and present a completely different version of yourself.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. It's the best thing about moving to a different state and starting a new job. You get to take all the things you've learned and create a better version of yourself, and nobody in your new city kind of knows otherwise. And this is an opportunity for Kyler Murray to pull that off. Whether he does or not, we'll see.
See, that's very, very interesting to me. Because that possibility, if that happened, and Kyler, that's a great word, by the way, the pollinator, if he became that type of leader and quarterback, that might anger me more than if he took a jump as a player. Because that was one of the things perceived to be holding him back from taking that jump as a player.
Yeah. Well, listen, because I think that he has always had kind of a self-centered mentality and he's always operated much more like a baseball player.
Yeah.
Where you prepare yourself in your own little individual bubble.
Yep.
You go play your position. You're part of a team. You do what you can, but it's not, the integration isn't the same. And in football, it's everything, especially at that position. But I agree with you. If he comes out and suddenly is bringing out the best in guys through his own personality and that would be tough to deal with.
When you hear everybody from the Vikings say, "What, we don't know where those labels came from. He's been unbelievable."
Unbelievable. And if he has a connection with Justin Jefferson the way Tom Brady did when Randy Moss went to New England? What if suddenly Justin Jefferson is going over the top of everybody?
He's going to be very good. They're going to be good together. But he had Larry Fitzgerald. He had DeAndre Hopkins. It's not like he didn't have good receivers and weapons. It's not like they're taking somebody who was in the worst situation in the world and suddenly, for the first time ever, giving him a good weapon.
And let's face it, Justin Jefferson was pretty good with Captain Eye Black thrown to him, so
True.
He's good regardless.
And Kyler was also pretty good at times with the weapons he had.
Yes.
I would suggest the Larry Fitzgerald that Kyler Murray inherited, the DeAndre Hopkins version that Kyler Murray inherited, nowhere near the player that Justin Jefferson is right now.
Agree.
That's fair. I would agree with that.
This is a guy at his peak right now.
Yeah.
Want to remind you, Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field. The next drawing is for D-backs against the Twins on June 19th. Just text the word seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. Coming up next, we roll into the second half of the show on this Friday. Bick's going to kick it off with the blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Dan Bickley here with a simple question, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years and not change a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Would you be interested? Of course you would. And that is why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You actually do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes directly to paying off all of your debt, and you do that without changing any of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home. Some do it even quicker, which is unbelievable to me, but it becomes very addictive. You see that balance on your mortgage shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and you want it to go away. Some people pay their mortgage off in 3 to 4 years, which is crazy, but that 24/7 access to your equity is really a big deal. It gives you the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want, which gives you a great safety net in terms of financial instability. If things happen in your life or if things happen in the economy, you can navigate those troubled waters a lot easier because you have the ability to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor, or shop at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work. Caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs lost 4-2 to the Pirates last night, dropping the series. They've now lost 3 series in a row. Zach Gallen got through 6 innings, but had some trouble in the 5th last night, and the offense has just gone cold. 2 total runs in the last 2 games, and they'll look for answers as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Carson Beck had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he's excited to get in the building and get to work.
In the building, I started meeting with the coaches and going over the playbook and, learn the guys around me, build relationships, start to connect with them, be myself, and then just go play ball.
For more on Beck and the Cardinals rookie class, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today for more. And this report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. UFC Fight Night is coming in hot, and the best place to catch the action is Twin Peaks. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, scratch-made favorites, and wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
At the end of his introductory press conference on Thursday, Carson Beck stood up and personally introduced himself to members of the Arizona media. Now, I can guarantee that would never happen if Aaron Rodgers was to be introduced as the next franchise quarterback in the Valley. And as somebody who is skeptical about Beck's NFL potential and profile, it was hard not to like his debut press conference. He was composed and confident, sat up tall in his chair. He said his questionable arm strength has rarely felt better now that he's 17 months removed from a painful injury when he ripped the ligament off the bone during an SEC title game, and when it came to his notorious heft of college experience, a career that began on the same collegiate recruiting trip as Paris Johnson Jr. over 6 years ago, Beck simply said, everyone has to run their own race. I like that. Also like the belief that his imperfect college career is the perfect experience for all the adversity that lies ahead. So, cross your fingers, Bird Gang. The quest to find our next franchise quarterback has officially begun, which can go one of 2 ways. You either get lucky or you get buried up to your neck in quicksand. Remember, 7 different quarterbacks started in between Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, and they combined to throw nearly 20 more interceptions than touchdowns. It was a mind-numbing level of purgatory that seemed to have no exit sign. Let's hope Beck is the light at the end of the tunnel and the break we all need. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't think it held me back at all. But again, being a year and a half out now, I mean, my arm is stronger than it's ever been. And I think a lot of that is also a credit to being able to sit here and train for the past 3-4 months, right? Mm-hmm. And not come off of a grueling season at Georgia where I injure my elbow and then have to go into rehab immediately and can't really work out. And I'm trying to get my elbow back. And I'm really just trying to get back to where I can actually get on the field and play, right? And now being able to train the past 3 months and get stronger and get faster and focus on mechanics and not be in this cluster and hurry to try to get back out on the field and do whatever, but really, lock in and focus and hone in on the little things that I need to do to, continue to get better mechanically, I think has also helped as well. So, but no, my arm feels great, body feels great, ready to roll.
And that's Carson Beck on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports, reflecting on that elbow injury, getting back to where he could play. And just from that standpoint, results pretty good. Not only did he get back on to the point where he could play football, but led Miami nearly to a national title. Going to doing that at Miami, obviously a program on its way back up. But it wasn't like Carson Beck landed on a team that was just penciled in to get to the championship. They had to fight and claw. And that's a pretty impressive thing, too, to hear him say, the elbow feels great now being removed as far as I am from it. Arm strength is not certainly one of the things that will stand out from Carson Beck. I think it's more about experience. And you can hear just the way he talks. You referenced the press conference. He's a polished guy. He's used to having eyeballs on him. What that means moving forward, that remains to be seen. But, if you look at the Cardinals' quarterback history in terms of them drafting a quarterback, I'm distracted by Jarrett's camera being on and him just staring with his mouth open.
He didn't know it was on.
My camera was on? What?
Yeah, it was
My
on.
mic's not on.
It was on.
That's what I look like when I'm trying to read the font on the computer.
Yeah, I could tell. In terms of them drafting a quarterback of the future, who's the benchmark there? Is it Jake Plummer or is it Kyler Murray?
I don't know. It's a great question. It really is. And that's the history that the Cardinals are fighting here because Kurt Warner fell into their laps. So did Carson Palmer to a varying degree. And those are the two hallmark dudes aside from Jake Plummer. Jake Plummer would have to be number one.
Would have to be. Won a playoff game.
But more to the point, after Kurt Warner's retirement, and Kurt's retirement, I think, came a little more abruptly than people thought. He had just gone to the Super Bowl, then he had taken the team to the playoffs, but then he got blown up in that game against the Saints. And I think his wife was like, "Hun, let's not do this anymore. This offensive line in Arizona is notorious backside."
Yeah.
So the quarterbacks that followed Kurt Warner were Derek Anderson, Max Hall, John Skelton, Rich Bartell, Kevin Cobb, Ryan Lindley, and Brian Hoyer. Okay, right, and then suddenly the trade for Carson Palmer and everything locks into place. Without that, who knows where we'd be? So, and then you've got other quarterback markets that have had an embarrassment of riches, like the Colts that got to go from Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck, and they thought, before Andrew Luck retired at age 29, they thought, wow, look at that succession plan.
The Packers.
The famous one is the Packers. You go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love, bang, bang, bang. And I hope this works. I really do. I liked his poise. I liked his energy yesterday. He looked like a kid that's ready for this, and that's what you would want from a guy with all that experience.
Yeah, in preparation for the draft, Kurt Warner did a lot of research, as he does on all the quarterbacks for his YouTube channel, but had nice things to say about Carson Beck. And Carson Beck reflected on the praise that Kurt Warner gave him with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. That's obviously, someone that I've watched, someone that, I've looked up to as someone that's always, aspired of being a quarterback in the NFL. And obviously super talented and really, one of the best that's ever done it. So, again, to hear those words is obviously, very flattering. But, I got to put the work in, put my head down, and continue to be consistent.
Yeah, it would be just so refreshing for the Cardinals to identify a guy in the draft and he becomes the guy for the next
Wouldn't it be
decade.
great?
Yeah.
And again, this guy has got a completely different profile than Ty Simpson. And if the Cardinals were looking for Ty Simpson but then drafted Carson Beck, it tells you they were getting somebody. At some point in time, they were getting this process started. And it's not a bad strategy, but you've got to commit to this now.
And if it works, man, the next part of it is you'll most likely have a top 10 pick next year that you can use on not a quarterback.
Yeah.
And talk about being able to build a roster.
That's when the teams that actually do spend money, and the Cardinals are kind of hit and miss in this department, that's when you are in the sweet zone. When you identify and get lucky with a young rookie quarterback, and now you get 3-4 years to spend all that quarterback money on other players.
And a young rookie quarterback that's not a top 5 pick. With that money attached to them.
How about it?
Yeah, that's even more money when it's not a first-round pick.
That's right. And that was the Russell Wilson thing. That's why it was so genius in Seattle. It wasn't just that he was on a rookie contract. It was where he was drafted.
Well, even Brock Purdy
Purdy.
They were able to have all those other stars around him.
Yeah, that would be key. By the way, we had the quarterback number discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Carson Beck's going to wear 19.
I like that.
He's stepping into John Skelton's jersey now. Those are big shoes.
I'd prefer to think Shane Doan. That's where I'm going to go with that. Maybe he'll be a captain just like Shane Doan.
Maybe. Carson Beck also, he talked about a lot of different things, but also shared with Burns and Gambo how his playing style works in a Mike LaFleur offense, which we've yet to see, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this offense starts with the mind, right? And being able to, beat defenses before you ever even snap the ball. How many good plays can you get into? If you have a higher percentage of, good plays than bad plays, obviously it's going to equate to more yards and more touchdowns, which is obviously what we want as an offense. I know that's a pretty base way to, put it, but at the end of the day, if you can beat people with your mind, you can, put yourself in really good positions to ultimately put the ball in the end zone and win football games, right? Which is the ultimate goal at the end of all of this, is to win football games. So again, you see the mind, the different checks, the balances. Again, I've been learning the offense for like 2 weeks, guys, so bear with me, but everything that I've been able to learn, from the concepts to the progressions to the checks and run game and just everything that, it comes down to, you can tell that all the, elite minds, behind, these schemes have been firing and, really, planning this the right way.
Yeah. Personality coming through all day yesterday, both in that interview with Burns and Gambo and at the press conference.
Yeah.
Coming up next.
And I'm glad they caught the car thief.
I was reading the details of that
Let's
story.
Go back into
I
that
guess
later.
they didn't get the car, though. They stole 3 cars and they got back 2 of them, but not the Lambo.
Well, they ended up breaking into one of the cars, getting the garage door opener, then going in the house and getting the key fobs for other cars and stealing all of them.
Which is brilliant. Well, in the way that you don't have to hotwire or break into the car,
True. Jared, car thief extraordinaire. Coming up next, greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. It is, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, it is. Definitely.
Is it ruining sports? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans love carrying around giant foam fingers because they know the importance of being number one, and that is what my friends at Chapman BMW are. They are the number one BMW dealer in Arizona, and right now there are record low interest rates available on some great models, talking about 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on the new BMW X3, the 3 Series, and the X1 models. Go check those out before the offers expire. And there's also a great new program coming out at Chapman BMW where you also get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your BMW. It's the BMW Value Service Program where they're unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. All you got to do is go to ChapmanBMW.com, put in your VIN number. You're going to see exactly how much money you're going to be saving. And they make it real simple to take advantage of those discounts. They'll come to you, pick up your car, drop off a loaner, then they're going to fix your car, wash your car, bring it right back to you when it's finished. That's the kind of red carpet treatment you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the D-backs take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle.
But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to pull off the series win against a tough Pittsburgh Pirates team? We're reacting to the series finale at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And we continue on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jared, I almost said to you during the break, play this coming back. We didn't even have to do it.
Simpatico.
Yeah. I mean, it is somewhat concerning when you mind meld with Jared Carlin, but here we are.
Okay. Do you know a fun fact about Pink Floyd?
What?
Pink Floyd, not considered, but that Pink Floyd actually a supergroup. It was a combination of 2 other groups, Red Floyd and White Floyd.
Don't put that one at. Yeah, don't put that one at 9:30.
Yeah,
you've used that one several times before. The reason why we're playing Money by the combination supergroup Pink Floyd. The subject of greed, the subject of rising prices, it affects every walk of life. But when does it become too much in the sports world? I've wondered about this for a long time. Now? This is it?
Yeah, this is it.
What was your breaking point?
Well, no, it's been all of this. Listen, I spent a lot of money to subscribe to a lot of platforms, but even I get very aggravated of the experience. It's you can't bounce in and out of them as easily as you can traditional cable channels, and that feels cumbersome to me. And just the idea, once again, it bothers me from a baseline level, because I really honestly believe that sports matters the way it does and creates the revenue it does because of this covenant with fans. They need us to care about these games. And to care about these games, we need to have access to them. We need to feel like we're cut in, like we're part of the deal. I've said this repeatedly. I've long believed if you choose to go to a game, you know you're getting raked over the coals for parking, for that $22 beer, for whatever food item you're going to buy. You know that going in. But if you don't want to go and have the stadium experience, you have access to the game for free from your couch. That has always been the way it's worked. And as a result, the world of sports has felt like it belongs to the community, to everybody. That isn't the case anymore. Now you've got all of these niche streaming services, and it's only going to get worse. And they're all in the bidding for eyeballs, so they're all offering big money for sports games, and every league now is taking a knife and carving off this and carving off that and carving off this, and now the games are everywhere behind paywalls. It's a very, very dangerous game that these pro sports leagues and owners are playing in pursuit of profit.
Yes, and I think it's at an interesting point, too. because we talk about it. We can basically go to any sporting event we want through this job, but we're of the variety of people, and there's a lot of people in this boat that the television product is actually better. So when it comes to live sports, when does the intersection of FOMO, which sports capitalizes on a lot, hey, I got to be it's a huge game, I got to be there to see my team, even though if I stay home and watch it at that expense is going to be a much better experience. But when does the FOMO and the expense veer off in different directions? I got a text message from a friend of mine who's a Suns season ticket holder, and this is NBA All-Star Game is coming to Phoenix next year. NBA All-Star presale packages were released, cheapest available for one ticket to the All-Star Game, upper level baseline seat, $981. That's the same price for All-Star Saturday night. He went on to say he paid less than that, far less than that for Game 5 of the 2021 NBA Finals. And that's actually competitive.
We're seeing it right now with World Cup.
World Cup tickets are
out of control. Like I talked in the pre-show, WWE tickets are ridiculous. Super Bowl tickets we saw ridiculous. And what you're doing is you're pricing out the real fans. So it's slowly going to be affecting the actual atmosphere of games, because you're either going to get just rich people that don't really care about the team, or you're going to get just people that are only there to take selfies and make social media influencers. You're pricing out the fans, and this has been happening for a long time. It's getting worse and worse,
and it's happening in every single industry. I've cited that Disneyland story, that Disney World story about how now, if you as a family you really want to get a good Disney World experience, you've got to buy all these a la carte items. And if you think it's like the old days when you can roll in there and have access to everything, you're going to have a terrible time. Try to go buy an airline ticket. You're faced with 9 different options and levels of seats and services, and so what you're doing now is you're catering to the people with money, because there's just a huge number of people with a lot here and a huge number without here. So you're marketing and gearing everything to the people with money. You're leaving behind half the country, if not more. And those are sports fans now who are going to disengage. And as a result, the meaning of it all is going to diminish. And the people who see the dollar signs obviously do not see this collision. They don't see the danger in this. Well, but there is.
And the aspect of this and this is inevitable, it's going to continue to rise, is the financial separation between the athletes and the fans. Once upon a time in this country, I'm going to sound like old man, get off my lawn, but people they were basically on the same level as athletes, but they looked up to them for their athletic achievement. Athletes now, they live different lives. They're in a different class altogether than the people that pay all their money to go see these guys play. At what point do the salaries become so much for fans where they just throw up their hands and say, I'm working 3 jobs to be able to watch this team on TV. This guy's making more than I make in a year, and he's not even playing tonight. I mean, there's so many factors where it makes this a very slippery, tenuous slope that sports is on, but it's not just sports, like you said. It's every walk of life.
Yeah, listen, and it's all spinning in the wrong direction, and sports are right there in that lane trying to take advantage of the same thing. And they're losing sight of that fundamental point that these games have to be available to everybody, even if you can't afford it. Even if you have bought these streaming services. Do you know the frustration of, wait a minute, the game's not on this, finding it, then going to your subscription, wait, do I have this one? Oh, wait, what's my password? All of that stuff.
Well,
it's exhausting.
Like just trying to watch an NBA playoff game that's on Prime while also trying to go back and forth to watch the Diamondbacks.
That's it.
Okay? It's not just a press last and go to it. It is at least a minute to minute and a half of changing the streaming network.
You get, and when you try to get onto Prime to watch an event, you get 3 screens in succession that you don't need to hit. And it's mind-boggling, man. It really is. So, but listen, this is what happens, and with private equity coming more into professional sports, it's trying to get its hooks into the Big 12. This situation's only going to get worse.
Yeah. On the television front, though, and we talked about this, but did you see the article on The Athletic today? Why is it so difficult to find NBA playoff games at bars and restaurants? I haven't had a chance to read the whole story, but
we've already answered that question.
We have.
Yeah. Why are there always hockey games on at sports bars now?
That's one of those stories where I really want to read the comments.
Again, and this is one of the reasons, one of the many things that Matt Ishbia, he's got a clue. He understands the value of putting his product out there for free.
Yes.
And I respect that. I mean,
but that's very rare.
Very rare.
Yeah. Coming up next, we will talk NBA playoffs with the one and only the Hall of Famer Charles Barkley joining us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Am I off on this? Like, if he had signed with the Cardinals, I would have just been like, okay, this is a story. I don't think I would have had any legitimate excitement. I'm surprised they have excitement over Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. I certainly view him on the short list of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
No doubt.
When he was in his prime. But he's not going to do anything. I don't think he's going to do anything for Pittsburgh either.
Oh, my goodness.
He's not bad, but he's not Aaron Rodgers anymore.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply. Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at MoMoneyPawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The ups and downs of the Arizona Diamondbacks continued last night. Zach Gallen was cruising along till the fifth, where he gave up 2 runs with 2 outs, and that was all the Pirates needed as the Diamondback bats went quiet into the Thursday night, and the 4-2 Pirates win means the Snakes have now lost 3 straight series and will look to get back on track as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch from Ryan Nelson will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals avoided the Aaron Rodgers experience and introduced 3 more of their rookies to the media, including quarterback Carson Beck. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Just call 602-2REPAIR.
The NBA playoffs rolling on. Nobody better on the planet to talk NBA playoffs with than our next guest, the legendary Hall of Famer, Sir Charles Barkley, joins us via video this morning. Charles, good morning to you. Thanks for the time.
Man, good. I got a day off. I was off last night. I'm off tonight, and we back on tomorrow night. So I got to be a fan for the last couple days.
All right, before we get started, I just want to say this. I thought Draymond was out of line on set with you the other night, especially when the numbers you posted in Houston were better than peak Draymond. And from my vantage point, Chuck, you could have told him that, but instead you chose grace and humility, and you said nothing, and that is why people love you, Chuck.
Yeah, Dan, number one, thanks for the kind words. Hey, man, I never punched down. Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level. But hey, I'm never going to be sensitive, because, Dan and Vince, I've taken some shots. And I don't even take them shots. I've never been personal with guys. I know that's one thing I feel very confident about. When I say something about a guy, it's never personal. It's never personal. But, hey, I'm a big boy, but I appreciate the kind words, brother.
Man. You got it.
Well, Chuck, you said you got a chance to be a fan. We've been talking about the playoff experience. There's been some good series so far. There's been some great performances, but it seems like everybody every day is talking about the officiating problem, the embellishment, the flopping. How big of a problem is this in your mind?
It's not a problem. There's always been flopping. There's always been flopping. I'm not sure why everybody's making a big deal out of it. Now, I will tell you this, Vince. I actually thought the officiating has been pretty good. I think they've been letting them really, really play up until this point. I'm not sure why I've never seen a team swarm officials like that before.
How about
I was like, damn, what are we having here? I've never, I've been in the NBA since 1984. I've never seen after a game an entire team. I've actually went crazy on an official myself, but I've never seen a team congregate like it was a come to Jesus moment. I mean, it was weird, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it was wild. The thing that strikes me is back in your day, the referees would reward the player who played through contact to the rim. Now they're rewarding the player who's taken the contact and making a show of it and flopping. And I don't know if there's an adjustment that can be made, but it sure looks different from back in your day.
I think what the officials got to do is go back and look at the tape after the game. And reputation matters. And I think they've got to go back and say, wow, this guy's embellishing this. He's flopping. And you have to keep that in your mind and say, hey, we're going to be paying close attention to flopping. And you know what they should do? They should, before the game, they should, hey, guys, if you get fouled, we're going to be watching for embellishing. We're going to be watching for guys because, if you can hear guys, when they get close to a guy, they scream or throw their hands up in the air like it was bloody murder. And the official reacts. So I think they just got to go back and look at the tape and then say, okay, this guy's a flopper. We're not going to give him any calls. Does he get screwed in the long run? 100%. But you know what he'll stop doing? He'll quit doing. He'll quit flopping.
No doubt.
Charles Barkley, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Officiating aside, and we got an up-close and personal look at OKC in the first round against the Suns, and they looked better than ever. Anybody touching OKC, Charles?
It's going to be tough, man. First of all, I got zero idea who's going to win the East.
Yeah.
Zero idea who's going to win the East. But in the West, OKC would be against the Spurs would be must-watch television. But, man, they're so good. They don't even have their second-best player right now. And you know what's crazy? I'm looking at these point spreads, and the Lakers, you're like, well, the Lakers got LeBron. You'd probably take 15. It was 15 both games, and your ass would be 0-2. I can't remember point spreads being this high on teams in the NBA playoffs. I mean, it's crazy. And the thing is, they've covered both games. Because my friends are like, man, you see the point spreads on these games? I said, no, I haven't really been paying attention. He's just, man, they're like 15. I said, man, that's a big number. And then you look after the game and like, well, it wasn't big enough.
I want to get your take on the state of the Phoenix Suns, because I think we all really appreciated the season they put forth in whole. Everybody loves the coach, love Dillon Brooks. But does Dillon Brooks plus Devin Booker plus Jalen Green work for this team to take the next step, or do they need to try to get maybe a big and pedal Jalen Green and maybe sacrifice whatever his future potential is? Your thoughts on where they go from here?
Well, Coach Ott did a fabulous job this year. I think the Suns overachieved. I think most people had them way down at the bottom of the barrel, but Coach Ott and Greg, Coach and GM Gregory did a fabulous job. They had a really good season, but now they got to make some hard decisions because they're not close. Because you have to say to yourself, OKC, the Spurs, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
For the next probably 5 to 7 to 10 years. I tell you what's going to be interesting, Dan and Vince, Sunday. Can you imagine if OKC get the number 1 pick in the draft? I mean, like this. We were talking about it the other night because they have the Clippers pick.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good pick no matter what. And the one thing OKC don't need is more good players.
No.
But it would really, really be hilarious. We talking about that. This would make it funny. The NBA, we have a tanking problem. And they make it harder than it has to be. I've said this for 10 years. Don't reward winning. Every team gets 1 ping pong ball. That's it. I mean, the notion that if you lose, we get more ping pong balls, I'm like, that's the stupidest thing ever. Of course they're going to keep losing. I said, give every team 1 ping pong ball.
Yeah.
And if you get screwed by the system, you get screwed by the system. We're not going to reward you for losing. You get 1 ping pong ball. But I think you talk about karma. If Oklahoma City gets the number 1 pick in the draft, can you that is karma. Like you teams been tanking. And the thing that was bad about it, guys, these teams were tanking in January.
Yeah.
Yes.
Normally you don't tank till like March and April. These teams were tanking in January.
There were teams at the end, Charles, and you know this, like not to name them, but I will. Memphis, Utah, they were playing like two-way guys 48 minutes at the end of the season. Yeah. It was ridiculous how far out of their way they were going to lose these games.
100%. There's guys that had the lead and took their starters out the game. That's when you know, like, well, we got the lead. Uh-oh. We're just gonna play two-way guys and bench guys. Like, we got the lead. Like, you got to look at the Wizards. They're like, they got AD and Trey. Like, yeah, we're gonna sit out the season so we can get a great draft pick. And then next year they're gonna be like, we're gonna have Anthony Davis and Trey Young, and we might have AJ DeBonska or Peterson or somebody like that. Caleb Wilson. I love Caleb Wilson. To me, he might be the best player in the draft. I know everybody loves DeBonska, and I love him too. But there was after him, I'm going Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. But somebody's going to get some great players. But I think with the tanking problem we got in the NBA, I think it would be damn karma if OKC got the number 1 pick.
Charles Barkley, our guest. Charles, going back to this.
But no, to get back, the Suns got to make some big decisions. They're not close.
Yeah.
Like I say, I just named I just named OKC and the Spurs. I mean, they're not going anywhere. And the Suns, they're at the bottom of the food chain in the playoffs and playoff stuff. So they're not, but they got to make some decisions, some hard decisions. But the one problem you got, you're just good enough not to get a good draft pick. That's what's bad about it.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
On the Suns, Charles, Devin Booker got some criticism. He didn't have his best series against Oklahoma City. They were overmatched, but he kind of struggled in that series and kind of deferred a lot to Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green. We hear all the criticism here in Phoenix on a daily basis. From a national perspective, what do you make of the criticism, and how do you sum up Devin Booker at this point of his career? Because he's been asked to do a lot of different things for the Suns over the years. Yeah, I was disappointed in him because he did not play well against Oklahoma City. First of all, when you're the best player on the team, you don't defer to anybody. Yeah. You don't, we expect him to, he got to be Devin Booker All-Star. Those other guys aren't All-Stars. He had an awful series. I was very disappointed in him. I'm a big Devin Booker fan. Like I say, he's been a hell of a player the whole time, but he did not play well against OKC. And listen, our guys, I thought Dillon Brooks should have made the All-Star team. And Jalen Green was inconsistent because he was hurt all year. But Devin Booker is the best player on the team, and he should never defer to anybody. But I was disappointed in him in the playoffs. Even when you lose, when you're a star, you have to make sure I held my end of the bargain, and he did not, plain and simple.
All right, let's end it here. I heard the news, and I thought it was fantastic that after a long estrangement that you and MJ are going to get back together again. You're going to get together, play a round of golf. I know Vince Coleman kind of facilitated this. Tell me about that, Charles.
Yeah, it was so funny. I was sitting at the house a while back, and Vince Numbers shows up, and I said, "Hey, mama," but you know how we talk to each other. I said, hey, Dad and Vince. It's never, "Hey, man, good to hear from you." It's like,
we know.
"What's up, mother? What's up, mother?" And he says, "It ain't Vince, it's MJ." I said, "Oh," because I was shocked. We haven't talked in probably 13, 14 years. And I said, "Hey, man, how you doing?" I said, "Number one, congratulations on all your NASCAR stuff. I'm proud of you, blah, blah, blah. You're doing great." And he said, "Hey, man, we need to let all this BS go. We both stubborn as hell." Just stubborn. That's all it is. Stubborn stupidity, to be honest with you. He said, "Man, when you get a break, as soon as basketball is over, come down." Because he got a beautiful golf course, the Grove down in Jupiter he built. He is amazing. And I said, "Yeah, man, I miss you a lot as a friend, and I think he missed me a lot as a friend." And because I missed him a lot because he was a great friend my entire career. We both big time Nike guys, so I'm excited.
That's great.
I'm looking forward to basketball being over, and at least now, because one thing I know about him, Dan, he hadn't changed. Because one of the things he said, "Coach, you bring some of that TV money down here." He says, "Hey, no, because so he says, I know you're rich now. Won't you come play with the richer?" And I said, to me, some things never change. He says, "You're rich now. Come play with the richer." And that's him. So then I knew it's like, yeah, we definitely need to get together and play golf.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Much love, Chuck. You are the best, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts, man.
As always, thank you,
man.
Charles.
I love you guys. You take care of yourself. Anytime y'all need me, let me know.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it. Hall of Famer Charles Barkley joining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. We will shift focus. We will get into some D-backs talk next with Steve Zinsmeister. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
D-backs lose 2 out of 3 to the Pirates and try to get back on track with a visit from the woeful New York Mets this weekend at Chase Field. Here to talk baseball with us, pre- and post-game host for the Diamondbacks Radio Network, Steve Zinsmeister, joining us via video. You got to follow Charles Barkley, Steve. Sorry about that.
Yeah, good luck with that, Steve.
That's a tough act to follow. I'm not even beefing with anyone right now.
Right.
So,
you want to take a shot at Draymond Green?
Yeah,
Have at it, man.
Please do.
yeah, we'll see who I'm beefing with by the end of this segment.
All right, so how concerned should we all be with what happened against the Pirates? We were waiting for an impact series. We got it in game 1. You can get skinned and feel fine about that, but now the chase, the hitting, all this stuff, tell us, update us.
Yeah, I like to imagine that Joe Mather and Travis Denker and Damian Easley pulled an all-nighter last night somewhere in a back office trying to figure out this offense. But, in all seriousness, those guys, they know what they're doing. This offense has been top 6 in runs scored each of the last 2 years. And, while it is a slightly different lineup construction this year, it is a lot of the same cast of characters. So I do have faith that they can figure it out. They know what they're doing. A couple of things that I've noticed from this season as a whole, not just the last couple of days, but they are prevalent. I mean, they're not drawing their walks right now. They're second or third in the league in walk rate, lowest walk rate, I should say. So there's a lot less base runners right now. They're having to rely more on slug to try to drive those runs in. And what comes with that is swinging at a lot of pitches outside of the strike zone. They've swung at the third most pitches outside of the zone this year. And a stat that I know that the front office and the coaching staff looks at, Torey Lovello told us just the other day that they've seen about 300 less pitches this season than they did last year around this same time. So obviously the less pitches that you see, the deeper a pitcher can go into the game. The D-backs also have the 5th highest pull rate in all of baseball, the 2nd lowest percentage of balls going the other way. So they're not using the full field to their advantage. So that's kind of the big picture for the season for me. As for the last 2 days, I mean, to your point, Dan, they ran into Roger Clemens on Wednesday. I mean, Paul Skeens on Wednesday. And then, yesterday, maybe a bit more concerning, I suppose, that the offense didn't rebound. But, I mean, we're 72 hours away from them going winning a game 9-0. So I'm not overly concerned, but there's definitely some things to clean up.
Going back to the Skeens game, and we talked about it, and an eyebrow or two was raised about the approach that was shared by Torey Lovello after the game. Hey, we wanted to get on him early. They weren't working the counts. Obviously, Paul Skeens had a reaction to that too and said, oh, that's certainly an approach to take. Bick brought up a great point. There might not be an approach against Paul Skeens. If he's on his game, you're going to lose. But what did you make of that? Because that seemed to fly in the face of what Torey Lovello and offensively this organization has believed for a long time.
Yeah, I suppose common sense tells you that the objective against any starter, whether it's Paul Skeens or anyone else, is to try to make them throw as many pitches as they possibly can and get them out of the game in the 6th or 7th inning, and then see where the chips fall where they may against the bullpen guys. And, they did end up getting a chance at the bullpen, just it didn't come until the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And so, I think it was a little bit surprising, but also if you're going to take an approach against a guy like that, who, like you said, there might not be a great option, maybe you go with the most surprising, which is to try to attack him early in counts. Did it work? No. And I mean, Torey Lovello admitted as much. We tried something out. It didn't work, back to the drawing board. And I suppose I can't fault them for trying.
All right, so out of the big 3, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, who are you most worried about in terms of getting that person unlocked for a long swath of time?
Yeah, let's play start, sit, cut
Steve.
So in this scenario, I start the one I'm most worried about?
Yes.
I suppose the one I'm most concerned with right now is Corbin Carroll. I think these 3 are very different scenarios, and I'll leave Domo out because I actually think he's turned a corner a bit offensively lately. But when it comes to Corbin and Ketel, these are 2 very different situations, starting with Corbin. It was great to see him get 2 hits yesterday, including the home run. He hadn't seen a lot of that here lately. But with Corbin, I've had coaches tell me that his big thing is that he is obsessed with the work. He thinks that everything that he does can be solved with cage work and mechanical tweaks. And I mean this in the best way possible. But that also means that you'll see those tweaks if you watch the games really closely. You'll see him change his leg kick from game to game. You'll see him abandon the 2-handed follow through that he started the season with. You'll see him change a lot of things throughout the year. His hand positioning last year was the big one. When he struggles, he just puts in more work to try to fix it. And I think that's great because that's what got him out of his rut at the beginning of the 2024 season. But I also think that the issue, as I see it, is not necessarily mechanical. He just has to swing at better pitches. I mean, the percentage of pitches outside of the zone that he's swinging at is the highest of his entire career. And when he finds a good pitch, the numbers are still there for him. So I'm not saying that it's a high level of concern. I have faith he'll turn it around, but he just needs to swing at better pitches. With Ketel, it's totally different. I have almost zero concerns. This guy is leading the team outside of Ildemaro Vargas in expected batting average, what his average should be based on how hard he's hitting the ball and where he's placing it. You almost have to convince yourself, if you're Cattell, don't worry about the result because the process is still perfect. You're hitting the ball hard nearly every time. So that's a hard thing for any player to grasp. I would imagine he is frustrated with not having those results, but at the same time, he's been so good. I mean, Ryan Thompson told me a while back, if I place a pitch exactly where I want it, at the exact speed and with the exact shape that I wanted, then that's a good pitch, regardless of what the hitter does with it.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing applies to hitters. If you're hitting the ball hard, don't change the process. It's working, and eventually the balls start to fall.
Steve, great stuff, man.
Excellent analysis, Steve.
Thanks
well
so much
done.
for joining us. We'll do it again soon.
All right, guys. I'm not beefing with anybody right now. I don't know if that's good or
that
bad.
was a fantastic performance, Zinsmeister.
Steve Zinsmeister, you hear him pre- and post-game on the Diamondbacks Radio Network. Kind enough to join us via video on this Friday morning. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting pretty quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment plan around your real life situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. They work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen every situation. They just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what is possible for you to move forward. Give them a call today at YRefi, 888-YRefi85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Home buyers, hear this. Do not get a traditional mortgage. Did you know a $500,000 mortgage at 5.5% will still cost you over $1 million? That's insane. On a Life Changer loan, you can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off in just a few short years and keep access to your equity. It's faster, cheaper, smarter, more flexible, and totally addictive. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it could still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at MoMoneyPawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs lost 4-2 to the Pirates last night, dropping the series. That means they've lost 3 series in a row. Zach Gallen got through 6 innings, but had some trouble in the 5th, and the offense has just gone cold. 2 total runs in their last 2 games, and they'll look for answers now as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Carson Beck had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he's excited to get in the building and get to work.
In the building, I started meeting with the coaches and going over the playbook and, learn the guys around me, build relationships, start to connect with them, be myself, and then just go play ball.
For more on Beck and this Cardinals rookie class, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. It is the 9 o'clock hour, and it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us and our guests every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports over there. And our first question today on Social Studies is for Cardinal fans, and we want you to fill in this blank. The Cardinals' current quarterback situation is blank.
I think you just answered your own question.
The current, it should read, the current Cardinals quarterback situation is bleeped.
That's more of a statement.
It is, and I just made it.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I would say open for competition.
Okay.
Open for business.
I don't know what's going to happen with this Jacoby Brissett thing. This is the next chess move that gets really, really intriguing to me, because I can't see. We don't know what he's asking for, just more. We don't know what that number is, and if that number gets north of a certain point, I think the Cardinals might just say, you know what, we're good.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting and fun responses. J-Rod Cards said, perfect for where they are right now. You start Jacoby, and if you're winning, great. If not, great draft picks. If losing, you have Carson Beck, and you play him, and you see what you have. I don't know if perfect is the word, but let's see. Jimbo said, and he put the meme, but he said, it's a crapshoot. It's all just a crapshoot right now. And then Rich White said, not the train wreck a lot of people are making it out to be. And then our own John Gambadoro said, it's tricky to rock a rhyme. To rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. It's tricky.
Gambo said?
Yeah, Gambo, you responded.
Gambo, big fan of the Social Studies.
Him and Burnsy every once in a while they'll chime in. Burnsy more on like the
movies,
the
stuff.
movies,
Yeah, that's right in his
types of
wheelhouse.
stuff.
Look,
That's right, bro. You better dap me up.
Gambo's on record as saying this is the greatest radio show of all time. We have the audio.
Yeah, there was no sarcasm coming out
None
of his mouth at
whatsoever.
all.
None.
Yeah.
Oh man,
the greatest show in the world.
You hear it? Hey, we hear it every morning.
It gets me going.
It's in the
when I
open.
get that reminder from the great John Gambadoro that we're better than him.
There you go.
Don't fool yourself. He does not believe that.
Hey, if it fires video, you know. Okay, our next question. We've talked about the flopping, the officiating, the tanking, the load management. But what is the biggest problem in the NBA right now and why? Is it the officiating, the flopping, the regular season and its load management, or is it the tanking? If you had to pick.
Right now, I am really, really hyper-focused on the officiating and the flopping. I think you can put those two together.
Yeah,
because
I think so.
if you leave it as officiating, you're blaming the officials strictly, and I don't think that's the issue.
You're exactly right on that.
It's what these players are now doing to try to exploit a loophole. They need these officials and who's in charge of the officials in the NBA right now?
You seen this guy?
No, that's Adam Silver. Who's ever in charge of the officials? They need to get into a room and they need to get strategized.
Yeah, they do.
And I did separate them just sort of like who would you blame more, the officials or the players on this problem. But I see what you're saying. They are connected.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily. I'm with you. There is a two-pronged problem right now. The officiating is certainly one of those prongs. But I'm not even a huge fan of just the word flopping. It's embellishment. It is manipulation. That going on in combination with the officiating right now. And look, tanking is what it is, but those teams have been on the beach for several weeks already, so we're not dealing with it. They're trying to crack down again via the lottery, but this embellishment problem is very serious in my opinion.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Yep. And by reading the responses, the NBA, I mean, it just has a lot of problems in general. So Sam Brennan said the fact that all of these are options, or the fact that all these options could be argued is possibly the biggest problem. Eddie V mentions option E, gambling. It needs to be on this list. I think it's a lot worse than some people think. Tim said it's officiating because ultimately if a call is right, never mind, Tim. That was a bad answer. Tom Foss.
Okay.
Tom Foss said the players can pretend they're getting hit hard and dramatically jerk themselves back, snap their head back, and they should win an Academy Award. It's pathetic, but unfortunately, all 4 items in the poll are big problems that the NBA needs to fix ASAP. And then Ross Vegas says, not sure I can pick one, boys. I guess if I was attempt to make a point, the officiating has mostly always been something to complain about. The other 3 have grown in frequency, so tough to choose.
Eddie Johnson put on social media that he believes the Oklahoma City Thunder must have an acting coach on their staff.
I saw that tweet this morning, and Vinny's mentioned it before. Maybe not an acting coach, but the coaching of the falling down through screens. Yes. I'm wondering if coaches just they work on that stuff.
And it's not outlandish that it would happen behind closed doors because these are big individuals.
Yes.
Falling is just not that easy. And you have to learn how to fall. You hear about it all the time. Tua Tagovailoa took lessons in falling to avoid concussion.
Yep.
I wouldn't doubt it at all.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, our last question. It came up at the beginning of the show. Bickett saw a tweet of the Cardinals logo on Carson Beck's shirt yesterday was the opposite way of the Cardinal in the backdrop. And it wasn't something you necessarily thought of until someone said it.
Yeah,
right?
It didn't even occur to me.
Nope.
I didn't even register in my brain until somebody said this really bothers me.
Yep. And so we asked, what is something in life that you think bothers only you and why?
There's a lot. I went over one of them in detail yesterday. Misinformation by AI.
Oh, that's fantastic. Arguing with computers, fantastic. It's Vinny's new mission in life. It's great.
That's a good one.
I will fix it.
Yeah,
yeah,
yes,
right.
I
I'm
love
gonna
it.
win that battle. For stuff like that, I have a running dialogue now with a buddy of mine about baseball players' accessories not being in team colors. It drives me absolutely crazy. Diamondbacks have a couple of culprits. Every team but I also think there are teams. I think the St. Louis Cardinals have a rule. You have to wear team colors on your accessories. But it bothers me. Maybe it doesn't bother anybody else.
Yeah, no. I've got most of my pet peeves now are either they either happen on the roadways while I'm driving or they happen on golf courses. I played around a golf the other day. There were a couple of young bucks in front of me in a group. They were waiting for the green to clear on every par 5, whether they were 250, 275 out. They never came close to reaching the green. Never. And yet they were waiting for the green to clear, and my head was literally about to spit off my... It was.
Vic, we share some similar golf pet peeves, so I'll just say that. I'll read a couple real quick. Chalk Riley said, and this has got to be to only him, reaching for a public bathroom handle, I have an unreasonable fear that someone will kick the door from the other side and I will break my wrist. Literally every single time. Jones says the sound of shoes being tied or certain fabrics rubbing together makes my teeth hurt and my tongue feel numb.
Wow.
And I will go with him on the feeling and the feeling of velvet. For me,
is bad.
That's velvet.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
And I don't know anyone else that does.
I've never heard
my wardrobe.
The sound of tying of shoes. Like I'm not saying everybody's got their stuff, but I've never heard that one before.
Everybody's got their own version of nails on a chalkboard.
Yes, they
like
do.
maybe the wrong brand of paper towels and it's just really coarse and
Oh, yeah. And there are some other good ones, but we're out of time, and that's social studies on this Friday for you guys.
All right, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll talk basketball. Amin El Hassan scheduled to join us on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on the new look ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Cardinals rookies select our jersey numbers, with Jeremiah Love keeping his Notre Dame number. Longtime son and 14-year NBA veteran P.J. Tucker announces his retirement. And Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck says his arm is stronger than it's ever been following elbow surgery. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds a flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, Goettl. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does Carson Beck need to show in the preseason and training camp in order to start Week 1? We'll be talking Cardinals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on a jam-packed Friday show here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've already been joined by a Hall of Famer
in
this
Charles
morning,
Barkley.
in Charles Barkley. Now we are joined by a Pulitzer Prize winner. Amin Al-Hassan joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. I think you're the first Pulitzer winner we've had on the show, Amin.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have said I'm the first Pulitzer to fill in the blank, and most of the time it's nothing good. Like, oh, you're the first Pulitzer I've had a drink with. This is a step up for sure.
Well, congratulations on that. That's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
NBA playoffs, we've spent a lot of time, not just today, but in recent days, talking about what a lot of people are focusing on, and that is the relationship between embellishing players and NBA officials. How big of an issue has this been in your eyes so far in the postseason? I mean,
you know, I'm probably in a minority. I don't think it's a big deal. I think what we have is a really bad PR crisis for the NBA, which is this idea that the best player in the league, who plays for the best team in the league, is somehow this snake oil salesman, and everything he does is a flop, and he doesn't actually play basketball. Everything he does is leading to try to create contact. And every time I have this conversation, I hear this conversation with my friends, I say, let's watch the Thunder game. And then we'll watch it, and I'm like, you didn't think that was incredible? You didn't think that was incredible? You didn't think that was incredible? Like, you start to watch the game with them, and what I begin to realize is many people who say these things aren't watching these games. They'll see the one clip or the couple of clips where, of course, he embellishes, as does every great offensive player in our league, to create calls. They'll see the box score where he went to the free throw line, 12 times, whatever, and then they'll make their own kind of assumption based on that information and what has been echoing around the internet and everywhere else. It's like, oh, this guy's just a foul merchant. So for me, when I watch the games, I don't see a different quality. I don't see anyone who's overly egregious in that regard. It's just people like to complain, and this is an easy hot button issue.
All right, I want to get back to the to earlier in the postseason, the Phoenix Suns. It was a great regular season for the team, especially given what a lot of people had predicted, what our future was going to be, present and long term. Jordan Knott turned out to be a revelation and a very, very bright young head coach. Devin Booker not so much in the playoffs. How does this team make the next step in the NBA? And more to the point, does Devin Booker plus Dillon Brooks plus Jalen Green work together in your opinion?
Right. So as far as Book's tough postseason, I think you have to take into account who he's playing against. He's playing against the best defense in the league perennially in the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they make it hard on everybody. So I'm not going to hold that against them. I think the big thing to keep in mind is you mentioned those three guys. Man, I wish we had more time to figure it out because they barely played together. Between the injuries and then, kind of the unavailability of the different guys out there. They didn't really have an extended amount of time to figure things out together. And also, remember, like the whole start of the year, training camp, forget about all that. So there is a world where you sit there and you say to yourself, well, I don't know if I have enough of a sample size to know how these guys fit with one another. The flip side is we know that Book is better off being a shooting guard. He can make plays, but his best basketball comes when he has a pure point guard. We know that Jalen Green is not a pure point guard either. We know that he's a guy that is probably more comfortable being in a scoring role. And then Dylan Brooks, the lesser of the three guys in terms of scoring, but emerged this year as a scoring threat. So we're kind of in a weird, more fiscally responsible version of where we were a couple of years ago with KD and Bradley Beal, which is got a bunch of guys who are good at shooting it, and maybe not so much at like running an offense to make sure everyone's taken care of. And so from that perspective, I think there is an argument, regardless if these guys had 82 games to play together and figure one another out, it's probably not the best mix.
Amin Al-Hassan, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The postseason press conference that Matt Ishbia had, that Brian Gregory had, and look, we're all in agreement the Suns overachieved this year. They did some good things by getting to the playoffs. It's also very clear to watch them play. There's a lot of roster deficiencies there. They are a small team. They're the smallest team on the floor basically every time they go. So to hear Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory say, yeah, we like this group, we want to bring most of these guys back, do you think that's a good idea, or do you think that's basically what they're faced with because of the lack of flexibility they have in shaping this roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got some things to look at. Obviously, Williams was really good for them. Again, he got hurt, so that kind of hurt, but he was good when he was healthy. I thought Oso Ighodaro really took another step. He's turned into a very nice player, the type of backup big that you feel comfortable if he has to start, which is a lot better up than a lot of other teams in the league can say. And then Kamama Watch, everyone knew this guy's a project. It's going to take a while. We'll see how it goes. And, we always have to bear in mind when you talk about a kid like that who needs time and repetition and kind of his basketball experience overall, forget about NBA experience, just his life basketball experience is very limited. So he's going to need to play in order to kind of develop more feel and develop as a player. But that doesn't really, it's not as easy when you got a team that's competing for a playoff berth. Suns were in the mix for a top 6 seed for much of the year until the injuries kind of brought them down. So I kind of see what they're saying there. Obviously, I think getting bona fide size, particularly at the 4 position, would be a priority. But I think, guys, I've said this a long time, the number one question that every NBA player and every NBA team has to answer correctly and truthfully is, who am I? And if you're the Suns, you say, who am I? Am I a championship contender? That's not the right answer. And so the desire to kind of fast track to that can get you into trouble. You understand, hey, we're a scrappy team, we're up and coming, we're trying to grow and stuff. So I think they need help, but it's got to be the right kind of help. It can't just be like a quick fix to get a name in here and say, okay, now we're ready.
All right, my last question, the Kevin Durant thing in Houston, it's wild what has happened since the burner allegations in the All-Star game. Could he be on the move again out of Houston? And along those lines, where do you think Giannis is going to end up?
It's tough because the burner stuff, I've kind of been around the block on this thing. Guys, we keep saying that these burners him, but I haven't seen anyone actually do reporting. I haven't seen someone from ESPN write this, or someone from The Athletic, or someone from the Houston Chronicle. It's just internet rumors and conjecture. Now, obviously, the reason why it caught fire is because he's had a burner in the past. He said some wild things in the past, but I think people are leaping to an assumption there that he did something. I don't know if he did or didn't. All I'm saying is I don't feel comfortable just assuming, of course, he did it when literally nobody has reported it. Not even like TMZ or someone like the National Enquirer of Sports Reporting. Even they haven't. It's literally just an internet thing. Could he be on the move? I mean, that's a better question. You could argue to the Houston Rockets, hey, we had a decent season. If Van Vliet doesn't get hurt, we'd be better. Like, we wouldn't maybe have been in this situation. If Durant's not hurt, maybe we beat the Lakers. There's a lot of maybes in there that I think are legitimate due to injury. But the other part of it is Durant's getting older, so how much longer can you continue this if you're the Houston Rockets? From the Giannis perspective, that one's interesting because you had a list of teams that were like, hey, we are the main suitors for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then Jaylen Brown and the Celtics get knocked down the first round, and Jaylen Brown has this weird stream where he's kind of like saying, hey, this is my favorite year, even better than the year I won Finals MVP, Eastern Conference Finals MVP. And so now it's been put out there like, wait a second, maybe the Celtics wouldn't mind throwing in the Jaylen Brown into a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal, and that obviously changes the map dramatically from the other deals that we're hearing about from Minnesota and Miami and even the Knicks.
Amin, great stuff. Thanks so much for the time and the insight as always, and congrats on the Pulitzer. That's awesome.
Thanks again.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Amin Al-Hassan joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line, of course, part of Meadowlark Media.
Formerly of the Suns organization.
Formerly of the Suns front office.
Yep.
Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Yep.
And, of course, Pablo Torre finds out. I was going to say, I know of an investigative podcast that could do some research into the Kevin Durant thing.
That's good.
I listen every second of that investigation. Jared's got the Sports Kebab coming up next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
You have seen his face on billboards, valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is extremely serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience they have with 98% winning record means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They have got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. And remember, big insurance corporations, defendants, stack the deck against you if you're ever injured in an accident, lowballing claims, delaying payment, denying justice. Sweet James fights back. Their mission is to defend the powerless and level the playing field for real people who have been hurt through no fault of their own. If you've been hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's
Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The ups and downs of the Arizona Diamondbacks continued last night. Zach Gallen was cruising along until the 5th inning, where he gave up 2 runs with 2 outs, and that was all the Pirates needed, as the Diamondback bats were quiet again last night. The 4-2 Pirates win means the Snakes have now lost 3 straight series and will look to get back on track as the Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch from Ryan Nelson will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals avoided the Aaron Rodgers experience and introduced 3 more of their rookies to the media, including quarterback Carson Beck. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: will the Diamondbacks win their series against the New York Mets? Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes. I did express concern about how they're playing on a number of different fronts, but it's the Mets.
It's the Mets. Yeah.
Even though the Mets play really well against the Diamondbacks traditionally.
They do.
I'm going to say yes. 2 out of 3 would be a much-needed boon for this team.
All right. 43% of the vote agrees yes. 43, and then 57% say no, they don't think they'll win.
All right. You can
see.
vote on that Sanderson Ford poll question right now on the homepage of the brand new ArizonaSports.com, where you can also be distracted like I just was and looking at the main art photo of Carson Beck at his press conference with the Cardinal logo on his shirt pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I told you.
you
can't get it out of your right.
You nailed it. There you go.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of shameless self-promotion.
Sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
What do you got today for us, Jarrett?
Oh, baby. If you'll look, you'll notice the shirt I'm wearing, if you're watching on YouTube right now, some of the dots are pointing in the wrong direction. So I hope that doesn't distract you.
No.
But this is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered, but I want to start with a weird new trend that I've noticed. One we've talked about on the show, the phrase loose bodies when it comes to surgeries in sports. You know, we've been talking about it all week. This week, a doctor removed loose bodies from Mercury player Sammy Whitcomb's knee. Mm-hmm. Last week, a surgeon removed loose bodies from Tiger star Tariq Skubal's elbow. Last month, The Athletic removed a loose body from their NFL reporting staff.
Here we go.
Yeah. This Diana Rossini story will not go away. No. It's on the news. It's in the tabloids. It's everywhere. It's crazy when the hantavirus cruise is only the second biggest story involving a filthy couple spreading a disease on a boat. Because yes, the latest twist is that Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel rented a boat together in 2021 while Diana was pregnant. It is crazy how deep the reporting on this is. TMZ was able to find surveillance video, eyewitness accounts, and signed paperwork from a random day of the boat rental in the middle of nowhere 5 years ago. Meanwhile, poor Savannah Guthrie's mom has been missing for 3 months. Not a clue to be found. They somehow found video of them renting this boat. Did you see it?
I did.
Yes.
Now, at first, people weren't sure if it was actually Mike Vrabel, but then they noticed he was the only one on the dock wearing a fleece life vest. And look, I'm not saying anything salacious happened on this boat, but other than Vrabel and Rossini, the only other passengers were the 2005 Minnesota Vikings. Can you believe that she was doing this while very, very pregnant? She was having an affair while her belly was expanding faster than the NCAA tournament. It's unbelievable. This is supposed to be a professional coach and an impartial journalist. And somehow this affair has apparently been going on for more than half a decade. I mean, they've spent more time rolling around on the floor than Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Did you see, and you said you saw the video? It's crazy. Vrabel walks by the boat and takes Rossini by the arm. And then someone yells, "No, I said grab the oar." This is what the video said. This is not what I'm saying. I'm only repeating what I heard. The oar. Now, this is why I love Andy Reid. He would never get involved with a scandal like this. And it's not because he would never have an affair. It's because there's never been a boat that could hold him. Like, could you imagine Andy trying to stay afloat in a canoe? That thing would turn over more than James Harden in the playoffs. Could you imagine Andy Reid if he went on a rowboat? That thing would sink faster than Draymond Green's career as a media personality. Yeah, Draymond is under fire for comments he made towards friend of the show, Charles Barkley, making fun of his time with the Rockets. Now, to be fair, Draymond Green did carry the Warriors during 4 championships. I'm sorry. I meant Draymond Green carried Steph Curry's bags during 4 NBA championships.
That's it.
My goodness, if Draymond Green were any more old, overrated, and insecure, he'd be flying to Pittsburgh right now to sign with the Steelers. Yes. In conclusion, after a week of rumors linking him to the Cardinals, it looks like Aaron Rodgers is going back to Pittsburgh. Now, the Cards rumors were connected to Rodgers' relationships with offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett. They are great friends, and as we found out, share a love of the Austin Powers movie, Goldmember.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, I figured they'd like a movie that better combine their interests, right? You could take Hackett's love of Austin Powers and Rogers' love of conspiracy theories and fake medicine. The movie could be called Isn't That Weird Science?
Good job, Jared.
There you go. Thank you.
I would watch that movie.
Yeah.
I was just telling Vinny that video that you discussed on that pier leading to the boat, it stops right before they come together, which means somebody is holding more of that footage for later.
How the hell do you find footage?
I don't know,
From 5 years ago from a random boat rental place.
I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Mike Vrabel is not going to be the head coach of the Patriots in week 1.
I was thinking about all the people that have had this footage in their phones and been telling their friends for years and years.
You'll never guess who I saw.
Yeah, I see them hanging out all the time. And now that's probably what's happening.
Probably is.
No, grab the oar.
The oar.
That's the Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin. You can follow Jarrett on X/Twitter at JarrettGC. Give mom the gift of D-backs baseball all season long. D-backs.tv. 50% off for Mother's Day. Just $44.99. Head to dbacks.tv now. This offer ends May 10th. Some final thoughts as we roll off into the weekend. Coming up, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Mother's Day just around the corner, and Waltz is having a great special entering the weekend. Shop online at waltz.com or in person at their beautiful store in Tempe. You get 5% off your purchase just by using the promo code Bickley, B-I-C-K-L-E-Y. See, I told you my name was good for something. Waltz is everything you need, whether you're a sports fan or whether you're planning for a movie night at home. Big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions that are built for the heat, the dust, and the elements in Arizona with incredible clarity of picture. They've even added computer gear to their set selection at Waltz. And remember, they also give you great pricing, an extremely knowledgeable staff, same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Also remember this, at Waltz, you are getting the same pricing as you would find at the big box/warehouse stores. You are getting 10 times the service. You will get the expertise you would never find at those big box stores. And once again, the pricing comparable on the exact same models. Plus, they've got all the major name brands you're looking for at Waltz. They've also got inventory you will not find anywhere else in the valley. And once again, for Mother's Day, great special going on. 5% off your purchase either online at waltz.com or in-store at their store in Tempe just by using my last name as the promo code. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, and once again, online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ask not what
your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
This one's going out to Dan in Fountain Hills.
Yeah?
I sent a video that surfaced on social media of one of your favorite bands, Deftones, covering the Smiths.
That's great.
I did not know they had recorded this. This was on the covers album from 2011.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really, really wild.
And for my money, I don't know, I fluctuate. This is probably the best Smiths song. Very short, but very good. Please, please, please let me get what I want. By Deftones, not the Smiths.
Nice.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, Aaron Rodgers isn't happening. Will another quarterback enter the fray for the Arizona Cardinals? You told me this during the break, and here we go again, Vic.
Yep.
Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated. I haven't seen the report or the tweet or whatever came out, but you've seen it. Cardinals interest in Brendan Sorsby as a supplemental draft
He's
pick.
a big-time prospect who's in big-time hot water. The gambling investigation, he probably will not be. In fact, I'll just say it. He's not going back to college football. They've made precedent very, very clear on not allowing people to return who get caught up into gambling. So the expectation is Brendan Sorsby went to rehab to sort of clear his name before the supplemental draft. And the supplemental draft is basically a blind auction where if you're a football team and you want them, you put in a draft pick from next year that you're willing to give them for that player.
Mm-hmm.
So the trick is, if you really like him, is trying to outfox everybody else who might want him and figuring out exactly what pick you sacrifice. Would a second-round pick do it? Probably, given where the Cardinals are going to be next year.
It seems steep to me, though.
It sure does. But again, he's a big-time talent, man. But again, it's a flawed kid. You've got to really question his values and how he got where he got.
I don't want to sound flip about it because this is an investment any team would be making in Brendan Sorsby, but kind of wondering out loud, what is the relapse rate for gambling addiction rehabilitation?
Great question.
I mean, I wonder, you wonder about that in drug and alcohol use.
Mm-hmm.
It's not usually a one and done process for a lot of people.
No. And so it's buyer beware, I guess, is the way it would be. But But if there are people who have thought, okay, listen, it would make sense for a team that's really, really good, theoretically, like the Rams before they drafted Ty Simpson. If you know you're going to be good next year, and you've got an aging quarterback, this might not be a bad flyer to take.
Yeah.
Or if you're the Cardinals and you want to flood the zone and get as many big-time prospects as you can, I don't know. Be interesting.
Norm Macdonald used to say that gambling is the only addiction where you could also win a lot of money.
Yes.
Very rarely do you smoke a lot of crack and then wake up with $10,000.
Yeah. Warren Buffett also called gambling, quote, a tax on stupid people, end quote. That's Warren Buffett, not me.
The truth lies somewhere in the middle. But Norm Macdonald's joke is the very reason why it's an addiction.
Yes.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I believe, Vic, I may be speaking out of school. This might be a Jared fact. I don't care if it is because it serves us.
Oh, I love it.
I believe we got the first reaction from Charles Barkley about the comments that Draymond Green made to him on ESPN the other night.
He did say he was off the last 2 days.
He was off the last 2 days. I haven't seen anything about other media outlets having Charles on. He does a ton of media. We love when he comes on with us.
Yeah, so make sure our people get this out there.
Do we have, in case you missed it?
A clip from the video is currently on Arizona Sports. We'll post it on our Instagram and Facebook and everything, but here is his answer when asked about the Draymond Green comments.
Hey, man, I never punched down. Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level. But hey, I'm never going to be sensitive. Because, Dan and Vince, I've taken some shots. And I don't even take them shots. I've never been personal with guys. I know that's one thing I feel very confident about. When I say something about a guy, it's never personal. It's never personal. But, hey, I'm a big boy.
I think that's going to get some mileage.
Not on the same level, doesn't punch down.
Yeah. But he repeated it. And Charles will probably get attacked by some for saying he never got personal.
He doesn't really.
He doesn't really, but I saw somebody tweet out, and there was a lot of reaction to this tweet. Charles Barkley drags everybody, but as soon as somebody says something about him, everybody freaks out. And there was a lot of people that came exactly with the response that you had. Not true.
Not true.
And he does, on that show even, Shaq is the one that much more goes after individual players.
Yes.
And much more makes things personal with everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody got big Mother's Day plans this weekend?
Yes. Saturday with my in-laws and Sunday with my side.
Yeah. What?
Your
side?
Well, we're celebrating with
your family.
Are you seeing Diana Rossini?
That's what I was gonna say.
Not my side piece.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were saying.
My side of the family.
Oh, okay.
My mother-in-law.
We thought you had a side piece.
I
forgot he was on the air.
I barely have even a main piece, let alone a side piece.
Yeah, listen. We're gonna do the new dynamic. We're gonna do the Mother's Day dinner on Saturday night to avoid the overpriced buffet, as you would call it.
Yeah, it's a good plan. It's very responsible.
Change the facts.
Yes. And you accomplish the same thing.
Same
it's still a
thing.
nice time out.
Same
You're still
thing.
spending time with the same people.
Yes.
Good for you.
Exactly.
Take care of all the moms out there. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms
And
out
all
there.
the mofos.
Oh, thank you, Charles, for barely censoring
Right,
yourself
he's a savvy broadcast veteran. He knows. That is going to do it for us today. Thank you to Charles Barkley, Carson Shire, Steve Zinsmeister, Amin Al-Hassan. Great show. Have a great weekend. We will be back Monday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And we leave you with this. We are your gold member leader.
If everything is in a state of flux, that means they fluxed it up.
I would have texted you, but both of my hands are broken.
How did I get stuck in this section full of humps? Stop rubbing your eyes, baseball players! Shut up, Jarrett. What a loser.
What a loser.
Boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
13 personnel.
Hey! Metaphorically.
Sorry. Oh, no.
O'Neal.
He's a tremendous athlete.
Mike LaFleur.
What is up?
On with the pimp in the box, Jim Rome.
What is up?
What is up, Mike LaFleur? Do you have interest in Aaron Rodgers?
Buenos ding dong dilly dias.
Right now, the student loan landscape.
Come on, Slovis.
What are you, the grammar police?
I love gold.
These are student athletes.
Preach, brother.
Rigged. It's rigged.
Why didn't he start the whole year? Now they're going to draft a quarterback.
Well, people always ask, why did we make so many Police Academy movies? Well, there are so many unanswered questions. We had to.
I got nowhere else to go.
Pirates stink. But everything's not as bad as you think. Because every fifth day, he gets to play forever with Paul Skeens.
You son of a billionaire!
Don't have to be hip to like drip.
We are notoriously ass.
Notorious ass.
Bubba throw hard.
Slime head.
Cocktail 2.
Electric boogaloo.
Deep doo-doo diligence.
Blue milk.
Whose mullet was better?
All right, let's trade pants.
That's when he's really, truly a hump.
You know, I always had a fantasy about filling a swimming pool with Jell-O.
Lock yourself in your air-conditioned home and get plastered.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The ups and downs of the Arizona Diamondbacks continued last night. Zach Gallen was cruising along until the fifth inning, where he gave up 2 runs with 2 outs, and that was all the Pirates needed as the Diamondback bats were quiet again last night. The 4-2 Pirates win means the Snakes have now lost 3 straight series and will look to get back on track as the New York Mets come to town starting tonight. First pitch from Ryan Nelson will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals avoided the Aaron Rodgers experience and introduced 3 more of their rookies to the media, including quarterback Carson Beck. For more on both stories, head to arizonasports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday. It feels like a Friday because it's Friday. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf. This is well, here, hold on. John, how are you doing?
I'm outstanding.
Great. Okay. This is a weird experience for me because I just did the show yesterday and Wolf was there and Rick was behind the glass. Yeah. And now you're there and only Jamal is behind the glass.
Yeah, what's going on today? Like musical chairs? I didn't know you could get days off. Like Rick texted me yesterday and goes, make sure you send your stuff to Jamal about ideas on the show because I'm off tomorrow. I'm like, what do you mean you're off tomorrow? You can be off? What are you talking about?
We should definitely order food or at least take pictures of food and send it to him.
I'll even buy.
Turn around.
I could not agree more. What are we doing? Barbecue pizza? Like, what does he love the most that would really piss him off that he wasn't here?
Burritos. We know he likes burritos.
Well, yeah, he definitely likes. I don't know how we know he likes burritos.
No, he told the audience through the art of
He showed the audience.
That's right.
He showed the audience how much he loves burritos.
Cameras sometimes don't turn off.
We have to send some sort of picture of food. And make it look like it's in the studio.
Oh, he gets so angry.
Yeah, he'll come back.
When you ate all that pizza, what was that, 2 or 3 Fridays ago at Pat's Run?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He was livid with Jamal. Has he even spoken to you since?
No, he hasn't said a single word to me.
How dare you eat free food on the road? All right, well, look, we got a lot to get into today. Reggie Virgil is going to join us at 12:30.
one of the newest Cardinals. If you heard his press conference yesterday, he seems like a happy dude. he was into it. So I'm looking forward to talking to him at 12:30. Jody Jackson will join us in about 40-ish minutes to talk about a big Diamondback series that's coming up. We got a lot to get into. We got football. We got, obviously, the NBA playoffs and more. How's that? And more.
And more.
You can never tell me I'm lying if I say and more. We're gonna start with the D-backs, though. Okay, John.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about the bats. And when I say I'm a little worried about the bats, I've been saying that since spring training. So I'm really kind of more than a little worried about the bats.
Well, we I don't know. We probably should have saw this coming. I mean, they lost a couple of major bats. Gino Suarez, they lose Naylor, and so they're not going to be the same type of team. But here's what's really hard, and this hasn't changed in the 2 days since I've seen you, which is you're going to struggle as an offense if you don't hit the ball out of the ballpark. You have the second lowest walk rate in the National League. Nobody steals bases anymore, so it's really hard to generate runs. So you're sitting there waiting for the big run. The great thing is they're only behind the Braves as far as runners in scoring position, but they don't get any runners in scoring position.
Is that one little detail?
So I don't know how they're going to all of a sudden snap out of this because they're not going to hit home runs. They're just not designed to do that. That means they've got to manufacture runs, and it's harder than ever to do that in today's league where the basic outcome is three things: strikeout, walk, or home run. So it's not really great to be a team that doesn't hit the ball out of the ballpark because you got to generate runs, but they don't get enough players on base to generate the runs.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at they're 4-11 in their last 15 games now. But if you go back and set aside the 9-0 win for just a second for the purposes of this conversation, their run totals in their other most recent 6 games, all of which have been losses, are 2-0, 4-0, 5-1. So, yeah, you score 5 or 4 runs, and you have a chance to win those games. Certainly, that should be enough. It wasn't because they were playing the Cubs, but those other days where you score 2 last night or you get shut out. I know it was by Skeens, essentially, but still, it's you still got shut out. You score 0 against Shota Imanaga. Okay, you score 1 against the Brewers. Like, you scored 2 against the Brewers in the series opener. You're not going to win those games. You're almost never going to win a game in Major League Baseball where you score 1 run. And rarely are you going to win when you score 2 runs.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they're not built to be this offensive team that wins 8 to 7 games or whatever, but and that's fine. But I don't know. Like, it's only because it was a concern, I think, for quite a few of us in spring training of like, okay, you traded away all these guys. You're putting a lot of responsibility on Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, and Corbin Carroll. Even if they all hit to their potential, which they're not right now, you still need other guys to step up. And I guess the good news is some other guys have stepped up, but those main 3 guys haven't really.
No, and the road trip, all 3 of them were terrible. Over their last 10, they're 22 for 108, which is a 204 batting average. And what you're trying to do with the guys that you just talked about, they've had a few guys be absolutely great, but those guys aren't going to be able to continue this pace. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to buy time for your big 3.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time. And we're going to get into this a little bit later. The schedule really flips for them, and so you got to get things going. But I was listening to Steve Zinsmeier this morning, and he made a great point, which is Corbin Carroll right now, and this is what he does when he gets into slumps. He starts swinging outside of the zone. He swung at the second most pitches out of the zone in the National League, which means that's a clear definition of he's pressing. And then what he does is he gets in the cage and he starts messing with things and changing things, and that's not really what you want to do. So, look, I love the guy. But for a minute there, he was kind of carrying everything with some of the younger guys or the surprising guys. And Perdomo's coming around a little bit. Ketel Marte hasn't. And again, Steve Zinsmeier this morning said, well, he's got a really good hard hit ball rate, and his expected batting average is XYZ. That's fine, but that's not how the game is played. Some of the stats and some of the analytics I go for, that one I don't, because you can have a whole season of bad luck.
Well, that's the biggest part of it. Like, I understand it's baseball, and they look at every stat every possible way, and so I get the spirit of like the expected batting average on balls in play, or this, okay, they're doing this, and so it should work out. But there's no guarantee that he's hitting 208 right now. There's no guarantee that because he's hitting the ball hard enough where he should be hitting better, that he's suddenly going to hit 416 for the next 2 months to even this out or whatever. Like, that's just not the way it works. So Ketel's, not that I'm like worried that he's not going to turn it around, But it's just like, this is kind of concerning because at least with as much as Corbin has struggled by his standards, he's still hitting 264.
Right.
It's not terrible. It almost feels like he's looking around with the thought of like, I have to do everything. I have to carry us. And I just want Corbin Carroll to be Corbin Carroll. And he had 2 hits last night.
Yep.
So, maybe, in fact, Torey Lovello talked about that afterwards. Maybe Corbin at least is kind of getting back to being his old self.
So Corbin, he's been grinding. I don't know what the official numbers are. And then he just does something like he does today, and then he's on his way and he's moving in the right direction. I think he swung at a down fastball, quality pitch that he was looking for and didn't miss it. And then he stayed on a left on left, looked like a heater, and just lined the ball to left field. I just think getting a ball in the hitting zone and anticipating that it's going to be there and it shows up, you don't miss it, and not chasing balls out of the zone. So shrinking the zone. Overall offense, we've got to shrink the zone. It's here. It's just big right now. We got to take it to this, and we got to make it 2 or 3 balls that we're looking for. That's the 3-0 mentality that I'm talking about. And then you get 2 strikes on, you got to expand a little bit. And you got to give up parts of your swing. These are all basic concepts. That's what I mean. We got to just get back to that foundation and understand what it takes to be a D-back hitter.
We're coming up on a quarter mark of the season, and it's easy to look at each of these guys individually. And again, I almost separate Corbin because he is hitting 264, and this is his version of struggling. And he's still having a decent year numbers wise. But like I look at the other 2 guys, and it's like, okay, is Geraldo Perdomo going to get back to where he was last year? No, probably not.
Probably not who he is.
Yeah, he's a really good fielder. He's a great leader. I think he's a very underrated hitter. But if you're asking him to be one of the 3 or 4 MVP candidates in the National League, that's not who he's supposed to be. I don't need him to be that. But if the thought is, okay, is he going to be hitting better? Yeah. Okay, is Ketel Marte going to be hitting better? Yeah, that's great. But even if they all hit to their potential, there's still holes in this offense. So that's the bigger concern for me. Everything's not lining up right now for them. They either can't get the pitching or the hitting.
No, and their assistant GM, Mike Fitzgerald, he joined us yesterday, and he talked about a lot of this, and they think that some of the guys coming back are going to be kind of an elixir. But to me, Carlos Santana is not an elixir. He's not going to help you do those things. The pitching, I'll go for that. Like if your pitching is struggling a little bit, the pen's struggling a little bit, which it's not, and you're getting all this pitching back, guys like Corbin Burns, you're getting a couple of relievers back, okay, I can buy that. But I don't think I'm going to buy that, all of a sudden Pavin Smith or Santana or some of the guys that they have coming back. The key potentially to the hitting is not only getting the big 3, that's obvious, but somebody from the minors, whether it be a Waldschmidt or a Troy or somebody like that, is going to have to come up here and surprise. Like Jose Fernandez did, like, whoa, where'd this guy come from? They're going to need one of those 2 guys because as we blame the players, as we blame the manager, whatever, it's the front office who allowed 2 big bats to leave and didn't replace them in the offseason.
I can't believe you just said the big 3 on these airwaves after how many years of Suns basketball where finally we were like, we're never saying big 3.
Yeah, I know.
And to be fair, you didn't say it in relation to the Suns.
I only made it because they stick out so much to the rest of the lineup.
I know, but you don't even know the mental jumping jacks I've been doing to not say big 3. I've been like, the important trio. The magnificent trifecta. Just go with big 3.
The 3 most important hitters in the lineup.
No, just embrace big 3. That's the way it feels right now is the big 3. Do you want free Sonic and some D-back swag? Text Smasher to 620-620 to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. When we come back, how much pressure is on Carson Beck and how much pressure is he putting on himself going into the 2026 Cardinals season? We're going to react to what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolflinger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Imagine talking to one team that knows your investments, your tax picture, and your estate plan. That's what you get with Trajan Wealth's family office. One big picture view of your financial life under one roof. Start at TrajanWealth.com. Life doesn't stand still, brothers. New jobs, grandkids, even new homes. Trajan Wealth's family office keeps your retirement, tax, and estate strategies working together as things change so your plan can move with you. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone and give them a call. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional service through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks find their offense again tonight against the Mets? We'll preview the series on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know how I like it when you loving on me. All right, again, Reggie Virgil, Cardinals rookie receiver, is going to join us today at 12:30. So you'll get to hear from him, kind of get a sense of what he's all about. We got to hear from Carson Beck yesterday at what was essentially a rookie press conference, and then he was on with Burns and Gambo in the afternoon as well. So I'm going to fire off some of this audio right now. John, wow, there's like 19,000 cuts here. I
listened to the whole thing.
I was going to say,
there's a lot. A lot of it's about his stolen Lamborghini, but yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there.
There's not a lot of new Cardinals have been introduced talking about their stolen Lamborghini. If I just fired off all this audio and just never jumped in and explained. It would take us to like 4 o'clock, I think. So I'm just going to play a couple of these.
Go get some barbecue.
Oh, that's true. Just make sure we send Rick a picture of it. All right. So Carson Beck yesterday, he was asked about coming back after the injury he suffered a little while back.
Well, that's like the mental battle, and having an injury like that, and obviously at the quarterback position, that's probably the worst injury that you could possibly have. And again, it was the mental battle back and forth of the two things that you just said. And you want to tell yourself always, like, it's going to be fine. It's just going to take time. You just have to trust the process. And you have a lot of really, really good people around you that are going to help you, get back to where you were. But then it's, 2 months in and you still haven't thrown a football, and you're sitting there and it's hard for you mentally. I say for you, but for myself, being in that situation and, just having to grind each and every day. Again, it really gave me a new perspective. And really, again, just realizing, man, like, I just want to be out there. I want to play football. Like this sucks. It obviously was a really hard time for me and a difficult situation to go through. But again, the guys at Miami really kind of rallied around me through that time and really helped me get through that, from the trainers to the coaches to the teammates.
I mean, that's one of the biggest things that we're going to be all watching with him, because one of the questions about Carson Beck, I don't want to say it's a knock, I just want to say it's a question, is like, is the arm strength fully back, or, is it going to come fully back, or what is his arm strength going to look like in the NFL? That, when we talk about this, and John, I know you and I have talked about it, Wolf and I have talked about it, you and I have talked about it off the air as well, it's like, how quickly can they get an answer on Carson Beck? To me, that's what the 2026 season is now about. That might be the biggest thing, is like, is he coming back from this injury, and by week 5, or who knows, by week 1, maybe he has NFL caliber arm strength, or is he not ever going to have that, and he's just kind of going to be your backup going forward?
Yeah, and it's weird because at Georgia, there was talk of him being the number 1 pick, and one of his strengths was his arm strength, was that he could really push the ball down the field. And he said also, he expanded on that with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and said that it's been a year and a half now. It's an elbow injury, for those who don't know. And he says it's stronger than ever. So if that's the case, then something that was a knock on him at Miami now becomes back to a strength, which is how strong his arm is.
A knock on him at Miami, where they almost won the national championship, too.
Right.
Now, again, I think anybody that watched that, I think, to be fair, you would say they didn't get there because of Carson Beck, but it's not like he was a passenger either. You know what I mean? That was a pretty balanced contributions for Miami. They got some from the defense, certainly from the offense as well, and Carson Beck was part of that. In fact, here's the cut with Burns and Gambo talking about that elbow injury.
I don't think it held me back at all, but again, being a year and a half out now, I mean, my arm is stronger than it's ever been, and I think a lot of that is also a credit to being able to sit here and train for the past 3-4 months, right? And not come off of a grueling season at Georgia where I injure my elbow and then have to go into rehab immediately and can't really work out, and I'm trying to get my elbow back, and I'm really just trying to get back to where I can actually get on the field and play, right? And now being able to train the past 3 months and get stronger and get faster and focus on mechanics and not be in this cluster and hurry to try to get back out on the field and do whatever, but really, lock in and focus and hone in on the little things that I need to do to, continue to get better mechanically, I think has also helped as well. So, but no, my arm feels great, body feels great, ready to roll.
I wish I knew what the Cardinals were thinking internally about him, just like what their plan is for him, because there are parts of Carson Beck's game and there are parts of this pick that I could get on board with fully, there's tangible reasons to believe that he's going to get better than he was last year in college. And then you only spent a 3rd-round pick. Like, there's reason to buy into hey, this was maybe worth taking a flyer. It's just in the back of my mind, I always have is he going to be just good enough where they miss out on a franchise quarterback in 2027, and then you're in the 8-win range for the next 3 years.
Look, this is nothing against him.
But it just, not at all.
It flies in the face of what I thought they were doing, which is you're punting until 2027, and everybody knows how good, or they think they know how good that class is. It might be the best in the last 10 years. The Jets are making no bones about it. Geno Smith is not a long-term solution.
They have 3 first-round picks next year, too. Like, the Jets... Can you believe we're saying this? The Jets have a clear and concise plan to get a quarterback.
Right. And if I was the Cardinals, honestly, and this is not against him, I would have done what the Jets did. I know that's weird to say, but they took Clay.
I'm uncomfortable.
I know, it's just crazy. But they took Cade Klubnik really late in the draft. He's not going to be a threat. if I could just see the Cardinals being in a situation where he plays well enough, Beck plays well enough to where they question whether they need to spend a high pick in 2027. And I like the kid. I mean, look, he played in 55 games. He started 40. He was 17-3 against ranked teams. He has some good qualities when you look at it and say, okay, you want a lot of starts for your quarterback. He did it. He did it in the SEC, did it for Miami, led him to a national title game. There's a lot of positives about the kid, but I don't see it. And then you might possibly, let's say he starts 10 games, they go 5-5, he throws 16 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, and you go, well, we don't need to, and then he reverts back because you see that now the league catches up to him, he reverts back. That's the worst case scenario. They were in the situation where they punted till 2027 and everybody was fine with it, and then you take a third rounder to kind of put a fly in the ointment. I don't like the whole situation.
The other part of this too is, and I know a lot of people didn't like Kyler. They were fed up with Kyler by the end. I get that, but if you're moving on from Kyler Murray, which they did, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have. It seems like that was on both sides. But one of the biggest things I think if you're moving on from Kyler Murray is, okay, we're kind of, this is what we're going to be. I mean, he made the playoffs one time, and it's not fair to say it was just him. I get that, but the quarterback has a bigger percentage of an impact than any other one player, right? And so with Kyler Murray, I have to think if you're moving on at a certain point, you're like, he can make some plays, but and he can keep us in the race, but we're never making the playoffs. We're hanging out. We're like right in the middle. So if you're moving on from Kyler, I don't want to move on to another quarterback that's that. That is why I'm so enticed by the 2027 class of like, get me one of these guys that any of them could be a bust. Even Arch Manning could be a bust.
Sure.
Started last year. He wasn't great in Texas, but he also could be a guy that's taking you to the Super Bowl in 2 or 3 years as well. And whether you want to say it's Arch or Maava or Dante Moore or whoever, I'd rather swing for the fences at that position because you moved on from a quarterback that was good. Kyler's not a bad quarterback. I kind of feel like Carson Beck's going to be good, but not great, just kind of good, which is not a knock on him. There's a place for a guy like that in the league, but it's a weird spot to be in if the Cardinals are still there in 2 or 3 years with him after they were just there for 7 years with Kyler.
Plus, I just think that we've all done this. We've covered teams that when they get the quarterback, you can just feel it in the whole place, and it changes the whole franchise. And when you get one of those guys, they can cover up so many warts on your team. You don't have to be the greatest team when you get a great quarterback. But my point is that they were going in a certain direction. Okay, we're punting, not on the season, but this is what we're going to do. We've made a decision that we're not going to address it really this year because there's such a great class. It's kind of like what NBA teams did with tanking, and I think that the fan base, could be wrong, I'm speaking for them, would be okay with that. But now they've thrown this guy into the mix that, like I said, worst case scenario becomes he's just good enough so that the front office double thinks and says, oh, geez, we got the first or second pick. We can trade it and get a bunch of picks, and then Carson Beck's your quarterback. And if he doesn't work out, then how you get your next quarterback?
Real quick, because we're late to break, but you being around San Francisco, how quickly did they know Purdy was something? Because that's kind of what you're hoping for.
Yeah,
Purdy was kind of out of nowhere, fast.
Well,
okay.
Let's put it this way. They were at training camp, and Kyle Shanahan turned to the owner, Jed York, and said, I think this is our best quarterback. And York got pissed because Trey Lance was out there. Yeah. But they did not compound the problem and say, sorry, we took him third. They knew it right away, and it saved him, obviously.
Training camp like when Purdy was a rookie.
Yes.
Okay, so, that gives me a little, optimism of maybe the Cardinals will know, like, hey, you know what, this is the guy.
You know fast. And that's the other thing about Carson Beck you can say is that he's played in so many games that if there's an opportunity to do that, he might because he played so many games. So I understand that. I'm just saying that they're kind of flying in the face of what they were doing.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, let's get into the NBA playoffs where everybody's angry. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Drafting Jeremiah Love, in some ways, was the worst thing that could have happened to Marvin Harrison Jr. because he just gives you another mouth to feed. A really good, talented mouth that you now have to justify selecting number 3 overall in the draft.
If Wilson is better than Marvin Harrison Jr., then your top 2 receiving options down the field are Michael Wilson and Trey McBride. Underneath, you're going to go to Jeremiah Love. And now you try to figure out where does Marvin Harrison Jr. fit in. So he needs to bust out this year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, it's Gambo. Let's chat for a second. If you're over 40, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I hit that point myself where your energy drops and weight doesn't come off like it used to. I was still working, still active, but it wasn't the same. That's because your body changes. It's biology. But it doesn't mean you have to accept it. You can fight back. That's why I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Not because it's hype, because it helps me stay energized and lean. It's built for men over 40 to support steady energy and metabolism. So when you're active, you get results. No extremes, just a daily supplement you take every day. If you're feeling that shift, don't wait. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. You could go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. You could also go to Sprouts. M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. Or again, online, go to mdriveformen.com, put GAMBO in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, 4-2 in the rubber match. The Snakes will have a chance to bounce back tonight in a brand new series against the New York Mets at home at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. The Arizona Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today, and some of the rookies spoke yesterday to the media. Carson Beck joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he explained how his experience can help him adapt to the NFL.
The more experience you have and the more you play, obviously that develops more and more and more. You know, you're never really capped in that. The more looks you see and the more plays you're able to, have, and the team needs you and you got to make a play. The more plays that you make and the more kind of moments you're thrown into like that, the better those skills get.
And speaking of rookies, rookie wide receiver Reggie Virgil will be joining the Wolf and Luke show today at 12:30, so stay tuned for that. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks find their footing over the weekend, or will they continue to sink? We'll discuss our baseball team and what's next. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. We're having too much fun during the breaks.
No, it's an interesting dynamic. We have Skip and Stephen A., which nobody asked for, and they're debating who was more right about Tebow's career.
Hey, that's timely.
Oh, my God.
They're answering the questions the public is asking today.
We're still waiting on A.J. Puck to say anything on the McAfee show.
A.J. Hawk.
A.J. Puck. A.J. Hawk.
Although A.J. Puck's maybe said more on this show today than A.J. Hawk.
That's 20 minutes, and then... Anyway,
yeah,
it's always fun. I love the TVs in here.
Ever since you pointed out that A.J. Hawk doesn't say a ton on that show, I can't unsee it because they show him. And I was telling you, it's like when you go to a concert and they have just a big floating head on the stage behind like the band, but it's not talking; it's just kind of there.
I will say, yesterday they had Ben Stiller on, and he asked about the Met Gala. That was a pretty good question because I don't know what happened to the Met Gala, so that was a good question.
He asks good questions, but ever since John pointed that out on Wednesday, and Rick too, they both were like, he doesn't say
nothing.
Much.
Yeah.
Not like he doesn't have any substance to what he says. He just doesn't talk much.
Never. Like they've had Dan Orlovsky on for like a half hour, and A.J. Puck will move his lips like he's going to say something, and then A.J. Hawk is, and he never says anything. If he got paid by the word, he'd have no money.
We should get A.J. Hawk on the show and just be like, dude, just say everything you want to say. Because he's probably got a lot to say.
He licks his lips a lot, puts on chapstick. He used to smoke a cigar because he knew he wasn't going to talk. He would smoke a cigar.
He keeps looking like he's getting ready to say something. All right.
All right. Sorry.
Let's talk NBA
Very
playoffs.
insidey.
The theme of this year's playoffs is anger towards officials.
Yes.
And it's not even coming from the fans as much this time. I mean, it's certainly there from the fans too, John. But like when Devin Booker, who doesn't typically publicly badmouth the officiating, he does during the game. Like he'll get in the official's face. I get it. Every NBA player does, it feels like. But he doesn't typically come out after a game and say anything specific. He did when they were playing the Thunder. He got fined like he knew he would. But that was kind of when somebody like that says something, or like Donovan Mitchell the other night, I kind of put him in the same category of like he doesn't really complain publicly a lot. But when Book did it, and then you notice like everybody around the league be like, yeah, he's right, by the way, about Oklahoma City. I don't know. If I was Adam Silver, I might take a step back and be like, okay, this is kind of the face that this team, Oklahoma City, is going to be the face of our league right now because they're winning every year. And everybody already hates them because I guess fans don't want to just watch flopping for some reason.
Well, it's amazing to me. I think the NBA, their biggest issue is Oklahoma City because maybe you didn't like the Warriors, maybe you liked the Bulls, maybe like whatever, but they were entertaining to watch and they were the dominant team. Well, Oklahoma City's just going to get better. They've got a lottery pick as well. And somebody, I can't remember, Bleacher Report or somebody did a piece on what if they got Bonton? It's like, then just shut the whole thing down. But in watching last night's game, and every playoff series is like this, right? When Book did it, after a couple of games, you go down 0-2, and then you complain about the official, and you hope you get a few whistles. This goes beyond that.
Yeah.
And it goes beyond SGA. Like, SGA doesn't get touched, goes down. It's frustrating to watch. There's no rhythm to the game. But Jet Holmgren, he completely LeBron'd last night, in which he didn't get touched at all, fell back, grabbed his mouth.
That was a bad look.
Like, what are they watching? Do we need another official? Do we need two more officials? Do we need an eye in the sky?
Do we need replacement officials?
Right. What do we need to do? Because it's not even good acting.
No, it's not. And it's this, you're starting to draw this line where if you don't flop, you're falling behind. I mean, that's how bad this is getting. This is going to be the NBA product. I've said this multiple times. It's not because I grew up playing hockey. It's not that. But if you just put an NHL playoff game and an NBA playoff game, set aside how much better of a job the NBA does marketing its players. Set aside the fact that you probably know all the players in the NBA and you probably don't know most of the players in the NHL because that's on the NHL for not marketing the players. But if you didn't know any of the players, if you weren't invested in any of the storylines and you just watched the two products side by side, it's tough to watch the NBA right now. It's not tough if it's your team. If you're a Knicks fan, you're loving this. When the Suns were in it, maybe you weren't loving the way it went, but it's not tough to get invested when it's your team. But if you're sitting there and you're watching, okay, I'm going to watch the Cavs and the Pistons, or I'm going to watch the Wild and the Avalanche, the actual product, it's not even close which one's more compelling. Hockey has it beat 1,000 times over. They just don't market their product as well as the NBA does. The NBA's got to fix that, because at a certain point, whether it's us or it's the next generation, people are going to be like, yeah, I'll put the NBA game on because I do care who wins, but I'm going to be on my phone or I'm going to be doing something else. Like I tried to watch, I forget which NBA game it was, but I just went to the D-backs game the other night. And it's not because it's a local team. If the D-backs weren't playing, I would have gone to a different baseball game.
Well, and it's hard to watch. And what it is that success and you play follow the leader in business and sports and life. So what teams are going to do is, because you hear players say this every night, like you said, Jaylen Brown has said it, Donovan Mitchell just said it, J.J. Redick went off on the officials. But what's going to start happening is you'll have no choice but to tell your team, sorry, I know this isn't the right way. I know that it's not fun to watch. I know free throws break up the rhythm of game. I know that it's not aesthetically pleasing, but we're going to have to start doing this because the officials are rewarding it, and you don't even have to be good at it. You just have to flop and out of the corner of their eye.
Might be the worst actor I've ever seen.
I mean, Caruso did it last night, got a call. SGA didn't get touched on 3 or 4 plays. Holmgren's was ridiculous. And I thought a couple of years ago that what they need to do, just start finding players high amounts and also don't reward it. I mean, it's so easy to fix. It's not like tanking or some of these other issues. It's really easy to fix.
This is fixable, yeah.
Fixable. And then your point on hockey, they're just taught, like, I'm not going to fall on the ice. I'm not going to flop. This is a tough guy sport. Like, when did it change in the NBA to this level? It's been that way to a certain extent. I get it. But the officiating has become worse and worse. And for some reason, when it comes to Oklahoma City, it's like they're wearing blinders.
Yeah, they need to officiate every player like that player is Devin Booker, where it's just like, unless you give me a clear, unless you're bleeding, we're not calling the foul, basically. You know, you bring up hockey. Coyotes fans will remember this because the Coyotes, their one year they made that deep run in 2012. They played the Kings. They lost in the conference finals. And the frustration in that series was that Dustin Brown was diving. And he was diving. That is not common in hockey, but the NHL immediately responded and was like, they'll call you for diving. They will call. I've seen plays in hockey, and at first it didn't make a ton of sense to me. I was like, this is kind of ridiculous. A guy would get tripped. He was tripped. But they would also call him for diving, too. They would call him for embellishing. I'm like, okay, so you're calling both penalties. They can't both be true. Well, yeah, actually they can. And what they were trying to do, and it wasn't really a problem in hockey. It was a problem for like 4 minutes. You don't want your guys diving. You don't want to reward it even for a second because of what you're saying. You're going to get guys in the league that are like, I want to win the title, too, so I have to play like Oklahoma City. It's a copycat league. That's what the NBA's got to do. You actually have to punish guys for flopping around. And you can't say, oh, we're going to. We put this rule in. You actually have to call it.
Well, and that's I think that's the offseason, and the NFL does this all the time. You constantly hear guys like Mike Pereira and Gene Steratore. We've got a point of emphasis in the NFL this year. The point of emphasis in the NBA next year is you cannot, not only do you not reward it, you penalize it.
Yeah.
You fine players, because that's really what it comes down to, because nobody wants to see what Oklahoma City's doing. And I'm not saying they're not talented. They are. But it's pathetic the way that their games specifically are being called. And I'm not really a guy to complain about officials. I think that, it's low-hanging fruit for fans. I get it. But in this case, it's getting out of control.
Everybody. It's united the rest of the league. And it's not like the rest of the league isn't flopping too, but with Oklahoma City specifically, I mean, we didn't even get to play the audio. I'll play it later in the show. But you got J.J. Redick complaining. You've got J.J. Redick complaining that LeBron doesn't get enough calls. Like, that's how crazy this has gotten.
That's pretty amazing, too, because it's usually a star-driven league, and they get the calls. LeBron's not getting calls.
It's one of those things where if the NBA is just like, whatever, people complain, it's going to get worse and worse and worse, because you and I are having this conversation. Neither one of us are Lakers fans. Like, this is not the Lakers got screwed. It's man, this is happening more and more. And it feels like it's gotten worse this year with Oklahoma City as well. All right, when we come back, how can the Arizona Diamondbacks get back on track? We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. She'll join us next ahead of D-backs Mets. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Fish, chips, couple tea, London.
You could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m. news
noon and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports Studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. One of the very best of the year. We just had the football draft, obviously basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs, baseball in full swing right now. We got some big sports coming up this summer as well. Look, you don't want to miss any of this. And so the place to get to is Twin Peaks. They got wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sightlines. And because of all that, you don't have to miss any of the action. You can watch the games at home, but I'm guessing you don't have 20 TVs to watch the games on at home. And this way you don't have to miss anything. Just call some friends. Get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all those TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. But then also, while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, smoked in-house, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian or the backyard barbecue brisket, maybe the OG pepperoni. And nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Don't even need to wait for the weekend. Experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or whenever. Twin Peaks, come hungry, leave victorious.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? During the Memorial Day Save-a-thon, we're making service more affordable now than ever. Right now, buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make or any brand.
Did I hear that right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Why Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Why Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Why Refi today.
All right, D-backs back at it tonight at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson on the mound to start a 3-game series with the New York Mets before they head out on the road next week. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, Jody?
Hey, guys. Hey, Luke. Hey, John. Yeah, I mean, this has been a rough stretch. I think, Brandon Webb and I were excited to see that win in Game 1 against the Pirates. 9-0. They actually kind of could have scored more runs early against Bubba Chandler, who was as advertised. Yes, he throws 100, but he was wild and issued walks. So I think we were excited to see that. Ketel Marte had two hits that night. And then just, Paul Skeens was in the middle there, Keller yesterday, and it kind of went back to the trend of, the starting pitching's been better, but teams just not clicking, and that's where you see them sitting at, 4-10 in their last 14, or is it 4-11? 4-11 in the last 15. So those are ugly numbers, and, now they take on the Mets, which it was refreshing for me to go into Citi Field and see them have success against the Mets, because that's kind of been a pretty awful place to play for them the last, I don't know, it goes back a long time. And they did a nice job there. So let's see how they match up with the Mets here, because I think this is a pretty important series. You have to stop the bleeding, so to speak, over this 15-game stretch where you're just not getting consistent play. You're not clicking along. When you get to starting pitching, now they had the meeting with the guys in the rotation, Torrey calling them in. You guys know that story. We've talked about it a lot on TV. And I think that's been great. And now the chase rate thing is out there, and maybe they can regroup as a hitting group and just say, hey, we have got to stop chasing, because that is something that's been a real problem.
Yeah, let's stay with that, just because you ended with that. Corbin Carroll is one of the culprits of that. I think he chases the second most pitches in the National League out of the strike zone. And is that just a team-wide? I just mentioned Corbin, but team-wide, is that just because you think players are trying to do too much because they're getting frustrated that they're not having success at the plate?
I think so, John, and it's player to player. Honestly, I'm not as worried about a guy like Corbin Carroll, because he never stays in a funk for very long, and I think we're seeing him come out of it. He actually hit a ball pretty hard off of Skeens the other night, and I kind of thought, that's why yesterday I kind of had a feeling like, is he going to come out of this? And sure enough, he did have the home run. He had 2 hits yesterday. So Corbin, to me, yes, the chase rate has been high. Not good. I feel like he is great at making those adjustments, because when we see him in a funk, it usually doesn't last too long. I'm more concerned about, think about some of these other rates. Alec Thomas, 42%, Ildemaro Vargas even. And I think with Vargas, we've seen him when he takes those big swings, and a lot of times it's been going out of the park early on in the season, and he's had a 40% rate too. And those are some of the highest rates in the majors. And the D-backs lineup has the 3rd highest chase rate in the majors. The Rockies, Blue Jays are higher. But this is something that is not a hallmark of this team. We know what they're good at. They're usually good at taking walks. Perdomo's doing that. A few other guys are doing that. But it's just been throughout the lineup, up and down. And, yesterday, I think the other thing that's interesting is, lineup construction-wise, you're trying to get guys in there. You're trying to get them, guys to play like a Jose Fernandez, and now he hasn't had as much playing time. But even Arenado yesterday, he's a guy that's not chasing. He's had a lot of success at the plate lately, and he had the day off yesterday. But obviously he'll be in there this weekend. So I just think, is it as simple as, Torrey said yesterday, you can't just tell guys don't chase. But they've been really good as a hitting group, and the hitting coaches with each guy separately identifying their strengths and pitches that they have to check off on, not take a hack at. And the pitching has been good. Skeens, Keller, although they kind of let Keller off the hook, I think, a little bit yesterday. Obviously, I hate to, put it all on Alec Thomas, but that was a tough double play to bounce into when you've got runners on the corners. And then, they just haven't really had that knockout punch when they needed it, when they've had some traffic on the bases. And I think that's what's really been missing. And it's just throughout the lineup, you see the top 3 have been cold at times. The bottom of the lineup's been hot. Now I feel like that might be reversing. But and can we stop calling them the big 3, by the way? I just feel like that's bad. That's bad karma.
Yeah,
but
we're trying not to do
rate,
that. Yes.
The chase rate is a problem, and I think for each batter, though, it is a little bit different how they have to approach it. It isn't just as simple as, this isn't like, as we know, they dive deep into analytics and deep into everybody's swing, and it isn't like gather your little league team and say, okay, hey, don't swing at bad pitches. It's a little more complicated than that, but at the end of it, at the heart of it, that is what it is. So we'll see what happens tonight.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, Ryan Nelson on the mound tonight, and I was really encouraged by his start over the weekend in Wrigley against the Cubs. 5 2/3, just the 1 earned run allowed, just the 4 hits. And the Cubs have, I think, one of the best lineups in baseball. But we can't hide from the fact that his previous 2 starts, he had given up 14 runs over 5 1/3. His overall numbers this year are not good by any means. That not just not by his standards, they're just not good. But he has had some really good starts mixed in there as well. The last time he faced the Mets was pretty good back on April 8th. Any signs that he's turning a corner at all, or where are you in terms of concern level with Ryan Nelson?
Luke, it is really hard for me to evaluate Ryan Nelson right now. The wild swings for him of really good outings and really, really bad outings have been, it's made it difficult to look at because at times it just seems like he's getting hit really hard. I know there's always some bad luck involved when you get really hard or like he got 1 out in the outing against the Blue Jays, but, they were on his pitches. They were on his fastball. So I think, how can I sum it up simply? Well, his fastball is really, really good. And there are teams that can't hit it. There are times he can go 3 times through a lineup and they can't hit it. And we've seen the Dodgers and the Padres and teams like that have those issues over the last few years. And then there are other times, though, where teams, Toronto being one, we've seen it at times where they are on it and they are able to hit it. And whether it's bad luck or hard hit or whatever it is. So the key for him has to be a little bit, can you be unpredictable in some cases, but also rely on that fastball so much? Because I hear many times he's got to mix in the slider, he's got to mix in the breaking stuff, and yet he's still throwing like 68% or 70% fastball. So how do you do that? And that's what's going to be interesting tonight. And this is a Mets lineup that Soto is back, but they are still dealing with a lot of injuries. And I know they've been better of late. They've won a couple series, and they have Soto, but they don't have Lindor. They don't have Polanco. They're missing another one of their guys too. Oh, Luis Robert Jr. He's out of the lineup too. So not to say that's going to be a whole lot easier because you still have Bichette, dangerous hitter. You have Soto. You have a bunch of guys in there that can hit the ball hard. So I would love to see how he's going to attack this lineup tonight. But the fastball is so good that I know one thing. You're going to see a lot of it because it has worked for him in the past. And I think the key is going to be how can he keep it off the plate, keep it out of the heart of the plate to make it work tonight against the Mets.
Jody, always great talking to you. We'll catch up again next week. Have a good weekend, all right?
All right, you too. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of this matchup with the New York Mets. A big series, and she's spot on what she said in there too. Of like, there's basically, I'm paraphrasing. You just heard her say it, but yeah, there's always bad luck when your ERA is bad when you're giving up a ton of runs. You never see a guy go out there and give up like 9 runs and be like, "Man, I was lucky tonight." Only 9. So
worse.
Ryan Nelson. All 3 of these games are obviously important. They need to start winning series. Ryan Nelson in particular tonight, that's the player I think I'm watching more than anybody else in the series. I know Merrill's going tomorrow, and Merrill has struggled, but Ryan Nelson has had some games this year where he looks like, not an ace, but like he looks like Ryan Nelson. He's just had some really bad games too, but his most recent outing was a good one against the Cubs, so I'm hoping maybe that was a turning point for him. All right, when we come back, how much are the Cardinals going to be relying on rookies in 2026? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Oh, my goodness! It's an outrageous snag by Thomas.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue And then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the disc doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for disc.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday 4-2 in the rubber match of their series. The Snakes will have a chance to bounce back tonight in a brand new series against the New York Mets. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today, and some of those rookies spoke to the media yesterday. Carson Beck joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he explained how his experience can help him adapt to the NFL.
The more experience you have and the more you play, obviously that develops more and more and more. You know, you're never really capped in that. The more looks you see and the more plays you're able to, have, and the team needs you and you got to make a play. The more plays that you make and the more kind of moments you're thrown into like that, the better those skills get.
For more information on Carson Beck and the rest of the rookies, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And rookie wide receiver receiver Reggie Virgil will be joining the Wolf and Luke show today at 12:30, so stay tuned for that. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room going into camp? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us, and thanks in advance to Reggie Virgil, Cardinals rookie wide receiver, who's going to join us in about an hour and a half. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. You know, we haven't asked Jamal about his bacon cologne that he was supposed to order on Wednesday. Did you end up ordering that, Jamal?
We ended up talking about it after the show for like 20 minutes.
It's hilarious.
I'm still debating.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get disowned by my family, but then I also want to smell like bacon. So It's kind of give or take.
That's the classic debate between getting disowned by your family or smelling like bacon.
Yeah. Plus, the debate we were having after the show about it is that you trying to attract whatever you want, but I don't know if the ladies would like the bacon scent, but guys sure would.
Yeah, I definitely
Jamal,
have
I don't know
a
what
little
you've
bit
done with yourself, but man, it's worth it.
My debate was more like, are we going to see Jamal again because of whatever weird site he ended up on to find this bacon cologne?
Oh, that's right.
Because it wasn't a site anybody had ever heard of.
So none of the tech guys came to you and went, Jamal, we need to speak to you for a moment, because it was a strange sounding website.
Well, not yet.
You'll know you're okay if one of the tech guys walks by and they smell like bacon, and you'll be like, "Oh, they stole your idea." They're not gonna take
Well, it was like
here.
it was some weird, very questionable sounding website. Not that you would ever go there.
No,
but,
of course not. That's just where the search engine took Jamal. But then you weren't here yesterday, and I was like, "Man, they got Jamal. It was quick.
They got to me."
But he's back. All right, looking at the Cardinals, and you got all the rookie stuff going on now here over at Cardinals headquarters, and that's why we're going to talk to Reggie Virgil today, and that's why the morning show talked to Carson Shire out of Iowa, and that's why the afternoon show talked to Carson Beck yesterday afternoon. John, it raises sort of an interesting question of how much are the Cardinals going to be relying on rookies this year? And it also, it inevitably forces you to look back now. This is Monty Austin-Fort's fourth draft class. And I would say mixed results so far in the first three. To be fair, some of it's because of injuries, certainly. An unusual number of injuries, or uncommon, I guess. Some of it, like he's hit on some later picks, like Michael Wilson in the third round looks like a great pick. I would say Rabbit in the fourth round in 2024 looks like a really good pick. But, man, there are just chunks where it's just like, oof, like they just missed on this chunk of the draft. And certainly probably what hurts the most is the top of the 2024 draft, because Marv hasn't been the guy yet that he's supposed to be. He still could be. New OC, new quarterback, let's see what happens. Or new offensive-minded head coach, I should say, new quarterback. But, like, Darius Robinson was a first-round pick. He hasn't really hit yet. It seems like they've done better in, like, the fourth and fifth round than they have early in these drafts.
Well, 2024, like you said, really hurts because Marv was supposed to be something. Robinson's, to this point, been a bust. Max Melton's just been okay. But you have 4 third-round picks that year, and the third round is really those are starting players. They should be. That should be depth players. And Benson's going to be the fourth-string running back. Isaiah Adams, Tip Raymond, Elijah Jones. Those aren't players that have come through. And so you had all those opportunities. You had 2 1s that year, a 2 and 4 3s. That could have set your team up.
Yeah.
For a long time. And if you look at what Seattle and the Rams are doing, that's what they're doing. Is the Seattle scares you because not only are they hitting on guys like Witherspoon and JSN, and they're killing it, but then it's an Emin Worry. They're hitting on all aspects, and the Rams and the Seahawks have done that in their last 2 or 3 drafts. And so while I like this draft, I think Love's going to be big. I think the guard out of Texas A&M is going to be a starter. I like Proctor. I think he could be a piece. But it also comes with, you kind of group these together. So Walter Nolan's got to get healthy. I like Will Johnson. I think that could be a steal.
That was a steal.
He's got to be healthy.
Yeah.
What's Jordan Burke? Like, it's this draft, there's no doubt. But for Monty, it's really 2 or 3 drafts, and that determines what your team is.
Yeah, and there's not like we're having the conversation in the middle, kind of looking at both sides because nobody does that. People are either like, oh, he's great at drafting, or in general in the NFL, unless your team's going deep in the playoffs, you just assume your GM is horrible at drafting. I don't think it's either of those things. I mean, again, look at last year. Walter Nolan looked really good when he played. Got hurt too much. Wasn't really a guy that was hurt a ton in college. So you can't pin that on the Cardinals front office. Will Johnson was a steal in the second round. There are some potentially really good players in here. The 2024 one, though, is the one you look at because of what you said. You had 2 firsts, a second, and 4 thirds. And I'll set Tip Ryman aside for a second because he did look really good for what they want him to do, and then he got hurt. Yeah. So and I think he'll play off of Trey McBride really well. So that's great. That could end up being a really good third-round pick. But, yeah, like a guy like Trey Benson or Isaiah Adams or Max Melton or even Darius Robinson. Like Darius Robinson had an unfairly rough rookie year with just stuff he was dealing with. Yep. But last year he didn't really look like what we were hoping yet either. And so it's easy for me to fall into the trap of like, okay, well, just give Isaiah Adams another year. Or Trey Benson, but then you look at those other teams like you're talking about. It's not just Seattle and the Rams. It's Baltimore. It's Philadelphia. These teams, they hit. It doesn't take 3 years for their guys to hit. They hit, and the Marvin Harrison Jr. part is the one that's the most frustrating to everybody because that's the headline grabber. But it's like we're going into year 3 here with Marv, and I understand you've switched quarterbacks on him. He had an injury. It looked like he was turning a corner last year and then got hurt. There's all these little things, but that stuff seems to be happening to a lot of guys. Like they need not only this 2026 class to make a pretty quick impact. They really need the 2024 and 2025 classes to make an impact this year.
Well, a perfect example is 2024. You have 2 first-round picks, and you get Marv and you get Darius Robinson. Seattle had 2 first-round picks in 2023, and they got Devin Witherspoon and JSN. I mean, it's just they got 2 superstar players that they're going to.
JSN is that new? Feels like he's like on his way to the Hall of Fame already.
It's so, and then the next year they got Byron Murphy in the first round is what you hope Walter Nolan's going to be, and in the mid rounds, they got guys like AJ Barner and guys like Derek Hall, and last year in the second round they got Nick Amenwari after they got Gray Zabel, who was a really good guard for them. So it's really about putting 2 and 3 drafts together, melding those young players, and they turn into something, and that's where with Monty Ossenfort, that's what 2024 should have been. When you have 2 1s, a 2, and 4 3s, that should be your turning point of your franchise, and it hasn't been.
Now, again, to be fair, a lot of those guys were hurt.
No doubt.
But still, whatever it is, whether it's the injuries, whether it's we're not developing guys quickly enough here, or we're picking the wrong guys, whatever it is, when you take a step back and you look at the other really good teams, it's not like the Cardinals are the only team that this is happening to, or their guys either aren't.
The draft is hard, man.
Yeah, but that's where I think people get lost in the shuffle. It's like, oh, only the Cardinals can't draft. It's not that, but if you're trying to be one of the good teams, which is the goal here, the good teams are getting major impact from the 2024 class already, and they're getting some impact from 2025, and they're going to get impact from 2026. And the good teams weren't picking high this year, you know what I mean? But we're going to get 8-9 weeks into the season, and you're going to be, the Eagles have a Rookie of the Year candidate. Like, why do the Eagles have a Rookie of the Year candidate? They shouldn't have that. So,
well, and that's maybe why, to be honest, maybe that's why he felt like let's take a sure thing in Jeremiah Love, which a lot of people think is a sure thing, and they needed a guard, and Proctor, I think, is going to play because I think they need some interior guys. Like you said, Reggie Virgil's coming up at 12:30. He's an interesting dynamic in that he ran a 4.57, but before he came over to Texas Tech the year before, he played at Miami of Ohio and averaged 20 yards a catch on 55 catches.
Yeah. It seems like he has football speed,
right?
Which I would much rather have the football speed than the combine speed.
And there is that need for the Cardinals, so I'll give them this credit, at least on paper. There are players that fit. As much as they had some depth at running back, Love fits. And, Virgil, they could use that guy. Carson Beck, like I said, I'm not on board with it, but okay, I get why they did it. So it comes down to, finding those fits for your team. And I think that's what Seattle, the Rams, Philadelphia, these teams, Detroit, who have had that, they understand the type of player that they're drafting and where they fit. Whereas these draft analysts sit there and just go, by my board, this is the best player at that position.
Grading off their own scale.
They're not looking at how the player fits. And hopefully the Cardinals have figured out who fits in what they're trying to do.
Keep some of these guys healthy, too.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, we come back. Are we already to the point where we're hearing Diamondbacks trade buzz? Not a rumor, but just buzz. It's already out there. We're starting to get those stories that are like, hey, here's some guys that should move, and they're starting to pick apart the Diamondbacks. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You are looking.
Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too.
Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class?
Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road, and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Make this memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi here, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks find their footing over the weekend, or will they continue to sink? We'll discuss our baseball team and what's next. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf. John's playing music off his phone so he can Start the dance party early on a Friday.
This seems like the kind of thing I would hang with in the club.
Yeah. Well, I heard your car pulling up.
Yeah. I'm one of those people, I roll down my windows, so everybody can hear everything I'm listening to.
Your car actually runs on EDM. It doesn't even run on gas.
Absolutely.
Which is smart right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Should point out real quick, we're going to get into D-backs, but officially the Cardinals have signed Jeremiah Love. 4 years.
Very nice.
Fifth option. So that's.
I just saw Carson Beck throwing the ball at camp. Very exciting.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of hits.
We're getting there. Look how excited Jamal is. Jamal's like, it's football season.
We're only like 2 months away from camp. It just flies, man. It's crazy.
Fantastic, man. Let's just sit here in silence and wait for camp to open.
That's what we'll do.
It's either that or talk about the fact that major publications are already out there being like, okay, who can we take off the Diamondbacks and put on the team from New York or something? So Zach Gallen's name is coming up already. The Athletic had a story out there looking at potential trade candidates. The trade deadline in Major League Baseball is August, so it's August 3rd. So just know going into this conversation that nobody's getting traded anytime soon. But what I took from this, John, is not Zach Gallen's name specifically, but just kind of I do wonder, and the Diamondbacks have this stretch coming up where on paper they have a lot of winnable games coming up. I do wonder how different the roster would look if they didn't make a run at a playoff spot this year. I know it's way too early for this, but at the same time, this is where we are. They're struggling right now. They're 4-11 in their last 15. Nobody's blowing up the roster now. Nobody's blowing it up in a month. You're gonna want to at least see what this looks like when Corbin Burns and AJ Puck and all these guys come back. But if we get to the trade deadline and they're not in the wild card race, Zach Gallen, I would think, would be traded because he's only signed for this year. And then you start to wonder, like, how many other guys, like, would they have to hit some sort of full reset? Because you're already starting to see that buzz out there nationally.
Well, and here's a couple of things that help the Diamondbacks leverage if they do struggle, and where there might be a couple of teams out there that are contenders that might even have to go at this thing early. The Cubs lost Horton, their best young pitcher, the kid out of Oklahoma a couple years ago. I think it was the 7th overall pick. He's really, really good. He had Tommy John surgery already. Tarek Skubal is already down. So some of these teams that are contending all of a sudden are possibly needing one. Now, are they going to do it that early? It would cost you way too much. Closer you get, the leverage kind of evens out a little bit more. But this is what Jim Bowden wrote this morning, as we know these things. But he said, finish in the top 10 3 times. Unfortunately for him, and this is the bad part because you and I talked about this at the beginning of the season, he had the worst year of his career last season. What was his free agent walk year? Didn't get the offers he expected. Returned on a $16 million, blah, blah, blah. This is the part that hurts. Hoping he could turn things around and pitch to his accustomed level. So far, he's looked like 2025 Zach Gallen more than the Cy Young contender version. So,
yeah,
I mean, that's not totally fair. He pitched well in April. He's had a couple of bad starts. Let's see what he is.
I guess he's looked more like 2025 than a Cy Young candidate, but he has looked better this year than he did last year.
Absolutely, and especially early. Look, his last 2 have been ugly. There's no question about it. But he pitched okay against the Dodgers. Then he had a couple of nice outings, and now he's struggling. But it gets magnified when the offense does what it does. And you mentioned Ryan Nelson. This team is not going to be built on hitting anyway. We can talk about it, and you got to have timely hitting and all these kind of things, and it's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde offense that's 11th in runs scored, but it's 10 or 12 runs followed by 0, 1, or 2. It's just it's a weird offense. But if they're going to win this year, it's going to be on the backs of Kelly and Gallen and Nelson. This team is built to have good starting pitching. They've surprised in the bullpen. So as much as we want to talk about the offense, that's all well and good. They were going to have to win 3-2, 2-1 games all year to be relevant anyway.
Well, an even bigger picture, if you want to zoom out, you don't even have to necessarily divide pitchers versus hitters. Just think of the names you're throwing out there. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, talking about this earlier, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Carroll. I mean, maybe you could throw another guy in there, but those are supposed to be your 5 best players, let's say. And none of them have played their best baseball yet this season. Corbin Carroll showed flashes of it, but Ketel definitely hasn't. He's hitting 208. Jerry's getting better, but he's not playing his best baseball right now. Zach's not. This is not the best we've ever seen him pitch by any means. And Merrill, this might be the worst we've ever seen him pitch. So how are you supposed to win if your very best players, if at least some of them aren't playing to their best, and then the other ones are just kind of being good? You know what I mean? So it in some ways it's remarkable that their record isn't worse, but if you just look at the last 15 games, it is getting worse. They're 4-11 in their last 15 games. Here's Torey Lovello talking about Gallen's performance yesterday, because for a while it looked like Gallen was kind of cruising yesterday, and then as we've seen, kind of got into trouble there, 4th, 5th inning, and that was enough because, as you said, they're not getting much run support.
Zach, I thought, was more than efficient. Once again, if we scored seven runs, I'd be talking about the fastball presence, attacking the zone. I mean, he made a couple mistakes. He got nicked up after a couple outs in the 5th inning. Pitch count climbed, but aside from that, I thought he was okay. We just got to get all these gears moving in the right direction. And when it does, that's when we start to play our best. We did it in game 1, and we know what we're capable of doing. But we got to just continue to work on having these quality at bats. And so, talking about the offense is my target. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's not been good. We got to be better.
Torrey always talks about that connected team, and they are not getting that right now. Whether it's as simple as, okay, you had a good pitching performance, like from Ryan Nelson his last time out, and then getting runs. You can't win a game 0 to -1. Or you have a game like, you could even say Gallen yesterday, and he finished the game 6 innings, 4 earned runs. Not great, but not awful. But he's not getting, like, there was an error in there that kind of opened the door for things. Like, he's not getting a ton of support either. He wasn't getting picked up by his defense necessarily. And here's the crazy, like, you want a stat just to kind of put things in perspective. So we all remember when the Diamondbacks beat Detroit, and it was Tarek Skubal, and they won 1-0. That's the last time Zach Gallen got a win. That was the home opener, wasn't it?
It was.
Or I guess it wasn't the home opener,
weekend.
but it was early. Yeah, it was the opening series at home. So, and he's had some really good games in there. He's had a couple games where he didn't give up any runs. He left the Mexico City game early, but he had given them 3 shutout innings in Mexico City, where it's really tough to do that. He gave up just 1 run against the Mets in 5 innings. He had 2 runs in 5 2/3 against the Jays. Like, he has pitched well enough in a lot of these games where other pitchers around baseball haven't pitched as well, and they have like 4 wins already. But again, his 2 outings in May so far, he's got a 9.31 ERA. Everybody seems to be trending the wrong way.
Well, and that's, you look back in April, he had 5 starts with a 2.19 ERA. But if you look deeper into the analytics, in the 24 2/3 innings pitched, he gave up 27 hits. So he's over a hit an inning in those kind of things. And then May, everything's just kind of fallen off. He's given up more home runs, more hits. He's struggled, but they've been, like you said, he's pitching fine, and then he'll have a bad inning here or there. To me, I think he's going to be okay. He's not my biggest issue amongst that staff. Kelly right now is like, what's going on here? Ryan Nelson, I think it becomes a big start. I just think this whole stretch right here is going to determine, and even though, like you said, the deadline isn't until August, you've got 21 games here, and if I'm Torrey, you don't want to give too many win one for the Gipper speeches, but whatever one he's got, might want to use it right now because Mets stink. You got the Giants 2 times in this. You got home and home with the Rockies. These are some bad teams. Then you get the Dodgers for 1 series at the beginning of June, but then it's right back to the Nationals and the Marlins. So you're talking about 21 straight games with teams under 500, and you're talking something to the level of like 24 of 31 against sub-500 teams. So right now is when they need to say, okay, guys, I know we're struggling, but you're talking about a team with the Mets. Don't let the Mets get right on you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think maybe that's why we heard that Torrey gave that speech to the starters, and he was talking about the hitters last night as well. I think Torrey's very aware of you've got this. You got through the gauntlet part of the schedule, and you survived it, and that was fine. But if you're going to get the same results against the lesser teams, then you're not going to make the playoffs. You set yourself up those first 33 games to go on a winning streak right now, not to be 4-11.
Well, by the way, a really interesting number. I was looking at this last night. The Diamondbacks are 5-12 against plus 500 teams. They've played 17 games, almost half against plus 500 teams. The Dodgers have played 6 games against plus 500 teams. Not to say that they're comparable, they're not. But what I'm saying is now is your stretch.
Yeah.
The Dodgers had it early, and they have been not as good as they normally would be, but they've played 16 games. You've played 17. So now here comes your stretch. And if you don't take advantage of it, then there's going to be major changes.
Yeah. That's that kind of hangs over the season. All right, when we come back, this is interesting. How about the NBA's perception of Dylan Brooks and Jordan Ott, actually? We'll dive into both those because a recent story did exactly that. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, 4-2 in the rubber match of their series. The Snakes will have another chance to bounce back tonight in a brand new series against the New York Mets. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals rookie mini camp begins today, and some of those rookies spoke to the media yesterday. Carson Beck joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he explained how his experience can help him adapt to the NFL.
The more experience you have and the more you play, obviously that develops more and more and more. You're never really capped in that. The more looks you see and the more plays you're able to, have, and the team needs you and you got to make a play. The more plays that you make and the more kind of moments you're thrown into like that, the better those skills get.
For more information on Carson Beck and the rest of the Arizona Cardinals rookies, head over to arizonasports.com. And rookie wide receiver Reggie Virgil will be joining Luke and John Lund today at 12:30. This report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Foundation. Dine and donate this month at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 from purchase of select items will support brain tumor research at the Ivy Brain Tumor Center.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room going into camp? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
What's going on over there?
Just a fast story.
Okay. I was going to say, is it about Green Day? You clearly have something.
So my stepson learned one song on the guitar, and it was this one.
Okay.
And he played it again and again and again. And just this part of the riff, again. And it finally had to break into his room one day and go, either learn another song or quit the guitar. That's all he would do is this part of the riff.
just the opening riff.
Then he'd play it again and again and again and again. And I was like, dude, you either got to learn he didn't learn the whole song, just this part of it. And he'd play it 100 times a night.
You could see Jamal. Could you see John's reaction? You played the rejoin, and he just had this visceral reaction. This is weird. It's just Green Day.
I more visioned him kicking the door open into his stepson's room and just ripping the guitar out of his hands and smashing it against the wall.
It was like Belushi
playing
in
the
Animal
guitar
House,
faster and faster as you come in.
Oh God!
Although when I learned to play the piano when I was younger, I couldn't play piano when I was but I only learned one song.
Yeah.
Was it
this song?
It was close. Close.
Okay.
It was All of Me by John Legend.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That feels like that'd be a difficult song.
Yeah,
to
no
know how to
kidding.
play.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it is just the same kind of notes over and over again.
Well, yeah, that song didn't really change the whole song.
No.
But yeah, it was like, Animal House and Belushi walks in, I gave my love a chair, and he just smashes the car. Sorry.
All right, well, Jamal, you know that every time John is in on this show, we have to play that song as a rejoin.
I started to shake, sweat, was having convulsions.
Oh, every time. I might just play it again today.
You should just see what his reaction is. To see if he has such a flashback where he's like, hold on, I have a story I have to tell you.
And my wife, she would be like, he's learning to play, be patient, and finally, 2 weeks of that exact just riffed over and over. I went, that's it.
It is tough when you're if you're around somebody who's learning how to play guitar, because I remember freshman year in college, our suite mate was playing, I think it was an Incubus song. He learned 3 Incubus songs, but he learned the first 10 seconds of each of them and just played them over and over again. And for us, me and my roommate were whatever, we can just walk out, we can leave, whatever. But his roommate was basically like you.
Dude.
Throwing all his stuff out in the lawn, basically.
Exactly. Anyway, sorry about that. Didn't mean to take over the show. But
that's absolutely.
Okay, better.
Every time we hear that song, we should learn how to play that song.
It's
Jamal.
not hard.
Not the whole song, just the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, you learn how to play it on piano. I'll learn how to play on drums or something.
Yeah,
Deal.
Exactly.
All right, so the Athletic put out their anonymous player poll.
Yeah,
and they had a few different categories, but there's 3 that represented the Phoenix Suns. Okay, One of them is most overrated player. Who do you guys think that was on the most overrated player list?
Of the Suns?
There is a Phoenix Sun on the list. They're not going by team, but there is a Phoenix Sun on the list. He's 11th in the league in terms of most overrated player as voted on by his fellow players.
Also Iguodala.
No. That'd be so mean.
That would be mean.
Sorry.
If all the players were like, let's just pick on Oso. Dylan Brooks is 11th on the list. Alperen Şengün is number 1, actually.
Wow.
In the entire NBA.
Rudy Gobert is up there. I could see that. You know, a lot of people like, because every time he gets into the playoffs, you got to put him on the bench because then they put him in ISO situations, and it's like, yeah, he can't stay on.
Well, and everybody remembers he touched all the mics, and then the NBA season got canceled, so people still blame him for that.
That was unbelievable.
The other names up there, Trae Young is up there.
I agree with that one.
Karl Anthony Towns.
That should be number 1, Trae Young. He should be number 1.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Dylan Brooks isn't a little higher, although he had a really good year.
He did. Maybe that resonated with people.
Because I know that a lot of people thought he was, and he was a lot of, he's a lot of hype and all that, but we know around here, he had a nice year, and maybe players notice, because a lot of times these players, I've talked to players about these polls, they're like, whatever. But maybe they put some thought into it, because I think Dylan Brooks in past years would have been higher on this list, but he had a nice year.
They have which current coach, aside from your own, do you find the most impressive? I like how they put aside from your own. Like, if you could vote for your own, would it have just been 30 coaches with one vote? I don't think so.
No.
There would have been a few coaches.
If it was truly anonymous,
yeah.
Guys would be like, I hate my coach.
Well, Jordan Ott, in terms of coach that players find most impressive, is number 5 on the list behind Joe Mazzulla. So I get that unless you watch the playoffs this year, but whatever. Joe Mazzulla, number 1. Mark Dagnall of Oklahoma City, number 2. J.B. Bickerstaff, Eric Spoelstra. And then Jordan Ott. So Jordan Ott, I mean, that's pretty good company to be in, considering he was a rookie head coach this year.
I think it's awesome. Like I said, there's 146 votes here, so you're talking about 146 players. That's quite a few votes. That's a lot of respect for Jordan Ott.
Yeah, well, what, he got about 7% of the vote, but again, you're up there right next to Eric Spoelstra, who's been doing this for a while and getting a lot of respect. And I thought this was kind of interesting too. Most underrated player in the NBA. The Suns do have a player on that list. He is 12th. Well, I guess he's tied for 9th though.
Yeah,
that's Colin Gillespie. And when you look at the other names on the list, some of these are weird. Kawhi, he's tied with Kawhi. Do people not know who Kawhi is?
He's a young guy. He just came into the league
he is not
15 years ago.
In fact, if anything, he's overrated because he doesn't even play that much.
Yeah.
When he plays, he's good. I think that's great. I mean, they have something to, this offseason is really important to him, because one of the things I think they need to do in the offseason is they need to get Book off the ball a lot more, I think. I think they need a true point guard, and they've got to decide, is Colin Gillespie that guy, or do they need to bring in somebody else, and Colin Gillespie can be more of a, a sixth-man role or seventh-man role or whatever the case, because that, to me, I mean, they've got some other things too, but I think getting Book off the ball would be huge.
Yeah, letting your best player play to his strengths, I think, would help him be better.
You said it better.
But these other names on this list of most underrated player, again, it's maybe it says something about Colin Gillespie when you see he's up there listed with Kawhi, Cade Cunningham, and Scotty Barnes, and Brandon Ingram, and Austin Reeves, and Drew Holiday, and Jaylen Brown. Like, these are all guys that people know these names. So Colin Gillespie is like the pure form of underrated right there. This whole list should be guys like Gillespie. Like, Jalen Johnson is number 1 on the list, and that's probably fair. Like, he had a monster year, and I don't know how many just like average NBA fans who just watch their team know that much about Jalen Johnson. So this is where having the players vote kind of gives you some insight. But yeah, hey, did you guys know Kawhi's in the league? He's kind of underrated. Like,
there's some weird ones that way. Like, I don't think Jaylen Brown's underrated. I don't think Austin Reeves. I think Austin Reeves is overrated. There's some guys in here that I don't think are underrated players, but it's players voting for players, so they might be doing it for friends or whatever the case. I think that Colin Gillespie is a true guy that when you think of the Suns, and you might, if you're not in this market, and you might list off 6 or 7 Suns, you might not even list him off.
Yeah. All I heard about all season was Jaylen Brown, so I feel like he's officially not underrated anymore. All right, Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field, the next drawing for D-backs Twins on June 19th. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. When we come back, boy, you're going to want to stick around for this next segment. Or maybe not, I don't know. John found the list of third-round quarterbacks taken since 2000. And
Hope you already ate. You might vomit your lunch.
Let's just say history, and it has nothing to do with Carson Beck, but history might not be on his side. We'll read you the list of quarterbacks that have been taken in the third round. Then you'll cry, and we'll move on to something else. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It is home selling season, and the biggest mistake that you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. You don't have to do that with Orchard, though. Yeah, the whole buying process and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down. They could make you settle for thousands less if you're not careful, but you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sales, and their local Orchard agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. Here's how. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home so you can get that part done quickly. Do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. No showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help you sell your old home on market for top dollar. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. You can buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. In fact, one Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was absolutely amazing. And that is true. So, if you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks find their offense again tonight against the Mets? We'll preview the series on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I had a good day yesterday. I got home and I was starting to put together my show prep a little bit later last night, whatever. And I get this email from John. John's show prep. John Lund's in for Wolf today, and he's sending me some of his notes. And like halfway down your email, John, you have the history of third-round quarterbacks taken since 2000. And Jamal, I don't know what your reaction was when you saw this list, but I told you, I tossed my phone down like you just sent me a virus or something. Like I was like, oh, this is disgusting. I started reading down. I was like,
It is vomit-inducing.
Oh, yeah. No, I was I had just gotten in bed, and I saw, oh, you know what? John sent his email. So I and I was laying down, and so I was holding my phone up, and as soon as I saw it, my phone just fell and hit me in my face.
And you were one of the lucky ones.
Yeah.
It's the concept is interesting, right? Because Carson Beck is the 34th third-round quarterback taken since 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So when you sent it, I was like, oh, this is it's interesting. There's probably some hits and misses in here.
Yeah.
That's kind of
not really any hits.
There's
hit.
There's one hit.
Yeah, one big hit.
Should I just read the list real quickly so people get the full effect? I'm not going to do the years. I'm just going to read the names.
We're just saying, hey, what are the chances that Carson Beck succeeds? Maybe he could be one, but in the last 25 years, it's scarce.
It is alarming.
Not good.
I'll read the names so people, again, these are the 33 quarterbacks taken in the third round since 2000. Carson Beck is the 34th. I don't want to read his name with this list because I don't want to associate it with this list. I don't want to put this on him, but I'm going back to 2000. Here we go. And you know what, everybody out there, stop me when I get to somebody that you really like other than Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay. Giovanni Carmazzi, Chris Wenke, Dave Ragone, Chris Sims, Matt Schaub, Charlie Fry, Andrew Walter, David Green, Charlie Whitehurst, Brody Croyle, Kevin Cobb, Brian Brom, Stephen McGee, Colt McCoy, Ryan Mallett, Russell Wilson. Okay, Russell
There's
Wilson.
one.
Nick Foles, Mike Glennon, Logan Thomas, Sean Mannion, Jacoby Brissett, Cody Kessler, Davis Webb, C.J. Beathard, Mason Rudolph, Will Greer, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, Desmond Ritter, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Hendon Hooker, Dylan Gabriel.
Was that the Hall of Fame list?
Yeah. Why would you send me that? Why would you think it's okay to send that to anybody?
It's bad.
A lot of people with ties to the Cardinals on that list. Actually, I counted
that's
six
what's amazing
of them.
too, right?
Yeah.
Jacoby's on there, Cobb's on there. Who we want to forget?
Desmond Ritter, Mike Glennon. Yeah.
The most interesting one to me is Charlie Whitehurst in 2006 because they used to call him Clipboard Jesus.
Yeah.
Because he had long hair and never got off the
very
sideline.
Disrespectful.
Clipboard Jesus. But the point is that Russell Wilson aside,
yes,
and you got a couple of backups in Schaub and Foles and Jacoby, and we don't know what Malik Willis is, but honestly, the other 29 guys are complete bombs, and it shows you how hard it is to do. But the other side of it, I guess, what I was trying to point out is that I feel weird because I almost don't want Carson Beck to do well because I want them to get a true guy and what I think is going to be Manning or Dante Moore or something. So I just thought to myself, well, what are the chances that he succeeds? And wouldn't you agree that 34 guys over the last 25 years is a pretty good sample size to say third-round quarterbacks generally don't work out?
Man, this is brutal.
It's brutal. It's nasty.
Because now I'm looking back, I'm like, how many people in the moment were like, yeah, we can't take a quarterback in the first round next year of a generational class because we have Brian Brom, or because we have Mason Rudolph, or because we have Charlie Whitehurst. You're right, Charlie Whitehurst's name just stands out because his nickname is disrespectful, both religiously and to clipboards. It's just nothing good about.
But
Charlie
the thing
Whitehurst.
that's weird about this list is you remember these guys, but what it was is you had the first round quarterbacks, and then you kind of had that next group, and in every other position group, you can target third rounders, like a lot of them that were good players that you're like, you mentioned, what was Michael Wilson Jr. a third or a fourth? He was the third, right?
Michael Wilson's, he's third.
He's the third. I mean, Fred Ward of the 49ers is a third. You can go
get
on
some good
down
players
the line.
in the third. You should get good players in the third round.
Third round is where you get starters. So when people say, well, that was a good time to take Carson Beck, I would disagree in that, number one, they said they were going to punt till 2027, and number two, there's good players you can get, and the list of third-round quarterbacks is, let's be honest, horrendous, horrible, vomit-inducing, whatever word you want to use. Outside of Russell Wilson, you don't have a quarterback, a franchise quarterback in the group. But yet, what's ironic, you remember all these guys.
You do, because probably when all of them, I don't know about all of them,
but a lot of them that were were decent college
picked,
names.
You're like, oh yeah, okay, maybe Sean Mannion will be good. Like you see that whoever took him in the third, I think that was the Rams that took him in the third round that year, and it's just like, okay, maybe that guy, he was decent at Oregon State, maybe he'll do something. But then I hadn't really heard their name again until you gave me this list. I was like, oh yeah, whatever happened to so and so? We were joking about this before the show, and I think we should do it. And Jamal, you're in on this now too.
He's like, no, I do not want to do this.
Let's draft our favorite players off this list. I'll go first.
Okay.
Russell Wilson.
No, you can't.
There has to be some three-sided coin that we can flip.
I know, right? Okay, but throw him aside. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jamal. I'm going to give you the second
It doesn't really matter who has the second.
No, there's a clear second pick here.
Is there?
And then it goes right downhill. There's
Nick
a clear
Foles.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And then I'll take Matt Schaub.
Okay.
And then what? Then nothing.
Okay, Matt.
Nothing.
Hold on. First of all, don't act like I got Matt Schaub. What a steal.
Yeah.
No, but that's what my point is. It's
No,
like
I'll
the
take
best.
Jacoby then. I mean, Jacoby's probably right there with Matt Schaub.
Your quarterback went 1-11 last year, but I get it. Beggars can't be choosers anymore. Like, this is a bad list.
Hey, my other quarterback won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and if they didn't try and
good point.
force a pass into the end zone, he would have won 2 Super Bowls.
Jamal's quarterback won a Super Bowl. What's the big deal?
That's true. You're the only one without one.
I know. I have no Super Bowl.
But that's okay because good news for you is that Mike Glennon is still available for you.
His neck. Remember that when Frank Kelly went into the Raiders as he was groomed? He goes, I like a quarterback with neck.
Any interest in Matt Corral?
Oh, God.
Man.
Oh, God.
It's true. I think probably your best bet now is to take guys that haven't played much yet. Like you want to take guys that are late on this list, like from 2025, like Dylan Gabriel or Malik Willis. If you were in Miami right now,
Malik Willis, I guess.
In Miami, if they did this draft, they would take Malik Willis first because they think he's going to save their.
Davis Mills has won a few games.
Yeah, he's not terrible.
This whole conversation just makes me uncomfortable.
I'm kind of getting a stomach ache.
I'm trying to find
legitimately
another
lightheaded right now.
Like Davis Webb is the offensive coordinator of the Broncos, and he's like 30. That's how fast he washed out. Like, you're terrible. Okay, I'm going to go into coaching.
Maybe he's a really good OC. You don't know.
Maybe he is. I mean, Mason Rudolph is still hanging around, kind of. Not really.
I mean, it does highlight. Carson Beck was the very first pick of the 3rd round. So you could look at that and say, he's almost a second rounder. Don't put him in this group with these guys. And okay, that's fine. But also it kind of highlights what you were alluding to. You take other guys, other positions in the 3rd round, you get a really good player. Did you really need to reach on quarterback? I mean, time will tell. There is a guy in here that's had a great career. It's trailed off, obviously, Russell Wilson, but he had a great – and he was starting right out of the gate. I mean, and that was a situation where Seattle went out and they spent money on Matt Flynn. And immediately they were like, okay, hold on, wait. Not only is Matt Flynn not the guy, we actually found the guy in the 3rd round in Russell Wilson. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier and how you got to know if Carson Beck's the guy this year. You got to know quickly. And that's why I thought it was interesting we were going to break when I asked you, because you were in San Francisco, how quickly the Niners knew if Brock Purdy was the guy. Brock Purdy, famously not a 3rd rounder because he has a career.
Right.
So maybe you're better off waiting till the last pick in the draft to get your quarterback in that sense. But you said this, and we had to go to break, but I think it's worth kind of diving back in on. The Niners had a pretty good idea that they had something in Brock Purdy before he even played.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing story. So they still had Trey Lance, but he was a year in, and they were starting to sour on him. They just were starting to see that he just couldn't see it. And Brock was in. It wasn't OTAs or anything like right now, but he was in camp, and it was the first few days of camp, and the ball's coming out, and it's going to the right people, and that's a big Kyle Shanahan thing. And Kyle turned to the owner, Jed York, and the reason I know that is because the color guy for the 49ers at the time, Tim Ryan, was standing right there, and he's good friends with all those guys, and Kyle turned to Jed York and said, I think, sorry to tell you this, but I think 14, because at that time he was wearing 14.
Yeah.
And he said, I think 14's our guy.
Hasn't played a game yet.
And he's like, what do you mean our guy? And he's like, I'm just telling you that he sees it. He's getting rid of it. I'm just telling you, he might be our guy. And Jed York dropped a few choice words.
I'm sure.
Because he paid Trey Lance all this money. It was his 2nd year in camp. And they're like, yeah, he's out. Mr. Irrelevant is in.
But you know what? That's also that might be good news for Cardinals fans that as long as you know what you're doing, you can identify this stuff quickly.
That you don't compound it.
Yeah,
and
but
say, well, we're
but
paying
also
him, and we drafted him, and we traded these picks, and he's got to play.
It's a reminder. Don't compound it. Like if you know you've got the and you know that flips for the Cardinals. If you know Carson Beck isn't the right guy, and they don't need to know before the season starts, but if you know by the end of the season, hey, this guy is decent, maybe. I mean, that's the thing. Like the bar's got to be higher than decent. If he's decent, but you're like, but this is probably his ceiling is decent. Great, you got a pretty good backup quarterback for a while, but you need to get your franchise guy then next year.
And this list just tells. I mean, honestly, this is a maddening list because, like, I know Cardinal fans hate Kevin Kolb. Chris Sims is a broadcaster. Ryan Mallett is no longer with us. I mean, we could go down the line. Like Sean Mannion's the offensive coordinator of the Eagles.
Yeah, hurry up and make your next pick so I can take either Hendon Hooker or Charlie Fry.
Oh, God.
I'll take Hendon Hooker.
Oh, you're going to take Hooker? Wait,
Yeah.
no, it's not your pick yet. And now that I know you want him, that's going to be my third pick.
Well, that's awkward.
Good move.
What
You
a
really
terrible
worked me
list.
into a corner there.
Yes,
I
really
wouldn't even- and we don't know clearly on Dylan Gabriel, but he was so bad last year.
That's why I'm saying Gabriel might be the best pick here
Right.
because he's the most recent one, so we don't know.
Oh,
Otherwise, yeah, you're taking
what a
Chris Wenke and
well, maybe Colt McCoy. I mean, he was a Cardinal.
Colt.
And he
Yeah,
was decent.
Actually, the Cardinals may have had some of the best guys off here. Logan Thomas, not really.
You want to talk about Andrew Walter?
I do. He was good at ASU.
That's right.
I'm
And then he got taken in the
pro
third
Andrew
round.
Walter, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we're going to take through top stories of the day with Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and I'm going to, here, I think of your list.
It's a horrible
I don't
list.
even want Carson Beck to ever
Honestly.
see this list.
It's a horrible list. Somebody show Carson Beck the list.
No, Wolfing Down Your
Can
Lunch.
you be Russell Wilson?
He should put it up in his locker and be like, I'll be better than all these guys.
That's
I'll be
good.
better than 32 of these guys. Wolfing Down Your Lunch is next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO, and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday 4-2 in the rubber match of their series. The Snakes will have a chance to bounce back tonight in a brand new series against the New York Mets. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals rookie mini camp begins today, and some of those rookies spoke to the media yesterday, including Carson Beck. Except Carson Beck also joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he explained how his experience can help him adapt to the NFL.
The more experience you have and the more you play, obviously that develops more and more and more. You're never really capped in that. The more looks you see and the more plays you're able to, have, and the team needs you and you got to make a play. The more plays that you make and the more kind of moments you're thrown into like that, the better those skills get.
For more information on Carson Beck and the rest of the Cardinals rookies, head over to ArizonaSports.com. And speaking of rookies, rookie wide receiver Reggie Virgil will be joining Luke and John Lund at 12:30. That's it, just about 30 minutes, so stay tuned for that. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal, what's up?
Yeah, well, my lunch is gone after that last segment.
Yeah, it's true. Last segment was
You like to
throwing
read
up your
more
lunch.
third-round quarterbacks.
You need to pull all the fourth-rounders now because it can't be worse.
Oh, God. It's got to be
I
worse.
bet there's more success rate in the fourth round than that list you just gave me.
Almost have to be.
Why would you guys... all right. No,
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up again.
We're supposed to be positive.
People are sitting in their car having lunch going...
The only thing that makes me feel better after having to read that is that you had to put it together. So you had to watch it develop in front of your very eyes last night.
Yeah, it was... the nastier it got, the more down the rabbit hole I went. Okay, this is horrible.
You were more into it, I'm sure. You were like, yes, this is perfect.
All right, well, enough football for right now. Let's go on to baseball. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost their 4th consecutive series yesterday against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's excluding the 2-game split that they had in Mexico City against the Padres. But they start a new series today against the New York Mets, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, will the Arizona Diamondbacks win their series against the Mets? Yes or no?
Wow, this is really a complicated question.
Yeah.
Will they win their series against the Mets? I'll say yes. They should. The Mets are kind of a mess right now.
That didn't sound confident at all.
I mean, how could I? Here, let me try it again. Here, Jamal, ask it again. I'll be more confident.
Okay, Luke, will the Arizona Diamondbacks win their series against the New York Mets?
Yes.
Good, look at that.
You know, it changed from a question mark to an exclamation point.
Definitely. Sweep. They'll take 4 games in this 3-game series from the Mets. I'm going to say yes with a question mark.
Here are I'm just saying, the Mets stink. The Mets stink.
They do. I don't know that they're actually as bad as their record.
Right.
That's the concerning thing.
But here's your pitching matchup. Nolan McLean has a 2.97 ERA.
He's not bad.
Ryan Nelson has a 6.63. Tomorrow,
numbers though.
Clay Holmes has a 1.69. Merrill Kelly has a 9.95. Like that's something that's on sale. Hey, for only $9.95, that's not an ERA. That's like, hey, you can get a value meal for $9.95.
That's like if you're ordering something off an info right. So like if you order for $9.95, we'll throw in 40 more windshield wipers.
That's not like an ERA. Like my God. So I'm just
but
saying.
You left out the fact the Mets don't even know who's starting for them.
That's
on Sunday,
true, and
so
that is true. And Eduardo Rodriguez is
Erod against an opener or something.
So, but yeah, I'm just doing it based on ERA in the first 2. It's pretty ugly, even though the Mets are really bad. So I would probably say no and then surprise me.
Okay. All right. Well,
what are they in their last 15?
I'm
4 and
guessing
11.
the audience is saying no as well.
What are the Mets in their last? Whatever.
I think
Probably
they should have a better
0 and
record.
11.
0 and 11.
The other 4 games got
Well,
wiped
they
out.
did whenever-
They had to vacate their wins.
They played the Cubs, and they were like they had lost like 11 or 12 in a row, and it was their. But I don't know what they've done since then. But they're still not good.
They've been better.
Well, John Lund, the audience agrees with you. 56% of the vote has voted no, and 44% of the vote voted yes, they will win the series.
The Mets are 7-7 in their last 14.
Well, that's sad. That's scary.
And that's good for them.
Yeah. The Arizona Cardinals rookie mini camp begins today. So aside from Jeremiah Love, who will and should be out there, which Arizona Cardinals rookie are you excited to see the most this season?
All season? It's tough when there's a quarterback in there. Like, I'll give you the Carson Beck obvious answer, but I would say the second one, it's probably Proctor, honestly. I mean, I get it. Southeast Louisiana, FCS school, you know, that's a project that's maybe a little bit of a swing for the fences in the 4th round, but that's the range of the draft when I like swinging for the fences, so it'd probably be Proctor. I mean, I would say Basantis, but I'd be lying if I said, man, I'm going to sit here and really watch the offensive line. Yeah.
Right.
I'm really going to zero in on the O-line. So more realistically, I'm going to be watching Proctor.
See, and I love that pick. Like you said, they need a guard, and I think he's going to be really good, and you can plug him in there for X amount of years, so I think it's going to be big. Quarterback is the obvious question. I'll just pander because Reggie Virgil is going to join us at 12:30, and he's got an interesting story in that he's from Florida, and he probably got a call. He got a call from Miami, but it was Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, want to come up here? He's like, oh, is this Miami? Yeah. And then he like shows up at the U, and they're like, yeah, we didn't call you. You got to go up to Ohio.
That is sort of deceptive. It's not like, hey, this is Tampa Bay of Montana or something, right? Like,
but his junior year, even though he ran a 4.57, he averaged 20 yards a catch on 55 catches. So is he a possession guy, or can he actually, does he have deceptive speed and he can get deep?
That's a good answer. I'm actually, and it's not just because he's calling in 20 minutes. I don't think he's sitting there listening right now.
But,
yeah, I know. You're
I'm pandering totally.
Yeah, I am interested to see how he fits in because they had the top 30 visit with him. It was very, like, it was out there. It was public. They had the visit as it was happening. Like, they have seen something in Reggie Virgil. So
and he's big. I mean, he's a 6'4" guy. So it's something they could use. And if he's deceptively fast, then that's something that, you know, you can get deep. I think Marv could do it. I think that Wilson could do it. But I think that having a guy that could take the top off a little bit, even though he's running that kind of speed, that's what he did his junior year. So we'll see.
The second round of the NBA playoff continues to be exciting. Which team to you guys has looked the best and you think has the best? I think this might be an obvious answer, but there's some teams that think some other teams that could have the best chances to win the championship. But which team has looked the best to you guys?
Well, the team that has the best chance is Oklahoma City, but they're becoming unwatchable very quickly, and which is remarkable considering the talent they have. But I don't need to see Chet Holmgren acting like he just got beaten up in a boxing match, just because somebody walked by him. So and that seems to be their strategy now, even though they're already better than everybody else. So which team has looked the best? I'm going to take that differently and say just which one is the most fun to watch. Might actually be the Knicks. Honestly, I think I'm going to go with the Knicks. Like, of the 8 teams left, it's either the Knicks, the Spurs, or the Timberwolves that are the most fun to watch. But Ant is so hurt and compromised that it's kind of cheapening that series.
Yeah. I think you're winning the Knicks. I won't steal it from you, but I think it's going to be the most compelling.
You want to say Reggie Virgil again?
Yeah, I want to say Reggie Virgil. Okay. I'm going to say San Antonio because they're the only chance we have at not having an Oklahoma City dynasty. I can't handle this. I cannot watch Oklahoma City. I can't. There. And so somehow, some way, please, Victor Wembanyama, please save us from the Oklahoma City Thunder. The dynasty.
I think everybody would be on board with it. I really didn't care one way or the other about the Thunder, like when they won last year. I kind of wanted to see Indiana win just because it was such an underdog story, but I don't know.
You cannot watch it.
Never thought I'd be rooting for the Spurs over the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Or the Lakers.
Or the Lake. Oh, gosh.
Are we at that point yet? I'm not there yet. I'm not there.
You'd rather have Oklahoma City beat the Lakers?
No, I'd rather they canceled that series and just move a couple other teams.
Both teams lose.
Yeah.
Spurs automatically go to the finals.
Because right now we're all losing.
And finally, similar to the NBA playoffs, the second round of the hockey playoffs, NHL playoffs, is in full swing, and there are some very interesting series taking place. Is there a favorite to win the Stanley Cup that stands out above the rest? Or really, what I'm really asking is, can the Sabres actually win it all this year?
I think the Sabres could get there. They could win it all. Colorado looks borderline unbeatable. In fact, they haven't lost yet in the playoffs. Carolina hasn't lost yet in the playoffs either. They kind of always do this, and then they get bounced in the third round. They also haven't really played anybody yet. They do look better, but usually Carolina gets pushed around in the third round. I don't know if Montreal or even Buffalo is built to physically just like throw a team around the way Florida did or Boston always does. So I would say Colorado's the obvious favorite, but I think, man, really like 4 of these teams could win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Carolina certainly could. Buffalo could. Minnesota could if they weren't playing Colorado, but they might get swept instead.
Carolina's kind of, at the beginning of the playoffs, was like, you got to win the cup or bust. But I don't see anybody beating Colorado just because, like you said, offensively, they're just, it's amazing.
I mean, they scored 9 in the opener against Minnesota. And Minnesota might be the second best team. So.
I've been trying to watch more hockey. I'm trying to learn more about hockey this year.
It's just watch the Anaheim series. That's the most fun.
Okay.
It's just so much better than the
Buffalo
NBA.
series.
And you hit it on the head. They don't market it as well. It's too bad. But they're the opposite of the NBA, and it's so fun to watch because they're just it's playoff time.
The actual you get in the playoffs, the product. I understand, like if you're not a hockey fan, watching some random regular season game's not going to appeal to you. But the actual product in the playoffs. Whereas the NBA is just, hey, I got fouled. Hey, I got fouled. Hey, Chet's career's over because LeBron walked by him. Like, yeah. No, thanks. All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Jamal. If you're still looking for the perfect Mother's Day gift, get Mom D-backs baseball all season with D-backs TV. 50% off at just $44.99 through May 10th. When we come back, is this the time the Arizona Diamondbacks need to get their season back on track? We'll explain why this might be the perfect opportunity. Next, it's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you say, what is the one thing you are looking forward to the most about the Arizona Cardinals season? I wouldn't say it's Jeremiah Love. I expect he's going to be good. I want to see Carson Beck play. No, like over anything.
Yeah.
It's not, is Chase Basantis going to be a great guard? No, give me 6 or 7 games of Carson Beck. I want to see what you have. I don't know what you have.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan 4.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks find their offense again tonight against the Mets? We'll preview the series on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We're back. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Talking some D-backs here. I don't know how they pick these games to put on the replays on NFL Network. This is the playoff game, right? Texans, Patriots, the one that C.J. Stroud's probably like, can you take this off the air?
Committed like 50 turnovers.
Yeah, it was not C.J. Stroud's finest moment.
By the way, you can't look at Mike Vrabel the same. I'm not sure if he could be the coach next year because they were showing him on the sideline during this game, and we both just started laughing.
Yeah. He looks bored, like he's over there like trying to buy a boat or something, or book a trip to Sedona.
I wonder what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Or who he's thinking about.
Seriously, if he's a player and he yells at you, like, don't you just start laughing? Like,
yeah.
Okay, Michael.
Coach, you need to go relax somewhere else.
Here's some suntan oil. Relax.
Boy.
We just both start laughing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be interesting, too, because if the Patriots, they're not playing a bunch of high school teams this year. Like, they have a real schedule. Can you imagine if after all this, even if it's not a distraction, if they go like 6-11 or something, and I mean, Boston media is pretty forgiving, right? And their fan base
and
never
your
forgets.
owner was, your owner exactly isn't,
Yeah, that's
he likes to hang out at a massage parlor. So, I mean, I get it, but man.
So, yeah, here we go. Let's get to baseball.
Yeah,
and,
anyway.
There's the Diamondbacks.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, look, we didn't put the game on TV. Look, they're showing D'Amico Ryans, and he looks like he's like intently focused on the game. Probably because C.J. Stroud's throwing interception after interception, but still. All right, so the Diamondbacks, the stretch of games they have coming up, we were both looking at this actually earlier this week, and then you brought it up again before the show today. It's, the Mets, I don't believe the Mets are as bad as their record indicates, but you are what your record is. And the Mets' record isn't great. So that's your 3 games here coming up at home, but then you go to Texas for 3, and then you've got 13 straight against the Rockies, Giants, and Giants. This is your stretch from now till May 21st to make up ground on the other teams in your division, the wild card race, whatever. Because now we're into the season. We have a pretty good idea what teams are. Not that they have to be this way all year, but like Colorado's starting to trail off again like they typically do. They got off to a little bit of a better start than they usually do, but San Francisco really hasn't been good this year. That was kind of an unknown before the season. You got to make a run here to some level. You survived the first part of the season. You were right around 500. You got to be above 500 now coming up. And I'm not saying counting the last 15 where you're 4-11 because that's going to be tough. But starting now to the end of that run, what is that, 19 games? You gotta win some games here.
Well, and it's hard over 162 to pinpoint. Like September 14th, the next Thursday, the schedule is going to be released in the NFL, and you'll easily be able to say, this is
6 days. Can't wait.
This is your 3-game stretch, or this is your this, or whoa, this is really important, or you can really nail it down to that. But because they're struggling right now, you got 21 games consecutive against sub 500 and 24 your next 28. The only exception is when you get the Dodgers for 4, June 1 through 4th, right before the Mariners, but then you go right back to the Nationals and the Marlins right after that. Seattle, it's a lot of times when you play teams. So like you said, if you played the Mets earlier, it would have helped a little bit, but they still stink. Texas isn't good. The Rockies, the Giants have the worst offense in baseball. They're not getting it. Seattle hasn't gotten going at all offensively this entire year, even though that's generally a good team, but they're sub 500. And then Nationals and Marlins after that. And to kind of drill this whole thing home, the Diamondbacks are 5-13 against above 500 teams, and the 18 games they've played against above 500 teams is second most in the league. They're 12-6 against sub 5. So 12-6 sub 500. If that holds and you're playing 21 consecutive against sub 500, and 24 of 28, that means that you should probably be able to get back into some good times and into the wild card race. And if you can't now, then when are you going to?
Yeah, and I wonder if that's why we're hearing Torey Lovello talk to the starting pitchers, and it comes out that he's talking to the starting pitchers. And there was a cut yesterday talking about how they really need to kind of lock in at the plate, too. And stuff that every team, I'm sure, goes through over the course of 162 games. But I like Torey as a manager. I don't think he's the problem with the Diamondbacks. I really don't. But they haven't been to the playoffs since 2023. And it's easy to look at the last 2 years and find reasons. It's not hard. I mean, they won 89 games in 2024 and missed the playoffs. Okay, that's on you for not winning the 90th. I get that. But typically 89 will get you in. That's sort of bad luck. Last year, that was an unusual number of injuries for a baseball team. You can easily write the last 2 years off, but at a certain point, if you don't start making the playoffs, those, I would say, valid reasons just start to sound like excuses. Not that the D-backs are using them as excuses. In fact, we have their front office, everybody from their front office on weekly on this show, and they go out of their way to say it's not an excuse. There is no excuse for, but I think if I'm Torey Lovello, I'm looking and I'm saying, we got to make a run at a playoff spot this year. And I'm looking around and I'm thinking, like, we can't be pitching poorly and hitting poorly right now, or we're going to miss a golden opportunity, specifically against the Rockies and the Giants.
Well, and I think that the reason he took the pitchers aside was that because how this team is going to win, you lose Naylor and you lose Gino Suarez, and you're going to change everything that you're going to do. They're not going to be scoring, even though it's just a weird dynamic. They're over 4 runs a game, and I think I saw this morning they were like 15-4 when they score 4 or more runs. But they're not going to be a team that's going to consistently bash the ball. They're going to have to win 3-2, 2-1, low-scoring games, and that starts with the starting pitching. Surprisingly, the bullpen's been great. So if you ask me, hey, what would be more advantageous through this stretch that they're really good at, it would be the pitching, because that's how they're built to win, and then they've got to get timely hitting after that. That's how this team is built to win games.
That's fair. And just real quick, since you brought up Naylor and Suarez, because those are the two names. You trade them away last year, and you don't really go out. I mean – well, here, I'll give you the stats, because Gino's hurt. So Gino hasn't played in a while now for the Reds. Josh Naylor's hitting .234. I mean, I think the same way of what you said. Like, okay, you gave up 2 of your best hitters from last year. Maybe your 2 best other than Corbin. Well, Perdomo was an MVP. They were hitting the ball over the place last year.
They had a great offense.
You gave up 2 of your key hitters, and you didn't really replace them. I mean, to be fair, Nolan Arenado is hitting better than both Suarez and Naylor combined this year. But the point is still, you didn't bring in Nolan Arenado thinking, oh, this guy's going to hit us 25 home runs. He might, but that's not why you brought him in. You brought him in for his defense. You brought him in to try to win with pitching and defense. That was very clearly their plan. And so, yeah, I agree with you. This is a stretch here where, and if nothing else, you got to be playing some of your best baseball. And that's why I think Torey has been so much more intentional, or maybe we're just hearing about it more. But again, it's not something you could do every week about, like, hey, we got to get this right now. You're playing the Dodgers, it's like, yeah, we got to get it right or we're going to get embarrassed. But when you're playing 13 in a row against the Rockies and Giants and you need wins, it's like, hey, could we go like 10-3 here? Like, I mean, is that crazy
You have
to do that?
If you're gonna be in the wild card chase, you have to. These are the opportunities.
Yeah.
And I know that people get more jacked up for the better games and the Dodgers, and there's more interest in those kind of games. But these are the games that are going to determine what they're going to be.
That's it.
And I don't want to bring up that term because Jody must have been listening when I used that term. But the not big three,
yes,
they've got to get going.
The significant.
If I put not
trio?
in front of it, does that change?
No, don't use the words big or three.
Okay.
Not even
Fair
like
enough.
don't put them together.
Fair enough.
You're not allowed to use the words big or the number 3. You're also not allowed to use the number 6 or 7 when Rick's here. So
Exactly.
we're rolling out a lot of numbers.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, let's talk some football with one of the newest Arizona Cardinals. What can Reggie Virgil add to this receiver room this season? We're going to talk to him next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. Now they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat. Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pirates yesterday 4-2 in the rubber match of their series. The Snakes will have a chance to bounce back tonight in a series against the New York Mets. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today, and some of those rookies spoke to the media yesterday. And stay tuned, rookie wide receiver Reggie Virgil will be joining Luke and John Lund here momentarily on this segment of the show. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room going into camp? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, don't forget, the NFL regular season schedule is going to be released May 14th. Cardinals,
Clear your schedule for the schedule.
I am going to. Cardinals single game tickets are going to be available that same day, so download the Cardinals app and click tickets for more information. Yeah, John Lund's in for Wolf today, and we kind of had a sense that the schedule was coming out next week, but we didn't know a specific date until today. It'll be May 14th. It'll be next Thursday. And, yeah, you can go find who the Cardinals are going to play next year. You know, it's a formula in the NFL. You can figure out who they're going to play. But now, well, and by now I mean in 6 days, we're going to know the order and when the bye week is and everything. And we can all pinpoint specifically when Carson Beck will crack the starting lineup for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
That's going to be the game we play
That
this
is
year.
going to be the game. Absolutely.
It's not going to be
You're
like
right.
win,
Not
loss,
the win,
win,
loss.
loss.
It's going to be like, when does Carson Beck start?
Do you think, and since we still have to wait 6 more days, the next time we talk D-backs, we should just go through the next 128 games and be like, okay, win.
Yes.
Okay, there's a loss.
Let's
There's
do
a couple
that.
wins right
That's
there.
so fun. That'd take the whole show. It'd be amazing. We'll be back. We've still got 67 to go.
When we come back, July.
July. Yeah, exactly.
On our
Be
D-backs
amazing.
prediction show. Man, how quickly would management come running down the hall?
Quickly. Very.
Yes.
If we had a boss, that would be
Everybody would
right
come down
there.
here and be like, people would be driving in.
But, you know, that's what's amazing about the NFL is there's one dead zone. It's really in June. But like right now, we were talking about this. They have some playoff games on one channel. They had like a Peter Schrager show. They would never do that for other sports. They've just got this thing down to, okay, we just did the draft next month. What do we do this month? Oh, we're going to do schedule release. People will get into that, and they'll debate that, and it'll be hotly debated.
Yeah.
And then June, they kind of take a bit of a break, and then July hits up because by the middle of the month, the rookies are coming, and then it is training camp, and then you're off and running.
They somebody wrote in, first of all, yeah, the NFL is amazing at how they do this, right? They have the product to market, and it's not just that they spread it out over 7 days of the week now. I guess they can't have games on Tuesdays quite yet. They haven't totally figured that out just yet. But they figured out a way to bend the schedule where you're basically playing 6 days a week. And now, yeah, they are. This is the downtime, I guess, like you were saying.
After the schedule
mid-June?
release, there's not a ton left.
But it's still like, and then you're like close. You're like, man, let's get into this. Somebody wrote it on the YouTube live chat, and I'm trying to pull up their name. It looks like it was Garrett. Said maybe Reggie Virgil can be our Puka Nacua. I'll take it.
You know what? That's funny you say that because I think Puka did run about a 4.5 something.
Fifth round pick by the Rams.
Yeah, it wasn't expected to be that. Was a physical.
Yeah. I mean,
Virgil's even bigger.
That's where LaFleur's coming from. I mean, look, if every team could just snap their fingers
Right.
and be like, hey, we'll get our own Puka Nacua in the 5th round. But that's actually a really insightful comment there on the YouTube live chat of maybe that's what they were trying to do with this pick. I mean, it makes sense, right? If I'm Mike LaFleur and I'm getting to my new team, I'm like, okay, I'm going to need a Puka Nacua. Can you go get me one of those? Probably not, but we'll try, right?
Right.
It's be nice to have, I don't know, maybe the best receiver in the NFL, certainly one of the top 2 or 3. But, yeah, I do. I wonder if that's the sort of player they are looking to get in
That'll be our
Virgil.
first question. Can you be Puka Nacua?
Right out of
Tell
the
us
gate.
yes.
You do it instantly. No, but they obviously they saw something in him and they've been on him since before the draft, and then they were able to get him in the 5th round with the 143rd pick. So we're going to talk to Reggie Virgil here in just a couple minutes. If you were watching closely, you saw his press conference yesterday, and he seemed pretty fired up to be in Arizona. And he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, one of the newest members of the Arizona Cardinals, rookie wide receiver, Reggie Virgil. Reggie, thank you so much for the time, man. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Got to see your press conference yesterday. I just, how exciting is this to be in the NFL now?
Oh, man, it's so exciting. It's a dream come true. And every day I'm just taking it in like a little kid in the candy shop. So I'm just blessed to be here.
So, Reggie, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're a Florida guy, and I was looking at your stuff. So, Miami of Ohio calls. Did you think it was like the U? And you're like, cool, Miami. And they're like, where is Miami of Ohio? What's going on? So kind of take us through your journey. And of course, you transferred to Texas Tech and had a great year last year.
Oh, it was very interesting for sure being a Florida kid. I was just a kid on Twitter that just sent emails out every day. I didn't really care who it went to. I just wanted to play football. And I knew once I got my opportunity, I would make the most of it. So it was really just I was just like the kid on Twitter, like, if a coach posts his wife, I'm under the comments like, hey, coach, like, send him my film. Like, hey, coach, watch my film and stuff, just, like, doing anything. So when I sent my film out to Coach Israel, who used to be a part of the Cardinals staff, he was the first one to offer me out of high school. And it was interesting because, like, they were wondering why I didn't have any offers out of high school after watching my tape. And then Coach Izzy had brought me up. And he was like, well, like, I'm going to work you out. He didn't tell me, though. It was unofficial, but I worked out on my unofficial. And then, like, after a couple routes and they seen me move around, they just stopped me. And they're like, shoot, we don't know what it is, but we're going to offer you. And then I just committed that day. And then ever since, I've been committed to the program. Chuck Martin and all those guys, they did a great job, helped develop me. And then I was able to grow as a young man and as a player and take my talents to a bigger stage. Going to play for Coach McGuire, it was amazing. It was so fun. And then obviously having the season we did, so I was just blessed for it all.
Yeah, that's a really cool story. We're talking to Reggie Virgil. So, Reggie, it's funny you say that because, like, you clearly had the talent, but you kind of had to work off the field just to get on people's radars. Now you're clearly on the radars. I mean, you're on an NFL team. What do you think the next step is now where you don't have to send tweets or emails or whatever? You can just let your play talk.
Yes, sir, for sure. That's what I like about the NFL. The best guy plays. So just every day I come in the building, I just want to grow as a player, and then also out the field, just getting smarter. Just continue to expand my mental aspect of the game. Learning what to do, what not to do. Coming from college, some things work there, but now you have to adapt to guys who can run fast just like me and just as big and strong. So you just want to work on the fundamental things and get those fundamentally sound so everything's crisp and sharp. So I'm just a rookie, but I take pride in not just being a rookie, but just knowing any time I get my moment, I'm going to take full advantage of it.
Hey, Reggie, tell us what kind of receiver you are, because we watched you. You played against Arizona State this year here, 7 catches, 50 yards, and a touchdown to that 26-22 loss. By the way, if you don't like Luke, he's an Arizona State alum, just so you know. So
Reggie I'm still salty, man. Don't say nothing to me, please.
See, there you go. But, I mean,
I can safely say I had nothing to do with that, Reggie.
But, I mean, you're a big dude, man. You're 6'4", 190 pounds. But when you were a junior at Miami, Ohio, you had 41 catches for 816, 9 touchdowns. That's almost 20 yards a catch. That is tough to do. So are you a deep guy? Like, how would you characterize what kind of a receiver you are?
I think I kind of throw people for a loop, too, because just when they're up close and they're watching me, feel like they see how much faster I move and how much quicker I am. So it's just at Miami, Ohio, it's just all about playing your role. Miami, Ohio, our coaches, they wanted to stretch the field a lot, and I was the guy that brought that. So I was just playing my role whenever coach wanted. I love go balls, deep down the field plays. I want to get the offense off the field fast. So I love that role, too, at Miami. It was really cool to put up those numbers, and it was a blessing for sure. And then, a lot of people were questioning, like, my game at Tech, but you just play your role like Coach McGuire and them. Trusted them. We were winning, so it wasn't too much. But I think people forget about that season quickly, though. Like, I can really stretch the field and just I know my speed is always a thing that I trust, and I think I play so much faster than just like my 40-year-old people think. So I just was able to better my game at Tech. I was doing a lot of underneath stuff, quick game things. So it was just able to, I got the deep ball down pack. So now I was transitioning over to running like intermediate routes, shorter routes that I wasn't used to running.
We're talking to Reggie Virgil. Reggie, you're jumping onto an NFL team now, specifically on offense, that has a new head coach that's an offensive mind, and Mike LaFleur. You've got Trey McBride. You just added Jeremiah Love. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson in the passing game. The Cardinals are, they've got some moving parts right now, but they've got some pretty dynamic offensive weapons potentially on offense. How do you feel like you fit into that group?
I see myself as another weapon too. You can't have two. There's never too many weapons to have. So just going to continue to add myself into the mix and continue to work hard. And wherever coach want me to play at, that's where I'm gonna be. And whatever he need me to do, that's what I'll do. If he need me run out on the field and throw some or block a linebacker, I'm gonna do it. So, yes, sir. I'm just gonna get in where I fit in.
Nice.
Do you have kind of a camaraderie? I know y'all just got here, but Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love, like Luke said. I mean, have you met everybody? Do you kind of get a camaraderie because you're all rookies coming in together?
Yes, sir. You do for sure. Me and Beck have already talked. As soon as we got drafted, we exchanged numbers, and Beck's also from Florida too. So just knowing that, just the camaraderie that's already there and the chemistry that's already there from two Florida guys. So we were already going over plays, and then in the hotels we get in the playbook too also. And then Jeremiah Love, him being a great player too, humble kid too. So we just got finished the workout. We both were letting each other know, like, yeah, this ain't no college workout. So for sure.
Well, Reggie, you're an easy guy to root for, man. Thank you so much for the time. Good luck this year.
I appreciate y'all.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
man.
That's Reggie Virgil joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And don't forget, the NFL regular season schedule is going to be released May 14th. Cardinals single-game tickets are going to be available that same day. That's next Thursday. So download the Cardinals app and click tickets for more information. And
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
I don't know what it is. I just knew something was coming. What do you got, Jamal?
So, of course, we didn't want to interrupt Reggie, but this is pretty big Arizona Diamondbacks breaking news. They have made the following roster moves. They have selected Ryan Waldschmidt. They have brought him up.
Okay.
Tyler Locklear, they have reinstated him from the 10-day IL.
Wow. Okay.
And they have designated for assignment Alec Thomas.
Wow. That's the big part.
Wow.
DFA'd.
Wow. DFA'd.
He just doesn't hit. He's not hitting.
Man, that's a tough one because no, he hasn't been hitting. But you're talking about a guy who had a couple of the biggest hits in that run to the World Series not that long ago, and excellent fielder. I'm wow. That's yeah. You know what? We're gonna we'll get right into this coming out of the break.
Yeah,
actually, we're gonna hit a break real quick. Again, thanks to Reggie Virgil. Thanks to the Cardinals for setting that up. Yeah, he's a good dude to talk to, and an interesting path to get to this point. So those are the guys you root for. They had to he's sending out emails to coaches just like, hey, just watch my tape, please. Like, I'm playing well, but nobody's looking. And obviously it worked because now he's in the NFL. So good to talk to him. The warm weather is here. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back, that is big D-backs news. That's quite a few significant moves, actually. We'll dive into all those next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The legendary Hall of Famer Sir Charles Barkley joins us.
Just want to say this. I thought Draymond was out of line on set with you the other night, especially when the numbers you posted in Houston were better than peak Draymond.
Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me.
Yeah.
Hey, this Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Feel the energy at Chase Field when the Diamondbacks welcome the New York Mets starting May 8th. Lock in your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Calling all cars, we got another victim. Cause my love has become an affliction.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks find their footing over the weekend, or will they continue to sink? We'll discuss our baseball team and what's next. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Reggie Virgil, who just joined us last segment, one of the newest members of the Arizona Cardinals. And then as we were going to break, Jamal had the breaking news, which is fairly significant. T-backs breaking news. Roster moves, not like a trade or anything, but Ryan Waldschmidt getting called up. So I'm glad that we asked Mike Fitzgerald about that on Wednesday because it's you never know like how close a prospect is to getting called up, but he did get called up. Also, reinstated from the 10-day injured list and then immediately optioned to Reno is Tyler Locklear, but you can go ahead and put him back on the radar to see what exactly he turns into. I know he hasn't hit Major League pitching really at all yet, but it's limited, and that was one of the main pieces that they got back from the Mariners in their trade deadline moves with Seattle last year. And then if you're doing the math, you're like, okay, wait a minute, if Ryan Waldschmidt's getting called up and nobody else is going to Reno, Does that mean somebody's getting DFA'd? And they are, and it is Alek Thomas, who I get that he wasn't hitting. His numbers not good. There was a lot of talk in the offseason. Okay, he's hitting the ball harder in spring training. He's made some adjustments. There was a stretch there where he was hitting better. It's about 2 weeks ago. He was kind of on a nice little run for about a week and a half. But overall, he's hitting 181. And, John, I think this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I think the Diamondbacks realize, like, the time is now. There's not really any more waiting around of, like, well, let's see if we can work this guy out of a slump or this guy out of a slump. And I also wonder if that sends a message to some of the other hitters. Like, you're not going to DFA some of these other guys, but let's get hitting here. Like, we're serious about this,
Well, in what we had talked about, look at their options.
Yeah.
Fernandez is off to a great start. Obviously, you've got the guys that you're going to wait on. You're going to wait on Marte, and you're going to wait on Perdomo, and Carroll, obviously, he's not going anywhere. And, you start narrowing it down. Waldschmidt plays center field. Now, he's not the defender that Alek Thomas is. He's not even close. He's probably long-term. He is a corner outfielder, a left fielder, probably. But you start looking across the roster, and if you're not hitting in 181, you couldn't even if you had a really good lineup, 181 would be sticking out.
Yeah, but
it's just not good.
When you consider the fact that Ketel Marte is not hitting that much better than 181. He's hitting 208, So, yeah, you're right, though. Even – I don't want to use the Dodgers as an example because that's a weird example, but like the Cubs have a really good lineup this year. But if they had a guy hitting 181, it's hard to hide that.
Yeah.
And,
so that's what they've got to do. So the bigger story, I mean, obviously everybody's going to jump onto Waldschmidt real fast, but just before the body gets cold here for a second, as you pointed out, I mean, Alek Thomas has got a lot of big hits for this team. He's he's far above average defensive center fielder, but you just can't, when the lineup is struggling like this, you just can't do it. I'm sure this wasn't an easy decision for the organization because Thomas is only 26. He could go somewhere. He could, get with a hitting coach. Somebody could figure something out, and he could still be a solid player in this league. But as of right now, with this team going, and I think this is indicative of something that you and I talked about, which is, look, this is our stretch.
Yeah.
We've got 21 consecutive games against sub-500 teams. We're very good against sub-500 teams, not good against above-average teams. We have to make our move now. So he's going to talk to the pitching staff. They're going to make a major move. They're going to bring up this. I mean, this is their biggest card they can play offensively all year, unless they make a trade.
Yeah.
Waldschmidt's their number one prospect.
Yeah, and Waldschmidt, I mean, his numbers at the minor league level, I think he got hit actually with a pitch that didn't look great earlier this week, but I'm assuming he's okay now because they just called him up. But he's hitting 289, 3 home runs, 6 stolen bases. Not like he's been at AAA forever. Like he just kind of got there. So 289. It's not, it's not like 400, but
especially in that league.
Yeah, but if he could translate, he's, the numbers are somewhat secondary because he already had high expectations just based on the prospect he is. Like there were high expectations even if he was hitting 189 right now in AAA. But he's hitting well in the minors. Now he gets a chance to show what he can do at the major league level. I think we all knew at some point this season this moment was coming. Ryan Waldschmidt was talked about at spring training as like he probably going to be the first guy called up, and he was hitting the ball pretty well in spring training. But you're right. Just going back to Alek Thomas for a second. I mean, they probably don't beat the Phillies that year. They certainly don't come back and beat the Phillies and go to the World Series if not for Alek Thomas. Doesn't mean you keep him forever. Like you can't be like, well, he's hitting 181. Yep. It's been almost 3 years. We got to keep him around because of the hits against the Phillies. But a guy that was certainly likable, certainly easy to talk to in interviews, but also a guy that's like at the center of some big moments in that play. It's funny, him and Brandon Pfaadt are at the center of some big moments in that playoff run, and they haven't really had a chance to build off of it as much as you'd like. And Alek Thomas was hurt most of the next year, so who knows? We'll see where he ends up somewhere else. But yeah, that's significant for the D-backs. I'm going to play this cut for you. Actually, 2 cuts, John. This is Torey Lovello after the game yesterday, and okay, the Ryan Waldschmidt and Alek Thomas news hadn't happened yet. The Locklear thing's kind of secondary. He's just coming back from an injury. But I'm sure Torey had an idea that they were going to happen, and here's what he said about the hitting.
Once again, I think this was mostly an offensive issue that I'm going to kind of talk about and target. This game is hard for sure. It's hard to hit, it's hard to pitch, hard to catch, hard to do everything, but we're making it way harder than we should be. Offensively, we believe in linking up 1 through 9. Everybody 1 through 9, 1 through 13 carrying the workload. Not one person's going to shoulder anything. We got to get back to our basics and some of the things that we really, really believe in, and that is digging in, especially with 2 strikes, not giving in through the course of the at-bat, handing it off, swinging at strikes, first of all. And then once you do get to the 2-strike situation, being able to get back in counts, create count leverage, and just being up there.
More from Torey Lovella after the game last night.
Once you start to build innings, you want to find that guy that's going to come up and slug. And we've been missing that big piece of it. We have built some innings. Early on, we were getting that slug, and we just haven't gotten that slug. And, I want to believe that it's going to take one quality at-bat, one quality moment that's going to get this thing reversed and pushed in the right direction. But overall, I believe in this offense, and I see them working every single day, and those results will come. But it doesn't happen just by going up there and believing it's going to happen. You got to make it happen. So I believe in it. Like I said, they're going to figure this out. But it's one of those things that's frustrating to watch because they've spoiled us for so long with the way they've scored runs.
So futures now. You're bringing up Ryan Waldschmidt. That's arguably your top prospect. That's a top 50 prospect at the start of the year in all of baseball. I don't know that he's here to stay, but he has the opportunity to be here to stay because the path is open now if he runs with it.
Yeah, and it is obvious because we just talked about the games that are going to be played, but also you've got a dormant offense, and what you're hoping is, hey, our number one prospect comes up and gives us a spark, and then Torey just kind of said this without saying it, which is one player gets it going, brings some energy, and then everybody else kind of follows. And then if you look across the diamond, what were they going to do? Arenado wasn't going anywhere. Perdomo, Marte, first base, Fernandez, or, you got a kind of a platoon situation there. So, you just got Gabby back. Okay. You just got Gurriel back and left. Carroll's not going anywhere. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's this
one
center field thing going.
Oh, and our top prospect
happens to play that way. Yeah. So, it's not overly surprising, but it is in the sense that, like you said, Alec Thomas is gone, and they don't have time. And if Waldschmidt's not the answer, then they're going to have to continue to cycle through this thing. But they're hoping that, hey, top prospect plays this position. Not only do we, he doesn't have to carry our offense, but maybe he can give us a spark.
Just give us a spark, yeah. Like Jordan Lawler was giving them a spark earlier, and they got hurt. Jose Fernandez was giving them a spark earlier. It's tough when it's your best hitters that aren't hitting because you just ran through the lineup, and it's like, well, you're not going to move like a Nolan Arenado. Well, no, because he wasn't supposed to be one of your best hitters, but he actually has been. Well, you're not going to move like an Ildemar Vargas. No, because he wasn't even supposed to be on the team, and he's one of the best hitters in baseball. But then you get to, like, Ketel's not hitting. Perdomo's not hitting to the standard he set last year. Corbin, like I said, I'm not he's not hitting to his standard, but he's still been fine. He just hasn't been. Yeah. But, yeah, you gotta do something to shake it up when your best hitters are the ones not hitting, and that's a pretty significant shakeup right there. So Ryan Waldschmidt, I don't know if he's going to be in the lineup yet tonight, but you called him up.
I think if you're going to bring him up.
I don't think you called him up to just hang out in the dugout.
You got to go, right?
So, yeah, that'll be the little extra juice to this game. Certainly the series, Chase Field, this weekend against the Mets, because the D-backs just called up their top prospect and one of the higher-ranked prospects in all of baseball. When we come back, Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur spoke earlier today with all the rookies in the facility. And we're going to hear what the head coach had to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund beyond the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient cold beers and cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month during the Memorial Day Save-a-thon event at Liberty GMC. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months. Plus, save $6,250 on the 2026 Sierra HD, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts, because this summer, we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire, because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs have come down with some significant roster moves just a few minutes ago. The roster moves have been calling up outfielder Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA, reinstating first baseman Tyler Locklear, and sending him to AAA from the 10-day injured list. And they have also DFA'd, a.k.a. designated outfielder Alec Thomas, for assignment. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, they are back in action tonight in a brand new series against the New York Mets at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the D-backs, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What quarterbacks will the Cardinals be linked to over the weekend? We'll find out. We'll share it with you. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon. John Lund is in for Wolf. Spoke to Reggie Virgil, Cardinals rookie receiver, about a half hour ago. They got their rookie minicamp going on. And Mike LaFleur is obviously there, and he spoke to the media. He was asked what stands out to him about his new quarterback. I guess all these quarterbacks are new for Mike LaFleur, but his rookie quarterback, Carson Beck. And his response didn't play. So trust me, he was
very quiet.
He was, but he was asked about it, though, and we'll get that in just a second. I don't know what's for some reason they're all turning red.
I'm going to predict that he's going to say very nice things, but then also try to put the caveat of, because what these coaches try to do, they try to like take the pressure off the kid.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you took a fan poll right now, if we did our poll that we do for Wolf and Daniel Lunch, 100% of listeners would say, like, who do you want to be the starting quarterback, right?
Yeah.
If we put the quarterbacks out there, wouldn't 100% of respondents say Carson Beck?
There's always going to be like 2%.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah,
no,
okay.
you don't
Maybe a
understand. Minshew
Jacoby.
drives an RV. And
Yeah.
but yeah, I got to think like.
And he's going to probably – so his job, I'm going to predict, because neither of us have heard these, is that he's going to say, great kid, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, he's not ready to – or something along those lines.
When's the last time that a team had – so what, 3 quarterbacks? I guess Keaton Slovis. Let's say 3 quarterbacks right now. Where we know definitively what 2 of them drive. Well, I guess one of them used to drive. Like we know Carson Beck did drive a Lamborghini. We know
Until
that
it was stolen.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And then
you know Gardner Minshew drives an RV van, whatever. So yeah, now I want to know what Jacoby drives.
Because it's I guess we'll see what he does. Because remember they had the Hard Knocks and when Baker Mayfield was with the Browns, like he lived in it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was just for camp, right? That's not what Baker Mayfield.
But he's just for camp.
Yeah.
But Minshew's not going to live in that thing for camp, is he? He's kind of weird.
I think you could convince me he's been living in it for 4 years. I don't know.
He looks like it.
No, I think, there was a while there where he was.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same
Anyway,
one.
I don't know.
All right, we're going to try the audio here again real quick. Okay, this looks better. This is Mike LaFleur. Okay, this is LaFleur about Carson Beck. Now that one's gone. All right, here's Mike LaFleur on his coaching style.
I think it's probably a better question for them. Again, I just try to be myself every day, so I'm not going to change. They know that I'm going to speak truth to them because I don't know any other way. I'm not smart enough to lie. I truly mean that. So, again, I'm just trying to authentically be myself with these guys, teach them the system and answer the questions. And, sometimes there's going to be a little more energy than others, but, I don't set expectations on myself. So, but I answered too much on what I just said. I think it's a better question for them. So, yeah, thanks, guys.
But that was obviously at the end of the press conference because I got more audio here. It'd be weird if he came out and answered one question. It was like,
see you later, guys. I got to go. Very important to talk to these rookies.
More from LaFleur. Here he is on what stands out about Carson Beck. He has to know he's going to be answering a lot of Carson Beck questions between now and maybe
the whole year,
April of 2027.
His demeanor, I guess you could say, but that hasn't really stood out. I'm not shocked. He loves it. He loves just sitting there. He's a 24-year-old adult, and he loves ball. Obviously, we just got him in here yesterday. I wanted him to be with Schaub and Hackett a lot, so I stood in there for about 10 minutes. Then, sometimes it's better when I'm not in the room so they can get into a little bit more nitty-gritty, and usually I just mess stuff up anyways in terms of talking about, God knows what. So, no, it's kind of what I expected.
You got to think LaFleur was heavily involved in them making that pick,
doubt.
For sure.
Yeah. I
know we're playing LaFleur audio, but I want to go back and play this Carson Beck cut because we didn't really get to play it earlier when he was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. I thought this cut was really interesting. So Carson Beck had his media availability yesterday, and he was pretty good, but there's the knock on him would be arm strength because he's coming back from the injury, and he said, "Look, I'm back now. Like I'm at full strength." But he also, their last football game was a few months ago, so maybe he wasn't at that point. I don't know. I mean, he led his team to the national championship, so he's obviously doing something right. But the other thing, people, and this might just be 2026, and guys change colleges, and so people at the former college feel hurt or whatever. They just don't like him. I don't know. But they asked, Burns and Gambo asked Carson Beck about, if he's the same quarterback who almost went in the draft a year ago, if he's the same person, whatever. And I thought Carson Beck's answer was really just honest. So here, I'll play it right here.
Oh my gosh, not even the same at all from a quarterback perspective, from a human perspective of who I am, my values, my beliefs, of the lessons I've learned from the experience I've been through on the field, off the field. I'm in a much better position coming out now in this situation than compared to a situation if I would have come out after my, first year starting, right? Again, it just all those games and all the experiences on and off the field that, I've been able to go through have, ultimately molded me into the person and quarterback that I am today. So, again, I'm not even the same person, and I'm just a trillion times better.
Yeah, I mean, because I know there are people that are like, oh, we know who this guy is. Remember how he was acting when he was 21? Like, he's 24. I think people can change. It's not like he was getting in, like, horrible trouble off that. He's just kind of, he was in the spotlight a lot as a quarterback in college. Yeah. But I don't think we know who this guy is yet. And I thought that response kind of reset that of like, dude, I'm 24 and I'm figuring it out, but I feel like I have a lot in the last couple of years.
Well, you can just hear it in his voice. But again, if you're a Carson Beck person, you think he's going to look. He played in 55 games in college. Team was 49-6. He was 33-6 as a starter. He was 17-3 versus ranked teams. He's the opposite of Ty Simpson. So we think we know, but like he pointed out, and think about yourself. I still haven't matured, but I mean, he's 18 going in, he's 24 coming out, and all the adversity and having to come through an injury and transfer schools. And one of the things he also said in that interview that I think transfers to this is he knew the Georgia, and I watched the Gruden thing with him, which I think was really cool, the quarterback camp. But he said, I knew the Georgia the Georgia offense like the back of my hand. I didn't even have to think about it. He goes, I went to Miami, had to completely change everything, the verbiage. And he goes, when I get to the NFL, and this is why I think it helps the quarterbacks when they do transfer, you got to learn a whole new language. And he did that, and he did it quickly. And he felt like he had to do it even before spring. So he jammed on it because he wanted the respect of his teammates in spring ball. So clearly he's a smart guy. Yeah. So if the arm is fine, the experience is good, you start stacking things up. It's why quarterbacks don't succeed, because all these things are against them. I don't know if he can be that guy, but he's got the games, he's got the experience, he's got the smarts. It seems like he has the arm. All these things start to point in a positive way.
There's two different ways to look at Carson Beck as a Cardinal that I'm pretty sure I'm going to be wrestling with for the next 11 months. There is they just took this guy in the third round, and the 2027 draft is supposed to be amazing for quarterbacks, and they're going to pick somewhere, or I would think early. I think they're going to pick in the first half of the first round at least, and I saw a mock draft the other day. It had 6 quarterbacks going in the top 14. Like, yes, that stuff will change, but it's supposed to be one of the better quarterback draft classes in years. So there's that way of looking at it where it's like, man, he better be amazing. Otherwise, he's going to cost them a big moment in a year. But then there's also the other side of it where if you take the 2027 draft aside, I am intrigued by Carson Beck. I mean, the guy was a winner in college, and that's one of those things you can't always measure, especially with a quarterback. Sometimes quarterbacks get too much credit. I get that. But sometimes you see teams draft this guy, and it's like, we never won in college, but he can throw the ball really far. Like, okay, I would like a quarterback that was part of some winning in college, because that's the position that can influence that more than any other. So I am intrigued just by Carson Beck, Cardinals quarterback, to see where this goes. It's just hard separating the 2027 draft class, which has nothing. That's not his fault. You know what I mean? All right, we come back. Let's get back into basketball. Who do you want to see win the NBA championship this year? Is there anybody left? I mean, at the Lakers and the Spurs and Oklahoma City flopping all over the place. Is there anybody? We'll get into that. And if the NBA can fix arguably their biggest problem. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London. Brilliant.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, hey, teach me how to do it, hey.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks find their offense again tonight against the Mets? We'll preview the series on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Put your arms out front, lean side to side. They gonna be on you.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf. John, you said something before the show, and Jamal and I both looked at you, and then we were kind of like, are we here? You said watching this Lakers-Oklahoma City series almost has you rooting for the Lakers.
I can't believe I said that out loud.
Then you gave us that awful list of third-round quarterbacks.
Yeah, that was awful. I've had a bad day.
Prove, yeah.
I mean, there's just no question. I've had a bad day.
Yeah, it was Friday. I came in here. It's a great Friday, and then I looked at
terrible.
third-round quarterbacks and rooting for the Lakers.
Yeah. What's your problem?
The only reason I said it is the NBA has an Oklahoma City problem, and they are the biggest problem. It's not 65 games. It's not tanking. It's not.
Also problems, though.
Yeah, also problems. But trying to watch that game last night, like I'm flipping channels. My wife's looking at me weird, like it's the NBA playoffs, but I would hit an NHL game and get stuck there because I just don't want to watch it. And I got to be honest, I'm trying to think to myself because none of the conspiracy theories have come up because why would you try to make Oklahoma City the center of the universe? Like the NBA universe, I could see it if it was LA, Chicago, New York. You wouldn't do that. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets calls that Michael Jordan didn't get, that LeBron James didn't get last night. You're not touching the guy. It's a huge national story. We're all talking about it. All players are reacting. The Lakers met with the officials after the game on the court. Like, what's going on? That Oklahoma City's getting these calls and Shai Gilgeous, and now it's permeating through the entire team where a guy like Chet Holmgren is falling backwards. Like, it looks like WWE. He didn't even get touched.
Yeah, that was...
And they called it.
That was like a bad WWE stunt or something. That wasn't even WWE. That was like community theater or something. You're like, wow, these people can't act.
And the officials are falling for it.
Here's SGA since you brought him up after the game. Now I don't think anybody disagrees with what you just said.
Other than probably the Lakers.
Well, no, I mean, look, well, yeah, they all disagree with that. But as far as SGA, and look, SGA is a great player. I didn't have a problem with SGA until this year. And it's not him specifically, but it is. I have Oklahoma City fatigue quickly. I mean, they've barely won one title. You could argue if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't get hurt last year, they don't even have a title yet. And we're all getting Oklahoma City fatigue. And it's not because they play a boring style of basketball. It's because they're the ones leading the charge of the NBA should just be flopping on every play. So here's SGA, because you just brought all that up. Here's his comment after the game, and I want to see your reaction. I'm just going to stare at you while these 22 seconds play, okay, John?
It just makes the game more fun. Like, certain things get let go that usually don't, and it's just basketball at the end of the day. So yeah, it's just like this time of year is just purest form of the sport and of the game, and I definitely I love this form of it for sure.
Yeah, that was labeled as he loves the playoffs because the games become more physical.
How could he even keep a straight face? Like when he flops all over like a fish out of water, he walks to the free throw line and he's smirking because he knows it's so stupid they keep calling this. And then he can, with a straight face, say, and I'm sure he's watched the playoffs before, like, this isn't physicality to the playoffs. It's horrible. Like, no. I love this time of year.
You can't be physical at all anymore. The way this is going, it's not. This isn't basketball. I mean, we can all agree on that.
Okay,
I'm not just saying it's just Oklahoma City, but this is an NBA problem. We were talking about this earlier with Oklahoma City leading the way, but they're not the only ones. But because the NBA isn't doing anything about it, instead their response is like, don't question our officials or we'll fine you. We're heading towards an era of basketball where if you don't flop, it's like if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Oh, it's like the steroid era a little bit, where it's like, well, we got forced to do this.
Yeah. If you're not flopping, you're not trying. Yeah. That's a great. That should be their slogan next year in the NBA. So
isn't this fantastic or whatever you say? If you ain't flopping, you ain't trying. I know you have JJ Redick too. This is good.
Yeah. This is how you know it's not a good sign when you have somebody saying, you know who doesn't get calls? LeBron.
Well, he gets clobbered on that one, with Jalen Williams coming over trying to block the shot when he spun baseline on Dort. That was in that stretch as well. LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. There's, again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them, but he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch. And that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or, this series. He gets fouled a lot. That doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called. So,
okay, I take it back because I can't stand JJ Redick either. He's so full of it. There are reels and reels and reels and reels and reels on YouTube of a 260-pound man made of brick. His name's LeBron, and he's flopping all over. He's the one who started it.
Is he the one that started it? Because I heard them trying to figure this out. Well, I mean, you gotta throw in Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker too. They're in it. They started.
But I mean, he got it to a level where how many videos are out there of him like not getting touched and doing what Chet Holmgren did last night? Like LeBron's done this his entire career.
My counterpoint to that, and it's not even really a full counterpoint, but it's just maybe this is worse than we even imagined. Maybe it's not any different with LeBron. Maybe he was still getting calls 80% of the time, and it's absurd. But the officiating's gotten so much worse across the board that his 80% before stood out, and now it's like a low number for how many fouls he's getting. I don't know, but if we're looking at this trying to figure out who we want to win, I mean, Jamal, do you have any? And it doesn't have to be Lakers Thunder. Who do you want to win the title? I think my answer would be Cleveland, and they're halfway out the door already.
James Harden. How does this happen with him every year?
He's horrible in the playoffs.
Honestly, he's a Hall of Famer. He's an ASU guy, like all that. Every single year, you can set your watch by it. Like, he's going to suck.
And it's funny because I think I don't think he's ever missed the playoffs in his career.
No, I mean, well, he's such a great regular season
But
player.
I mean,
and he's just like playoff. You can't use playoff experience as,
right.
as
And
an
it's
excuse.
not just like he missed a key shot, or it's like 9 turnovers.
No.
Yeah,
like 3 for 15 from the floor. It's
horrible.
Atrocious.
It's not like he's in some high pressure situation he's never been in. I mean, he was the best ASU player I've ever seen. But even in the tournament with ASU, he was not the same guy. I don't know. But yeah, if you're telling me I got to pick one of these 8 teams, certainly not who I think is going to win because they're going to be done in this round. But I would, I'd want Cleveland, I guess. Just Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, sure. Yeah, I mean, Mitchell doesn't get the calls ever either. No. So, Jamal, you got anybody you want to see win?
Not even the Knicks. Not that I care for New York, but I love Mikal Bridges. He's my second favorite player.
Yeah,
and Jalen
that's
Brunson.
that's a good answer. I know enough Knicks fans where it's going to be
New
rough.
York would be so obnoxious if New York won the title.
And I'm not anti-Knicks, but Knicks fans, they're going to get in your face like you were standing in their way for the last 50 years.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that.
All right, do you have anybody?
My whole thing is I'm having a really tough inner debate about Oklahoma City versus LA because I don't like the Lakers, but I can't stand the fact that Oklahoma City could become a dynasty. And they got another lottery pick, and this could be what we watch for 10 years. And then what's going to happen is what you just pointed out, which is the rest of the league says we have no choice but to start flopping. And the NBA, I think, has to stop it right now. They're not going to change it in the playoffs, but at the end of this year, they need to have a point of emphasis not to reward this kind of play.
They don't care. They just fine people if they talk about it, but they don't actually do anything to fix it.
Let me just play a game with you. If you had to choose between LA and Oklahoma City, who would you want? Who would you not want? Who would you want to see?
I think which city would I go to visit? Like, that's easy. I would much rather go visit L.A. It's not even close.
I've never been to Oklahoma City. I've driven through, and I didn't want to. I just saw a tumbleweed and just kept on going. Like, I'm not going there. I'm not stopping there.
I mean, I just want that series to end as quickly as possible. Can we all agree on this? And I know Rick's not here, but when he comes back and he pulls his trash hat out of the trash and puts it on for his conspiracy theory, can we all agree if Oklahoma City, and I'm only saying this because, and you can look, I just ran I simulated the lottery on Tankathon.
Oh, you did.
And look who got the first
You're
pick.
on Tankathon.
And Oklahoma City got the first pick.
It's true.
Can we agree?
Luke just ran Tankathon, and Oklahoma City got the first pick.
Can we agree on this? The NBA draft lottery is not rigged if Oklahoma City gets the first pick.
Who would it be rigged for? Golden State? Like, they've got a 9% chance, like a big market team. The Bulls, if the Bulls got it. The Bulls have a pick?
They do. They're down there with OKC. But, yeah, the Bulls move out.
I cannot believe you just did that and Oklahoma City came out first.
Yeah. There's not really anybody in the lottery this year that you would look and say, like with the hockey lottery, 100% of people looked and they were like, well, Toronto shouldn't be in the lottery, but they are because Austin Matthews got hurt. The league's not going to let that last. Obviously, they'll get the first pick, and they did. And everybody was like, isn't this amazing? Everybody on TV was like, isn't this wild? And every single hockey fan on the planet was like, we already knew this was going to happen 2 months ago. I don't think there's a team like that in the NBA this year. But if Oklahoma City gets the first pick, even Adam Silver is going to be unhappy. That's the last thing the league
If
wants.
they do this legitimately and that ball pops up when they're in that back room doing whatever they're doing, I'd be like, if I'm Adam Silver, I'd be like, do it again.
Yeah. In
do
fact,
it again. No.
Fix it so Oklahoma City doesn't win the
take
lottery.
that ball out. Like, get it out. I don't care what it is.
The lottery's going to end. They're going to be cleaning up, and there's going to be one ball just smashed in the corner.
And I don't care if somebody's from Oklahoma City. They can't be dominating the league.
You don't have room for any of these players. Where are you going to play them? You're going to have to start cutting good players. All right, when we come back, could Carson Beck make the Cardinals think twice about drafting a quarterback in 2027? I'd say the clock is basically starting today. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
With each start that it doesn't happen, are we worried that he's getting into Brandon Pfaadt land?
Oh, you went there.
It just feels like such a familiar tale from a year ago where our expectations were here and we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and it never happened. I feel like Ryan Nelson's done way more leading up to this moment to earn more trust than that, but that doesn't change the fact that we all kind of had expectations that Ryan Nelson was poised to become the number 2 or 3 starter in this rotation, and that just has not happened yet.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Mother's Day is almost here. What do you get for the one packing lunches, washing uniforms, and trying to make space for everyone and everything? Give her some room. Space Solutions designs, builds, and installs custom mudrooms, closets, and pantries she'll actually love. And with a Space Solutions gift card, she gets to pick exactly what she wants. Give Mom the space she deserves. Text SPACE to 620-620 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made some significant roster moves today. They have called up outfielder Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA. They have reinstated first baseman Tyler Locklear from the 10-day IL, and he will be with AAA Reno. And they have also designated outfielder Alec Thomas for assignment. The Diamondbacks are back in action tonight with a brand new series against the New York Mets. Ryan Nelson will be on the bump for the Arizona Diamondbacks, opposing Nolan McLean for the Mets. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now it's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
It's Gambo. Now that we can put to bed Aaron Rodgers rumors, how do we feel about the Cardinals quarterback room?
going into camp. The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lunn in for Wolf on this Friday afternoon. Carson Beck spoke to Burns and Gambo after his media availability. Reggie Virgil spoke yesterday as well, the Texas Tech receiver that the Cardinals took in the 5th round. We got to talk to him about an hour ago. It was an interesting interview.
I like him.
He's got a cool path to the NFL, and you can tell that's a guy who it certainly seems like work ethic's not going to be the issue. You know what I mean? Like either he's going to make it or he isn't, but it's not going to be by lack of effort, which you want those guys on your team.
Didn't you say he was going to be the next Puka Nacua? I think that's what you said.
That's what somebody on the chat said. But if we can speak it into existence, I mean, Mike,
that would be pretty good.
Mike LaFleur offense, 5th round receiver. That would work, certainly, if he wants to be that. Carson Beck was speaking yesterday. You know, before I play any more Carson Beck audio, what do you guys think? Jamal's behind the glass too. What do you guys think is going to determine, most determine how he's evaluated? When we're here 11 months from now and we're like, hey man, like they've got the whatever pick in the draft, let's say the 7th pick in the draft, you're going to get a quarterback right there if you want one. How are they going to determine if Carson Beck is the guy and they just take a different position there? Is it going to be strictly wins and losses, or is it going to be how he looks more than record?
I think it's kind of like with Jacoby. Jacoby had decent enough numbers, but he was 1-11. I think that for him to knock out the champ, basically, because what he's really in an uphill battle for is you've got to make it so that the Arizona Cardinals, who likely are going to have a top 5 pick in the best quarterback draft in a long time, say no to a guy with the last name of Manning potentially.
Yeah.
So that means you've got to hit the ball so far out of the park, or whatever analogy, sports thing that you want to use. He's got to have a great statistical rookie year, and the Cardinals need to surprise. I mean, that to me, that's like maybe either a playoff berth or an 8 and 9, or where the team just goes, we can't possibly take a 1st round quarterback. This guy is our future.
Yeah. Well,
I think consistency and moments. Like if he's, consistent throughout the year, he's throwing 225, 250 yards per game. And I think if he has moments, if he has a game-winning drive or two, if he has, these 350, 400-yard passing games, not every game, but like if you have consistency and you have big moments throughout the year, I think the Cardinals will have to think twice about taking a quarterback in the 1st round.
Yeah, I think both those are pretty legitimate answers. I mean, win-loss, I guess, is baked into it to a certain extent because by simple virtue of if the Cardinals win games, they're not going to be in position to take Dante Moore or Arch Manning or whatever. They're still probably in this class going to be in a position, let's say they win 7 games, which is, I'm sure, much higher than the Vegas over-under on wins. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's less than 7. But let's say Carson Beck is part of it and they win 7 games. Well, not only is he helping his case in the eyes of the front office, but he's making it harder for the Cardinals to get almost a surefire thing. If they're picking, I said this to Wolf the other day, and I didn't even realize I was saying it until I said it, but I'm all on board with what I said, John. I completely agree with me on this. If they pick in the top 3, the look you're giving me is priceless.
I agree with myself.
I do. I agree with myself wholeheartedly on this one. If they pick in the top 3, I don't care how they got there, they better take a quarterback.
Yeah, you have to. He is fighting a big-time uphill battle, which is why, because still in the 3rd round, I think that you can get really good players in the 3rd round, and this team is devoid of talent still, that I think they should have taken that, and they should have punted, which would look like – I mean, does any team look more like they're punting at the quarterback position before they drafted Carson Beck than the Cardinals?
Jets.
No way. I mean, Geno Smith stinks.
Yeah.
But to have those 2 guys and say these are our quarterbacks clearly says almost like the NBA. Like we are – by the way, their over-under is 4.5.
Okay.
So
much lower.
Much lower. So they're at 4.5. I'm curious what the Jets are, because that would be the other team that I think they'd be fighting.
The
with.
Jets probably even on there. Vegas is like, we can't take your money on this.
5.5 for the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets with a higher over.
Yeah.
Well,
the Cardinals are the lowest.
Division, right?
I'm gonna zip through this real
Some
quick.
of that's
The Cardinals are the
division.
lowest. But you know what the weird dynamic here is?
I'd be insulted by that if I were the Cardinals.
Oh, absolutely. But in a weird way, are fans rooting for his failure? Because if he does too well, there's 2 things that are going to happen. Number one, they're not going to draft the quarterback. And number two, they're going to win, as you said, like 7 games. They won't be in a position to draft a quarterback.
You're rooting for the extreme.
Yeah.
Like, either be amazing or sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we just, especially because I don't think we were stuck in the middle with Kyler, but we were stuck just above the middle.
Right.
It became
And
very clear
everyone's
you weren't
sick
going
of
to
that.
play. Yeah. And so everybody's sick of it, I'm sure, in every market, even if they only have to go through it for a year or two. Cardinals fans have been going through it for a while. Now, I know they're not in the middle right now. They won 3 games last year. I get that. But, like, it felt like the ceiling was the middle, and that's why this is such a big thing. You agree with me, right? There's no way that they could have a top 3 pick and you pass on a quarterback.
No,
because what would the only path even that would be compelling would be, honestly, like if they started 0-14 and Carson Beck came in and they won the last 3 games. That's the only, and I don't care.
You would be pissed.
I'm still taking one with the second pick in the draft.
Because to me, look, we all know Jacoby's a nice story and everything, but as we're watching the games, we realize that there was a lot of empty stats last year. He struggled sometimes moving in the pocket a lot. Obviously, some of that's the offensive line and all this kind of stuff. But the one thing that I think fans can all agree on is Michael Wilson Jr. and Marv, no matter whether he's lived up to it or not, are now Jeremiah Love, and you did take an offensive lineman up high. This team, if you stuck a really good quarterback on this team, they're going to score points.
Yeah.
Mike LaFleur is supposed to be an offensive guy, so
yeah.
you get if Arch is supposed to be what he's supposed to be, or Dante Moore is what he's supposed to be. You stick that quality of a young quarterback behind this with these weapons, they will score points. Okay, now you got half the battle here. Now you got to work on defense, and with Mike LaFleur. That's what fans are thinking about. And the one person who could screw this up, and here's where people are like, they can't decide the devil or the angel, is...
You look like Rick doing the 6'7" thing with your hands right now.
But it's like, but you want Carson Palmer to be good, but you don't.
I just think...
Or Carson... Did I say Carson Palmer?
Yeah,
Carson
I want
Beck.
Carson Palmer to be good, too.
Carson Beck.
Coaching somewhere.
You want Carson Beck to be good, but not too good.
You want him to be great or not. Like, you don't want any middle ground.
Right.
And
so that the Cardinals go, gee, I don't know, maybe we could... This is a historic 27 draft.
The reality, too, is like, you said the over-under's 4.5 wins. I'm not even going to look at the YouTube live chat after this, but, like, I would take the over. I mean, the reality is they're probably going to win more than 4.5 games. They won 3 last year. They switched head coaches. Yeah, I mean, I've got the opponents in front of me. I'll read those when we come back. Are
they going to win a game in the division?
Probably no, that could be a solid 0-6.
There's 5.
But if they win 1, and I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying this is like, oh, look out for the Cardinals, but they won 8 2 years ago. The reality is they probably are going to win like 6 games, which means you're not picking in the top 3. You're picking like 8 or 9 or whatever. But it's still such a good quarterback class. It doesn't feel like it's going to be clear cut. Clear cut would be either Carson Beck is so good that you snuck into the playoffs. Yeah. You're not even thinking about quarterbacks anymore. Or the Cardinals are so bad that it doesn't even matter about Beck because you're picking top 3 and Arch Manning and Dante Moore and Jaden Maiava or whoever else are all right there. But the reality is they're probably going to be picking like 8th or 9th. So.
Just outside of that, because that's a very Cardinal thing to do.
Yeah, and then it's like, well, Beck showed flashes, and we can't get one of the top 3 quarterbacks.
That's what scares me is the most Cardinal thing to happen is that they're kind of in the middle on them, and they don't take a quarterback because they're like, well, let's give him another year. And it's like, no, this class is now.
You just nailed it.
This is different.
Because I'm sure there's like 3 people driving around being like, man, Luke's really high on the Cardinals. No, I'm not. I'm giving you the worst case scenario.
Right.
They're picking 8th or 9th.
It's just a very Cardinal thing to do. Like, they're just out. Like, I can see it. Like, I was at years ago, I was at a Super Bowl party one time, and I could see the A-listers behind a rope, but I couldn't get there. Like, don't even walk towards that rope. I could see them. I couldn't get to them. You know what I mean?
Is this like the time you ran into, who was it, at TGI Fridays?
Oh, yeah, that was different. Yeah, that was the supermodel in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a different Super Bowl. But, yeah, it's the same
need to
thing.
Go to the Super Bowl more often.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But so you think, hang on a second, because you just did the over-under thing. If we assume they're going to lose all their games in the NFC West, then that's 6 games. Now they have 11 games to win.
I'll read you the teams when we come back. I'll give you the teams. You and Jamal, you're both going to give me your.
I'm probably going to go under.
You can't. You don't know the teams yet.
Okay.
What if I read you as like, okay, they play Norfolk State, and
that'll be a tie.
Do you want free Sonic and some D-back swag? Text Smasher to 6. If they tie Norfolk State, they're taking a quarterback.
Absolutely.
If you want free Sonic and some D-back swag, text Smasher to 620 to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner takes home a $500 Sonic gift card. When we come back, speaking of the D-backs, can they get back on track by winning a series against the Mets? They're kind of the new look D-backs after what just happened in the last hour. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're rookie.
Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too.
Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class?
Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What quarterbacks will the Cardinals be linked to over the weekend? We'll find out. We'll share it with you. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, let's clean some stuff up here before we leave for the weekend, okay? First of all,
work to do.
I'm going to take, we're going to be here for another 8 hours. I got to get rid of this Tankathon screen I have up where I hit the sim and it had Oklahoma City with the Clippers
That
pick
is unbelievable.
moving up from 12 to 1 to pick first.
If that happens, we're blaming you.
That's fine. You can blame the Clippers, too, because they've already given them Jalen Williams and SGA and some other picks, too. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the sim one more time, and then I'm going to close this.
Let's see what
it
is.
And moving up to the top spot is Atlanta. Okay, that's fine. Atlanta. Cool.
Ooh, if they got DeBonsa, man, they'd be cooking.
Can we get, DeBonsa and some of these guys to the Eastern Conference? Because it feels like the Western Conference gets the first pick every year. Can we just not have any of them go to Utah? Can we do that?
How come you're angry with Utah? I don't understand.
No reason. Not any reason.
Not any hockey reasons?
No, not any. No. I'm looking at the Diamondbacks don't have their roster, their lineup up for tonight yet, but they do have a picture of Ryan Waldschmidt sitting in front of his locker with number 15 jersey hanging behind him.
All right.
So Ryan Waldschmidt.
I did see the video. That is one of the coolest things ever was when they get the call and the AAA manager gets to tell him he's going to the big leagues.
Yeah.
That is a pretty cool thing.
That is cool. All right, Jamal, you're in on this too because I've got the – let's just get out in front of this, right? The NFL schedule release is coming out next Thursday, but we know who the teams are. We know who the Cardinals' opponents are going to be home and away. And you said the over-under for wins is 4.5?
Yes.
All right, so let me just run through the teams here real quick that the Cardinals are going to play.
Okay, let me use my digits here.
Yeah, well, we already know the 6 in the division. Okay, home and away.
Okay, 0-6.
You don't have to wait.
Okay, but now let's start. Because you said they'd win over that amount.
If they were going to steal a win in the division, who would it be against? Niners?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Niners always struggle. Wasn't there a 16-15 game? The one here was ridiculous. But
in San Francisco,
the one in
when
San
Marv
Francisco,
dropped a pass when there was
that's
nobody within 100 yards of him.
Right. Yeah, Fred Warner actually went up to him.
He walked up and
it's
said
okay.
Yeah, just what he wanted to hear.
Thanks. Yeah, they lost. Okay.
Because
so
the Cardinals were 3-3 in the division 2 years ago.
Okay.
So I'm going to say – no, I'm going to say 0-6 in the division.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Because the Niners are improved. But you never know. They get hurt because of that substation.
They might steal one. The great unknown here is Mike LaFleur. And also, Mike LaFleur and Jeremiah Love. And again, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I think they're going to steal some wins that it's going to make it tougher for them to get the quarterback they want next year. So I actually am going to say they steal one in the division.
Okay. So, there's one. So we got to get to 5, right? To get over the 4.5.
So here's your other your other home games, okay?
Yeah.
Philly, Washington, Denver, Vegas, the Jets, and the Lions.
Okay. How crazy is it going to be? They got to make that Jets Cardinals game the last game of the year. They absolutely have to.
Monday Night Football.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I guess there's not Monday Night the last week. Sunday night game.
But the Sunday for the first pick. That's going to be for the first pick. That has to be like the last game. But you know what? Having said that, the Raiders, the Jets, there was another winnable game in there. Commanders, depending on
they got
on
Philly,
they do.
Denver, and the Lions. I mean,
that's
so probably
is Detroit a winnable game?
Probably not. You think so?
They weren't great this past year.
I think they'll bounce. They're pretty good.
They are good. Is it here or in Detroit?
It's here.
Those are home games, right?
Oh, it's here.
Yeah, these are all
those are home
games.
Okay,
it's
so
not in any
there's
order.
3
Obviously,
winnable games, especially the Raiders and the
Raiders, Jets, Commanders,
and the Jets.
Yeah,
I think if who was the quarterback that beat the Lions this year in Minnesota after J.J. McCarthy and like
wasn't
the
Max
other
Brosmer?
Yeah, Max Brosmer. Yeah. If Max Brosmer can get the Lions,
bad in that Seattle game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, was he bad? Okay, so there's 2 to 3 wins.
So and then we've already got the one in the division I'm giving them. So you got them up around 4. And again, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying you're going to land right in the middle where you're not going to.
No, you're already crowing. I can see it in your face. Is there a road win here?
I'm looking at these for the first time as I read them to you.
Okay.
So why did they put these all out of order? Okay. Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, Giants, Saints.
Cowboys is automatic win.
They should be allowed to bring Kyler back for that one game.
Yeah.
Because he's good against the Cowboys.
Saints you could win. Saints is the most winnable game on there.
I think the Giants are going to be good.
Yeah, with
so are the Chiefs.
Now.
Yeah. Mahomes is already back for the Chiefs.
Boy, that is a Vegas special right there because they're going to be going into the Jets game next year with 4 wins, and it's going to be for the first pick.
Or they'll just play the Jets in the opener. Maybe that's what the NFL should do.
If you're the NFL, it's like, come on, man, that's
Thursday night
That's the
football.
toilet bowl. Like, you've got to have it.
To open the season, Cardinals, Jets.
Oh, God. And the NFL wins, like, all the time. They get these huge ratings. They'll get a Blue Tarski 0.0. Did anybody watch that game? 0.
Oh, no. That ratings would be like 10.3 for that game.
If they do it for the number 1 pick at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
That's I don't know. That you got to remember, I just read you the teams there. That's a 4th place schedule. Like I said, I said this yesterday.
That's amazing.
If I go back and read the Patriots schedule from last year, they've got like Mesa Community College on there twice, I think. They have a couple high schools from out of state.
Do.
Like they had the easiest schedule in the history of time, but that was a 4th place schedule. I just read you the Cardinals' 4th place schedule. You got the defending Super Bowl champs on there twice, the Niners twice, the Rams twice, the Chiefs. Yeah, Mahomes. Yeah,
they're going to bounce back.
Nothing screams 4th place schedule like
no
playing
Kyler.
Mahomes.
That's a bummer. Wouldn't that be nice to get
KC.
Kyler?
Yeah, that's true. No
Minnesota
Kyler.
would be nice.
He should have gone to the Jets just for our entertainment purposes. Here's another question for you before I get to the Diamondbacks for 5 seconds. Both of you. Kyler Murray in the playoffs next year or not?
No.
Yes.
I think he's in the playoffs.
Tough division.
I don't think it's necessarily all like because of him, but I just think he's on a
Well, they just picked up Juwan Jennings. That was a nice pickup.
Yeah.
It's
tough division.
If he can't do it with Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell and that, and
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
decent.
come on.
Decent guy to throw to.
Yeah.
All right. On the Diamondbacks notes, playing the Mets tonight for people that missed it, Ryan Waldschmidt called up. They haven't announced that he's in the lineup tonight, but either way, he's going to make his Major League debut either tonight or tomorrow, I would assume. Tyler Locklear is off the injured list, but he's going to Reno, and Alek Thomas DFA'd. So that's two pretty significant news items.
Yeah, my whole timeline right now is the Alek Thomas home run against the Phillies. Like everyone's like, oh, and it's like, yeah, let's play his highlights this year. It's swing and a miss.
No, I'd rather just play the Phillies highlights.
Highlights or low lights?
Exactly. Like, look, what he did was great, but if you're hitting 181 in a lineup that doesn't score runs, and it's just, I mean, there's just like this blaring spotlight into center field, not because the other guys have been great, but because who else are you going to move?
Yeah. He's a great fielder, though.
He is.
I'm rooting for him wherever he goes, unless he goes to the Dodgers, which he won't. So I'm rooting for him.
Well, he's not going to go to Utah. That's the one place you do hate.
I feel like I can safely say he's not going to end up on the Utah Mammoth. So
No,
I
he's
can
not.
root for him. Okay. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see though. Waldschmidt. That's your top prospect. That's one of the highest rated hitting prospects that wasn't in the majors yet. Like if you go back to the start of the year and you see the top 50 prospects, he was in the top 50. He wasn't at the very top, but a lot of those guys have already been called up, like Connor Griffin and big names. So this is somebody to keep an eye on now for the Diamondbacks because the future is now.
And it shows how desperate they are, I think, right now because you're going into 21 straight against sub-500 teams. They know that they've got to make a move.
That's fine. I'm fine with them playing desperate baseball. That's good. You should be. Sense of urgency. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, the Diamondbacks start a new series against the New York Mets this weekend, looking to get back in the win column. Prior to today's game, the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his Major League debut this weekend. Not tonight, though. Sorry to get your hopes up on that one. In additional roster news, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. He has the next week of time. He could either be traded, outright released, or sent down to AAA Reno. Tyler Locklear has additionally been activated off the 10-day injured list and optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson will take the mound tonight for Arizona. He'll go against the right-handed rookie Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Tonight is the beginning of the 30th WNBA season, but the Phoenix Mercury, they're not playing tonight. They'll start tomorrow in Las Vegas. A rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And good news, you will not need to worry about replacement refs this NFL season. The league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. Their current deal was set to expire at the end of this month. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday in Phoenix. John Gambador in the ringer. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy.
Good to
He's
be
out
here.
3-day weekend.
Yeah, you know
good
what?
Good to have you in. Good to have you in.
It's been a while. You and Burnsy have been working like dogs since February.
Yeah.
Nobody took a day off.
We got a lot of days off coming. Usually it's summertime. So he's going to Italy. So he's got like 7 days off. And then I'm taking my daughter and her fiance to Ireland and Scotland before she gets married. Married. Yes. So she's going to get married. So I'm going to take her and her fiance to Ireland and Scotland. So I've never been to Scotland, but I have been to Ireland a few times, and I love Ireland. So we'll go do that. We'll stay at the Ashford Castle. We'll go to Galway. We'll go to the Cliffs of Moher. We'll do Dublin for a few days too. And so the vacation days are all coming up. They're all coming up.
It wouldn't kill you to take a sick day once in a while. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
I'm sitting over there waiting by the phone.
Waiting for the phone to ring. Waiting for the phone to ring. All right, let's waste no time. It's a busy day. I want to get right into it. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The Arizona Diamondbacks are making moves.
Outfielder Ryan Waldschmidt has been selected from AAA Reno. Tyler Locklear has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list, an option to AAA Reno. And Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. A lot of people asking me, what does this mean? What does this mean? I'm going to tell you. There was an option left for Alec Thomas. He does have an option. But they decided to designate him for assignment and see if anybody wants to trade for him. The Diamondbacks are open to trading Alec Thomas if anybody wants to bite. Now, in the past, there have been no good offers, no interest in Alec Thomas. He is really, really struggling offensively. Absolutely no offense to his game. Waldschmidt, better approach. And I'll tell you the reasoning, and then we'll get into the Alec Thomas stuff. The reasoning simply here is, for the last few weeks since the White Sox series, their approach to batting as a team has been atrocious. They can't get these pitchers deep. You know, these pitchers are going deep into the games with not a lot of pitches. There's a lot of free swingers. They're not going deep into the count. Nobody's throwing 30 pitches in an inning against the Diamondbacks offense. Their offensive approach is just hack, hack, hack. They believe that Ryan Waldschmidt has a better approach to hitting. He's got a better approach. He's going to look at some pitches. He's going to try to work out a walk if you can. But they need better. They don't think he's the fix at all, but they do want better approaches at the plate. And it will start with Ryan Waldschmidt. What I will tell you is he is not going to be in the lineup today. He is not going to be in the lineup. He played last night in Reno. They want to give him a day to settle in, get used to the surroundings, and it's very likely he will play tomorrow. This is a guy that a lot of people wanted to get called up because he's a good player. He's a top minor leaguer for them. He's a top prospect for them. And it's been a struggle to watch Alec Thomas swing the baseball bat. The other day, he hit into a huge double play. Like, you just can't do that. He's pounding everything into the ground, or he's popping everything up. The approach has been terrible. His batting average is terrible. His on-base percentage is terrible. It just got to the point where he's been here long enough. It was time to make a move. So Ryan Waldschmidt up, Alec Thomas designated for assignment. They will look to see if there is a trade partner out there, if somebody wants a fourth or a fifth outfielder. But he's batting 181 this year. 181 with 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. Last year, he hit 249. 2024, he hit 189. He missed a lot of time, but he hit 189. It's just not good enough. And they need more players that can work out walks. They need more players that can have 7, 8, 9, 10 pitch at bats, battle the pitcher, instead of just swinging at everything. So that has really been a thorn in their side. So they decided to make this move today.
Well, it's not working, right? I mean, they're 4-11 in their last 15 games. Remarkably, I'll talk about this in a little bit, but remarkably, they've only lost a little bit of ground to the Dodgers over the course of those 15 games. But you know the old saying, the definition of insanity, right? And the D-backs, when you look around at what Torey Lovello could do, what Mike Hazen could do, clearly the corner outfielders aren't going anywhere, and clearly the infielders aren't going anywhere, including what they have over there at first base, as they kind of have a platoon system working there. But you look at what changes could be made when you try to rattle this lineup up, and it's a very tough baseball decision. But in a way, Gamble, it's kind of an easy baseball decision.
He's won for his last 19.
He's hitting 181.
He's won for his last 19.
And your top prospect in your system is an outfielder. And it's time to bring him up and try to rattle the cage. Now, listen, Marte, Perdomo, and Carroll aren't hitting the ball either.
Top 5 guys in the lineup have to do better. There's no question. This is not a Ryan Waldschmidt fixes everything. It's the approach has to change. They're hacking at everything. There's not a good approach. Their offense the last few weeks, they just need a better idea of the strike zone. They've got to really settle in and work on and we'll talk to Torey Lovello about this when he joins us in 20 minutes. But there's got to be a better approach to the strike zone. This offense is killing them. I mean, there was terrible approach against Paul Skeens the other day. Yesterday, just couldn't get anything going offensively in that game. It was just, it's been a few series, it's been weeks. It's not 3 or 4 or 5 games. It's really since the White Sox series, this team hasn't been able to hit outside of one game against the Pirates in the opener the other day.
No, Marte's hitting 209 on the season right now. Corbin Carroll, I went back and added it up. He has 4 RBIs since April 18th.
He's been terrible.
I mean, 4 RBIs since April 18th.
Popping everything up.
So while I said other guys have to pick it up, certainly this is not Alec Thomas's fault that the D-backs are where they're at. But this is a point now in the season as you hit mid-May, where, as I mentioned, Torey Lovello and Mike Hazen, and again, as you mentioned, Torey will join us here in about 22 minutes. Something had to be done. And you look at the minor league system, and you look at the position that Waldschmidt plays, and you look what Alec Thomas is doing now. Alec Thomas's career with the D-backs may not be over. Now, they're going to try to trade him. If they don't trade him, they can waive him. If he doesn't get claimed on waivers, he can go back to the minor league system. We saw this happen just last year with Herrera. Now, Herrera and Alec Thomas are different players. I don't know if Alec Thomas will pass through waivers. There might be a team that loves his defense and doesn't need offense and says this is a guy that can maybe help us for a while, and they take a shot at him if the D-backs can't find a team to deal with, and they put him on waivers. So I don't know how that turns out.
Yeah.
But it looks like right now, Alec Thomas, despite that magical run back in 2023 and how big he was in the World Series, it looks like right now, today at 2:09 on a Friday,
his Diamondback career could be over.
His Diamondback career could be
over.
over.
Yeah, they are going to look to trade him. Ryan Waldschmidt was Arizona's first-round pick in 2024. He hit .289 across 134 games between High A and Double A last season. They assigned him to Triple-A Reno to open this year, and he's continued to produce. He's hitting .289 for them this year. He's an outfielder. They like him. He's a plus runner. He's primarily played center field, but he can play all three outfield spots. I think he'll get some run in center field. I think when Jordan Lawler comes back, he'll play center field. But again, Ryan Waldschmidt, first-round pick in 2024. Last year was in High A and Double A. Got to Triple A this year, batting .289. It's been a quick rise for Ryan Waldschmidt. From last year in Single A to a quick stop in Double A to just a few games here in Triple A, and now to the major leagues.
And now they got the Mets coming in town this weekend. Mets nearly swept the Rockies. They're playing better baseball, but they are without question, when you factor in payroll, the biggest disappointment so far here as we hit mid-May in Major League Baseball. So again, the D-backs in that long stretch of playing teams that are under 500 after playing a ton of road games in the first 5 weeks of the season. They're getting 13 of 19 at home. They're in the middle of that stretch right now. That rubber game loss to the Pirates was big. I mean, when you face Skeens in Game 2 of a series, boy, you better make hay in Game 1 and Game 3.
And they did in Game 1.
And they did in Game 1. And that's why yesterday's loss kind of changes vibes around Chase Field as the Mets come into town this weekend. So they'll have a couple of tough customers on the mound to deal with. The D-backs will. We'll get into that a little bit later in the show. But Waldschmidt, we could see in the starting lineup, as you mentioned, tomorrow.
Yeah, again, I'm reporting that he will not play today. They're going to give him a day, and that he will be very likely in the lineup tomorrow. He's going to wear number 15. 15 was worn by Dan Herron, number 15. He is Major League Baseball Pipeline's number 49 prospect. He's the Diamondbacks' number 1 prospect. And overall, 182 minor league baseball games. He had .288, 31st overall selection in the 2024 draft. Welcome to the show. We've had a Goldschmidt. Now we've got a Waldschmidt. So welcome to the show, Ryan Waldschmidt. They'll get him acclimated, and then he will be with the club today, and then most likely get his first major league start tomorrow. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the quarterback rooms around the NFL. Garrett Podell, NFL staff writer for CBS Sports, joins us next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary, does a phenomenal job, and he'll do a great job for you guys, too. I highly recommend him for all of your needs when it comes to taking care of your finances, having a plan, right? Having a financial plan, having a retirement plan, having a tax plan. Stuart's a fiduciary. That's why I highly recommend him, because I've been using him for many years now, and he's done a great job for me, putting me in a great position for my retirement so I can do the things that I want to do. Now, it starts really with a plan. It starts with hey, you got to have a good plan, and then once you have that plan, you're going to execute it. The great thing about asset preservation, wealth, and taxes, they're local. They've got 5 locations in the Valley, and they offer a free portfolio review. All you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts, because this summer, we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Jeremiah Love help fellow rookie Carson Beck secure a long-term spot with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I saw a terrific story the other day on CBSSports.com ranking the 10 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL entering 2026. We discussed it the other day, and joining us now is the writer of that great story, Garrett Podell. Garrett, Tim Ring, John Gambadora, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me on, and it's always fun talking about this story because when the conversation begins, I don't know if it's found amusing or if it makes people angry. It's always an interesting chat.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. This is the truth here. I've been doing this show for 30 years, and my number one go-to website, I do a lot of my work through phone calls. I talk to all the teams, so I do it a little bit differently than most talk show hosts in the country. But I will say the number one spot I go to for stories is CBSSports.com. It's not ESPN. It's CBSSports.com. You guys have great content. So not to brag about it, but it is a great sports website to see a lot of terrific articles. Now let's talk about yours, because the first thing I looked at, this is clickbait to me. 10 worst quarterback rooms. I know the Cardinals are in there, so I go all the way down to the bottom, thinking that they've got to be last. They were not last in your story. Tell me why.
They were not last because even though starter Jacoby Brissett won just one of his 12 starts for Arizona and that one win, I was in the building for in Dallas on Monday Night Football when he beat the worst defense in football in 2025, the Dallas Cowboys. He was still productive on the field in terms of moving the ball up and down. He had the second most passing yards in the NFL from the midway point in the season when he became the starter in place of Kyler Murray to the end of the year. Only Jared Goff had more than him in that span. So, even though the team was not winning, he was still able to at least somewhat move the ball, even though it was in situations where the game was kind of out of reach, threw the ball well enough to where Trey McBride could still be the all-pro tight end and see some nice development from wide receiver Michael Wilson. So, he's still capable of being accurate, putting the ball where it needs to be, but, it's just not productive.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how Carson Beck may have affected your ratings here, too. I like Jacoby. I think he's a capable quarterback, so I think you make a lot of good points there. He is a good quarterback, and if he was on a better team, he'd have more success. But A lot of stuff happened with this offense. Michael Wilson broke out. They had a deep attack that they didn't have with Kyler Murray. Trey McBride was finding the end zone, which is hard to do with Kyler Murray. So I think Jacoby's a good quarterback. But did Carson Beck in the drafting of him affect this ranking in any way?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, if anything, it kind of just solidified them to be in the, bottom 5 of my list. I mean, Carson Beck, to me, in terms of, arm strength, throwing velocity, really hasn't looked the same to me since his SEC championship game injury to his right arm against Texas a couple of years ago now. And I mean, this was really apparent in the national championship game with Miami. I mean, the last throw of the game that he had a wide receiver streaking open down the left sideline, and it was picked off, but purely because he airmailed the throw. It's just an underthrown ball. So to me, I look at Carson Beck, and he's got plenty of reps and playing experience, which is good, but I just don't think he has the physical tools to really scare NFL defenses.
We should tell everybody that the Cardinals on your list, 4th from the bottom. The Steelers were 3rd. If Aaron Rodgers re-signs there, maybe the Cardinals drop a spot, Garrett. So when you look at
they would.
Yeah, so when you look at what the Cardinals have, and we all just said nice things about Jacoby Brissett, it looks to be, I mean, when you're in the bottom 3 or bottom 4, you have issues, obviously. Your recommendation for Cardinal fans in terms of how you get out of the bottom and what needs to happen this year and perhaps even next year?
Yeah, I mean, to get out of the bottom, I think would be let Jacoby play. If they're still losing like they are, like they did last year with Jacoby, subbing Gardner Minshew, subbing Carson Beck, subbing Keaton and Slovis. I would say fast forward to 2027. If you're an Arizona Cardinals fan, you want to see this quarterback wheel come to an end, I think it would be line yourself up to be having a high first-round pick in 2027 when likely Texas quarterback Arch Manning, Dante Moore from Oregon, who a lot of people thought would have been the number 2 overall pick to the Jets in this year's draft, had he decided to come out, he decided to go back to Oregon for another year. You could pick from him. A lot of people like Julian Sayin at Ohio State. He might be in next year's class, and maybe the Notre Dame quarterback who has showed promise down the stretch for the Fighting Irish Carr up there in South Bend. So I'd say just the quarterback options next year. I know people say, "Oh, well, you say that." People say that every year, but I do think it's demonstrably going to be better next year versus this year. When I truly only felt that Fernando Mendoza was the only first-round caliber quarterback in the 2026 class.
Yeah, but you know what, Garrett, you bring up a good point, though, and I think this is the issue a lot of Cardinal fans had with drafting Carson Beck. Like, if the Cardinals do win 3-4 games, they have a top 5 pick, and they have the opportunity to draft one of these quarterbacks coming out, whether it be Manning or Carr or Sayin. Dante Moore is another guy, obviously, that could be a top 5 pick. And if you have to do that, then you kind of just wasted a 3rd-round pick in the 2026 draft. So it's kind of an interesting deal for the Cardinals this year, and that they better get a real good grasp on Carson Beck's ability to play in this league.
I agree with you 100% on that. I was perplexed seeing the Cardinals take him in the 3rd round. I thought he was certainly a day 3 pick somewhere. I thought he was probably going to be like a 5th round pick. I thought Garrett Nussmeier was, better than he was. Garrett Nussmeier did have the little spine cyst thing, but a lot of people said that it wasn't going to end up affecting him long term. In terms of, Beck, if I were Arizona, let's have everyone give it a go. If you're not winning, which even with Brissett last year, stuff in the box score, they weren't winning. Let everyone take a turn. I think what I like about their head coach hire in Mike LaFleur, I mean, what his older brother Matt has shown in Green Bay, he helped revive Malik Willis' career and get him paid as he signed a 3-year, $68 million contract with the Miami Dolphins this offseason. I mean, Jordan Love played top 5 to top 10 quarterback caliber of play when he was healthy. So you look at someone who's coming and running that Shanahan-McVay offense. That's been a great offense to develop and be very quarterback friendly. So I would just see what's everyone look like in that scheme, and then you kind of get a benchmark, like you said, for Beck and everyone else entering what's probably going to be a reset at that position in 2027.
NFL staff writer for CBS Sports, Garrett Podell, joins us on the program talking about the 10 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL. We had Carson Beck on the show yesterday. I really liked him. He real personable, told a great story about having his Lamborghini stolen and that he can't get it back because some drug lord in Guatemala has it right now. So made us laugh a little bit. But I got a great story idea for you as I'm looking at this list. We're probably a little bit older than you, but here's a good story idea. When was the last time the Cleveland Browns had a great quarterback? It was probably Bernie Kosar. I grew up in New York. The last time the Jets had a really good quarterback was Kenny O'Brien. The Dolphins, truthfully, the last time the Dolphins had a good quarterback was Marino. I don't count Tannehill. Like, that would be a terrific story. Go back and find the last time that these bottom feeders had good quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona, what would it probably be outside of Kyler Murray's? No. Yeah, Carson Palmer, probably outside of Kyler Murray's 2 Pro Bowl seasons.
Well, Kyler wasn't good. He was an average quarterback at best, so he doesn't fall in.
Yeah,
Kurt Warner was great, and Warner was great, and Carson Palmer was very good. So they're a little bit different than Cleveland and Miami and the Jets. Yeah. But a lot of these teams have not had a true franchise quarterback in a long, long time. You had the Steelers at the bottom, near the bottom of your list. So give me a quick thought on the difference with Rodgers and how that would change your ranking.
Well, I mean, as it sits today, because Aaron Rodgers, well, he's expected to re-sign, has not. So they've got 3 quarterbacks on their roster, 2 of which have not thrown a pass in an NFL regular season game. In 2025 6th-round pick Will Howard out of Ohio State, and 2026 3rd-round pick Drew Aller out of Penn State. Neither of those guys have thrown in an NFL regular season game. Then you have retread Mason Rudolph, who he's an occasional spot starter, played a little bit for the Steelers early in his career when Big Ben was hurt, went to the Tennessee Titans, wasn't able to earn a starting job there, came back to Pittsburgh. So to me, their best quarterback in terms of experience in Mason Rudolph is like a 1 to 2 to 3 game starter at best, and then 2 guys who have never thrown a regular season pass. So that's why they're as low as they are. And with Rodgers, they would vault up. Maybe they're, 9 or 10 on this list. But I mean, Aaron Rodgers, depending what stat you want to use, if it's advanced analytics like expected points added per drop back, I think he was 23 or 24. Pass rating, he was a little better at 14th. Touchdown interception ratio was good. I believe it was like 24-7, 7th best. But he basically gives you at 42, 43, somewhere between the 23rd to 14th best quarterback in the NFL when healthy at this stage of his career. He just can't move around the same way he used to.
Garrett, I appreciate the time. Continued success with CBS Sports. We enjoyed your column. Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. That's Garrett Podell, NFL staff writer for CBS. Coming up next, the manager of your Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello. We'll talk about the big decisions that were made in the organization right here on Arizona Sports.
Fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
You could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send 1 winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off. Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ask not what your country
can do for you. I have a dream. It's one small step for man. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply. For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks. Because baseball isn't just a sport, it's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, the Diamondbacks will start a new series against the New York Mets this weekend, hoping to get back in the win column. Prior to today's game, the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his Major League Baseball debut this weekend. Just not tonight, because he's not in the starting lineup tonight. In additional roster news, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. Tyler Locklear has additionally been activated off of the 10-day injured list and optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound for the start. He'll oppose right-handed rookie Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Tonight is the beginning of the 30th WNBA season. The Phoenix Mercury will kick things off tomorrow in Las Vegas. It'll be a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And you will not need to worry about replacement refs this NFL season. Thank goodness. The league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. Their current deal was set to expire at the end of this month. Give mom the gift of D-backs baseball all season long. D-backs.tv, it's 50% off right now for Mother's Day. Just $44.99. Head on over to D-backs.tv now. This offer ends May 10th.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy. It is time to talk a little bit of D-back baseball with that guy right there. The skipper for your Arizona Diamondbacks, Tori Lavello. Skip, how are you today?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, Burnsy's got the day off, so Ringer's filling in. So excited to see you guys against the Mets today, but let's waste no time. Let's get into it. You guys decided to designate for assignment Alec Thomas. You're bringing up Ryan Waldschmidt. My understanding is Ryan is not going to play today, but more likely tomorrow. Is that just give him a day to kind of get settled in?
Yeah, that was the idea. Just let him get his footing a little bit. He just got here about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours, and unpacking the locker, saying hellos, getting reacquainted, getting into the system. AAA does a really good job. Jeff Gardner does a really good job of running the system the same way we are here, so it shouldn't be that tough of a transition. We just felt like getting him grounded here would be the best thing for him. So he'll most likely be in the lineup tomorrow.
All right, one of the things I'm saying is that Ryan Walshman is not a fix-all everything for this offense. Something has to change, and let's cut right to the chase here. The offensive approach has been terrible. The too many free swingers. None of these starting pitches from the opposing teams are going. They're able to go deep into the game when not knocking out anybody out in the fifth inning with 97 pitches. Where just approach seems to be off a little bit right now. That's not the way you like to have your baseball team built. What are you seeing? Is it? Can it be fixed? The approach to hitting right now is off with the Diamondbacks.
Agree with you. And you're right. It can't be fixed with just calling Ryan Walshman up and letting AT go. This has to happen 1 through 13. So these are conversations that we've had as a staff trying to figure out what part of this puzzle we can help out with, and then ultimately allowing these players to go out there and perform. And, it's sports, professional sports. You can't say, don't do this. Stop doing this. You've got to train them. You've got to talk to them, and you have to kind of speak a little bit more in cues to allow them to understand what the importance of each at bat is asking. In my heart, I feel like everybody's trying to do too much, trying to duplicate a year they had last year, trying to go up there and hit a 5-run home run, go 3 for 4 every single night. It's not possible. What I want them to do is swing at good pitches. So we've talked about in these cues, make every pitch like a 3-1, 3-0 pitch. If you're going to go, you're going to go at the pitch you want. Don't just swing to swing just to say, hey, I got a good swing off on a pitch that I was or wasn't looking for. We got to be point specific. We got a very, very good offensive team. Not a lot of the characters have changed since the end of last year. And I know Naylor and Suarez aren't here anymore, but the back half of last year, we were pretty darn good and putting up a big point. So we can do this. And we just got to get the guys into the right mindset, 1 through 9, hand it off to the next guy when needed.
It seems like the approach to the strike zone is the thing. And the most important thing is just having a better idea of the strike zone, because you've got you swinging at a lot of pitches that are under the strike zone, swinging some pitches that are outside of the strike zone. What's the fix with that?
Well, look, I get a stack of papers on my desk every day that tells me, different things that are happening, good and bad. My eyes are telling me something's not right. One of the things that I have seen is that we've seen 400 less pitches last year than we have this year at this point in time. That tells me that we're just trying to trigger and trying to hit everything. You can't hit every pitch.
400?
We've seen 400 less pitches than we did last year. So, when I see that, the alarm bell goes off, and I'm like, we have got to be selective. We've got to fight to hit the pitch in our zone and check off the one that we are looking for. It's okay that a strike goes by. Usually a big league player will divide the plate right in half. The best will divide into thirds. Divide it in half. I hit away or I hit in, and you can't look in and hit away. You can't cover both sides of the plate with the stuff they're throwing up there right now. So I want us to look in one spot, get very point specific, be really, really selective, and do damage on the pitch that I'm looking for.
Tori, let me jump back to Alec Thomas real quick. I mean, some baseball decisions are tough, some are easy, but when you have a tough baseball decision that's kind of wrapped around a severe and very strong emotional component, kind of on the personal side for you, this is a guy who's done some great things for the organization. You have believed in for a long time. We all remember the World Series run and the World Series. So peel back the curtain on how difficult of a decision this was for you, both baseball and personally.
Yeah, personally, it's never easy when you got to say goodbye to somebody, and he's meant a lot to this organization. You go back to the Craig Kimbrell home run in the NLCS, it got us right back in the game. We ended up winning that game, and he's had a lot of good moments for us. So, saying goodbye to him and his wife Kaylee is not easy. Those are tough conversations because I care about these kids like they're my own. We've got to make tough decisions. And on the other side of it, there is a line in the sand where you have to make these baseball decisions. And as I told him today, baseball is a game of performance. If you're not performing, somebody else will, and somebody else is waiting to take your job. And in this case, Ryan Walshman, we felt like was ready for this opportunity. AT will land on his feet. And that's what we talked about at the tail end of the conversation. He's going to land on his feet again. He's going to get some big league time. He's going to find himself in another situation with another organization, get an opportunity to make some big plays and big hits for another team.
And so far out of Walshman, what do you guys see, and what do your people see down there that think he is ready to make a difference at the big league level?
Well, he's a baseball player. He's a baseball junkie. It's all he's talking about. He walks in there, he's talking about pitch selection. He's talking about pitch sequencing, how he can go out and make better plays on defense. And, we like those guys. I love baseball rats. I love people that just eat, sleep, drink baseball and nothing else. And his manager, Jeff Gardner, had a long conversation with him this morning about some of his tendencies and habits. There's still some work to do. It's a young player like Jose Fernandez. These guys, they're going to be fine, but they're still cutting their teeth here at the big league level. It's going to take a little bit of time. But what he's going to do is he's going to grind down counts. He's going to see pitches, going to be very selective, and he's going to add into what we hopefully will find is a very, very good offense.
Alec Thomas was a superb defensive center fielder. But I think when Lawler comes back, he could play center. He's good defensively, covers a lot of ground. Barossa, terrific defensively. And at Waldschmidt, we'll see. Do you feel like defensively in the outfield with Alec gone now that you're in a good spot?
Good enough. I talked about this very topic with Jeff Gardner today, and he said you won't have to defensive replacement in center field. My concern is making sure that Lourdes Gurriel is up to 100% in left field, and that Waldy continues growing. Those are the things that we're gonna definitely focus on. But you're right, we've got two good players that are sitting at Salt River right now, and Jordan Lawler and Pavin Smith. And then we got another one in Carlos Santana that's just getting ready to join us. But, we need these guys to understand what their role is and what they're doing. And when we have these tough decisions to make, these good players are going to layer back into this team. There's a lot of unknowns. I want guys to go out and play baseball full speed. That's all I care about. Do I feel like we're going to be just fine? Yeah. But I don't want to live in just fine. I want to live in excellence. I want these guys to go out there and have a dominant mindset and win games on both sides of the ball.
The starting pitching was really good against the Pirates. Gallen, third time through the lineup. He had the 2 outs in the fifth, and then, four straight batters reach. It got away from him. But the Soroka was fantastic against Skeens, and Erod had a terrific outing against the Pirates in that first game. Starting pitching's, better. It's been better. It was a struggle, so that was a good sign right there. The bullpen has been spectacular. I thought the bullpen again in that Pirate series was amazing. What are you seeing out of your bullpen?
Yeah, you're right with the starters, right? They've turned this thing around a little bit, and they're on a little bit of a mini run, and they're experienced, and they should be able to handle that workload. I need them to handle that workload, so we can't hand it off to the bullpen and pick the right pieces to go out and keep us in a ball game. The bullpen has been one of the mainstays for us all year long. Isn't this game funny? Last year it was all offense. Strong starting pitching, the bullpen wasn't right. Like we gotta get this vibe going here. We got to get them all together at the same time and get on a good run. But that's what will happen. But the bullpen's been great. They've been pumping the zone full of strikes, and that's really what our overall belief is. You got to throw strikes. If you don't throw strikes, we're not going to have you. So, and I know I talked to you about this at the beginning of the year, Gambo, where we missed out on certain guys that didn't make the team, and the answer was they didn't throw enough strikes. One of them's here in Brandon Garcia because he's filling it full of strikes. So if you're doing that, you're going to have a lot of success.
Listen, you brought the 5 starting pitchers in, and they actually that kind of worked. Why don't you bring in the top 5 guys in the lineup
yell at those guys.
Yeah, why don't you get Marte and Perdomo and Carroll and bring the top 5 guys, because your top 5 guys in the lineup are not doing a good enough job. Maybe break out a can of whoop ass on them. Let's see if it works.
I'm going to do it today. Look, I'm a nice guy until I'm not. You know what I mean? And I do most of my dirty work in my office here. I believe in that. There's points in time where I'll get on them and right there on the spot when it needs to be. I'm like a corner man, right? In the game, you got to say things and have these cues to let these guys know, like postures, tighten up, let's go. But when you can have a long range conversation and drop long range bombs, yeah, I'll definitely go out there and have those conversations. But you know what? Maybe I'll do that. I might do that right after this interview.
All right, good. Yeah, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Tori, before I let you go, give us a quick Mets preview. I mean, $368 million payroll. But not the wins to show for it. What are you seeing out of this club from the corner
They're playing
of your
better
eye?
right now.
They 2 or 3 from the Rockies,
They are. They've most of their wins in their overall win total have come in the past 10 days. So we know that they're a very capable team. Juan Soto can carry a team and get hot. We got to avoid certain things. This kid pitching tonight is really, really good. This McLean kid, he's got nasty stuff. So we got to fight on our hands. But they have yet to hit their stride. I'm glad we're getting them at this point in the year, because you probably get them, in July or August. They're a completely different team with Lindor healthy. But for right now, we got to go out there, play our game. They're a good team. We cannot take anything for granted, no matter what the record is.
All right, just give me a quick hint. I'm going to let you go. Where do you expect Waldschmidt to be in the lineup tomorrow, and what position?
He's going to be playing center field tomorrow, probably somewhere around either 7, 8, or 9. I haven't yet to make the lineup out, but I want to ease him in there as best I possibly can. I don't want to drop the hammer on him, but he'll migrate to where he's supposed to migrate. This kid's a good baseball player.
All right, Torrey, we appreciate it. We'll see you out at the ballpark. Thank you.
Okay, guys, talk to you soon.
Thanks, Torrey.
That's Torrey LaBella, the skipper for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Ryan Waldschmidt, center field tomorrow, batting 7th, 8th, or 9th in the lineup, somewhere near the bottom. That is what it is going to be. When we come back next, we will talk a little bit about where these NFL games are going to be aired. It's a little crazy, but we'll tell you about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torrey Lavello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The legendary Hall of Famer Sir Charles Barkley joins us. Devin Booker got some criticism. He didn't have his best series against Oklahoma City. From a national perspective, what do you make of the criticism, and how do you sum up Devin Booker at this point of his career?
Yeah, I was disappointed in him because he did not play well against Oklahoma City. First of all, when you're the best player on the team, you don't defer to anybody.
Yeah.
He got to be Devin Booker All-Star. Those other guys aren't All-Stars. And he had an awful series. I was very disappointed in him. I'm a big Devin Booker fan. He's been a hell of a player the whole time, but he did not play well against OKC.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rate apply.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership. Go online at sandersonford.com. They got employee pricing going on right now if you need a new Ford vehicle at Sanderson Ford. Our poll question, did we change it or is it still the same one?
We did not change it.
We did not change it. Even after I told you guys that he's not playing today.
Yeah.
You kept it the same. Okay. Yeah. That's your prerogative. You guys handle it.
Our prerogative is wrong, though, in this case, because Torey Lovello did just reveal with you guys that Waldschmidt will start tomorrow, and he will start in center field, and he will bat 7th, 8th, or 9th.
Yes.
So this poll question is basically
useless.
I mean, you said useless, but I'll double down on that. Because we're asking, when will Ryan Waldschmidt record his first major league hit? Tonight, Saturday, Sunday, or the next series versus the Rangers?
That still works, kind
I'm
of.
gonna go
tonight.
I'm going to go Sabato. That's how we say Saturday. Sabato. Saturday. He's going to get it.
I'll go Sunday then.
Sunday?
Yeah. Sunday. We don't know who the Mets are pitching on Sunday yet. I don't believe.
I don't believe so.
Not that it matters.
No. Well, Saturday is in the lead right now with
Domenica.
48% of the vote. 45% going with tonight, and 4% going with Sunday, and 3% going with versus the Rangers.
I think it's Lunedì, Martedì, Mercoledì, Giovedì, Venerdì, Sabato.
Listen, if you're going to be the envoy to Italy, you better know that stuff.
I have been...
I don't even know what the envoy does.
I don't even know what it does either, but I guess I got to negotiate with the Pope and Giorgia Meloni, the PM over there. But yes, I've been in discussions to be a special envoy to Italy.
Well, all right.
I might have some perks there if you guys want to go.
Go to Italy.
Maybe I'll get a private plane. I can take you guys. We'll all go to Italy.
You can talk. You can talk White Sox with the Pope. Talk
absolutely.
Bears.
All right, that is our poll question. You can vote on it on the Burns and Gambo page on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. All right, let's get into this. This kind of took a lot of people by surprise because I think people are getting really sick and tired of having to watch games in all sports on all of these different platforms. Streaming platforms that is not just regular platforms. And now we're seeing the latest that Netflix back in it again. We had some games on Netflix in the past. Now we're seeing that Netflix is going to have the opening game of the season, week 1 from Australia, down under, 49ers and Rams. Netflix will air the NFL's first ever regular season game during this year's opening week. That's going to be between the 49ers and the Rams, September 10th, kickoff at 8:35 p.m. from the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And Netflix, the current broadcast relationship with the NFL continues to increase. They've got 2 games on Christmas Day the past 2 seasons. They're going to continue on Christmas Day in 2026. In March, Netflix exclusively broadcast the season opening game of the Major League Baseball season this year between the Yankees and the Giants as part of a 3-event deal for them. They got the Home Run Derby. They got the MLB Field of Dreams game on August 13th. And you got to pay for it. Like, you've got to pay for Netflix. So I think, back in the old day, it used to be, everything was free on regular TV, and now it's not. Or you could just buy the one package and get all the NFL games. I've seen stories that say, like, if you want to get all the games now, it's like $850 to $1,000 to have all the different packages to get all the games.
For Sunday ticket is the big ticket.
Where it used to be like $300. Used to be like $300, you get every single game everywhere. Now it's like, you got to subscribe to this, and this to get it, and it's costing people a lot of money.
And we're going through that with the NBA playoffs right now. I mean, I've never had to sit down in the evening, and say, okay, I'm going to watch tonight's game.
I couldn't find the Lakers game last night,
and I got to go check to see where it's on.
I looked to find it. Yeah,
it could be.
I was looking too. I hit guide and I'm looking, I'm going through. Finally, I just said, maybe it's on a streaming service, so you speak into your voice remote, my clicker, and I'm like, Lakers Thunder, and then it says, okay, it's on whatever service it was
deal.
on.
I have a Score app on my phone. If you're watching on video, I can just go to the Score, and at the top on the Score app, it says the game is on Peacock, or it's on ESPN, or it's on Amazon Prime. The biggest thing, again, the fragmentation of all sports with the streaming networks, it comes down to money. The leagues are making a lot of money. All these decisions are based on money. It's the reason why the NCAA tournament is expanding and the college football playoff might go to 24. It's all follow the money when you want the answers. For me, there's two issues with the streaming services. And let's just talk about the NFL. Forget the NBA.
Okay.
If you don't have that streaming service, you're right. You have to now pay for it. If you're already paying for it, okay.
Added benefit.
Added benefit
of being a subscriber.
I have that stuff at home. So for me, whether or not the game is on there or not, it doesn't matter. It's a sunk cost, as they say. To me, so that's one problem. But I sympathize with people who can't afford all the streaming services or don't want Netflix or don't need Netflix, but they want to watch the NFL. I do have sympathy for that. But to me, the bigger question is, and the bigger concern is the quality of the broadcast. The other night on Peacock, Spurs, Wolves, I could not watch the game on my main TV in my family room. I had to watch it on my phone. It was blurry and it was buffering. So technically speaking, for whatever reason, now the rest of the games this week have been fine. It was game one. For whatever reason, that particular night, I could not watch a game on Peacock, and I'm sitting there on my couch watching a game on my phone when I got an 85-inch television screen in the family room. And I thought to myself, if Adam Silver could see this right now, he would not be happy. You got to get the quality up there. Now, Netflix had streaming problems, if you remember last year with the National Football League. They weren't equipped to handle the demand for the game, and people had all kinds of quality control issues watching the game. To me, that's the bigger thing, because if you already have the streaming services, you're already paying for them. But if the game sucks and you can't watch it, that's a big problem to me.
So this is crazy. I have a record. I do my bills with a record book, where just
like a ledger?
Like a ledger. Yeah, I got house payment, car insurance, cell phone, electric. And then I get to this one category and it takes me 2 lines. Instead of 1 line to just write mortgage, car payment, car insurance. I've got to write Apple, Netflix, Prime, Discovery, Game Changer, Life 360, Spotify, Peacock. It takes 2 lines. I'm like, how much do we spend on this stuff every month? Honestly, it's absurd. It's absurd the amount of services that we have. And I go to my wife, do we really need all of these things?
Well, maybe we could go to a system where you just have
Sirius Radio. I got to throw that in there. One. Yeah, Apple, Netflix, Prime, Sirius, Discovery, Game Changer, Life 360, Spotify, Peacock. All of a sudden, you add it up this is crazy what we're spending money on right now.
Like I was going to say, maybe we just go to a system where you have a box, right? And you pay 1 bill every month for the box. Call it cable television or something. And you just pay 1 bill to the box, and all the stations and all the networks are right there on your guide. And there's oh, that's right. It used to be like that.
We used to have that. It's called cable TV. You paid 1 fee, 75. And everybody complained. Everybody it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It was a lot easier when you had that bad boy. It's insanity right now.
Kids today, though, your kids are older. My kids are getting there, but they're still pretty young. They don't watch regular TV.
YouTube.
It's all YouTube. I mean, they stream clips, streaming, whatever, Netflix, Amazon, Disney, whatever. But they don't even know how to. If you ask them what channel is ABC in Phoenix, they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't know.
And their mother works there. Hey, what's CBS? I don't even know I don't know what channel. I don't even know what CBS is. That's how crazy it is right now.
Yeah.
When we're all dead and these kids are now the adults, what does that mean
remember
for
when you
television?
Remember when you used to pay $50 for your phone every month? Now it's $350 for 4 people. I said to my wife the other day, how is the bill this high? We have 4 phones. This is crazy. That's what it used to be. $50 for a phone. Now we spend $350 for it. Hey, life, that's what life is. Charles Barkley was on Bickley and Murata. He had some interesting things to say about Devin Booker. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And Thomas swings, looks a high drive out to right field. Tatis is going back, looking up. Adios, baseball!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at Disc. Desert Institute for Spine Care online at sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks trying to end this skid that they're on of back-to-back losses. So a short skid, not a long skid, but they have a chance to get back in the win column tonight, first of 3 games against the New York Metropolitans. Prior to today's game, the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his Major League debut tomorrow. He is not in the starting lineup tonight. Manager Troy Lavello with Burns and Gambo earlier implied he will start tomorrow in center field, somewhere in the bottom third of the batting order. It did come at a cost, however. Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment after a slow offensive start to the year. Tyler Locklear has additionally been activated off of the 10-day injured list. He was optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson takes the mound tonight for Arizona. He'll go against the rookie right-hander Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Tonight is the beginning of the 30th WNBA season. The Phoenix Mercury, not tonight, but tomorrow, will get their season underway. They'll be in Las Vegas for a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And you will not need to worry about replacement refs this NFL season. Oh, thank goodness for that. The league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. Their current deal was set to expire at the end of this month. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe, and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What quarterbacks will the Cardinals be linked to over the weekend? We'll find out. We'll share it with you. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. Ringer's here today. We're on YouTube. Say hello to everybody on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. You can follow the show on YouTube. It's very popular. You can also check out our new website. They revamped the website. It looks absolutely fantastic. Just go to arizonasports.com. We've got all the coverage that everybody else has and more, and it's free. Right? There's no paywalls. There's no like, hey, click on this link and you can't read it because they want your money. And then they try to tell you got to pay like pay $1 for a week, and then we'll charge you $400 a month or whatever it is. You go to arizonasports.com, you'll get everything absolutely free, and you'll see all the content and the audio and the video. And Charles Barkley was on today with Bickley and Marotta, and he had this interesting thing to say about Devin Booker that we wanted to talk about. Here it is.
Bear with me. Here we go.
Yeah, I was disappointed in him because he did not play well against Oklahoma City. First of all, when you're the best player on the team, you don't defer to anybody.
Yeah.
You don't we expect him to. He got to be Devin Booker All-Star. Those other guys aren't All-Stars. He had an awful series. I was very disappointed in him. I'm a big Devin Booker fan. Like I say, he's been a hell of a player the whole time, but he did not play well against OKC. And listen, our guys, I thought Dylan Brooks should have made the All-Star team. And Jalen Green was inconsistent because he was hurt all year. But Devin Booker is the best player on the team, and he should never defer to anybody.
Totally agree. You had this with the Kevin Durant because you got I called them the KD honks, all the KD fans, right? No matter what Kevin Durant did, everything was perfect in their world. And you've got the Devin Booker, like people love Devin. And criticizing Devin Booker doesn't mean that we don't like Devin Booker or we don't appreciate him or we don't respect him or we want to trade him. That's not the case. He's got to play better. Like Devin Booker was not great. Devin Booker's fallen from a top 15 player in this league to probably a top 30 player in this league. It's not the same player. He's got to rededicate himself this summer. He's got to get stronger. He's too soft. He's got to get a little bit stronger. He's got to work a little bit harder. And he's just got to get back to being who he is. Devin Booker's a great player. He's a great player. But there's no way that we shouldn't see games that he's able to take over a game and dominate a game. And we didn't see that. We didn't see that in the 4 games against Oklahoma City and then obviously the Golden State game and the Portland game. You expect more out of Devin Booker, which is good. Like, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing that we're saying we expect more out of Book. He's got to be better. He's got to be better. That's a positive, not a negative. I still think that Devin Booker is very capable of being a top player in this league, but there's some things that have to change. I think he's got to rededicate himself this offseason to getting back to being the player that everybody knew he was at one point.
And he's not getting any younger. So to get
But he's not 35.
I know, but I'm saying that with every passing year, it gets a little harder to regain what you had in the past, and that's fine. Look, the Suns are the expectations of the fan base and of the organization, of course, what they're paying him and what they expect out of him. They expect him to be the Devin Booker we saw in games 3 and 4 against the Nuggets back in 2023. A superstar caliber performance that can carry a team to victory. Now, I understand Durant was very good in those 2 games as well, but they're not paying Devin Booker. The expectations for Devin Booker are not 21 points a game against the Thunder. I mean, they could have gotten swept by the Thunder, but if Devin Booker in 1 or 2 games gave the Thunder hell and dropped 41 on them.
Right, you can live with it.
You can live with it. I mean, if you would have, speaking of that Game 4 win against the Nuggets, if you would have told me after that game, it would be at least 4 years before Devin Booker would win another playoff game, not series, game, I would have said you were nuts. But that's what we were looking at. He last won a playoff game in early May 2023. He will not have the opportunity to win one again until April 2027 if they make the playoffs, of course, next year. I mean, there will be at least essentially a 4-year gap between playoff wins when age-wise he should be in the prime of his career. They need more out of him.
What did you see in the playoffs from him? What did you see? I mean, here's Charles Barkley. I'm disappointed.
I mean, well,
I'm disappointed in Devin Booker. Yes,
he said he was awful. Barkley. I mean, we can play it again. Barkley said Booker was awful in those. Now, was he awful? Maybe he was awful in terms of what the Suns needed out of him and what the expectations are for a player of his caliber. 21 points a game, again, deferring to Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green at times. I mean, you just want to see that alpha dog killer mentality out of Book in some of these playoff
5
games.
for 20 from three-point range against Oklahoma City.
He hasn't shot
Do
the
the math.
well.
That's 25%. Yes. You were telling me, we were talking during a break, and Tim's like, well, you just can't get to the basket anymore. Part of that is because nobody's got to guard him at the three-point line anymore. You don't have to get in his face and guard. He doesn't shoot the three well.
And he hasn't
I'll
for
give
a
you
while.
that shot. You're making 1 out of every 4. Take it. Take it. I'm going to take away the mid-range game from you. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to take away the elbow where you like to go. I'm going to take that away. Bombs away from 3, Book. Go ahead, because you're not making them. He's got to figure out how to make that shot more consistently. He's got to get stronger, and he's got to spend this offseason working to get back to what he once was. He's capable of it. I think it's possible. I'm not writing him off, but they need more from Devin. But they have given this guy everything. The keys to the city, all the money in the world. Now it's, and he's been great for them, but he's got to do more. He's got to live up to what the expectations are of who he is.
And when you take that kind of money, and it's been deserved, and he's been a great player in this league, but you're right. You mentioned the key word with that kind of contract and whatnot. That there comes expectations. Like if you want to be a team that isn't just wallowing in the middle of the pack, like you're paying him to bring you out of the middle of the pack. And they got a ways to go before they're contending. Barkley later in that interview said, well, hey, I'll play it for you right now. This is a Suns team that right now is presently constructed is not close. And that's whether or not Devin Booker, I think, plays at a higher level or not. Here's what Chuck had to say.
Suns got to make some big decisions. They're not close.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just named OKC and the Spurs. I mean, they're not going anywhere. And the Suns, they're at the bottom of the food chain in the playoffs and playoff stuff. So they're not, but they got to make some decisions, some hard decisions. But because the one problem you got, you're just good enough not to get a good draft pick. That's what's bad about it.
Yeah,
well, they don't have their draft pick this year.
And
it's like 15th or 16th and something like that, but they don't have it. They'll have a second-round pick, number 47. They have 3 draft picks, first-round draft picks in the next 4 years. So they have draft picks coming, but they just don't have the first-round pick this year. I don't think that, what did he say? Like they've got to make some hard decisions? Not right now, they don't. What hard decision do they have to make right now? Bring back Gillespie.
All right.
Bring back Goodwin.
All right, let me throw you
What's
one.
a hard decision?
Let me throw you one. Does Devin Booker, to get back to doing Devin Booker-like things, need a more traditional point guard where he can just play the assassin 2-guard role where he flourished with Chris Paul? And the tough decision may be,
there are no Chris Pauls in the league anymore, though.
I mean, do you trade? Again, this is why Brian Gregory gets paid a lot of money, and everybody over there is like, is there somebody available that you could maybe deal a Jalen Green for?
No.
That would improve the backcourt from a traditional point guard, traditional 2-guard positional standpoint.
I don't see them trading Jalen Green. Colin Gillespie's a little bit more of a traditional, point guard as far as getting. They can run offense through a lot of different guys. Look, to me, it was never like can Devin Booker play point guard? It says, should he? Like, can he? Yeah, he can do it.
No,
but
he should not.
He should not do it.
I've seen enough data.
He should not do it.
I didn't like it when they made the move with him at point guard for Beal.
But he wasn't in the Oklahoma City series. He wasn't bringing the ball up a whole lot. He went to the corner. They were letting other guys bring it up. They were letting Colin bring it up, Royce bring it up, Jalen bring it up. Other guys were, when Grayson came back, Grayson brought it up. Like, they were not having him bring that ball up. Now, that's also the best perimeter defensive team in the NBA by far. So there's a lot of pressure. I mean, look what they've done to Austin Reeves. Like, that's a hard team to play against, but
he struggled against, I know he hit the big 3 to beat him back in January, but he has struggled mightily against Oklahoma's. Booker has over the last 3 or 4 years. There's no doubt. I like Jalen Green too. I think Devin
Athletic
Booker,
freak, can get to the basket.
but also not a point guard.
Nope.
I mean, I can't. It's crazy we're still talking about this. I mean,
The NFL schedule release is coming next week. There's a possibility of 2 international games for the Cardinals. Are they going to get one? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, your lodge away from home, where you can catch all the action going on in the sports world right now in a high-energy, fun, and friendly atmosphere with the scenic views that make Twin Peaks famous. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, including burgers, stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, and happy hour deals. What more could you possibly ask for? Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsberg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Jeremiah Love help fellow rookie Carson Beck secure a long-term spot with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, D-back starting a series with the Mets. The big news today, Ryan Waldschmidt called up. Alec Thomas designated for assignment. I had a lot of information on that. It's on my Twitter page. You can go to Gambo987 on Twitter. You can go to ArizonaSports.com, and we'll give you all the latest on what is going on. The NFL schedule release, it's finally going to come out next week. It is something that people look forward to. They wait for it. The NFL has confirmed that the schedule will be released next Thursday, May 14th. And we will go through the schedule game by game, like we always do, and we will pick wins and losses. And see
That's a win. That's a loss.
Let's go around this room right now, since he's not here, behind his back. Let's do it. How many wins is Bernsey going to predict for the Arizona Cardinals this year? Last year, he had them at what, 16-1? I think it was, or 15-2.
No, it was 11 though, wasn't it? Didn't he pick 11?
He had like 11. Yes, he always goes very high. So let's go around the room. What is your guess, Lauren? I'll start with you. How many wins will Bernsey predict for the Cardinals?
I think he will learn from the fact that we've browbeat him for 2 years, but he will still pick 7 wins.
No, he's going low. He's going low.
Mitchie Mitch, what do you got for Bernsey?
I'm in the 6 or 7 range.
Well, you got to pick one. Lauren's got 7.
Okay, fine. She took 7. I'll take 6.
You'll take 6. Do you want to jump in?
I'll jump in. You know, Bernsey got burned by the Cardinals when he went high, burned by the Suns when he went low.
Yeah.
So he's going to split the baby.
But this one doesn't have a massive lunch bet attached to it. I want to make that clear.
Right, but his own personal pride's
By the way, he doesn't want.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He doesn't want people to know, but that was just about a $400 bill. With tip and everything, it was right around $400 for that lunch. Oh, got him good. What do you got?
I say Bernsey's going to go 5-12.
I'm going to go 5-2. I think he learned his lesson. I think Bernsey goes with 5 wins. I just don't think he can go. We'll see 5, 6, or 7. Schedule release next week. The NFL, the people are now predicting the matchups for every international game being played. There are 2 possibilities for the Cardinals to play an international game. The first one is in Mexico City. The 49ers are playing in Mexico City. Their possible opponents are the Rams, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Commanders, the Vikings, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Dolphins, and the Arizona Cardinals. Now, I was reading the CBSSports.com article. Their prediction is the Broncos or the Dolphins.
It's not going to be the Cardinals.
They're saying, I don't even think they're going to. There used to be a rule, everybody got one primetime game. That rule's gone now. They might not get any. But there was a rule that you had to at least get one. Every team got at least one crack at being on a Thursday night, a Sunday night, a Monday night.
Right. If you were bad, you got stuck on a Thursday night.
That rule, they don't have that rule anymore. All right, that's the one. So Mexico City, potentially against the 49ers, is one. The other possibility is in Paris. That's right. Whatever district you're going to stay in. The Saints are playing in Paris. Their opponents could be the Falcons, the Buccaneers, the Panthers, the Packers, the Vikings, the Browns, the Steelers, the Raiders, or the Cardinals. So a French media outlet has reported that the Browns will face the Saints in France. It's the same outlet that originally broke the news of the Paris game in January. So they've got a little connection there. So they're saying if the Browns do get sent, they could conceivably play the Jaguars in London one week and then the Saints in Paris the following week. The NFL did that with the Vikings last year. They sent them to Dublin, Ireland, and then London in back-to-back weeks. So it's possible that they could do that with Cleveland as well. So there is a Paris media outlet, a French media outlet, that is saying it's going to be the Browns, but we don't know for sure.
The Adam Schefter of France is reporting that. Here's why I say it won't be the Cardinals and the 49ers in Mexico City. That matchup has already been played in Mexico City twice.
Yes.
I would think the
49ers and the Cardinals twice.
Yes. Now, the NFL, in hopes of marketing the game internationally speaking, not that Mexico City is the crow flies is that far away, but wouldn't they want to give the fans down there maybe, I don't know, a different look than the 49ers and the Cardinals for the third straight time? Okay, games have been held there for the last, 21 years? The Paris thing is interesting, but again, I'll defer to the Parisian outlet that says it's going to be the Saints and the Browns. Paris would be great. I mean, Cardinal fans, I would bet there would be a lot of fans that would be interested in making that trip.
You ever been to Paris?
I have.
Yeah.
Two times.
Yeah, I've been to Paris. Go up to the Eiffel Tower, you look around, you're nice, okay. You come down, it's nice. You go to a couple of bakeries around the area. It's like Paris is it's all districts in Paris. Like the first district, it's all districts. Like, and there are some districts, and I was in Vienna, it's the same thing like that. The districts are what really matter when you go there.
I know, but there's more than the Eiffel Tower, though. I mean, you got the Louvre.
Yeah, you got the Louvre.
You got Moulin Rouge. You can go to Montmartre and get picked-pocketed.
Did you see the Mona?
There's a lot to do.
Did you see the Mona Lisa?
No.
In the Louvre?
No, the lines were too long.
I went. You could buy these passes that you got to spend a little extra money, but you cut the line. You get right in.
I've seen the Mona Lisa. I've seen pictures.
It's small. It's small.
I know, it's like a little postage stamp. I've heard that.
I'm like, you walk in there, you think you're going to see this big, gigantic painting. It's about it's small.
It's like an 8x10.
I mean, it's like the size of my notebook right here. Like, there it is. There's the Mona Lisa. That's what the size of it is. It's like my notebook. I'm like, that's it? Like, okay. All right. If it's that big. So schedule release is going to come out. Again, two possibilities for the Cardinals, one in Paris, one in Mexico City. They do not have to have any primetime games at all. And now last year they had a primetime game against the Cowboys, right? Wasn't it the Cowboys was a primetime game? They did well in that game.
They had a Monday. Did they have a Sunday night?
Well. They did well.
They had a Monday night game against
How could
the
you
Cowboys.
guys forget Jacoby Brissett's greatest game as a Cardinal?
Yeah,
it was the one they won.
It was a good game. They beat the hell out of the Cowboys. It was a good game. All right, we come back. We'll talk a little bit about Calais Campbell. He is no longer with the Cardinals. He went back to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll give you some of the reasonings why next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the T-Backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Got guys on YouTube asking, does Gamble take M-Drive? Like, yes, of course I take M-Drive. I tell you every single day I take. One guy's like, I'm 22. Can I take M-Drive? Sure. They've got an M-Drive that works for everybody. M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Prime, M-Drive Boost and Burn. When you work out and you work out hard, one of the things when I was younger, the most important thing is like recovery. Like, it's hard to recover when you push your body so hard through a workout. Today I did an all kettlebell workout, all kettlebell. It was an hour long, and it was all these different exercises at the gym with kettlebells. I really pushed myself as hard as I could because for me, I want to be energetic. I want to feel like I'm young. I don't want to feel like I'm old. I don't. Like, I have a goal when I hit 60, I want to be able to jump on the box sideways. Not straight forward, but like sideways on my big box. I want to be able to do that. So for me, I've been taking M-Drive for a long time. It's a great product. It helps me with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery. It boosts your natural testosterone as well. And you can get M-Drive at Sprouts. It is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. You could also go online, put Gambo in the promo code for a discount when you go to mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check,
Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Ask not what your country can do for you.
I have a dream.
It's one small step for man. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, Diamondbacks start fresh again against the New York Mets. A new series starting tonight at Chase Field, looking to end this two-game skid the Snakes are on. Maybe a new face in the clubhouse will help that, because the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his MLB debut tomorrow. He's not in the lineup tonight. The expectation is that he will start tomorrow somewhere in center field and somewhere towards the bottom third of the order. At least that's what manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo earlier today. In additional roster news, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. Tyler Locklear has additionally been activated off of the 10-day injured list. He has been optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson takes the mound for the Diamondbacks. He'll go against rookie right-hander Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Tonight is the beginning of the 30th WNBA season, but the Phoenix Mercury won't begin until tomorrow. They'll be in Las Vegas for a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And you will not need to worry about replacement refs this NFL season. No. We ain't got to worry about that. So the league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. Their current deal was set to expire at the end of this month. And that is what's trending now.
D-backs Mets live from Chase Field. Pre-game tonight at 6. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
Calais Campbell, great year with the Arizona Cardinals. A lot of snaps, 6.5 sacks, second on the team. And I do believe the Cardinals would like to have Calais back, just the consummate professional and pro. But he ends up going back to the Baltimore Ravens. And the main reason why is he wants to win. And he said, my mindset isn't about I have to win a Super Bowl, But I would like a team that is going to win ball games and have a chance at the end, he said on a recent appearance on a podcast. I believe this Ravens team has all the tools to win. If you play good football, you're going to win more than you lose. Calais Campbell, drafted by the Cardinals, second round, 2008, out of the U. Miami, made it to the Super Bowl as a rookie, hasn't been back since. Hasn't been back. He wants to get back. He wants to have a chance to win. The closest he got was a pair of conference title games in 2015 with the Cardinals when they had Carson Palmer, and his first year with the Jaguars in 2017. He loves the game. He still wants to play. He's got that burning desire, but he wants to win. And the Cardinals, most people, okay, listen, last year at this time, this is the truth. Last year at this time, the Cardinals were like a darling pick to surprise and make the playoffs by some people. They were. They were like one of those darling, like maybe the Cardinals can make the playoffs. And
that was the expectations.
Yeah, they were going to make it. Kyler's healthy. He's back.
Year 3
second year for Marvin Harrison Jr. You got Walter Nolan. You got Will Johnson. They were a darling pick to make the playoffs, and they had a lot of injuries and they fell flat. They didn't play well, and here they are. It's the same team coming back minus the quarterback. That same team that a lot of people thought were going to make the playoffs last year. It's the same roster, but this year there's no belief like that. There's just no belief because what? They went 0-6 in the division. The division is a freaking juggernaut. They've got Jacoby Brissett as their starter. He went 1-11 last year. So there is none. Some of that belief last year is gone. Nobody believes it. Bernsey picked him to win 11 games last year. 11. We all probably had him somewhere between 7 and 11.
I thought they would at least contend for the playoffs, if not the division.
Right,
we make fun of Bernsey, but most of us thought they were going to be pretty good last year to some degree.
Yes, and they weren't, and not a lot has changed. Like I said, the quarterback's changed. No Kyler Murray, but other than that, it's a lot of the same guys coming back.
No, you hope the coaching staff.
So they're going to try to win football games. You don't tank in the NFL. They're not good. They're going to try to win games. But Calais looked at it, and he felt, I'm going to go back to the Cardinals would have liked to have had him back, but he wanted an opportunity to go win, and he felt that Baltimore gave him a better chance.
I think it's pretty obvious. When the news broke that he was going to sign with the Ravens, I saw on Twitter a lot of Cardinal fans blaming the Cardinals for letting him go, and my first instinct was the Cardinals probably would have loved to have him back. Calais is like, forget this, I'm out of here. I mean, I hate to be crude and rude about it, but he's only got so many bullets in the holster.
This is probably it. But I was surprised at how good he was last year, though. I was surprised.
Okay, so we had him on this show at training camp out in Glendale. We were live on location. Talking to him that day, I would have bet the farm 2025 would be his last year. You could tell by the way he was talking. He didn't come out and say it, but it was
hard. He talked about how hard it is to get ready for the season.
You remember that?
Of course, it was so that was the thing. Like, do I really want to put my body through getting ready for another season?
He wasn't sure he wanted to do it last year, and he came back to the Cardinals.
Right.
And it's like, damn, if I'm going to do this and I'm going to go through this and I'm going to go through the offseason conditioning and the workouts and the eating right and the training camp, I'm going to do it for a team that has a chance to at least win some games. And clearly, Calais Campbell, having had a firsthand look at it last year, knowing what the roster is, doesn't have the trust that the Arizona Cardinals can and will turn it around, even with the new coaching staff in place. And it's sad, but, hey, Calais has had 2 runs here. I think we can trust his judgment on whether or not this has a chance to. Now, he could be wrong, but we can trust his judgment when he says, I'm going to be 40 years old in September. I don't want to play here. I'll play, but I'm not going to play there.
Because losing beats you down. It beats the whole organization down.
Of course.
It's hard to lose I will say to you, the most difficult part of my incredible job is having to talk to the coach every Monday after a loss. It's freaking. You think you think this is fun? That's not fun. Got to talk to Jonathan Gannon every Monday after a loss. It sucks. It sucks.
You had to do it at 14 out of 17 weeks last year.
All the time. All the time. Now, is your job at stake? Do you think you're going to get fired? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? It beats everybody down. But as much as it may beat me and the fans down, think about how much it beats the team down.
Calais actually talked to the in-house Ravens media team the other day, and I got a few cuts from Calais. We don't have to play all three of them. But he was asked about playing for Arizona last year.
Going to Arizona last year, which really made a lot of sense for me, too, because it was just like, that's why I got drafted. I was there for so long, and I really feel like I could help, make that team a better team and stuff, so it made a lot of sense. Things didn't work out the way I thought they would, though. I mean, it was definitely a different year than I thought it would be, and it was kind of, surprising. Honestly, I'm like, dang, am I not getting good at predicting things? I used to be pretty good at this. Like, when I went to Jacksonville, everybody was shocked. It was like, oh, this guy's a genius,
Yeah, he said
he thought they'd be good.
I thought they'd be good, and I was wrong.
I'm not good at predicting things anymore.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And he said the Ravens came out. I'll play one more cut. And he said that the Ravens were a team that said we got to have you this year. You're not a luxury. You're a necessity.
When I decided I was wanting to play again, this year was a lot more pressure than it has been years past. Like they've Eric DeCosta called pretty much every year. But this year it was more like I got to have you, this is gonna make a big difference, and I felt that, but I mean, there were some other teams that were interested, and Arizona was one of them, and I do have a lot of family presence in Arizona, and so a lot of them were like, man, why would you leave, And there's no guarantee you're gonna win a Super Bowl if you go to the Ravens. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that. And I'm at a place right now in my mindset where it's like you can't control that, right? Everybody who wants to win a Super Bowl this year, there's a lot of things that have to go right for you to even have a chance.
Yeah, you can't control it, you can't predict it, but I feel a lot better about the Ravens.
Yeah.
Coming up with double-digit wins than I do the Cardinals.
Yeah, I think he's the last active player from 2008's draft. I don't know if there's anybody else left from that.
He's got to be.
That draft. That draft was 18 years ago. I would think he's the last one, and he's played for a long time. And
is he a Hall of Famer?
I would say so.
All-decade team, 2010.
I mean, longevity matters too. To be that good for so long.
Longevity, sure.
I would say Calais Campbell's a Hall of Fame player.
First team All-Pro, 2017.
Okay, give me the accolades. Go ahead.
Okay, first team All-Pro in 2017.
Okay.
People might say, well, that's only 1 year. How many first team All-Pro years did Larry Fitzgerald have? Go look that up. 3-time second team All-Pro, 2014, 16, and 17. 6-time Pro Bowl participant. NFL 2010's All-Decade Team, as I mentioned. Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year in 2019.
6-time Pro Bowl?
6-time Pro Bowl.
6-time Pro Bowl player.
15, 14, and then 2017 all the way through 2020.
You said All-Decade Team?
In the 2010s, yeah.
Wow. 2019 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year?
Yep.
You want to count that?
Yep.
34th on the all-time sack list? 34th?
I would say yes.
Recorded over 1,000 career tackles. Durability? I mean, come on.
Gambo, he's played all 17 games the last 3 seasons at the age of 37, 38, and 39. Think about that. I mean, he's the poster boy of durability.
2008.
Played in the Super Bowl.
Was when he was drafted, right? 2008.
Do you want to know who else is still active?
Is there another active player?
No way.
Oh, give me a hint.
There's 4
no
still
way.
active players.
Gotta be a kicker.
Well, I was going to say the
Or a
caveat
punter.
is 2 of them are long snappers.
Okay.
And the other 2 are journeyman quarterbacks.
Joe Flacco?
That's one. The other quarterback.
Don't tell me.
Okay.
Joe Flacco. 2 long snappers.
What quarterback?
He takes journeyman to a T.
People in their cars are probably screaming out the answer right
now.
now.
I'm sure they are.
All right, give it to me. Just give it to me. I don't want to make people.
Josh Johnson. He just signed with the Bengals this offseason. The other 2, J.J. Jansen and then John Weeks, who are both long snappers, and they're both from Arizona. Go figure.
He's a Brophy Bronco, I believe, J.J. Jansen.
Brophy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just kicked their ass in the state baseball playoffs the other day. Beat them like a drum.
That's nice.
The defending champion Corona del Sol Aztecs.
And then John Weeks went to Glendale.
Had to run. We run ruled him. The umpire had to be like, enough, mercy. Just let Brophy go home. Brophy go home. The game's over. The game is over. You guys can go back on your bus and go back to Brophy.
Chicago's the
You've been knocked out.
The city of big shoulders. Arizona, Phoenix is the city of long snappers. How about that?
We had a guy. Who was the guy that was here forever?
Tom's son
Trey
was a long snapper
Junkin?
at San Diego State.
Brian Jennings had a long career out of ASU with the 49ers.
Whose son?
Snapper.
Tom Wintermeyer.
Tom
our sales
Wintermeyer's
department.
son. He's a long snapper.
Yeah, Ryan was
Yeah.
a long snapper at San Diego State.
How about that? It's a good job to have, long snapper. Being in a league for a long time as a long snapper if you're good at it.
You just can't make a mistake.
Yeah.
You got to be perfect.
Right.
I asked Brian Jennings about that once, and he goes, "It's a little like being a pilot. You can't land the plane safely some of the time. You have to land the plane safely all of the time."
Did the D-backs trade the wrong guy? We'll go back and revisit that. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You are looking.
Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too.
Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class?
Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
You've heard me talk about how a tune-up from Christian Brothers for your AC unit can get you through the summer, and you haven't had the tune-up yet. And you're looking at the temperatures this next week saying 105, 107? Come on. Yeah, it's here. It's here. The hot weather is here. What if we could get you, before these temperatures hit in the next couple days, a great tune-up and inspection from Christian Brothers for your AC unit? Their techs are certified, background checked, and trained to the highest standards in the state. It's a 3-generation family-owned company, over 50 years in the Valley. They've been through every kind of summer. They're going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, all the stuff that matter. They're going to go through every major component, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear, to make sure that everything is working properly. Cleaning condenser coils, go up in your attic, look at the condensate drain line. They're going to check all of this stuff out for you and make sure that your unit is ready to go, because it's not going to shut off until sometime in November, right? That's why I want you to call Christian Brothers right now and set up that tune-up for $50. $50. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks find their footing over the weekend, or will they continue to sink? We'll discuss our baseball team and what's next. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Ringer filling in for Bernsey today. Getting some nice comments. Here's ASU Rules on YouTube. Ringer always keeps it real. Speaks the truth. Love having Ringer on the show with Gambo. Elevates the show to a new level.
Oh, thanks.
More
Thanks,
engagement for the listeners. Gambo and Ringer. Best pair in town. Always a great show when you and Ringer are together. Always like when Ringer gets to fill in and does a good job. Bernsey, of course, is great. But when Bernsey's out, we like to have Ringer in. Does a nice job. Always prepared. Not very pleasant to look at for all of you on YouTube. I know he's not the best looking guy out there. So you got to deal with that.
That's
but
true.
other than that, his knowledge is pretty good. Well, what, Mitch? Where?
If you ask your buddy Kurt, you're one to speak, right?
Kurt Schilling?
Yeah.
No, Kurt had a comment the other day. I'll just tell you what it is, because
he made fun of your face.
No, he was in town a couple weeks ago, and we all had an event we went to. So I picked him up at the hotel, and I picked up Jeremy Roenick, and we had this event that we went to, and I got to spend some time with Schill, and I'm very close with Schill, and he knows my family very well, and we know him very well, and then. Somebody asked me, like, hey, can you get Kurt Schilling on the show? Like, can you get him on the show? Because I really liked hearing him talk baseball. He was on the Diamondbacks broadcast, and he was really good, and something like that. So I said, absolutely. He's going to be back in, I think he's coming back in September for the anniversary, of the World Series. And I said, we'll get him on the show. And then he tweeted something out. I'm going to see if I can find it right here in the next couple of seconds. But he tweeted something out. He goes, out of all my dear friends, nobody that I know married above their skis more than Gambo did.
Well, that's true.
That's he loves Chelsea. He does. He loves Chelsea. He's always like why? How did you get her? Like, how did you? And I get it. My wife she's very beautiful. She's a terrific woman. But yeah, so he tweeted that out. Like, out of all my dear friends, nobody married above their skis more than Gambo did. So he's great. He's great. So we had a great event, and I had to go pick up Roenick. It was good to see Roenick.
How is Roenick?
I love JR.
Does he not live in the Valley anymore?
No, he's in San Diego.
Okay.
He's in San Diego. We were just laughing and just talking about old times and just all the fun we used to have. And I will tell you this, like, there was a time when Roenick was just shy of 500 goals, and he was miserable. He hated hockey. He wasn't having fun. He wanted to get to 500, but he was really thinking about quitting. He just wasn't having any fun at all. And so I said, listen, and we would talk about it on a regular basis. I'm like, you have to continue to stay. You got to get to 500 goals. Are you kidding me? You got to get there. And so I said, listen, why don't you come play with me? We had a hockey league. We had a team. I had a hockey team. And
Get
he was
out.
like, yeah. You didn't know this?
No, he came and played with you guys?
So he said, I'm down. When's the next game? I go, I got a game tomorrow night. I called the commissioner of the league, and I say, hey, listen, I got a ringer coming tomorrow. I'm going to forfeit the game. He goes, what do you do? I'm like, just trust me. It's going to be a lot of fun. The other team's going to love it. It's not going to be a big deal. It'll be fun. I got to forfeit the game, though, because it's not going to be fair. And at that point, he's like, what is going on? What is going on? And then Jeremy Roenick walks into the rink with his gear, and he sits there, and he says to me, he goes, how many goals do you want to score tonight? I go, I don't know. I'd like to get a hat trick. He goes, just go in front of the net and put your stick down. I go, what? And I swear to you, the first shift of the game, I get in front of the net, and I put my stick down, and all of a sudden, the puck hits my stick and goes in the net. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You have no idea the level you're playing with when you play. He was taking slap shots from our goal line, and they were on net. I'm like, it was like the level is just incredible.
It's not another level. It's like 40 other levels.
Right.
And that goes for any professional athlete.
Yeah. He had, I don't know, he had, He played defense. I didn't want to put him on offense. It wasn't even. He just played.
At that point, you might as well put him on offense.
He played defense, and it was just great. So he just had fun. It kind of rejuvenated him a little bit, and then he ended up signing with the Sharks, and he got his 500th goal, and it was fantastic.
I'm glad he didn't blow his ACL in your adult men's
hockey league. And he just wanted to have fun because he was just not having fun with hockey anymore, and he came out. So we've always been tight, but he's living in San Diego.
Real quick, first professional athlete I ever met and had a relationship with in this business was Jeremy freaking Roenick.
No way.
I was 21. He was 21. We were getting ready to do our Sunday night show at WGN Television, and our guest that night canceled. So they sent me. I was a young producer. They go, Tim, go down to the stadium. The Hawks play in the afternoon. See if you can get a player to come on the show tonight. And I'm like, damn, that's a big responsibility. So I get down there and I walk around the locker room, and I'm 21. I don't know anybody. And I see Roenick, and he's like, I'm like, hey, he's my age. He's a rookie. He'll probably be nice. And I walked up to him and I asked him. He goes, yeah, sure, I'll come down. Just give me the directions. I had to write down the directions back in those days.
So I'm going to talk about something else, but I'm going to tell you two funny stories. And obviously, when I retire, I've got a lot of stories I'm going to tell. It's going to be a fun day because I have a lot of stuff that I want to tell. So when Jeremy Roenick got his jaw broken in the playoffs, do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
There was a guy named Keith Gabe from like the Dallas Morning News. It was a reporter, right, named Keith Gabe. He wrote this scathing article about Jeremy Roenick being a punk ass. You just really ripped him to shreds. Keith Gabe, I'll never forget it. So I'm doing the show at Uncle Mikey Hall of Fame Collectibles. Uncle Mikey, who's retired now, and he's almost 100 years old, and I love Uncle Mikey. But I was doing the show there, and I think Mike Jurecki was doing the show with me. And we're doing the show, and we get this guy on, and we're just ripping him a new one, and he's going back and forth, and he's defending himself. Roenick, just the night before, he got his jaw wired shut. He broke his jaw.
Yeah. He lost 30 pounds.
Was it Hatcher? It was Hatcher. I think it was Hatcher that hit him and broke his jaw. And then the next thing you know, my producer's like, hey, guys. I'm like, what? Jeremy Roenick's on the phone. He wants to talk to this guy. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. While the show's going on.
That's Pinnacle Sports Radio.
I'm like, Keith, by the way, listen, I know we're in the middle of our conversation here, but I've got a caller that wants to say something to you. I'm going to welcome Jeremy Roenick onto the show. And he proceeded to go at this guy, this Keith Gabe guy.
Did Keith think he was sandbagged? Was he upset about it? Or
I didn't care.
No, I know. That's like, Dan, you guys are really ganging up on me now.
Oh, my God. I knew he just called into the show. What are you going to do? He's like, hey, I want to talk to this guy. Then my producer's like, is this really Jeremy Roenick? And he's like, so we put Roenick on the show. And he ended up, talking to the guy.
That's great radio.
Oh, it was incredible.
That's Pinnacle Sports. Didn't you say back in the day, like Kachuk would call the station, call you and Ash
every day
on the way to a
Gonzo
game?
did, Gracie did, Kachuk did, Roenick did, Dally Drake did.
That never
Those guys would just
anymore.
No, they would all call in on their way to the games.
No PR people. No, they would just do it.
No, all the time.
Yeah, see, I miss those days.
Kachuk, Roenick, Dally Drake, Trevor Letowski, I loved hockey. Freaking loved it. Like, I was one of the few guys in this. I played hockey as a kid growing up. I played ice hockey. So I loved it. So, it was a great time back then. I'll tell you another funny Roenick story. This is hilarious. So I'm at his house for a Christmas party. He's got a Christmas party, and so we go to his house. I know I've totally blown off what we were supposed to talk about today.
This is better stuff.
But he's got this kick-ass bubble hockey machine in his backyard. It's like custom made. It's like, oh my God, custom made.
Like the old USA versus USSR.
Oh, it was incredible. It was incredible. Like Coyotes, it was incredible. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing it, and he comes out and he's talking I'm like, dude, this thing is kick-ass. This is unbelievable. He goes, you want it? I go, you serious? He goes, Gamble, my wife hates it. Like, come take it. We're not gonna be home tomorrow. Just come get the bubble hockey machine. He goes, you got somebody with a truck? I go, I'll find somebody. Like, all right.
So you went back the next day and
got it? So I go back the next day with the truck, and I pull up in front of his house, and nobody's home, and I go out the backyard. And as I'm coming out with the bubble hockey machine, remember, we counted this bubble hockey machine, 3 security trucks pull up from the area.
Oh, God, the neighbors called the cops?
I called the cops. They called the security.
I swear to God, Jeremy,
I got 3 guys. They're all like that. Like, what are you doing?
Take it.
What are you stealing? I'm like, I've got to explain myself here. 3 of those security trucks pull up, and I had to call them. I'm like, dude, all these guys are stopping me. Like, you didn't call them and tell them I was coming to take the bubble hockey machine. So you had to put him on the phone and like, hey, it's cool. He can take the bubble hockey machine. I'm like, oh my God. I'm okay. Don't shoot.
Yes. I swear to God, he told me I was just here for a Christmas party.
I never laughed so hard. It was just so funny. All right, I totally blew up what we were going to talk about, so we'll talk about it later on. But when we come back to 4 o'clock reset, Lauren will get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, the Diamondbacks start fresh with a new series against the New York Mets, hoping to get back in the win column tonight. Prior to today's game, the Snakes called up a top prospect in Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his Major League debut tomorrow. He's not in the lineup tonight, not expected to play tonight. Manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo earlier, somewhere in the bottom third of the order and center field is the likely destination for Ryan. In additional roster news, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment, and Tyler Locklear has been activated off of the 10-day injured list and optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson makes the start for the Diamondbacks. He'll go against the rookie right-hander Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Tonight's the beginning of the 30th WNBA season. It's probably underway already, if I'm being honest, but the Phoenix Mercury will begin their season tomorrow in Las Vegas. It'll be a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And you don't need to worry about replacement refs for the upcoming NFL season. Nope. The league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. The current deal that they were on was set to expire at the end of this month. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Wake up at Rito's Mexican Food of Mesa Riverview. Loaded bacon, sausage, and chorizo burritos, stacked red and green chilaquiles, and breakfast done right. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
So I was going to talk last segment about Jake McCarthy, that he's actually doing pretty well for the Colorado Rockies at a Grand Slam the other day. Batting averages around 278 or so, and then we're going to trade either McCarthy or Alec Thomas, so we were going to do a segment on did they trade the wrong guy. Jake's not killing it, but he's doing okay. But we'll have to do that another time because we got tied up with the Jeremy Roenick discussions and got to have some fun every once in a while, right, Lauren?
Right.
Also, you should love Jeremy Roenick. He's a Chicago guy.
Therefore, I should love him.
You should
I don't
love him.
all people from Chicago.
I mean,
he's actually from Boston, I believe.
He's from Boston.
He just
played for the Black,
Blackhawks.
but legendary, right, with the Blackhawks, right? He was
absolutely legendary.
Absolutely, and here too, of course. I say to this day, people say, "Who's the biggest stars that ever played in Arizona?" He's right at the top of the list. He's right at the top. He was a superstar. People say, "Oh, boy, but Fitz and Gonzo and." Yes, Roenick is right there with those guys. Maybe even higher. He was that much of a star. All right, let's tell everybody what's going on in the world of sports.
All right, well, we'll start off with the big news of the day, which is the Arizona Diamondbacks have called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. He is expected to make his debut tomorrow for the Arizona Diamondbacks in center field. Torey Lovello shared with you guys earlier today he will bat either 7th, 8th, or 9th tomorrow. Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. Tyler Locklear additionally has been activated off the 10-day injured list and optioned to AAA Reno.
Yeah, it basically came down with the approach to the at-bats are not good enough. They're not blaming it all on Alec Thomas, but he's not hitting very well. He's pounding everything into the ground. He hit into a huge double play the other day. Batting average around 180. They're not saying Ryan Waldschmidt's going to fix everything, but they need more players that have a better approach to the strike zone than what Alec Thomas has had and others have had. Too many free swingers up there. They need to work these pitchers a little bit more. They're tired of seeing pitchers go 7-8 innings against them. They're tired of seeing guys have 70 pitches by the 5th inning. Like, you've got to do a better job. And Lovello, I was fascinated by what Lovello said to us. They've taken 400 less pitches at this point this year than at this point last year.
Oh, I mean, everybody's
That's a
to
lot.
blame. I mean, Perdomo, Carroll, and Marte hit, I think, 209 in the Pirates series. Marte's hitting about that on the season. Carroll has 4 RBIs since the 18th of April, but those guys aren't going anywhere. And the top prospect in your organization plays center field, and Alec Thomas can't hit. I mean, it's a tough decision emotionally, But when you look at it, it's kind of an easy baseball decision. Like, it was time.
The D-backs, they start their series against the Mets tonight. First pitch for that one is at 6:40. Pregame starts at 6 right here on 98.7. And in NBA news, last night in the playoffs, the Pistons beat the Cavs 107-97 to take a 2-0 lead in that series. And the Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Lakers 125-107. The Thunder also take a 2-0 lead in that series.
Yeah, they've beaten the Lakers by at least 15 points 5 times this season. That's the most 15-point wins in a season for any team against the Lakers since the 1976 merger. They are crushing the Lakers. Now, the Lakers are so upset with the officials. Austin Reeves was going out. Then after the game was over, they all surrounded the officials.
I've never seen that before.
Like, Jake, you can't leave. What do you, like, look, they were livid with the officiating.
They're Oklahoma City, Lauren, is they're going to go 16-0, 16-1, 16-2. In the playoffs,
okay,
win
that's
the title again.
There's a good poll question. Will they lose a game?
But if they keep getting whistles like this, they will not lose a game. You look at the Lakers last night, and I know they're playing without Luka, but Williams is not playing for the Thunder. Lakers led that game at the half. They had about a 5-point lead in the third quarter. You look up with 3 minutes to go, they're down by 17.
Yeah, they pressed the switch.
You can't touch this team. You can't touch them.
Okay, so are they going to go 16-0, 16-1, 16-2?
I say the
or
league
16-3 or more.
I say the league just kills them in a game or two, foul-wise.
Who could beat them? The Knicks? Maybe a game? Nobody's beating them more than one.
I mean, someone with just a red-hot shooting night.
Could the Spurs take them too?
They're going to go 16-2. I say the Lakers win one and the Spurs win one. If the Spurs get by the Wolves, of course.
I don't think the Lakers win one. I think they sweep the Lakers. I think the Spurs win one. And then I think the Knicks win one.
I think the NBA may help the Lakers win a game.
By the way,
that's what I think.
By the way, the Pistons have won 5 straight games since they were on the brink of elimination. They've won 5 straight. Cade Cunningham, great game last night. Tobias Harris, great game last night. Donovan Mitchell played very well, but it wasn't enough. Harden was terrible for them in that game.
It's terrible.
James Harden was terrible. Cost them the basketball game.
NBA games tonight, any minute from now. Knicks take on Philly. Knicks have a 2-0 series lead in that one. OG Anunoby is out for tonight.
Yeah,
he
hamstring.
is day-to-day with that hamstring.
I don't know why they say day-to-day with a hamstring injury. It's never day-to-day.
Because
nothing's
it's the playoffs,
day-to-day.
they want the other team to think there's a chance.
It's a hamstring injury. He's not playing. Not playing. Hamstrings are not day-to-day injuries. They're not.
And you can't fight through it. It's not an injury you can tough out.
Right.
You can tough out a sprained ankle or a broken finger. You cannot tough out a hamstring.
No. You ever have a hamstring injury?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. It's like you think you're okay, but you're not. I think I can run. Yeah, okay. Then I might try to make a cut. Yeah, good luck.
Francisco Lindor, Mets, has a calf strain. He's out for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Might not be back till the end of June.
Yeah, there's nothing day-to-day about that.
Yeah.
No. And at 6:30 tonight, the Timberwolves take on the Spurs. That series is tied 1-1.
This is the best series I think that we're going to have in the NBA playoffs. I think this will be T-Wolves punked him in game 1, Spurs clobbered him in game 2. And Finch had been like trying to get the officials on his side with Wemby. Oh, these aren't really blocked shots. These are all goaltending. This should be goaltending. And San Antonio, I'll take your goaltending. And here you go. They beat him like a drum in that basketball game.
But
they crushed them.
But the Wolves got what they wanted.
They got the split.
And they played like they were satisfied, by the way, in game 2 after getting that win in game 1. I mean, listen, if the Wolves can come back and serve at home and go up 3-1, I think it's going to be really tough.
It'll be interesting to see. And in NFL news, a former 49ers free agent wide receiver, Juwan Jennings, and the Minnesota Vikings reached an agreement yesterday on a 1-year deal worth up to $13 million. Another deal that came down today, the Jets are giving running back Breece Hall 3 years, $45.5 million extension.
How much help does Kyler Murray need?
Okay, this is getting... So this is getting a little ridiculous, right? Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Juwan Jennings, Aaron Jones, TJ Hawkinson. If Kyler can't lead that team deep into the playoffs, that team is freaking loaded with offensive weapons. Loaded. Jennings is a good player.
Well, you got to be able to see him down the field.
That matters too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they thought J.J. McCarthy could do it, and he couldn't.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll see on that.
That's a lot of weapons. A lot of weapons for Kyler.
And we'll wrap up this reset with some NCAA news and some NBA draft news.
No, what about PJ?
Well, this one I think you want to hear.
Okay, I'll listen. Go ahead.
Darren Peterson said a new round of blood work and other tests after the season led his doctors to conclude that the use of high doses of creatine led to the mysterious and sometimes debilitating cramps he suffered while at Kansas.
I don't take creatine. I know a lot of people that do and swear by it. I don't take it, but a lot of people do. All the young athletes take it. They all do.
My son took it every day.
Every day.
Takes it every day.
Every day. A shake?
He's going to, yeah.
Yeah, my kid too. Kid every day.
Yeah, he's going to play college football. He gets a state championship ring tonight in the ceremony, by the way. So creatine did him some good.
We got state champions here, me and you.
We breed champions in this studio.
Yeah.
That's the rebrand for the show.
We marry blondes and breed champions.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, and with that, that is your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, coming up next, Zach Gallen after 8 starts. What are we thinking so far? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
What separates the Lund Mortgage team from everybody else? Very simple. Very simple. Their goal is not to, just try to make a lot of money off you. Their goal isn't to just get you off the phone so they can move on to the next client. Their goal is to have you as a lifelong client. Ask any mortgage company you have. That's not most of their goals. Like they're thinking about the one sale right now. The Lund Mortgage team is looking at a guy like me who 30 years ago did a mortgage with Stan Lund when I moved out here to Arizona. And I have done 5 different mortgages with them. 2 houses in Gilbert, 2 in Ahwatukee, cabin up in Parks, Arizona. I've always used the Lund Mortgage team. They understand the importance of doing right by you, treating you right, getting you the lowest rates, the lowest fees, answering your questions, and making sure that you have the right mortgage. And making sure you have the right mortgage for you. Is it a 30-year? Is it a 15-year? Is it an adjustable rate mortgage? What's right for you? People are different. What's right for me may not be right for you. You might need a different type of mortgage. That's why the Lund Mortgage team, Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, are going to take the time to understand what your needs are, so that way you walk away 100% satisfied knowing you got the right mortgage. A lot of other companies don't do that. That's why I recommend the Lund Mortgage team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to finally win a series this weekend? We'll react to D-backs Mets Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Diamondbacks got a terrific outing out of Eduardo Rodriguez, game one against the Pirates. They got a sensational outing out of Michael Soroka, in the second game against Paul Skeens on a hard luck loser because he pitched great, but Skeens was even better. And then Zach Gallen came in. I thought he was pitching a good game. He had 2 outs in the fifth inning, and then everything went to hell in a handbasket, and he imploded, and they had 4 straight batters reach base, and then he left the game 3-2. Here's the numbers on Zach Gallen after 8 starts. He's got a 4.70 ERA. 4.70 ERA. Now, Jack Summers, who does a great job, he gets into all this analytic stuff that I just don't like. But he came in with an expected ERA of xERA expected ERA? I don't know, 5.22, and now also has a 4.21 FIP and XFIP. I can't tell you what those things are, but it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good.
FIP is the acronym. It stands for Fielding Independent Pitching. It essentially just removes how fielders come into play for your ERA. So it's a realistic look at the pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you understand it?
Yes.
I have no idea what it is. I truly have no idea.
Think of it like as how many times the pitcher gives up either a home run or strikes somebody out or walks somebody. Entirely dependent on the pitcher.
Okay, but expected ERA, like your ERA is your ERA. His ERA is 4.70. How do you have a different ERA in any rhyme or reason? How can you have a different ERA?
How do you have an expected batting average? It's just these things
but
that
you shouldn't. Your batting average is your batting average. You hitting 250, hitting 250.
We don't have Sparky Anderson anymore, unfortunately. We have new stuff.
I guess I had an expected marriage rate of about a 6.5 to a 7. I end up with a 10. So my expected
over your skis. There you go.
Yeah, my expected marriage rate was probably then I got a 10. So I don't get the expected stuff, but it is what it is.
I think people would understand this. He hasn't won a game since April 1st. How about that? Is that a little easier to understand?
Yeah, that's a little bit. I'm more of a win-loss ERA type of thing. How far are you going into the games? Look, I like Zach Gallen, but I think, and I said it to you, I said it to Burnsy yesterday, it's more likely that it's a 3 or 4 now. He's not a 1 or a 2 anymore. Zach Gallen's just more of a 3. Now, there was some encouraging signs. I thought he had a really great outing against the Tigers on April 1st when he got that last win, right? He went 6 innings, no runs, 4 hits.
6 weeks ago, though.
Came back the next outing against the Mets. They lost that game in extra innings, but he went 5 innings, only gave up 1 earned run. The next outing was okay against Philly, 3 runs in 5 innings. Same thing against Toronto, a lot of hits, but he got 11 ground balls in that game. He gave up 2 runs in 5 2/3. But the last 2 outings, oh boy, this is not good. The Cubs racked him in Chicago, 6 runs.
He was okay yesterday, but again, the 5th inning.
The 5th inning, the third time through the lineup.
I mean, I know there were the bookend home runs the Pirates hit, but again, 2 runs after 2 outs in the 5th inning. That when Zach Gallen's driving home at night, that's what he's swearing to himself about.
There's a reason nobody signed him to a big 3, 4, 5 year contract. There had to be concerns. that he is no longer the dominant pitcher he once was. There had to be concerns. I still think he could help a team win baseball games, but I don't think that you could look at him as a number one or number two anymore. If you get to the trade deadline, I mean, they got more from Merrill Kelly than I did anybody else. People wanted Merrill Kelly last year. They didn't want Zach Gallen. They didn't trade Zach Gallen. They got 4 players from Merrill Kelly. Texas Rangers and they made a mistake, but we'll go all in on Merrill Kelly. We like him. We think he's a gamer. For some reason, Zach hasn't been the same pitcher that he used to be. And he was a really good pitcher here for a long time. And I was very hopeful that he would bounce back and reestablish value. But he signed a 1-year deal with a lot of the money deferred because there just wasn't a lot of interest in him this year.
Yeah, and the question is, will the interest be there at the trade deadline? If that's
probably not.
That's the move the D-backs want to make, depending on their own record. But I agree with you. I mean, if he's your 4th or 5th starter,
yeah,
the way he throws right now, okay.
But that's what he is. Jim Bowden listed Zach Gallen as a candidate to be dealt at the trade line. He's 30 years old. He's on a 1-year, $16.9 million deal. He says, but he struggled in 7 starts. Batters are hitting .302 against Gallen this season, and he's given up 11 extra base hit. It says so far he's looked more like 2025 Gallen than the Cy Young contender version. However, Gallen has been a reliable workhorse throughout his career, even when he hasn't been at his most effective. Since he'll be a free agent again at the end of the year, teams are going to be scouting him closely ahead of the trade deadline. So that could be a guy, 1 year left on his deal. You're just not going to get a whole lot for him. Now, he came here in 2019, and this is 2026. He's been here for a long time. And he was a good pitcher for a while. He was really a good pitcher. 3rd in franchise history in innings, 3rd in starts, 5th in wins something or other. But he's been a good Diamondback for a long time. He's just not the dominant pitcher he once was. And that sucks because, at this point with no Corbin Burns, you're looking for somebody to be your best pitcher is Eduardo Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
That's good and bad. Hey, that's good that he bounced back, but that's bad that Gallen and Kelly are not pitching good enough to be your top pitcher.
Wasn't all that long ago he was pitching in World Series and starting All-Star games.
Yes.
He's 30 years old, but we talked about it during the break. I mean, this is not something that happened this year. This was a problem last year.
Yeah, but last year we thought it might have been the contract in his head. Last year we thought, this is what we thought. Boris was promising him 5 years and $150 million and just go out there and pitch to, the way you're going to get all this money. Diamondbacks were never given the opportunity to be able to sign him to a contract before that because Boris wanted to take him to free agency. He gets to free agency. He has a bad year. I asked him about it before last year started, the contract is that something? And he said, I got to blank it out. I've got to, once I cross the line, I can't think about it. I've got to not worry about it. How do you not worry about it? You're a free agent. You don't know where you're going to play. You're excited about how much money you could possibly make. I thought the contract may have affected him, but now the way he's pitching this year, maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe he's just not the same pitcher.
Didn't Jordan Montgomery have issues with Boris as well?
Yeah, Jordan Montgomery thought he was going to get a big contract. There's always 1 or 2 every year, Boris clients that get left holding the bag.
And you ask, why do guys go with him? Well, I can tell you why, because he makes a lot of guys a lot of money.
Makes a lot of guys a lot of money, and 1 or 2 end up.
And sometimes it doesn't work.
Well, it didn't help that Jordan Montgomery came in 35 pounds overweight.
That's true.
That
is true.
I mean, they had Erod came in last year overweight. So, the Diamondbacks, I think one of the things is they just don't sign enough hard throwers. They don't have enough hard throwers. Their fastball velocity is not great compared to other teams. So, they get, they have a lot of guys that are more soft tossers than that. And so, and these guys don't have great velocity. So, they don't have guys that are throwing the ball. They don't have starters that are throwing the ball 97, 90. Now, Corbin Burns can get it up there. But the rest of their guys,
well, he can't get back soon enough. I mean, Ryan Nelson going tonight, he's got 1 win.
He's got a good fastball, but he's got 1 win.
1 win with an ERA over 6.
Carson Beck was on the show with us yesterday. He also had a press conference with the media, talked about his ability to evolve and playing under a LaFleur-led offense. We'll touch on that a little bit more next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You are looking
Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too.
Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class?
Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Sanderson Ford, employee pricing, you pay what they pay. American value for American values. You could shop Sanderson Ford right now if you need a new car, truck, or SUV. They've got a great selection of Ford Bronco and Bronco Sports, and they've also got a great collection of the F-150 trucks, America's best-selling truck. If you want a great vehicle under $30,000, check out some of the Escapes that they have. I'm looking at a terrific right now, black metallic 2026 Ford Escape Active for just $28,085. They've got a Vapor Blue metallic one for $28,529. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford, for 70 years, families like mine have trusted Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, but a lot of people like to go online and take a look at the incredible inventory they have. You could do that as well. Just go to sandersonford.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your current plan for Mother's Day is still flowers and brunch, time to call an Audible. Space Solutions designs, builds, and installs custom mudrooms, closets, and pantries. It's time to upgrade the place she keeps running every day. Here's the play. Grab a Space Solutions gift card and let her choose a custom mudroom, closet, pantry, whatever she needs most. That's a better play. Text SPACE to 620-620 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com. Message and data rates may apply.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, the Diamondbacks look to get back in the win column tonight. They start a new series against the New York Mets this evening. Prior to the game, the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his MLB debut this weekend. In additional roster news to make room, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment. Tyler Locklear, additionally, has been activated off of the 10-day injured list, and he has been optioned to AAA Reno. Brian Nelson will get things started on the mound. He'll go against the rookie right-hander Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Tonight begins the 30th WNBA season. The Phoenix Mercury will get their season started tomorrow. They're in Las Vegas for a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow is at 12:30. And you will not need to worry about replacement refs this NFL season. Oh, no. Everything's okay. The league and the referees union agreed to a new CBA that runs through the 2032 season. Their current deal is set to expire at the end of this month. Hey, Four Peaks, they want to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field, and the next drawing is for the Diamondbacks vs. Twins game on June 19th. Here's what you do. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. You do not have to pass go to get it.
Here are the top 3 headlines on the new look ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Diamondbacks call up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt and designate Alec Thomas for assignment. The Cardinals' talks with Jacoby Brissett have been good from a dialogue standpoint, says Coach Mike LaFleur. And Mercury reveal Rebel Edition uniforms to be worn during 7 home games this season. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Another headline on ArizonaSports.com. I'm going to check out our new website. It's pretty awesome. Redid our website. Great content, great videos. Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck's arm stronger than it's ever been after elbow surgery. No concerns about his arm strength following a torn UCL in 2024. We had an interview with Carson Beck yesterday. It was kind of fun because he talked about this Lamborghini he had, and I didn't know it was stolen, and he told us it was stolen. And I said, well, don't you have, like, tracking devices on cars like this? He goes, man, some drug lord in Guatemala is driving that thing right now.
The good news is I think he had a couple of Lamborghinis, so I don't know if they stole all of them.
Well, I don't know.
He was putting that NIL money to work.
Yeah, he was. But he did talk about, being able to train the past 3 months, getting stronger, focusing on mechanics, things like that, and the arm strength, which is important for him because a lot of people look at him and they see the check downs and, the passes to the running backs and the passes to the tight end behind the line of scrimmage, and they want to see the ball go down the field. They want to go back to Bruce Arians, no risk it, no biscuit. People like that about Jacoby Brissett. They didn't like that about Kyler Murray. So it was interesting with Carson Beck talking about, feeling a little bit stronger, the arm, the shoulder, everything in good shape for him to have a good preseason.
Beck's an interesting prospect when it comes to the NFL. You could have one side of the ledger where you present one hell of an argument that this kid's got a shot to play, and then you could very easily present an argument why he's going to be probably a backup or a journeyman quarterback.
Okay, let me stop you there.
I mean, go ahead.
Because
hit me.
There is nothing wrong. Okay, the top half of the backups in the league are making $7, $8, $9 million. The Cardinals, if Carson Beck ends up being a good backup, that's not a bad pick in the 3rd round. Look, you hope he's a starter, but it's hard for a third round guy to be a starter.
Yeah, but
if Carson Beck ends up being a guy that could be in this league for a long time as a backup, again, those guys make $7, $8, $9 million a year.
I would agree with that if it wasn't a 3rd round pick. To me, the Arizona Cardinals are in dire need of talent on both sides of the football. So if you end up spending a 3rd round pick on a guy who ultimately is your backup quarterback, no, I don't think that's a good use of draft capital.
They could have used other things there for sure.
Because you could always get a veteran backup quarterback. Oh, I don't know, like a Jacoby Brissett in the offseason, or a Drew Stanton, if you want to go back a few years, guys that were really good in that role. Like, I think if you spend a little extra money, you can find a veteran guy who can come in and win you a couple football games during a season if you need him to. So to me, like, if Carson Beck ends up being nothing more than a backup, no, I don't think the Cardinals have a luxury to spend a 3rd round pick on a backup quarterback. That's just me. Now, here's the thing. Does Carson Beck have a chance to be better than that? I think he does. He's been through the wars. He had 43 starts in college. And while you don't want to draft a 24-year-old running back for obvious reasons, I think a 24-year-old quarterback who's been through the wars in the SEC and then goes over to Miami and almost wins a national championship.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of moxie there, and I think there's a lot of winning DNA in his system in terms of how to play that position. Arm strength is a big question, though. And it's also not the end-all, be-all.
I mean, that pass that got intercepted in the national championship game, well underthrown, easy interception. They were down. They could have won the football game, could have been national champions, underthrew it, didn't get anything on it, gets picked off. Yeah, so that's a tough way for the season to end for him. Look, here's the reality. He's going to play a lot in the preseason, a ton in the preseason. He's going to get a lot of work in the preseason. He's going to get a lot of work in the preseason games. If he's not ready, they're not going to throw him in there. He's not the speed of the game. If he can handle it, he'll play, and if he can't, he won't. So that's what you're going to have to look at with him. If he's not ready, he's not going to play. Now, obviously, they need him to play, right? Because they need to determine in the next 4 or 5 months what they have in him. But their goal is not to just put him out there if he's not ready. A lot of quarterbacks get hurt that way. So they're walking a fine line. They believe they've got to find out as much about him as they can in the next 4 or 5 months. Part of that is going to be all the preseason. He's going to get all the reps. He's going to get a lot of reps, and he's going to play a lot in the preseason. But if he's not ready to play in regular season games, if the speed of the game is too much for him, they're not going to throw him out there.
And that's fine. And then if they have a top 5 pick,
they'll take a quarterback.
They're not going to pass up one of these guys.
No, they're not. They don't have to. Nobody's saying they're going to.
They don't have to. But then you just spent a 3rd-round pick on a guy who's not going to be your starting quarterback.
Unless you think there's value in having a quarterback that could end up being a backup, and you don't have to pay him $7, $8, $9 million because you're paying him on a rookie contract if you think he's good enough to be a backup. I don't know. I mean, that's that's something that they're going to have to determine. Look, it's easy to look at next year's draft class and be like, oh, my God, this is going to be great. But a year ago, people thought the same thing. I believe that teams are very hesitant about next year's draft class. Yeah, on paper, it looks like it's going to be good, but tap the brakes. Look, 3 years ago, Drake May was the number 3 pick in the draft. Drake May. This year, there was nobody close to that. Like, there was nobody you could have taken at number 3. The Cardinals had the 3rd pick. There was nobody you could have taken a quarterback at number 3. Mendoza was gone. There was nobody else worthy.
I understand that, but if
3 years ago, it was Drake May at 3.
But that's because Dante Moore decided to go back to school. I mean, there could have easily been a quarterback taken in the top 3 if Moore made a different decision for himself. You're right, Gamble. We don't know. I mean, what if Julian's saying, what if Arch Manning plays this upcoming season like he played against Ohio State last year?
The first game of the season.
He wasn't great.
It was terrible. Right? He wasn't good in that game.
What if Julian Saint isn't as good with Carnell Tate in the NFL?
What about this Notre Dame quarterback, though?
Now, he's good.
A lot of people like him.
He's good. He's good. I would not take any other quarterback in the country over him. I wouldn't. As a Notre Dame guy.
Miami played Notre Dame last year.
Miami played, and Carson Beck was very good.
And Carson Beck was good in that game.
He was very good. He was very good on 3rd down. Like, that's where Beck is at his best. And to me, like, I'm not saying you got to have traits. I get it. You got to have size. You got to have arm strength. But it doesn't guarantee anything. I mean, John Elway and Dan Marino were great in part because of their arm strength. But Jamarcus Russell could throw the ball 90 yards through a brick wall, and he couldn't play a lick. So you got to. To me, it's your ability, your intelligence, and your ability to process quickly in terms of not only what you see pre-snap, but what you see in the pocket. And maybe Carson Beck's experience and some moxie and some intelligence can make up for maybe a lack of arm strength. Yeah, you know what? Beck talked about it the other day. Let me see. Let me find it. Beck on his experience and whether or not that will help him next year.
I think the experience obviously helps in a multitude of ways when it comes to being on the field, when it comes to, picking up a playbook faster. Having to learn the Miami playbook, I think, kind of prepared me for this a little bit. Obviously, Georgia was my kind of baseline knowledge. I was there for 5 years. I knew the playbook like the back of my hand. Obviously, I'm sure they've changed the lingo a little bit compared to what it was when I was there. But, we could go back there and I could tell you every formation played, route concept, protection, even this point, 2 years out of it. Again, but the experience is nothing if there's no, application from the lessons that you've learned from the experiences. So, again, if, I can continue to apply the lessons I've learned from those experiences, I think it can help in a multitude of ways.
If the Cardinals are heading towards potentially a top 5 pick, whether he's ready or not, they've got to put him out there. Now, if they're not heading towards a top 5 pick, and let's say after 12 games they're 6-6, well, then who cares if he plays? Because Jacoby Brissett has them as a 500 football team and maybe in the wild card.
They're going to try to win. They're going to try to win football games. They don't we could talk about tanking in the NFL. It doesn't really happen. It happens in the NBA, but it doesn't happen in the NFL. do I want the Cardinals to have a top 5 pick next year and have a chance at one of these quarterbacks? Sure, because I still look at the bigger picture and feel like you've got to get a franchise guy. But with that being said, like, I came away very impressed by Carson Beck, his interviews, the way he spoke. I'm rooting for the kid. I'm really rooting for the kid. I hope he does well. But how great would it be if the Cardinals are sitting there with a top 5 pick next year and they played Carson Beck in 4 or 5 games like he's really good, and now you can take a wide receiver if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't work out. Or you can take one of the great offensive linemen in the draft. Like, you can really set yourself up. So it's beneficial if this kid works out. But all the statistics and studies on third-round picks are not great. The chances of your third-round pick being a star quarterback in the league is about 2%. The chances of that guy being an adequate starter in the league is about 8%. It's not high. Like one out of 10 is going to make it as a good starter. Like, it's not 9 out of 10 are going to fail. It's just teams passed on you in the first round. Teams passed on you in the second round. Why? Why would all these teams that need quarterbacks pass on you, not only in the first round, but then also in the second round?
Yeah, I get it.
There's definitely some doubts there about them.
The percentages are bad, as you just mentioned. But, I mean, I can't help but going through history and looking at where some of the great quarterbacks in this league were drafted. I mean, there were examples.
But that's a rarity, right? You're going to talk about Brock Purdy and Tom Brady and Russell Wilson and
Joe Montana and Dak Prescott, who I wouldn't say is great, but he's a capable. I mean, was he a 4th-round pick? Where was Tony Romo picked? I mean, speaking of Cowboys quarterbacks,
what was Montana?
He was a 3rd-round pick. He was a 3rd-round pick in the '79 draft.
Out of Notre Dame,
and won a national championship.
He was a great quarterback.
But you know why he was picked in the 3rd round? Because they said he wasn't tall and he didn't have a great arm.
Small.
But what did he do?
He had a brain.
Yes, and that's what I talked about.
Nobody read defenses. Him and Kurt Warner, the best I've ever seen.
And he was clutch. Kurt Warner, another one. Where was he picked? Was he even picked?
I'll take this to my grave. I think Kurt's the smartest quarterback I've ever seen. I've never seen a guy get to the line of scrimmage and know what he was going to do with the ball the way Kurt did. Nobody.
And if Kurt's listening right now, that's what I was talking about. Like, to be great in this league, you have to have a certain amount of traits, but your ability to process information quickly at the line of scrimmage and in the pocket, and then ultimately
nobody was better.
Decision making and accuracy, but again, like those moments kind of make or break you as a quarterback in the National Football
League. I don't think Kurt Warner ever got to the line of scrimmage, took a look at the defense, and had no idea what he was seeing. He always knew what he was seeing. He always knew it. Like, if this guy's going to blitz me here, I'm going to go there. If that guy's going to blitz me, if they don't blitz me, I'm going to. I mean, his ability to process information. And by the way, him and his wife have such a tremendous charity, the Treasure House, just incredible. For anybody who likes to get involved with charities, check out the Treasure House. They do such a great job with it. But yeah, like, if that's really what it comes down to, because with Kyler in the beginning, it was just line Hopkins up on the left, go one-on-one and throw the ball to him, and Kyler never looked off anybody else. Just threw the ball to DeAndre Hopkins. And so the question was, Kyler, could he go through the reads and the progressions? Could he look at one receiver and then a second receiver and then a third receiver and say, you know what, I'm going to go back to one? You've got a minute, you got a second and a half to process that all. You got to process it quickly.
Yes.
And the question with Kyler was always, can he do that? Can he go through those reads and the progressions, quickly? And
a lot of that starts in the film room, too. And a lot of it, you got to be born with it.
You got to be born with it. You just got to be born with it. When we come back, Randy Bennett, he doesn't want NIL to define ASU. We'll talk about his latest press conference next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the D-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work. Caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, employee pricing right now at Sanderson Ford. Head on over today, tomorrow. Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online at sandersonford.com. It's where I shop. Luis Gonzalez shops at Sanderson Ford, 70 years in business. And Sanderson Lincoln, if you want an aviator or a navigator, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. We've got our poll question. And we know Ryan Waldschmidt's not going to play today, but that's one of the that's in there. We decided to keep it. So we'll get an update right now from Lauren.
All right, well, our poll question today is, when will Ryan Waldschmidt record his first major league hit? We have tonight in there, but like Gambo said, tonight, not an option. But tomorrow is an option. So will it be Saturday, Sunday, or the series versus the Rangers?
Let me jump in, though, real quick.
Okay, jump in.
What if the game goes 12 innings and he pinch hits?
I mean, that's a possibility.
I don't think he's going to play today.
What did I just say? What if they need him? What if it's either him or Zach Gallen to pinch hit?
I mean, maybe, but I think his family's.
The idea, Ring.
His family's coming in tomorrow. You don't want the family to miss his first at bat.
So you're gonna have Zach Gallen pinch hit in the bottom of the 13th instead of Waldschmidt?
This game against the Mets is going to be thrilling the way you're setting this up, Ring.
I'm just saying it's not totally impossible.
No, it's not completely impossible.
Totally out of the question.
I'm going with tomorrow.
I will go with tomorrow. No, I'll go with Sunday.
I'll even say second at bat tomorrow. Second at bat tomorrow. He's going to play center field tomorrow and bat somewhere around 7, 8, or 9. We push Lovello a little bit to get that answer. We have to push a little bit. We push back, and that's what he told us.
That's out on our social media now if you want to see the video.
We had to beat it out of him.
We got to do what we got to do. If we have to beat it out of people, we're going to beat it out of you.
Politely asked
I think we just
on
asked
the way
too, yeah.
out, and he was like, yeah, here you go. But 51% of our audience is going with Saturday, 5% of our audience going with Sunday, 3% of our audience going with next week against the Rangers, 43% going with
But we will beat it out of you if we have to. We're not afraid.
We should not be threatening the guests of the Burns and Gambo show.
I'm just saying. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Whatever we got to do, we got to do.
Okay, all right.
You know, we got to do what we
That's
got to
fair.
do. All right. We'll do some D-backs baseball talk coming up at 5 o'clock. Up next, right now, we're going to talk a little about Randy Bennett, his press conference. And just give me your initial thoughts on them being, because I haven't talked to you in a while. Your initial thoughts on them being able to lure Randy Bennett out of St. Mary's to come coach here.
I love the hire. My only trepidation lately is his health.
That's it. That's the only one.
Okay?
Yeah, so he seems to be okay. We had the first media interview with him 2 days ago. It was obviously long delayed because he spent some time in the hospital for a condition, and he's okay now, and he's back, and he's working, and he hired his coaching staff. He's hitting the portal very well. They've done a good job in the portal. I asked him the question about how long do you want to do this, and he said, I don't know. Now, I believe that before he was in the hospital, I think he was gung-ho on coaching for a long time, like a lot of these coaches are. I think now, because of the health scare, he's just going to take it year by year, and we'll see. I don't think they could have gotten a better coach with the record and the resume he has. 589 wins, 19 postseason tournament appearances, 12 in the NCAA tournament, coach of the year numerous times. Like, this guy's track record is amazing. They hired a great coach, but everybody is concerned about the health thing. If he's healthy and he's fine, I think he could do some really terrific things for this program.
I would agree. We'll put the health aside for a bit. He knows how to coach. He knows how to win. He knows how to recruit, certainly Australian guys.
Yes.
And that's continued here at Arizona State.
Just tell me you remember Andrew Gaze. Make me happy.
Of course you remember Andrew Gaze. Seton Hall.
Seton Hall.
Yeah. He's on the Seton Hall 89
Just
team.
a lot of people. I bring that name up and nobody
John
knows
Morton,
who he is.
Gerald Green.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Right?
Andrew Gaze, the first Australian player I remember.
Walker, right? Was that? Yeah. I don't know. It's been a while now. It's been,
That's the first Australian player I remember was Andrew Gaze.
He was great.
He was great. He's got that pipeline to Australia. He just brought in an Australian kid. He got some of his St. Mary's kids to come over, 2 of them, good players. He got a Gonzaga kid to come over. So, Arizona State needed to get somebody like this.
Right, but he's stepping up in weight class now in the Big 12, and he's well aware of that. And again, when you talk about major college basketball, it's sad to a certain extent, no matter how good you are as a coach, if you don't have the funding, you're not going to get the players you need to compete at the highest level. Now, here's the thing. I don't think any ASU fan is like, we need a coach who's going to get us to the Final Four. But just making the tournament, that's a win. And now that 76 teams are going, that's good news for a program like ASU. But the problem is now, and a lot of schools are going through this, the NIL money that does come in, it's going to the football team.
It goes to football.
It's going to the football team.
Look, I think in many ways that's why Bobby was retained for one more year. I mean, I would be safe to say that it was probably more beneficial to Arizona State to not have to buy out a contract and hire a new coach because you're trying to put your money into football. It was better to just let Bobby coach out that one more year. Contract ends. Now you're not paying. Because remember, they were still paying, Herm and Ray Anderson, and you can't be paying too many people, So I think it was wise to let Bobby coach last year, finish it out, see how he did, and then make the change this year when you're not going to have to buy somebody out. Because these buyouts sometimes, not that would have been a crazy buyout, But every $2 to $3 million that can be put into the football program that isn't going to be paid to somebody that you're buying out is better. You're better off.
Right. And even with rev share now, the universities like ASU, what they can come up with, it's going to go to football. And then a lot of times when people donate big money, they designate it like, I'll give you money. It's going to go to the football team, though, right? I mean, not everybody's
Didn't Mark Cuban just say he helped bring Mendoza to Indiana?
And was anybody shocked by that? I mean, if you have a whale donor like that who loves sports and wants to win and has money to burn, and
I don't think he had ever.
dollars,
I don't think he had ever donated before. I think that was the first time to football.
And I think they proved to him the year before that they were a program and a head coach worth getting behind. You know, like this endowment that came in from a single husband and wife to the coaching endowment. You know, it's $10 million. And I think most people understand the way an endowment works. It's invested, and then the profits can be used. The $10 million will always stay in there, but the profits then can be used to fund the head coach, depending on how the market does. And it's
pretty good.
The fund manager that's working for ASU, how well he does in the market, but that will continue to grow, and they'll be able to reap the rewards over that, for 15, 20, for actually forever. So that's the way an endowment works.
Do we have an NIL cut? Do we have him talking about NIL?
Yeah, you want Bennett or Rossini? Rossini talked about...
Give me them both.
All right, here's Rossini first. How much NIL...
Oh, we only got time for one. Give me one.
All right, let's go with Bennett then. All right, it's a longer cut, minute 19. Recruiting now, you want me to go to shorter one?
Yeah, go to the shorter one.
All right, here's Rossini on NIL to men's basketball.
Like, NIL's here, and we're going to be competitive in that space. And so we've maxed out full participant in rev share. We've added 200 scholarships as a department. We're leveling up in our investment in our programs, particularly football and basketball, as the ones that carry so much attention and so much revenue upside for us. And NIL is a part of that conversation. So we've been building that infrastructure. The members of the Sun Angel Collective are here. A number of our corporate partners are here that are finding value and investing in our student athletes and using this platform to promote their business. And again, for us in a metropolitan area like Phoenix, that's a great advantage for us as we continue to build out the infrastructure. So do we live at the top end of that? No. Is that going to be our playbook? No. We feel like...
There you go.
All right, that's the cut from Graham Rossini on the NIL. When we come back, Mike Hazen spoke to the media today. Arizona, the Diamondbacks, making some moves. Alec Thomas could be getting traded soon. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has done wonders for me. I say this all the time, and I truly mean it. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was getting that LASIK surgery done by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, did my LASIK surgery. It was quick. It was easy. It was painless. You go in, the prep work, just a little bit of prep work, right? And all of a sudden, you go in, you're really under the laser for such a short amount of time. You go home, you take a nap, you wake up, and all of a sudden, wow, now I can see better. People ask me what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15 years. I don't know. It's 15 years later. I don't wear glasses or contacts. Anybody who watches the show on YouTube, no glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great up close, far away, nighttime, daytime. My eyesight is great thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Take care of your eyesight. Go get a free thorough eye exam right now at any of the 3 locations for Dr. Jay Schwartz. Mesa, Glendale, Scottsdale. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After back-to-back losses, the Diamondbacks hope to start fresh tonight in a new series against the New York Mets. Prior to today's game, the Snakes called up top prospect Ryan Waldschmidt from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his debut tomorrow in the starting lineup. Manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo earlier today that it would likely be in center field and somewhere in the bottom third of the order, but he is not expected to play tonight. In additional roster news, Alec Thomas has been designated for assignment to clear room for Waldschmidt's arrival. Tyler Locklear has additionally been activated off of the 10-day injured list. He was optioned to AAA Reno. Ryan Nelson will start things off. He'll oppose the rookie right-hander Nolan McLean. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight begins the 30th WNBA season, but the Phoenix Mercury, they're going to get started tomorrow. They'll be in Las Vegas to have a rematch of last year's finals against the Aces. Tip-off tomorrow will be at 12:30. Hey, do you want free Sonic and some Diamondback swag? Here's what you do. Text SMASHER to 620-620 for a chance to win a $25 gift card to Sonic and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner will take home a $500 Sonic gift card.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks find their footing over the weekend, or will they continue to sink? We'll discuss our baseball team and what's next. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Have your head drawn some interest in him?
Yes, we've already gotten some calls.
There it is. Interest in Alec Thomas. They designated him for assignment. He had an option available. There was an option available, but they didn't just put him out there. They designated him for assignment. They want to trade him. They want to move on. They want to see if they can get something for him. Jordan Lawler's going to be up in early June. He could play center field. Waldschmidt's here now. He could play center field. Barossa, he could play center field. They don't need Alec Thomas. They don't want Alec Thomas. They want him gone. So you designate him for assignment, and you try to see if you can make a trade. What are you going to get back? Not much. Not much. You try to get back what did they get for Jake McCarthy? They got Josh Groves, starting pitcher, lower-level guy. You try to get somebody back that you can put in your system that maybe has a chance. That's it. So that's good news. So it means that Alec Thomas will get very likely that Alec Thomas will get traded. If he was not traded and he cleared waivers, they would have the option to put him back to the minor leagues. But that's not really what they wanted. That's the difference between designating him for assignment or just using your option and sending him down to the minors. Yeah. They had an option on him. They didn't use it because they want to move on from Alec Thomas.
Here's Mike Hazen on the decision to DFA Alec Thomas.
He's been here for a long time. Felt like, he has no prior outright. So if we end up outrighting him, if we don't trade or clears waivers, then I feel like we'll get a better version of him when he is down there. I feel like if we just optioned him, feeling like he's buried, sitting down there biding his time until he gets another opportunity, I wasn't sure that we were going to get the best version. This is the opportunity we'll have to get the best version of him if he's still here. Obviously, we will see what kind of trade activity exists out there for him. So that was the thought process.
I want to play one more, Gambo, because we kind of talked about this earlier. You and I did, and then we talked about it with Torrey.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of fans are saying, oh, yeah, Alec Thomas, that'll solve everything. The D-backs understand that. But Hazen said just a short time ago, we got to start somewhere.
One person doesn't change 1 through 9, right? But yes, we have to start somewhere, and we're going to be making more changes as we continue to move forward to try to continue to improve this. We've done such a good job over it the last couple of years. It seems to, in spurts, have eluded us here, and we're hoping to kind of get back into sort of that characteristic or that identity for what we feel strongly about. Consistently now it's been 6 weeks, we just haven't really done that. We've had games where we've really hit, and that's great, but you're just not going to do that every day in this league. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's what we said earlier, right? It's one guy's not going to change it. Their approach has to change. Their belief is that Waldschmidt has a better approach to hitting than Alec Thomas does. He'll be a little bit more patient. He'll look at a few more pitches. They're having a real hard time with guys just going up there and hacking. And they want to see more pitches. Torey Lovello said it when he was on with us. We've seen 400 less pitches at this time now than we did last year at the same time. 400 less pitches. Guys are going up there and they're swinging. They got free swingers on this roster, a lot of free swingers. Those guys are going to swing at anything. They don't want to walk, and they need to have a better approach at the plate. They've got to have a better understanding of the strike zone, and they have a better understanding of what pitches not to swing at because they're tired of these starting pitches from the opposing teams going deeper into the games.
Well, now you're hoping a rookie can have a better approach. In fact, what is Waldschmidt's approach? He was just asked about it 20 minutes ago.
Just being on time for the release of the pitch. I'm always on the fastball. I'm always looking for the fastball early in the count and just adjusting to anything that's kind of left over the plate. And I think that, there's times where you'll go up to the plate and pitcher will make pitches, and you got to live with that. I mean, if you go back and you try and cover every spot, every pitch, every zone, it becomes very difficult. So for me, just seeing the scouting reports, knowing the pitchers, their tendencies, and just kind of going up with the correct plan and then kind of sticking with that plan. You get 3 strikes, you got to work them all, and you go to your plan, and whenever you get that pitch, you just try not to miss that one that you're looking for.
There you go. Ryan Waldschmidt.
Yeah, I think that he's going to, again, now this kid, when you look at Ryan Waldschmidt, you're looking at a guy that was the first-round draft pick in 2024, played 134 games last year between high A and double A, hit 289, got sent to triple A to start this season, hit 289. Here's a guy he's got a good approach to the plate. He's one of your best prospects in your organization. And Alec Thomas was just not getting the job done. And the other thing about Alec Thomas, too, is you know how Lovello brought all the pitchers into the room and kind of
yelled at him? Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that with Alec. He doesn't respond very well to that. You can't get on him that way. You can't be hard on Alec Thomas. He doesn't respond well. He kind of shuts down. He's very sensitive in that area. Kind of shuts down if you get hard on him. So that was another factor, I think. Became difficult. His at-bats were terrible. He was batting 180-something.
181.
181, 2 home runs, and far cry from when he was hitting that home run against the Phillies in the baseball playoffs a few years ago.
Hazen, let's go back to the GM. because now you mentioned Lawler coming back in a couple of weeks.
Yes, in early June, Lawler is going to be back. That's my understanding. That's what I've reported.
But Waldschmidt's going to get an opportunity in center field to get in tomorrow. Hazen was asked, what about Waldschmidt long-term in center field?
Hope so. We didn't necessarily when we drafted him. He's worked his butt off out there, and he looks really good. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, if he can stick in center field, more power to him. If he ends up playing in one of the other spots, I still think he's going to be a good enough offensive player to be a really good player. But yeah, he's done a really good job in center field. So we'll see.
Now hang on again, but we've already got your thoughts on that. Waldschmidt was asked what the Diamondbacks told him when he arrived earlier today.
Just to continue being myself. I'm here for a reason. I got called up because they believe I'm ready, and just continue to do the same thing. I don't have to come out here and do anything more. Just continue to be the same player I am. Just continue to be Ryan Waldschmidt on the field, and that's all I need to do.
Just be yourself. Yeah, you're not going to change this whole offense. The offensive approach has to change throughout the organization, but one guy at a time, right? If you're going to have a better approach than Alec Thomas, that's the case. There was no room for Alec Thomas to play anymore between Waldschmidt as an outfielder. Now Waldschmidt doesn't mean he's going to be up here for the whole year, but you've got Waldschmidt that can play center, you got Barroso that can play center, and Lawler can play center. That's why Lawler was playing center so much in in spring training. They were trying to give him a lot of reps in center, thinking maybe Alec Thomas could play left, but it didn't work out that way. There is a feeling that Lawler could be just as good. So I don't feel like defensively they're concerned at all about losing Alec Thomas, but their approach offensively just has to be better. There's just too many games in which they're not scoring runs or they're not getting hits, and they got to have a better offensive consistency, understanding of how to play.
Can't be feast or famine. I mean, you can't score 9 runs in game 1 of a series and then 2 the rest of the way. Marte's hitting 209. Marte, Perdomo, and Corbin Carroll hit 207 in that Pirates series. Corbin Carroll has 4 RBIs since April 18th. This goes for any sport.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
According to our very own Arizona Diamondbacks reporter Alex Weiner, Ketel Marte has been scratched from tonight's lineup. Fernandez is now in. They will move Vargas to second base.
Did they say why?
That is not yet known.
Oh, okay. Talk for a second there, Tim. I'm going to try to find out.
Yeah, okay. So what I was saying there was Corbin Carroll with 4 RBIs since April 18th. The approach at the plate, they're not taking as many pitches as they need to take. They're not walking enough. They're not getting on base. And it's been a problem for most of the season, and it continues to be a problem as they head into this series against the Mets. A team with a bad record and a high payroll, but playing pretty good as of late. We'll take a timeout. When we come back on the other side, Charles Barkley, as Gambo works the phones, on Devin Booker and the way Book played in the playoffs. Barkley used the word awful. Keep it here. Burns and Gambo after the break.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 from Soto. Swing and a miss. Pirates come into town. They take the series from the Diamondbacks, winning 2 of 3. And they win the finale by a final score of 4-2.
The month of May has not been okay for the D-backs. Can they get right against the Mets? Game 1 of that series tonight, live from Chase Field with pregame at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, all. It's Dave Burns here to tell you about Liberty GMC, a dealership committed to the easy experience of buying and servicing a vehicle. GMC has the best trucks and SUVs on the market, the Sierras, the Yukons, the Terrains, and more at Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. But I also want to tell you about their great service department, truly the best in the Valley. They added a late night shift so you can drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. That is awesome convenience. They have the best tire deal in the city. Buy 3 and get 1 free, always. And Liberty GMC has added concierge service. They'll come to you, pick up your vehicle, service it, and return it to you, plus a terrific CarStar body shop to fix any make or model. It's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. GUETTL. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Jeremiah Love help fellow rookie Carson Beck secure a long-term spot with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. We are into the 5 o'clock hour right now. Ketel Marte scratched from the lineup, trying to find out why he was scratched from the lineup. He was in the lineup a few hours ago. But he was scratched, so late change there. We'll see what we can find out before the end of the show. If we can get our hands on some of that information, we will pass it along. Meanwhile, Bickley and Murata, another good interview with Charles Barkley. He likes those guys, and he comes on with them often, and he had some interesting things to say about Devin Booker.
Yeah, you know, they asked him about his thoughts on how Booker played against Oklahoma City, and Charles Barkley did not hold back.
Yeah, I was disappointed in him because he did not play well against Oklahoma City. First of all, when you're the best player on the team, you don't defer to anybody. Yeah. You don't, like, we expect him to, he got to be Devin Booker All-Star. Those other guys aren't all-stars. He had an awful series. I was very disappointed in him. I'm a big Devin Booker fan. I mean, like I said, he's been a hell of a player the whole time, but he did not play well against OKC. And listen, you know, our guys, I thought Dillon Brooks should have made the All-Star team. And Jalen Green was inconsistent because he was hurt all year. But Devin Booker is the best player on the team, and he should never defer to anybody.
Those guys aren't all-stars. Don't defer to them. By the way, I think Dillon Brooks should have been an all-star.
His point is that, like Book did not have a good season. Now, Oklahoma City's a joke. Look, would Book have played better if it was against any other team? Probably. That team has 3 of the best perimeter defenders in the league on their roster. It is a difficult team. You want to go up against Lou Dort, Caruso, Wallace, I mean, they're just so good defensively. Look what they did to Austin Reeves. So, like, to me, I mean, I do think that Book's got to reinvent himself this offseason. I mean that. I think he's got to I think he can. I'm not on the trade Devin Booker thing, and some people may think that I'm not. I don't want to. But I need Book to get back to being a dominant player. At one point, he was a top 15 player in the league. He's been passed by a lot of players. He's probably around 30 now. I say he's a top 30 player in the league. That's not good enough. They need him. They're paying him amongst the top players in the league. They need him to be better. What does that mean? He's got to get stronger this offseason. He's got to rededicate himself this offseason. He's got to figure out a way to get back to being the guy that went 2 years ago went 20 for 25 in a playoff game and scored 47 points. Like, he's capable of that. I still think he is, but there's something that's just not allowing him to do it. You could say Chris Paul, Ricky Rubio. I understand that. I get the whole point guard thing. But a lot of the best players in the league are able to figure out double teams and figure out how to score. He's got to get better at that.
If you would have told me Booker and Durant in that Nuggets series in 2023 were phenomenal in games 3 and 4. I mean, they really were. Durant, too, give him his credit. Booker was awesome. Suns won both of those games. If you would have told me after game 4 back in May of 2023 that it would be at least 4 years before Devin Booker won another playoff game, not series, game, I would have told you were nuts. But that's what we're looking at. Hasn't won a playoff game since 2023 in May. Won't have the chance to win another one until April of 2027 at the earliest. So what has happened, and there's a variety of reasons for it. Go back and watch the highlights of that series. He just doesn't look like the same player. I agree with you. I think he can get back to that. And I don't know if that's a dedication in the weight room or rededication. Got to get quicker. He doesn't beat many people to the basket anymore. The three-point shot hasn't been there the last couple of years. But when's the last time Devin Booker took it in traffic and laid it in and got fouled? I mean, I'm not saying I know he's a three-point play, but you know what I mean? Like just a muscle beach play where he goes to the basket, two guys hanging on him, and he powers up, gets an N1, and gets. He
gets some baseline drives if he's able to get by the guy. But here's the thing: he's going to make $263.5 million over the next 4 years. $57 million, then 61, then 70, then 75.5. Like, they're paying him to be better than a guy that, scores 18 points on 16 shots in a playoff game. Like, they're paying him to be a lot better. So I don't think they're going to do any mass changes. But here's the reality. 2016 with Book here. Missed the playoffs. 17 missed the playoffs. 18 missed the playoffs. 19 missed the playoffs. 20 missed the playoffs. 21 blew a 2-0 lead versus the Bucks in the finals, but they got to the finals. 2022 lost in the second round versus the Mavs. 2023 lost in the second round versus the Nuggets.
And that's it.
2024 swept. 2025 missed the playoffs. 2026 swept in the first round. So you're talking about 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 11 years. And once they made it to the finals, and twice they made it out of the first round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times they didn't even make the playoffs. So it's like, we all respect Devin Booker, and I don't want to trade him, but like, people look at Booker like, why don't you want more? Like, why don't you want more? He likes it here. He's comfortable here. I get it. And we all want him to stay. They had a good team this year, but not a team capable of beating Oklahoma City. So, like, I don't think even Book at his best allows them to, maybe they win a game. They don't get swept. But for next year, Book's got to turn into an assassin. He's got to not defer, like Barkley said. They need more out of him. Whatever that is, however, they need more out of him. So is it hitting the weight room and getting stronger? Is it figuring out how to hit a three-point shot again? Because I think that's really hurt his game. But there's a lot that he's going to have to work on to just not settle into. Because what you can't have is that 2 years from now, Book goes from being a top 30 player to being a top 45 player. Like, that decline can't happen.
And I don't care how much
he's got to stop the decline.
Goes up. They're still going to be paying him around $70 million. So I agree, especially if you want to be a team that can win a playoff series or maybe two. I understand Oklahoma City and San Antonio are not going anywhere, and they're going to be good for a real long time. But you don't want the rest of Devin Booker's prime to be spent in the bottom half of the playoff or hovering around the play-in, and then you have to play the 1 or 2 seed in the playoffs, and you lose. Like, he's got to be better. I think Booker, if Booker were sitting here right now with us, I think he would agree with that. Yeah. You know what? This team pays me to go out there and play like an elite superstar player and performer. And that's kind of what Barkley's talking about. He wasn't that against the Thunder. Doesn't mean he's bad. Doesn't mean we think Devin Booker stinks.
Just want him to be better.
Yeah, I know people like, they guys are ripping on Booker.
Sure.
I get it. We're not even ripping on him. He's got to be better.
Yeah. I'm sure he knows it too.
Of course he does.
I just don't want him to be complacent. Happy here, comfortable here. It's just, he's got to want more out of him too. He should not be satisfied with the year that he had. When we come back, the NFL schedule released is coming next week. We'll talk about that and Calais Campbell's decision to go to the Baltimore Ravens. That's up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You are rookie. Cardinals rookie minicamp begins today. It's the first time our guy, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals. And the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe, too. Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class? Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st.
Toyota, let's go places.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work. caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story, and for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Prior to tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Snakes called up their top prospect. Well, not their top prospect, but a top prospect. Top 50 in Major League Baseball. Come on now. Ryan Waldschmidt, he's here, up from AAA Reno. Waldschmidt is expected to make his Major League debut tomorrow. Not expected to see any action tonight. He's expected to start tomorrow. Manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo earlier, somewhere in the bottom third of the order and likely in center field. In those additional roster moves, Alec Thomas was designated for assignment to clear space for Waldschmidt. And then we learned just about 20 minutes ago, the starting lineup had to make an adjustment as well. Ketel Marte, initially scheduled to play second base and bat towards the top of the lineup, has been scratched from said lineup. We are still digging and searching for the reasoning as to why he was scratched. But what that means is Ildemaro Vargas moves up from the 5-hole to the 2-hole to play second base, and Jose Fernandez slots in to now play first base and bat 8th. So that's the latest with the Diamondbacks. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen to all the coverage starting at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by the great folks at Global Credit Union. You guys can explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. It's your world of financial possibilities, Gambo. There you go.
How the Knicks doing right now?
It's halftime right now, and of course my method of watching
60 to 52 I got Knicks 60, Sixers 52.
How about the hockey game, though? Montreal.
The Montreal
Buffalo.
Canadiens.
3-0 right now, halfway through the second period in favor of the Canadiens. So maybe they'll get a game back before that series goes north of the border. And then you got Spurs and Timberwolves tonight from Minnesota. That'll be at 6:30. Knights and Ducks back on the ice at 6:30.
So,
then, of course, Diamondbacks tonight, starting at 6:40.
I'm going to ask you if you know this question.
Okay.
The last Canadian hockey team to win the Stanley Cup. Do you know who it was?
Montreal in 93?
It was Montreal in 93. The Montreal Canadiens!
Here's the other fun fact. They
Jean
won
Bellevue!
Just
Patrick
months before
Roy.
the Blue Jays won their back-to-back title in 93. The
Guy
famous
Lafleur.
Joe Carty. Guy Lafleur.
Guy Lafleur.
Guy Lafleur. It's spelled Guy. It's so funny from our perspective.
Guy Lafleur. Kenny Dryden. That wasn't that team. It was the Patrick Roy team, but I like the older guys better.
They're the last Canadian team
Maurice,
left, by the way.
the Rocket Richard. Oh, the good old days. The good old days. All right, so what else is on tonight, Mitch?
You've got those in playoffs. Start of the W season as well. I know the Mercury are kicking things off tomorrow.
Let's go, Merc.
In Vegas.
They have a good team this year.
Brittany Griner and her new team with the Connecticut Sun, they're getting beat down right now at halftime to the New York
Caitlin
Liberty.
Clark play tonight, Mitch?
Say again?
Does Caitlin Clark play
She
tonight?
plays tomorrow. Her and the Fever are going to play against Paige Beckers and AZ Fudd of the Dallas Wings. That should be a fun one tomorrow in Indianapolis. You've also got the new Toronto Tempo making their debut. They trail the Washington Mystics by 7 at half. And then
There's a new WNBA team out of Toronto?
2. You got Toronto Tempo, that's new. And then the Portland Fire, that's the other new expansion team this year.
All right, there you go.
I think Detroit is coming around the corner as well.
Yes. And they're
WNBA
actively
expansion.
looking for more teams, it seems like.
Okay. And that's what's on tonight?
That's what's on tonight.
All right, that's what's on tonight. The NFL schedule will be released next week. We all took a shot at how many wins we think Burnsy's going to pick because he seems to go high every year. He went low on the Suns this year, and he was wrong. He went high on the Cardinals last year, and he was wrong. And he tends to be overly optimistic about the Cardinals. But I've got him with 5 wins. I think Mitch went 6. I think Lauren went 7. And you went 5 as well.
I went 5 as well.
You went 5 as well.
But
so
5 might not get him into the top 5. And if Carson Beck doesn't look good, that's a problem. I'd rather have them win 3.
Yeah, I get
or 2.
You. I get you. I know. I want the top quarterback, too. I get it. There's some people, you can't tank. You can't. No, but they're not going to try to tank. I just want them to. I want them to lose to get the best pick. But
here's the deal. No, I don't want them to win 2 games. But my point is, if you're going to win 5,
you might as well win 2.
Just win 2.
Yeah.
I hope they win.
The players
11.
are going to try to coach. The players are going to play to win. The coaches are going to coach to win. You know, you never know what next year's class is going to be. It sounds like it's going to be good, but you don't know. So they're going to try to win football games. But a lot of people think this is one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the league and that they're not going to win many. But I agree with you. I mean, what's the difference between 5 wins and 2 wins? Yeah, a top 2 pick in the draft. Yeah. That's what the difference is. Schedule will be released next Thursday, May 14th. The schedule will be released. Now, the Cardinals schedule will come out. There is still an outside chance that they could get 2 international games, but people don't see it. The first one would be Mexico City against the 49ers, which they've done twice already. There's a prediction that thinks it's going to be the Broncos or the Dolphins, but it is not going to be the Cardinals. But the 49ers are going to be having a game in Mexico City, and the Cardinals are on their schedule, so it could be them. The other one is Paris. The Saints are going to Paris, and the Cardinals are on their schedule. Now, a French media outlet has reported that the Browns are going to face the Saints in France. This is the same outlet that broke the news of the Paris game in January, so they might have some connections to the NFL offices. So they're saying it's going to be the Browns, so it could be Cleveland there. But the Cardinals are one of their opponents, so technically the Cardinals could go to Paris or Mexico City. They're probably not going to get either, and they don't have the rule anymore where you have to get like a primetime game, a Thursday night game, a Sunday night game, a Monday night game. So they might not get any of those games. It used to be every team got at least one, but they don't have that rule anymore.
Yeah, the international games are on Sundays, generally speaking. I don't think Mexico City, especially if the writer in France is correct, they're not going to go there. I just don't see the 49ers and Cardinals playing for a 3rd time in Mexico City.
No. Give them something new.
Yeah, give those fans down there something new. We do know the opponents. I know most Cardinal fans know this already.
Right.
We know the opponents. I can remind everybody, outside of the division, at home, the Eagles, Commanders, Broncos, Raiders, Lions, and Jets are coming. And then on the road, the Cardinals travel to Dallas again. The Giants, Gambo, the Chiefs, they got to go to Arrowhead. The Chargers, Arrowhead may not be as daunting as it used to be.
No.
The Chargers, and then they go to the Saints.
Mitch, Broncos are coming here, Mitch?
Broncos are coming here.
I hope they're coming here and they're not sending that game abroad or anything like that.
That's good. You going to get some tickets for that one?
Okay. Funny story.
Yeah.
I asked Erin, obviously before she went on her maternity leave.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, can you just put me on the early list for when the Broncos come to town? And she said, no. Just ask me when it actually is close in like July. I have an email scheduled for July 1st to send to Erin in case I forget to ask for Broncos tickets. Here it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Dedicated.
Like, give me the damn Broncos tickets. Like, who else would get them? Oh, isn't Hatch a Broncos fan?
He might be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he and I both.
So you are the big boss.
I think we know who's winning that battle.
I got news for you, buddy. SeatGeek City, buddy.
Either that or I have to go with the big
Hit the
boss,
bricks.
which, who knows?
Wow.
Well, yeah, you guys could go together.
Well, listen, if they
make a day of it.
If they don't come through for you, just reach out to me. We'll get something to happen for you.
You get some strong connections. I trust that. Yeah.
We'll make something happen for you, Mitch. All right, you've got some Calais Campbell son you wanted to play.
Yeah, a lot of Cardinal fans hit the social media when it was announced that Campbell was going to play for the Ravens, and the sentiment amongst many was, "Oh, Cardinals, how could you let him go?" I don't think that's the case.
He wanted to go back to Baltimore.
I think he didn't want to play for the Cardinals again. after what happened last year. Here's Calais on that exact topic, meeting with a member of the Ravens in-house media team.
Going to Arizona last year, which really made a lot of sense for me too, because it was just like, that's why I got drafted. I was there for so long, and I really feel like I could help, make that team a better team and stuff. So it made a lot of sense. Things didn't work out the way I thought they would, though. I mean, it was definitely a different year than I thought it would be, and it was kind of, surprising. Honestly, I'm like, dang, am I not getting good at predicting things? I used to be pretty good at this. When I went to Jacksonville, everybody was shocked. It was like, oh, this guy's a genius,
Yeah, let's be honest. I just listening between the lines there, I don't think he enjoyed last season at all. And he's going to be 40 at the beginning of the month in September, beginning of the season, I should say, in September. He got maybe one more shot at this.
Yeah.
I damn sure I'm not going to go through that season like that again if I come back to Arizona.
Went to a Super Bowl his rookie year with the Cardinals. Went to a NFC championship with the Cardinals with Carson. Went to an AFC championship his first year with the Jaguars. So he's only been to the Super Bowl the one time. Looks at the Ravens. They wanted him back. That's a good team. He feels like they got a chance. He wants to win football games. He just wants to win games. And so to him, it's not the money or, it's just that I feel like I have a chance to win more games. Losing is tough. Losing the way the Cardinals did last year teams don't like to do that because it really beats an organization down to lose a lot. Remember when the Suns were losing every year and they were in the lottery and they were winning 19 games and 20? It brings the whole organization down.
Especially when you hit late October and there's nothing to play for. I mean, it's tough. You got to go to work every day and try to go to work every day, and you stink and you're probably going to lose.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're 2-6 and you're out of it, or you're 1-5 and you're out of it, and you got to go to work every day. You got to do it. But it does. The constant losing really takes a toll on an organization. So it's always nice to get a couple wins here and there because it gives somebody something to feel good about. Last year was hard. Last year was hard on everybody with the Cardinals. It was a really difficult year. They were a darling pick to make the playoffs, but they were decimated by injuries. They lost a lot of close games early, and then the season just got away from them. But early on, they were a darling pick. Teams were like, I'm going to pick the Cardinals to be an outside playoff team. There were people that were predicting. Bernsey had them at 11 wins last year.
Campbell, you looked at their schedule, the runway they got.
And the quarterbacks they were playing nobody.
I mean, you're looking at the schedule going, I thought they were going to start 6-2. I thought they were going to take some L's in the back half of the season. But I'm looking the expectations of that club last year, when you looked at their talent level and you looked at it was year 3 of a rebuild, and you looked at that schedule, you said to yourself that this team should be 6-2, 5-2, 6-2, whatever, and get off on a start that would propel them ultimately into the playoffs. And obviously, that didn't come close to happening. And Campbell was like, "Listen, I got one more run in me. I ain't gonna do it here." And he hit the road to Baltimore.
All right, the Mets are in town. They're going to be taking on the Diamondbacks for 3 games. I think I still remember the song, Meet the Mets, step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life because the Mets are really sucking that ball, hitting those home runs over the wall.
You're reminding me of
West Side. Everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York Town. I remembered it. I remember the whole song. Nothing in front of me. Just remembered it from when I was a kid. I remembered that song.
That's a shame.
Isn't it? When we come back, we'll preview the Mets against the Diamondbacks next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
You could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When you join the new Sonic Rewards program, every time you treat yourself, we treat you too. Sonic Rewards members get a free Sonic Smasher or medium drink with minimum purchase. Whether you're in the mood for crispy tots, a foot-long quarter-pound coney, or a refresher, you can score extra just by being a part of our new rewards program. Loyalty really does pay. And Sonic Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Subject to all terms and conditions applicable to the use of the Sonic Rewards program. Participating locations only.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like now is a great time to buy.
That's right, Dave. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon event is on at Liberty GMC, and the 2026 GMC Train is a great place to start. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting as low as $699 a month.
Start your deal today at Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, we are ready. D-backs taking on the Mets. 3-game series coming off of the losing series against the Pirates. So we will get you ready for the game taking place at Chase Field tonight. 6:40 is first pitch, and to get you ready for it, we're going to turn things over to Mitchie Mitch to lead us through the D-backs on deck.
Now, bad news for the both of you. I do not know the words to the Meet the Mets tune, so I cannot reciprocate what you were able to do, Gambo. But what I can do,
yes, what can you do,
is get you the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Check them out, thewindowdepot.com. I'm kind of fascinated by this one, gents. Ryan Nelson going for the Snakes. It's been kind of a rocky start to the year, inflated by that outing against Toronto, but a 1-3 record, a 6.61 ERA, and 28 strikeouts on the year. He's going against the tough rookie righty Nolan McLean. May remember him from when he pitched for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Well, he's been awesome this year. 1-2 record, but a 2.97 ERA and 51 strikeouts on the year, Gambo.
Yeah, Nelson had that really bad start you mentioned against the Blue Jays on April 19th. Just a third of an inning. Gave up 8 runs on 8 hits. Next start a little bit longer, but he still gave up 6 earned runs. Pitched better against the Cubs. I still really believe in his stuff, but he's having a hard go of it right now with that 6.61 ERA. McClain's a terrific pitcher. He just doesn't get any run support at all. The Mets just don't score runs when he pitches. So that's why you're looking at a guy who's got a 2.50 ERA, and he's got 1 win on the season. It's like, needs to be better. So, good pitching matchup tonight, Nelson against McClain.
McClain, by the way, Mitch, great athlete, quarterback at Oklahoma State, if you don't know his background.
Did a whole bunch of everything growing up. He's just that talented of a dude. Let's get to the injury report, which is brought to you by the Ivy Brain Tumor Center. You can learn more at ivybraintumorcenter.org. An injury update that we're still fishing around for. I don't know if you've heard anything new, Gambo, since, but Ketel Marte, expected to start at second base tonight, was on the initial lineup card. He has since been scratched. Ildemaro Vargas moves up from the 5 spot to the 2 spot, goes to second base. Insert Jose Fernandez. He's now hitting 8th and playing first base. But were you able to get anything?
I got some feelers out. If I find something by the end of the show, I will let you know. If not, I'll put it on Twitter once I have some of my people get back to me. But yeah, Marte scratched out of the lineup tonight. We'll keep our eye on that to see if it's anything serious or just a one-day thing.
Additionally, for roster continuity's sake, Tyler Locklear activated off of the 10-day injured list, but they sent him to AAA Reno because, big storyline, at least going into the weekend, maybe not tonight, Ryan Waldschmidt making his Major League debut this weekend, guys. I'm pretty excited about this one, but this offense needs something.
Should be top. A first-round pick in 2024. Last year in Single A and Double A. This year he got to move up to Triple A, batting about 289. He's got a good bat. He's one of the top prospects in the organization. I had asked last week if they were starting to have the conversations about him, and they said we're starting to have those conversations. Well, they went full-blown and decided to bring him up. He played in Reno last night, so that's why he's not going to play today, because he did play in Reno last night. He's here now. They're going to give him a day to get settled in, and he will play tomorrow.
Love what Mike Hazen said about an hour and a half ago. Yeah, we get it. One guy's not going to change anything or everything, but we have to start somewhere, and it starts with Alec Thomas leaving and Waldschmidt coming up.
Yeah, that was the casualty in that move. Alec Thomas getting designated for assignment. Gambo, as you had pointed out already, he did have an option available to use, but I think it sends a different kind of message and at least creates a market for Alec by opting to just remove him from the 40-man roster.
Yeah, they basically you could send him to the if they didn't trade him and he cleared waivers, they would send him to the minors. But they want to trade him. They're looking at Lawler as a center fielder, Waldschmidt as center fielder, Barossa center fielder. They don't need him anymore. And it's not like Alec Thomas is a young player. He's been here for a while now, and it's just not clicking. He needs to change the scenery. They need to change the scenery. This is just something that had to happen. They want a divorce. So if they couldn't trade him and he cleared waivers, they would have put him in the minors just for why not. But that's why they decided to designate him for assignment, because they really just they want to trade him.
But if he doesn't get claimed on waivers and they can't trade him, they could still just outright release him.
They could, but it's likely that they wouldn't do that. They would just send him to the minors and see if something happened.
So they have some options there. We'll keep track of that one over the next few days. Let's get to the standings, which is brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. We'll start in the National League West, where the Diamondbacks are sitting right in the middle, but it's a heavy top and a very thick bottom in the National League West right now. Diamondbacks at 17-19. They are 4.5 back of the Padres at 22-15, and then a full 5.5 back of the Dodgers at 23-14. Rockies and Giants bringing up the rear. Rockies at 15-23, though they're leading big right now in Philadelphia. Giants at 14-23. They've been just a miserable mess for the most part. Braves are your leaders in the National League East at 26-12. Cubbies, the leaders in the Central. I know Lauren's super happy about that. 26-12. From the Mets' perspective, bottom of the NL East at 14-23, but playing much better than they did to start the year, 5-5 in their last 10. Time now to unlock the key to this game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
This Nolan McLean this curveball is unbelievable. He's posting a 43.6% whiff rate on his curveball. Batters are hitting just 0.43 in at-bats that end with his curveball. They're 1 for 23. 1 for 23 when an at-bat ends with his curveball. Over his first 15 career starts, opposing batters are hitting 0.60 in at-bat